Nếu như mà các bạn cảm thấy là cái bộ truyện này nó rất là hợp gu với các bạn ấy, thì hãy lưu lại để mà khi nào mà các bạn thấy ờ, cần tìm những cái chuyện thoải mái để đọc ấy thì có thể xem nhé.
A man who lived with a pack of wild wolves for 1,000 years. The moment he arrived, he was thrown into a naked survival game. Fighting and fighting, he eventually became the Tarzan of a distant planet. A planet with 2 moons. But when he suddenly returned to Earth, the guy was a total weakling. There was nothing king of the beast about him at all. He re-enters the bustling world of civilization. Soho's strength, stamina, and stats have been maxed out. Long ago, reaching their absolute peak. Now returning to an Earth that has become a world of hunters. Can Soho become a king once more? The roads were bustling, especially near the station, with trucks and buses jostling for position, their horns blaring incessantly. The crowd waiting for the green light grew larger, the chatter growing louder. Suo was staring intently at the messages on his phone, so focused he was oblivious to his surroundings. The text was from his mom. She wanted to have dinner together because it was Juno's birthday, but Soho had plans and might not make it back. Her response was sharp, demanding he at least bring home a gift, but he didn't see why he had to. The light turned green, signaling for the crowd to cross. Messages from his friends started pouring in. One friend asked when Suho would arrive, saying everyone was already at the PC cafe just waiting for him. He simply apologized and told them to have fun, which made his friend worry. The friend promised to buy him ramen and beg him to come, but Soho just apologized again and said he'd see them tomorrow. The messages kept coming. But he kept his head buried in his phone, not looking where he was going. A man, also distracted by a phone call, wasn't paying attention either, and they collided. Being the adult, the man immediately started yelling, calling Soho a psycho and telling him to watch where he's going. Suho just bowed his head and sincerely apologized. Today was already terrible, and now getting chewed out after bumping into someone just made Suho's mood plummet, his face turning dark as thunder. But the nagging question of what to buy for Juno's birthday was making him even more exhausted. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed through the sky, catching everyone's attention. People wondered what the loud noise was, questioning if it was an earthquake. A blinding bolt of golden lightning struck down from the heavens with furious intensity. Those who witnessed it stood frozen, their eyes wide and jaws agape at the strange natural phenomenon unfolding before them. Another explosion roared. The aftermath of the golden lightning strike. Dust and smoke filled the air. Debris flew everywhere. As the shock wave from the explosion spread, cars were thrown and crushed. People abandoned their vehicles and ran for their lives, screaming for everyone to get away. Another bolt of lightning struck the rooftop of a nearby building. The force of a strike was so immense that the building collapsed instantly. Everyone scrambled to escape the disaster zone. The scene was now one of utter devastation. Some were dead behind the wheel, others lay on the street. People wept over their loved ones while others were too stunned to even move. A barrage of golden lightning bolts appeared in the sky, relentlessly striking the ground. A colossal rift dominated the sky, the source of all the lightning and the catastrophe unfolding on Earth. Buildings crumbled, dust flew everywhere, cars were mangled, and screams echoed from all directions. Su shielded his head with his hands, running desperately to find cover. While running, he seemed to spot something. 2 men, one fat and one thin, ran beside him, screaming to just keep running. A woman ran by, running up from the station. She cried out for help. In despair, Suo waved his hand, trying to get the woman's attention. He shouted for her to run towards him. But an out-of-control ambulance slammed into a man running in front of her, blocking Suo's view and separating him from her. He could only scream, "No!" in helplessness. He started running again, head down, completely bewildered by what was happening. His eyes filled with tears as he tried to convince himself it was all just a dream. But when he calmed down, he saw a truck careening right towards him. It was aimed straight at him, and he had just realized its presence. He couldn't react in time. He thought this was the end. All he could do was raise his arms to brace for impact. But suddenly, a white light flashed before his eyes, creating a shock wave that distorted space itself. He felt like he was falling into a surreal reality. The warped, twisted space made his own body look like a horrifying image. A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, its destination unknown. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly woke from a long stupor. He was panting heavily. Suha still had no idea where he was or if he was even alive. The only thing he remembered was being about to collide with a massive truck. He looked around in a daze trying to figure out his location. It seemed he could finally see everything clearly, and the truth left him absolutely dumbfounded. Countless monsters were flying overhead. And this place even had 2 moons hanging in the sky, one blue, one red. He was alive, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought, what in the world is happening? He was lying naked in a patch of grass. How long had he been lying here like this? And still survived. His constitution was astounding. He stood up and focused on surveying the area. Twisted ancient trees surrounded him everywhere. The sound of the wind whistling past his ears sent a shiver down his spine. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe this was real. A bear with razor-sharp teeth roared menacingly, veins popping on its head as drool flew from its maw. He was so startled his face went pale. But just a second later, a pack of red and white wolves lunged out, viciously tearing into the bear, its body gushing fresh blood. He was so scared, the color drained from his eyes. This was real. The scene shifts to an office where the image of a doctor appears. Holding a pen, the doctor carefully jotted down the testimony. He asked Suho if he was on a planet with 2 moons trapped in a forest full of strange creatures with a giant bear and a pack of wolves that suddenly attacked. Suho, now in a patient's gown, listened intently to the doctor's recounting of his story. The doctor continued asking how he managed to survive. Soho remained silent for a long time, as if reliving the events. The image of the bear becoming a feast for the wolf pack slowly played in his mind. The gruesome, bloody scene was horrifying. The bear could no longer stand. It collapsed to the ground, its eyes losing consciousness, its tumbling out. The fall shook the entire area, sending dirt and rocks flying. The wolves were still poised, ready to charge the bear. Their numbers grew. The whole pack swarming in to tear apart the massive bear's corpse. Witnessing the whole thing, he could only stand there, pale with fear, not daring to move or make sound. He was so terrified he didn't realize a wolf had been watching him from behind this whole time. Its eyes were fixed on him, unblinking. He got goosebumps. A sudden chill ran down his spine, making him aware of the creature staring at him from behind. He trembled, not knowing what he would face next or what the future held, so ran for his life. He just ran as fast as he could, determined not to look back. He ran all through the night until the sun began to rise. He didn't care how much energy he had left. He just ran for dear life because it was the only way he could survive. He was exhausted. Panting heavily. Suddenly, a system window appeared with a notification. Your stamina has increased by 1. This caught his attention, and his eyes glinted with a strange suspicion. Too focused on the notification window, he tripped on a rock. He tumbled to the ground, rolling over several times. He had been running at high speed, so the fall sent him flying several dozen meters. He finally landed in a nearby bush, tangled in vines, dirt, and weeds. He was dizzy as a spinning top, coughing and dry heaving a few times. He wasn't sure if he was just exhausted and hallucinating or if that sound was real, but he couldn't deny it wasn't a hallucination because the sound continued to ring in his ears. He discovered something strange, his eyes widening in surprise, and he froze, breaking out in a sweat. He had stumbled into a strange area where tall grass didn't grow and the surroundings were littered with bizarre red things. Large, juicy red fruits grew along the ground, looking like mutated tomatoes. Hearing his stomach roar, he rubbed it and moaned about being hungry. He wondered if these fruits were edible. He noticed a colony of ants around him, busily carrying pieces of the fruit back to their nest. He watched intently as the ants worked diligently. If animals could eat it, so could he. He quickly picked one and began to devour it. He stopped mid-bite as if something had appeared and caught his attention. Before him was a tranquil scene of lush green plants, but then came the sound of something slithering quickly through the grass like a reptile. The sound stopped and the grass in front of him rustled slightly. He knew something bad was about to happen. Whatever was hiding in the grass was definitely not normal. A pair of cold reptilian eyes and the distinct skin of a snake gradually appeared from behind the bush. He froze, the food still in his mouth. Fear made him hiccup a few times. A snake 10 times his size lunged out, its mouth wide open, its eyes fixed on the plump prey before it. Suo was frozen for a solid 3 seconds, too terrified to move. His face was pale. It seemed his life was about to end here. But no, his luck was incredible. A giant red frog had also been waiting for its prey from a distance. Seeing the snake attack, it leaped out and bit down on the snake's body, splattering blood everywhere. In just a second, the hunter had become hunted. The monsters had appeared before him and disappeared before him just as quickly. It all happened so fast that he could only swallow hard and stare at the strange fruit in his hand. Perhaps from the sheer terror of this insane place, he slowly began to lose consciousness. He collapsed to the ground, passed out on the spot. Maybe he was the crazy one in this crazy place. Time passed and a heavy rain began to fall. Water trickled down from the leaves, dripping onto his face and the ground. Soho seemed to have found a way to survive here. He was familiar with where the raindrops fell, waiting underneath to drink the fresh water. He sat on a tree root, taking the opportunity to drink the precious few drops of water he could find. This was his 67th day stranded in this place. The wolf pack was still chasing him, showing no signs of giving up. They were at the base of his perch, sniffing the air, trying to find him. Looking at the wolves below, he feared they could catch him at any moment. He scanned his surroundings. Besides the wolves, this forest was filled with other lurking dangers. He gazed into the distance, hoping to find a safer place to shelter. Night fell once again and the 2 moons reappeared in the sky. It had been a year since he was trapped here and his survival skills in this place had improved. He found a giant bunch of bananas and was trying to pick them. A banana was cut loose and he quickly caught it. A system notification popped up. Your strength has increased. By 1, Soho had become much stronger and more agile than before. It seemed a year in the forest had forged him well. He placed the banana on a log, ready to eat. He had survived in this dangerous place for a whole year. He dug into the banana, eating voraciously. In other words, he had gradually adapted to this harsh life. For the past year, a lone wolf cub had persistently followed him. He had grown used to its presence, even missing it when it wasn't around. A drop of water landed on his back while he was eating. He looked up in confusion, wondering what had fallen. He instantly recognized what it was, and his face went pale. It was a colossal gorilla, its sharp fangs dripping with saliva. It was 3 to 4 times Sua's size. It raised its arms, wanting to crush him. Its eyes savage and brutal, its mouth letting out a constant roar. The gorilla slammed down where he had been sitting, the impact creating a massive shock wave. The branch it landed on broke, causing it to lose its balance. But Suo had managed to grab a nearby vine and dodge the attack, not forgetting to take his food with him. He looked at the gorilla and wished it better luck next time. The gorilla was now in free fall. The gorilla landed right where the wolf cub was. The wolf cub's eyes became determined. Due to the gorilla's immense size, there was no way to escape. The wolf cub couldn't evade the shockwave from the impact, and the situation didn't look good. The gorilla had fallen from a considerable height, but with its massive body, it wouldn't be easily injured. It slammed its hands on the ground. It seemed to have noticed the wolf cub's presence. The wolf cub was injured, blood flowing like a stream. It snarled menacingly, knowing its enemy wouldn't let it go now that it had been spotted. This only enraged the gorilla further. Its eyes narrowed, its teeth clenched. The strong scent of blood had excited it. It went on the attack, raising its fist to strike the small wolf cub, but luckily the cub managed to dodge. However, it was no match for a giant gorilla like this. Soho decided to help. He let go of the vine and launched himself at the gorilla from behind. He used a sharp stick to stab the gorilla in one of its eyes, making it roar in pain. The shriek of agony echoed through the sky. The pain was so intense, it couldn't stop screaming. It reached up and grabbed Suo. Then it threw him forward with immense force. He couldn't defend against the attack. He was sent flying, his back slamming into a tree trunk. The wolf cub took the opportunity to escape while the gorilla continued to scream from the pain in its eye. The impact might have injured him. He sat on the ground panting. The gorilla, filled with rage, charged straight for him. He could only curse himself for being so stupid. Was this really the end? Back in the present, the doctor couldn't understand why he would do such a thing. Suho admitted that running away wouldn't solve anything. The doctor was speechless after hearing this. Suho confidently stated an immutable law that exists everywhere. The ferocious gorilla charged at Suho and he couldn't move. The monster roared violently, its mouth gaping open with sharp teeth, drool flying everywhere. It stood tall, preparing to crush him. Just as it was about to smash him, the white wolf pounced. Dizzy from blood loss, he witnessed everything. And the pack of wolves swarmed the massive ape, tearing it apart savagely. Just like that, he lost consciousness while watching the wolves attack. He truly thought this was his end. But the wolves didn't attack him while he was unconscious. Perhaps they thought he had saved the wolf cub. The white wolf with the injured leg was the son of the Wolf King, the leader of the red wolf pack. Night fell and the two moons aligned in the sky. The wolf pack was heading toward the cliff. The red wolves were running as fast as they could. Suo and the little wolf cub were also running at full speed, but he didn't have the stamina of a real wolf. He quickly tired, stopping to catch his breath. In those moments, the little wolf would always wait for him. They continued running, and eventually the cub got tired, too. He had no choice but to carry it and continue following the pack. This cycle repeated itself. The little cub gradually grew bigger. It had been 2 years since he was trapped here. A wolf stood on the cliff under the bright moonlight, its howl echoing. It set the rhythm for the rest of the pack to howl along. So now among the wolves howled with them. He believed they had accepted him as part of the pack. During the day he would swiftly climb steep cliffs. This was a challenge he could easily handle. In his 31st year of being stranded, he was still in the forest. After climbing near the summit, he saw a bear. Below it, a giant snake opened its mouth wide to swallow it whole. In truth, he still couldn't escape the forest. He hadn't found any civilization. He and the wolf pack quickly made short work of the large snake. And so, he became one of the wolves. He was no longer just a man. He continued to participate in territorial battles for the survival of his family. Currently, his wolf family was fighting against wild boars. Soho swung in on a vine. He leaped down onto a boar, landing on the creature's back. At the same time, his knife plunged deep into its head. The attack sent tremors through the entire forest. In his 120th year of being stranded, he thought he was the only human on this planet. In a continuous battle for survival. He made more furry friends, but he also lost some. It had been so long that he himself had forgotten how many years he'd been trapped. Suo had lost track of time. It felt like centuries had passed. So why was he still alive? Back in reality, the doctor was puzzled. After becoming the king of the wolves, even after 500 years, you couldn't find any trace of civilization. So how did you finally get back to Earth? Soho recalled that time. He had declared war on the gorilla tribe on Moonlight Hill. The wolf pack charged ferociously towards their rivals. The apes were no less fierce, perhaps even more so. Suho joined the wolf pack and the two sides clashed in a brutal melee. In the midst of the battle, he confidently drew his knife as he had done thousands of times before. Gaining momentum, he leaped and thrust his knife towards a gorilla. Just as he was about to strike, a beam of light shone down. He instantly recognized the familiar sensation. Space began to distort. Both he and the gorilla were sucked into a swirling vortex. The light exploded. The knife slipped from Suo's hand. In a city, towering buildings still stood densely packed. A small team of 3 was patrolling the ruined streets. The person in the lead, a blonde girl, gestured. She had spotted a path, but her teammate detected something on the scanner and alerted her. It was a strange reading. They were detecting extremely high spatial energy. She quickly ordered them to send the coordinates to the gate management team. They had sent the coordinates to the management team. In front of them, the strange light flared up again. They speculated that a gate was opening. The team decided to retreat immediately as they didn't know what would come out. A deafening explosion shook the area, sending rocks and debris flying. The team members were all knocked down by the shock wave from the blast. They realized in horror that the gate had opened. One of them screamed in terror. He really didn't want to die. The blonde team leader drew her sword to buy time for the other to escape safely. The other 2 ran while reporting to headquarters, requesting urgent backup at their location. The spatial vortex glowed fiery red. The team leader was in a ready stance, staring intently at the vortex, waiting for whatever would emerge. She would tear it to pieces slowly. That thing began to appear. She could see it. The opponent also seemed to be looking at her. The blonde leader was surprised to see that the thing appeared to be a human. Her body trembled with fear. The figure roared like a wild beast. She was horrified, feeling a deep fear welling up inside her. At that moment, Sienna Choi was ready to draw her sword at any time. As a dark silhouette gradually emerged from the light, Soho let out a powerful roar. His eyes flashing like lightning. She was so shocked she froze, her hand gripping the sword, trembling uncontrollably. Her body was terrified. However, Suho's body suddenly started to sway. He slammed his hand on the ground. He had completely collapsed. Suho lay sprawled on the ground, leaving her momentarily conf. Confused about what to do. The team leader was also stunned. What is that, a person? Sienna Choi thought to herself, what was that force just now? It was a pressure I've never felt before. Not even when fighting monsters in high-ranked dungeons. Soho's eyes were shut tight, likely passed out from exhaustion. Staring at him in disbelief, she wondered, this person, what is he? Then she shouted, situation resolved. Situation resolved. It's a Ritter knee. Call an ambulance now. Back to the present. The man stopped the recorder. The doctor smiled gently. Thank you for everything. Your testimony and medical results will be shared with the awakened headquarters. You seem quite healthy, so you should be discharged in a few days. Sue calmly said, hey. Hearing him, Dr. Kim turned his head. Zuho smiled faintly. This is the first time I've spoken to a civilized being in 1,000 years. Thank you for listening to my story. The doctor smiled back. You shared a very valuable personal story with us. We should be the ones thanking you, a wild warrior returning from a 1,000-year adventure. Hearing this, Soho's eyes widened as he looked at the doctor. The door slowly closed behind him. His footsteps were unhurried. Dr. Kim mumbled, "What an interesting patient. His story is so vividly detailed. He could be a successful novelist at the Awakened headquarters." Sienna Choi asked, "Captain, are you sure this data is accurate?" "It doesn't seem right." The man replied nonchalantly, "What's wrong with it?" "He's frank," she said, staring at the ID card in disbelief. "That's right. He's a rare frank patient. Too bad. If he were E-rank, he'd get disability benefits from the government," he replied casually. Sienna Choi looked at the card skeptically. "No, it's F-rank. That means he's just an ordinary person." "But how could an F-rank pass through that gate? Are you sure this isn't a mistake?" she asked again. The captain replied, "Well, maybe he got lucky. It happens sometimes. Like maybe he was just sniffing around and luckily found a return stone. I just got the doctor's opinion from the hospital. Want to read it?" He handed her the tablet. The screen displayed Awakened diagnosis, government-subsidized insurance, Dr. Kim, post-traumatic stress disorder, thought disorder symptoms, psychosis. He occasionally acts like a wolf. It seems he's trapped in a vast world of his own imagination. The immense pressure must have made him confuse his imaginary world with reality treatment. Antidepressants, respired therapy. The captain continued, he is PTSD. It's a common disorder among F-rank returnees. Sienna Choi pondered, he acts like a wolf. She remembered how Soho had roared ferociously, just like a wild animal. They couldn't help but feel skeptical. She put down the file. Captain, this is Suo's return file. Right. Yes, he might be frank, but we still have to treat a returnee like a returnee according to the guidelines. Then let me deliver this myself, Sienna replied, picking up the file. The captain was confused. You want to deliver it yourself? Why? I need to confirm it with my own eyes, she said, turning to leave. At the hospital. It's been 2 weeks since I returned to Earth after being in another world for 1,000 years. He lay on the hospital bed, lost in thought. I wanted to come back more than anything. But now that I'm back, everything feels so foreign. How am I supposed to live from now on? His eyes were filled with emptiness. A nurse brought in a food tray, her voice breaking his thoughts. Hello. So, it's mealtime. He glanced at it without a word. Rice, vegetables, soup, a full meal. Soho gently rubbed his stomach as it rumbled. Looking at the food tray, he thought excitedly, let's start by filling this empty stomach. At that moment, someone was standing at his door. Sienna Choi cheerfully called out, hello, Mr. Soho. He was hunched over, shoveling food into his mouth with his hands. Seeing his strange behavior, she was utterly surprised. Sensing a strange gaze, Soho shot a sharp glare at her. She introduced herself. Hi, my name is Sienna Choi. I'm from the Awakened headquarters. He slowly swung his legs off the bed. This scent, blonde hair, it seems like. The scent was familiar. Soho leaned in like an animal, sniffing her. I was the first person you saw when you returned, she stated. He replied in surprise. Oh. Oh, she remembered that moment where he came out of gate. He definitely had the aura of a wild beast. But looking at him now, licking the entire food tray clean, she couldn't help but think, maybe my senses are off. Please subscribe to the channel to support my work. She began to ask, seriously, so what is the Awakened headquarters? Sienna reminded him. Hey, why are you speaking so informally to me, but I'm over 1,000 years old? Soho retorted. She looked at him with concern, muttering, right? He's a patient, she explained. The Awakened Headquarters is a government organization that helps returnees like you reintegrate into society. This is the information that returns need to know. You can take your time to read it. For now, please sign and consent to sharing your information. She handed him the consent form. Soho picked up the pen and exclaimed in amazement. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed it appreciatively. It's been so long since I've seen one of these. She asked suspiciously, why do you keep sniffing things? It's been 1,000 years and you people are still using things like this. Sienna scowled and said loudly. No, I told you to sign, not draw. He replied, oh, sorry. It's just been 1,000 years since I've used one. She fumed. Seriously? Are you from the Stone Age or something? No, right here. I told you to sign. Starting right here. Sienna sighed, looking at him and thinking, isn't he just an idiot? Then she called out in a serious tone, Mr. Soho. He replied gently, yeah, what is it? Did you learn to draw over there? Soho answered calmly. I already knew how to draw. On the signature line, there was now a drawing of a snarling wolf. She was frustrated. Did you learn anything there? Like what? She asked. Like sorcery, magic, or martial arts? He answered bluntly. No, I lived in a forest to survive. She could only sigh. So to survive, you spent 10 years just running around. He gave her a cold look. To become a true Renee who can pass through a gate, one needs to kill monsters and take their spatial energy. But it seems this guy survived in a peaceful dimension and passed through the gate by accidentally finding a return stone. So I was really wrong. Sienna silently judged. He looked at her in confusion and denied it. No, it wasn't 10 years. I was in that forest for 1,000 years. Her brow furrowed in annoyance. You're really getting on my nerves. It wasn't 1,000 years. It was 10 years. He questioned her sternly. 10. She explained, look at your records here. It says you went missing in 2015 and returned in 2025 through a gate. He exclaimed, what? It's only been 10 years. He snatched the document. Soho's eyes widened as he scanned it, utterly shocked. Sienna pushed an ID card towards him. Here, this is your Awaken ID card. Take it. With the card in hand, Suwa mumbled, Awaken card. As Sienna reached the door, she reminded him, part of your hospital bill will be covered by it, so if you lose it, please report it. Remember to read the documents. Once you've recovered, go back to your family. All right, take care. Then she turned the doorknob and left without a second glance. Soho unconsciously repeated, family. His gaze was still glued to the record sheet. In a flash, he was startled. Oh my God, they're still alive. He thought to himself, I had given up on everything. As he looked towards the sun, rising over the mountains. Remembering the peaceful moments with the wolf pack, I assumed that even if I returned to Earth, my friends and family might be gone. And now returning, I had to accept that I had lost everything after 1,000 years. I was so desperate, faced with the fact that I was once again alone. But now looking at this document, his eyes widened in amazement again. But that was just my assumption. From that day, only 10 years have passed. The document read, Father died when the dungeon broke in 2015. Mother died when the dungeon broke in 2015. Looking at the information, he couldn't help but let out a pain cry. So, Mom and Dad died on that day, and Juno is suddenly his pupils dilated. He rushed off on bare feet, his heart pounding. Juno is still alive. He ran to the hospital lobby, bumping into people without a care, shouting, get out of the way. I need to see Dr. Kim. A nurse tried to stop him. Sir, you can't just barge in like that. He pushed open the door, ignoring everyone. The nurse pleaded desperately. Sir, sir. As soon as he entered, Soho yelled, Hey, Dr. Kim. The nurse followed, reminding him, Sir, you can't come in. But she couldn't stop him. Hey you, Dr. Kim replied confused. Dr. Kim asked Soho what's wrong. You need to help me. He said urgently, I need help with a location. An address? The doctor asked. He stated boldly. My younger brother is alive. How can I find him? Please let me out of here. His request was quickly denied. I don't think you're ready to return to society. We'll review it. So, why don't you wait for your brother to come here? Suho's face darkened as he growled. I don't think you understand. I'm not here for your permission. Dr. Kim chuckled. Is that so? With a slight movement of his finger, he agreed. All right. But Dr. Kim wasn't going to let him go that easily. His voice was grim. But I have one condition. Hearing this, Soho's face stiffened. He repeated mechanically. A condition. After a while, Soho was finally charged. Sitting in a car, he said cheerfully, Thanks. I won't forget this favor. Dr. Kim said goodbye. All right, keep in touch. He remembered to tell the driver he hasn't fully recovered yet. Please get him home safely. The driver quickly replied, Yes, don't worry. The taxi finally pulled away. The nurse beside him asked, Sir, you paid his hospital fees, bought him clothes, and even paid for his taxi. What? What's wrong with that? Frank returnees are often neglected, and he even called you Baldy. But all she got in return was Dr. Kim's loud laughter. He squinted his eyes, a playful glint in them, and replied, I guess I want to keep watching his story. Dr. Kim said cheerfully. The nurse was dumbfounded. What? That ridiculous Eula's story. Dr. Kim didn't want to discuss it further. He changed the subject. Please have the doorknob fixed immediately. She quickly agreed. Ah, yes. Looking at the strange state of the doorknob, she couldn't help but wonder. I've already called a repairman, but why is it so deformed? Earlier, Soho had squeezed it with so much force that it became completely misshapen. His hand rested on the chair. Dr. Kim leaned back, lost in thought, his chin resting on his hand. This is the second time the door arc knob has been broken. It's been a long time since I've smelled something this unusual. Meanwhile, in Suo's car, the vehicle had been moving for a while, but was now stuck in traffic. The radio was reporting the news. Breaking news at 300 p.m. today in the Kamwandu area near Hanshin City. An unprotected territory. Monsters have swarmed out due to a miscalculation during a dungeon opening. The image showed a monster with a long forked tongue. The base of the tongue split into 3 parts lined with sharp teeth. The newscaster warned. In response, the Ministry of Defense has dispatched the Army and Air Force for an emergency joint operation. But the monster's power was too overwhelming. It was declared that the situation was resolved in just 50 minutes. However, the Army faced heavy casualties. The news updated the situation. 2 tanks were destroyed and a total of 12 soldiers were killed. We will continue to provide updates as soon as new information becomes available. That's all for the news. An SPFC advertisement is now showing a brutal match between World S-Class superheroes, the SPF Championship. Soho listened intently while the driver marveled. Rank 34, the Russian Bear, Mikhail Zovet, versus Rank 48, Bjorn Horizon, recited the host. In 1999, in a victorious bout, the winner will have a chance to fight for the title against the hero from Japan and world #1 fire hero Bureau Horizon ending the Russian Bears' 7-win streak. Muttered, "This world of my brothers." He remembered Dr. Kim's words, "The world has changed a lot and is completely different after the Great Cataclysm." A voice called out powerfully, "Wake up, mercenaries. With a noble mission comes of course a generous gift, the biggest hunting reward in guild history. Fourth in Korea, the Sela Guild is recruiting." The driver struck up a conversation with him. "If I weren't awakened, I would have quit this boring job and joined the hunt in the field." Soho was curious. "Huh? There's a hunting zone in Seoul." The driver clicked his tongue. "TSK, your head must have really hurt." Seeing Suho's silence, the driver spoke up. "Young man, you really don't know. The more I hear, the more curious I get." Soho quickly asked, What is it?" "Stop beating around the bush and tell me." The driver hesitated. "Well, just driving is boring. 10 years ago, not just in Korea, but all over the world, gates to another world opened. We call that day the Great Cataclysm. From the first battle, our world connected with many other worlds, and we were invaded by monsters from those worlds." Worlds. On that day, 10% of the world was lost. Horrifying monsters appeared continuously. The remaining military wasn't enough to stop the monsters appearing everywhere. As long as you can defeat the monsters, don't miss out. Where the military felt overwhelmed, mercenaries would be deployed. Those who disappeared during the Great Cataclysm or the awakened were issued mercenary licenses, giving them the chance to hunt monsters. Those people formed guilds and started making money by hunting in fields or dungeons. After slaying a monster, a young man shouted, "One monster, $20,000. Soho started getting curious. "A mercenary license? How do you become a mercenary?" The driver chuckled, thinking to himself how serious the boy was. But he was kind enough to explain the difficult process for a normal person. The driver explained, "First you have to awaken, then you have to pass the mercenary exam." Soho was confused. "A mercenary exam? Sounds complicated." The familiar neighborhood appeared. The car stopped. The driver announced, "We're here." He pointed. "See that 2-story house with the red tiles? That's the address I was given." "Thanks," Soho said politely. The driver laughed heartily in response. "Have a great time with your brother." Standing in front of the house, he hesitated before slowly walking towards it. An old woman on the second floor looked at him with a puzzled expression. She stopped wiping the window and asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "I'm here to see Juno." Hearing this, the old woman's expression soured. He stared intently, hoping for an answer. To his surprise, the woman splashed a bucket of water at his face. "You damn brat. Talking to an elder like that with no respect." Soho was stunned. "Ha!" the old woman yelled. "There's no one here by that name. Get lost, you brat." Then she slammed the door shut, leaving Soho to deal with the aftermath. He wondered, is this the wrong address? From inside the room came the sound of scolding. "Damn loan sharks constantly bothering us, that bastard." There was also a child's voice. "Grandma, is the scary man back?" The bad news hit Soho like a bolt of lightning. He walked away heavily, a conversation from somewhere echoing in his ears. No, Gunnar. It's okay. Come and eat dinner. The world is so cruel. What did my son do to deserve this?" He was shocked, but the voice continued. "And Dad works day and night, but the debt just keeps piling up." He reached the overflowing mailbox, but the conversation wasn't over. "Is Dad in debt?" No, he. He pulled a letter from a box. He pondered deeply. He looked at the words on the notice and thought, Juno is a debtor. Soho wandered aimlessly. His mind kept thinking, in the wilderness, strength is law. But the laws of this world are so complicated. If strength is what can simplify the complexities of civilized society, he came to the grim conclusion that money is power. At the awakened headquarters, Suo walked into the room. The female employee returned his card and application. Suo was startled when she announced, "Your request to join the mercenary force has been rejected. You do not meet the qualifications." He was stunned. "Ow. I'm an F rank awakened." He stared at the notice while the employee explained, "You are classified as Frank, but you are short for awakening points." Hearing this, Soho raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. "How can that be? I came here through a gate 2 weeks ago." The employee laughed dismissively. "Ha ha. A normal person would be torn to shreds if they went through a gate. You don't know anything." "I'm sure I felt that kind of pain," he insisted. She retorted, "Gez, are you the Hulk or something? Go home and daydream," with an extremely condescending attitude. She lectured him. "Anyway, you can go to an awakening school or increase your points on a battlefield. Please come back when you're truly an awaken." Soho walked away annoyed. What a troublesome system. A bounty notice in front of him caught his eye. Ah, hunting in the Sugan area in a sealed-off neighborhood. He was in a taxi asking the driver, "How long is this high wall?" The driver replied, "It surrounds the entirety of Seoul. You should really look at a map app." Suo repeated blankly, "App map. You haven't downloaded them?" Seoul is divided into 12 zones with over 100 gates for travel and dozens more leading to battlefields. Hearing this, he thought to himself, "I need to buy a smartphone right away." The driver announced, "We are at Sugan area gate 27. He bid farewell. "Thanks." Soho got out of the car. The car drove off, leaving him staring at the sign. He wondered, so, if I step through this gate there will be a hunting ground called a battlefield. Thank you for watching and see you in the next video. At the military guard post right in front of the gate, a soldier asked, "What are you here for?" Soho answered with one word, "Hunting." The soldiers sized him up. The other soldier chimed in, "Please show me your license." Hearing that, Suho lowered his head dejectedly. "I don't have one." The soldier warned Suho. Normal people are forbidden from entering the battlefield. Suddenly, the three heard a commotion. Soldiers inside were shouting, "Close the passage." Damn it, too late. A military vehicle crashed through the barrier. Inside, a goblin was sinking its teeth into the driver's shoulder. The vehicle swerved out of control. It hit a wall and flipped over. A gate guard called on the radio. "Requesting emergency formation. Requesting emergency formation." The vehicle was smoking, surrounded by soldiers. "Stay still. Hold your position." They shouted in unison. "Target identified. Target identified." The goblin smashed the window with its hand. It roared, baring its teeth as it climbed onto the wall. A soldier ordered, "Fire." All rifles fired at the monster. It was wounded and roared in pain from the bullets. The command was given repeatedly, "Keep firing. Keep firing." The monster collapsed on the vehicle. 4 armed soldiers approached it, one of them reporting on the radio. Situation resolved. Monster that breached the gate has been killed. Hey, call an ambulance. The 2 gate guards exchanged words. "Sergeant, where did that guy go?" "Oh, the weirdo who came by taxi." One of them turned back, puzzled. "He's gone already?" His partner asserted, "Ha, he probably ran off. I bet that guy was scared to death." Suo walked away from gate 27, muttering, "So this is a battlefield." He thought to himself, "I can feel it." His senses awakened. This sound, this smell, this feeling. Suo stood on a rock ledge and concluded, I need to buy a car, too. Looking down from above, he pondered. Have all the other cities changed like this? He furrowed his brow and denied it to himself. No way. The desolate scene was cast in the fading twilight. And that night, Soho was still standing there. He thought cheerfully, familiar darkness. He dangled one leg over the edge. Soho closed his eyes and leaped down. Tama hunt. He spread his arms and let himself fall. He landed like a superhero. Noticing the difference, Soho thought, my body feels weightless. Yet, the spot where he landed was completely cracked. He touched the ground with his slender finger. Then he shot off like the wind. The wall was very close to Suo. Under the moonlight, he kicked off and flew up several stories. He furrowed his brow in concentration. His 4 fingers clung to the wall. Suo successfully reached the roof. Phew, this must be a side effect of returning. It feels like I've lost my strength. With his hands in his pockets, he struck a pose in the moonlit night. To enhance his sense of smell, he closed his eyes and sniffed the air. Let's see. He turned his head to one side and exclaimed, there. There was a faint sound in the distance. He decided instantly, why not start over there? Soho skidded to a halt. He had now reached his desired location. He stared intently. Many animalistic sounds emanated from a darkness. He stepped inside. A wolf was cornered against a wall by 4 armed goblins. One monster was baring its white drool-covered teeth. The wolf snarled back. His legs appeared. He wondered, need my help? The wolf's eyes flew open. The 4 bloodthirsty goblins charged at it. He smirked at the sight. Then Soho lunged in as well. So these guys are my prey. Got it. He smashed one monster's head and it burst into a mess of flesh and blood. At that moment, the sister screen appeared with a message searching for your class rank. Suho was confused as more notifications appeared stating that a class rank already existed and showing red letters for a system error. His eyes widened as he stared at them, wondering, what is this? A system error? Soho stared at the message. What is this? A system error. He tried to wave them away. Go away. Just as he finished, he was suddenly ambushed by 3 monsters. One opened its mouth to bite him, but when it clamped down, all its teeth shattered. Another was punched in the cheek by Suho. The other one got a fist to the gut. The last one shrieked and scrambled away, climbing the wall to escape. After a short distance, it looked back in shock. Who would have thought he had already caught up and grabbed it by the head? Suho threw it down. It hit the ground with a splat of blood. While he landed gracefully, a new notification window appeared before him. System error. Grid position changed. Unable to reset stats. System error. Now the message changed. Unable to acquire professional skills. Critical error. He was confused. What? Unable. Soho looked at the text and understood. Ah, that's right. About a year ago, your strength has increased by 1. He remembered, I hardly ever received stat increase notifications after my body had been trained to its limit. He asked himself many questions. So, there's a status window on Earth too. Is this system error the reason my abilities have been weaker since I returned to Earth? A notification popped up. Acquire shop authority. Item shop opened. Seeing this type of information for the first time, he was surprised. An item shop? I've never gotten a notification like this before. Please subscribe to the channel to receive notifications. The poor selection of items made him complain. With only 7 points, this is all I can buy. A bottle of water and a pastry materialized. in front of him after he selected them. The peculiar actions of the wolf caught his attention. A wolf cub was licking its bloody mother. His footsteps moved towards them. He knelt beside it, contemplating. Touching it, he assessed, it's dying. Did they use poison? The wolf was dead. The cub panted and licked its chops. Zuho frowned and asked, "What? Your cub?" It whimpered. Then he protested, "Hey, I never said I'd take care of your cub. Don't die so quickly." Then it was the wolf cub's turn to speak. Yip, 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 yip. He gritted his teeth. Don't look at me with those eyes. His heart sank. Is this also fate? He reached into his pocket. He held out the newly bought pastry to the wolf cub. First, eat this. It pawed at him and whimpered. Yip, yip. Suwa returned to the pile of corpses. Looking at them, he counted 1, 2, 3, 7 in total. I really need to get a car. Early the next morning, the chirping of birds made Suwa frown. He slowly opened his eyes. His face was a self-made mess. He sat leaning against a tree. In his arms was the wolf cub. He stroked it and said, "Let's get going." At gate 27, a soldier directed traffic. Keep your distance from the vehicle in front. He advised, remember to go through the decontamination room before heading to the payout counter. A mercenary grumbled, "What's taking so long? Hurry up." Suddenly, drivers stuck their heads out of their windows and exclaimed, "Wait, what is that over there?" Oh my God. The soldier's eyes widened as he looked in that direction. Suho was walking, carrying the pile of goblin corpses on his back. Beside him, the wolf cub trotted along, looking at the messily tied monsters. Some sneered. What the hell? Is he so broke he has to carry the corpses back like that? Others were impressed. Did he handle all of them by himself? The soldier wiped away sweat and stammered, that guy. Soho had arrived at the payout counter. The employee calculated, 7 goblins is $3,500. 3 blood crystals is $600. Minus $2,000 for decontamination and veterinary fees for your pup. The total is $2,100. He asked, blood crystals? The employee held up a red stone and explained, we extracted them from the goblins' chests. She continued, the price depends on the amount of energy stored in each blood crystal. At this size, they're worth about $200 each. She handed over a stack of cash and advised, since you don't have an account to receive the money, we'll pay in cash. You seem quite professional. If you register as a mercenary, it will be more convenient for earning money. Holding the stack of cash, he declared, after I register as a mercenary, earning an income by raiding dungeons will just be a matter of time. At a general store, Soho's voice rang out. Hello, sir. The shopkeeper replied, oh, it's you, young man. Long time no see. How have you been? He answered, I've been working as a truck driver lately. The owner said cheerfully. You had money problems, right? I'm glad to see you found a job. He was even happier. Thank you, sir. It's a bit dangerous since I have to go out to the fields, but this job pays. Much better than jobs in the city. The owner gave him a box of chocolates. That's good. Here, Gunnar likes this, right? Holding a bottle of liquor in one hand and scratching his head with the other, he sheepishly asked, can I get another bottle of soju? The truck he was driving rolled on. He drove cheerfully. A taxi sped past the shop from earlier. The truck stopped. He was still happily carrying his bag of goods. Someone yelled his name. Hey, Juno. He raised an eyebrow. And turned around. Ha! Someone yelled his name again. The guy punched him, sending him flying back with blood spurting from his mouth. his belongings scattered from a bag. The attacker holding a bat smirked, "Long time no see, Juno. I was worried you'd run off." He stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the guy. The sound of the bat swinging down, and his screams could be heard. The goon rested the bat on his shoulder and said sarcastically, "You're looking better than the last time I saw you." Juno groaned. He forcefully brought the bat down and sneered, "You son of a bitch. Do you know how many times I've had to come here?" Juno pleaded in pain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was away from home working in the fields." Juno's trembling hands held out a stack of money. "This is this month's loan payment and the interest. A total of $1,400. Please spare me." The goon sneered. He counted the cash. "Let's see. The loan is $1,600. Interest is $1,200 plus a home collection fee and laundry fee for 4 days. Well, that's a shame. You're still a little short." He clenched his fists tightly. Helpless, Juno bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry. I'll find a way to pay the rest in the next 3 days." The guy didn't accept it and started beating and cursing him again. "You bastard. Do you know how much the interest for 3 days is?" Juno groaned. "Oh, yes, I know." He pulled his hand back and threatened, "You mother fasterous cur. If you dare lie to me again," someone called out Juno. The goon narrowed his eyes. Soho and the puppy appeared. The debt collector frowned. "Who the hell is this?" Juno was surprised. Soho appeared with a murderous aura as his brother called out, "Big bro." To clarify for you guys, the main character is the older brother named Soho, and the younger brother is named Juno. I'm respecting the translation team, folks. Juno called out in shock. "Bro." The debt collector sneered. "Bro, you." His feet moved forward. A gust of wind blew through Suo's hair and clothes. He knelt on one knee in front of his younger brother. "He said his name, Juno?" His eyes became gentle as he asked again. "You're Juno, right?" Still in shock, he blurted out, "Bro, you're back." A memory from his past flooded back. He was being bullied by some older kids at school and whimpered. One of them ordered, "Get up, you dog." Another one directed, "Hey, search his pockets." He pleaded, "I really don't have anything." Another one reminded him, "Didn't I tell you to bring $100? Suddenly, he lifted his bruised face and blurted out, "Bro." Suo was standing from a distance, carrying 2 bags. "What do you want?" He was so happy he was about to cry and begged, "Bro, help me." The bullies asked each other, "Huh?" His brother. While he dropped 2 trash bags into the bin, his brother continued to call, "Bro." He kept his head down and ignored the mournful calls. "Bro." Despite his groans, he still didn't look back. The bullies continued to mock him. "You bastard. You won't cry until you see the coffin, will you? You should know to help your friends when they're in trouble." He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Ugh, you're a bastard." That bastard had already gone up the stairs and out of sight. He was beaten and cried out. The bullies started to mock him, "You're always calling for your brother, aren't you? But is that guy really your brother?" He continued to reminisce. "He never helped me once in my entire life." The newscaster's voice announced, "This is a news flash." A large unexplained explosion occurred in Soho district, Matthew province, and quickly spread throughout the country. He was watching TV in his apartment. We will continue to report on the unidentified monsters emerging from the red zones that appeared after the explosion. The doorbell rang, drawing his attention. He moved towards it. As soon as he opened the door, he called out worriedly. His aunt asked as if she saw nothing. Juno, are you still home? His uncle came in with her. Thank goodness. They widened their eyes in greeting. His aunt rushed in. I couldn't get in touch with your parents. Where's Soho? Her look was desperate. We have to get out of here right now. Before she could finish, a blinding explosion occurred, throwing him back into the house. Juno slid across the floor. Broken glass flying towards him. Outside, many gruesome monsters appeared, causing the residents to scream, we're going to die. He was injured in many places, but was still conscious, his eyes wide open. A giant, I was staring into his house through a large crack in the wall. After a long look, it left. He sat down trembling, his reminiscence ending. Whether you disappeared or not, you had nothing to do with me. Returning to the present, he looked at his brother wearily, thinking, that's the kind of person you are to me. Soho spoke up. I heard about what happened back then. Still in disbelief, he said, bro, I thought you were dead. How are you? The lone shark interrupted. Hey, did you get beaten so much you've gone stupid? He pointed the bat at Suho's face and asked with a scowl, this little brat is your brother. As soon as he said that, he was grabbed by the head by Suho and thrown back. He was tossed behind him and Juno watched in shock. The debt collector flew through the air and landed with a thud, groaning. The throw made him land flat on the ground, pinned under some wood. The two goons with him stared wide-eyed and yelled, Boss, you son of a b. He turned back to check on Juno and asked, are you hurt anywhere? He stammered, no, I'm fine. One of the goons charged at them, threatening, you idiot, don't you know fear? He kicked Suho in the face and snarled. You both want to die, don't you? Suho just glanced at his leg. The goon cried out in tears as his leg was broken. He rolled on the ground. Trembling, clutching his leg and screaming, ah! My leg! The last member of the debt collection group cried out in fear and thought, could this guy be an awakened? He beckoned to this guy. Come here! He exclaimed, huh? He raised his hands and pleaded. I didn't hit him. Really? I didn't hit him at all. Kneeling on the ground, Suho said, come get the money. He blurted out in surprise. Okay. His eyes filled with killing intent, he growled, take the money and get the hell out of here. Thank you, sir. At Juno's apartment complex, the landlady squinted her eyes. The two brothers and the wolf cub stood before her. She asked Juno, is he really your older brother? He replied, yes, that's my brother. Soho handed the old woman a black bag. Ma'am, here's some beef. She looked inside the bag and scolded. If he's real, you should have told me sooner. As she climbed the stairs, she said, hurry up and go inside. The little one waited for his dad to come home until he fell asleep. Inside the house, the wolf cub ran to a little boy. It was Gunnar sleeping with his arms stretched out and mouth open. Soho asked, is this your son? He replied, yeah, his name is Gunnar. He's my only treasure. Hearing that, he looked over with pity. What about his mother? He replied sadly. She left to find a new life. The wolf cub licked the boy's hair while he blamed himself. It's all because I'm worthless. He immediately suggested, let's go for a few drinks. No sooner said than done, the two brothers were out drinking. While his brother drank, he said, after that incident, I thought you were dead, but you haven't aged a bit. I can't believe you suddenly appeared like the awakened I see on TV. He asked, how much do you owe them? He estimated about 500,000 won. Even so, he cheerfully reassured him, I'm fine. No matter what happens now, I'll get through it. He continued to gather information. What do you do for a living? He proudly said, I'm a freelance driver. There aren't many long distance drivers in this city because it's very dangerous, but the pay is quite good. Remembering what happened that afternoon, Soho raised an eyebrow. Is that truck yours? He explained in more detail. The landlady's son lent it to me. Curious about this information, he asked again, her son? In the next room, the small wolf had Juno's son awake. He finished his story. He passed away suddenly. That's why she now treats me and Gunnar like family. She's also my lifesaver. The boy sat up and exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a puppy. He looked into the living room surprised. Oh. The boy holding the puppy called out, Grandma. He happily called out, My son, you're awake. The boy came next to his father and asked, Who is this man? Juno replied, That's your uncle. Say hello. Hello to him. The boy politely did so, Hello, uncle. Then he asked, Can I play with this puppy? He smiled with squinted eyes as a form of agreement. Then the boy happily lay on the floor and lifted the puppy up. He watched the scene with a warm heart. That's great. Gunnar has wanted a dog for a long time. Juno suddenly made a serious proposal. Juno, let's work together. He was stunned. Ha? You? I'll handle everything and you'll use that truck to help me. He asked cautiously. But what are we going to do? Full of determination, he replied. Hunt monsters. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Huh? At the management bureau, an unexpected wow was heard. Mia Kim announced in astonishment, Congratulations, you've successfully registered. You were able to start your own business in just one day. Soho took the card and asked, And Frank license? The girl replied, Now you can use this card to open an account and make transactions. Then she took out a gift box containing a brand new iPhone 50. She continued, And this is a celebratory gift for successfully registering as an awakened. She continued to instruct. You will receive the Hunter exam schedule and hunting information if you register on the Awaken Management Bureau's app. So held the phone feeling excited. Awesome. Mia Kim continued enthusiastically. When you accumulate enough resources from hunting monsters and successfully level up to your rank, you will receive more bonuses and many other benefits. I hope you will grow even stronger to protect humanity as if remembering something, she asked, Oh, right. Do you know how to open the status window yet? We've been trying to fix it recently because the system is having some trouble. Soho seemed to not understand. Status window. He looked up at the screen displaying the stats that had just appeared, bewildered. What is this? He was silently confused. Why the detailed stats decreased so much? And I can't increase my stats in one go anymore. The next morning, a truck was speeding down the road. The phone rang. Juno answered the phone. Oh, you got a new phone? Looks like you successfully registered. Congratulations. The truck continued on its way. Juno announced, Yeah, I'm almost there. After I finish this last delivery, I'll be there right away. Ah, so you have to pass another test? He asked again. Suwa on the other end replied. Before that, we have to pay off all our debts. Juno was worried. Ha? But you're only Frank. Hunting monsters will be too much for you. While they were talking, the other end of the line went silent. Ha? Why did he hang up? Is he really my brother? His personality is completely different. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Soho was engrossed with his phone. Monster hunting rewards. Is the Nam Gang Gate nearby? At the Nam Dong Gate? Shouts and cheers echoed. Please come back quickly. You guys have taken care of all the prey. A blue car stopped. In the car was Caden Kong, captain of the 27th Command Squad. There are also 3 new soldiers, so scared they look like they could wet their pants. The driver looked back at them with weary resignation. He tried to comfort them. Hey, no need to be so tense. You're all awakened. What's there to be afraid of? Have you forgotten that if you pass this mission, you'll officially join the guild? Although cold sweat was pouring down their faces and tears were welling up, they forced themselves to say, "No, sir. We'll do our best." Unable to stand it anymore, Caden exploded. Damn it, these roadblocks. He glanced at the new recruits with great annoyance. You bunch of talentless hacks who only care about the reward. Dare to come here. Sooner or later, you'll show your true colors. This batch of new recruits is a lost cause. Please subscribe to the channel to receive notifications. Looking up and seeing a rather unfamiliar young man, he was a bit surprised. HM. What for? The handsome Suwa? The soldier asked. Are you alone? Yes. Please. Type your awaken card. He took out his card and swiped it. The soldier was extremely surprised. So, F rank. He didn't forget to remind him. You know, each hunting ground has a limit on the number of hunters, right? And you are absolutely not allowed to enter the dungeon area. Soho replied, got it. With a single word and left. Caden had also noticed him by now. Zuho confidently set off alone. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. He's going alone without any equipment. One of them said, he's the one who caught 7 goblins at gate 27 yesterday. Ah. The other one marveled. The person in the car also gaped. Ha! He's going hunting in that state. He doesn't even have any weapons. He's really crazy. Soho continued to walk alone. A soldier approached the car and greeted them. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? It's because the system is having some technical difficulties. The driver replied, yes. The soldier saluted. Good luck. Caden gave the order saying, Jean, step on it. Yes, sir. Don't fall behind. Follow that person. The car followed closely behind Soho. Yes, I understand. The car got closer and closer. Sang Jean drove at a breakneck speed through the gate. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to receive the latest information. The wheels screeched against the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. The 2 men were confused. Ooh. The car stopped in a clearing, but Soho was nowhere to be seen. What the? He was just here. Sang Jean stuck his head out of the car window to look around. How did he disappear so quickly? Caden smiled smugly. I have a feeling I'm about to catch a big fish. At that moment, he was running through the forest like a ghost. So fast you couldn't even see his shadow. He just kept dashing, his feet pounding the ground. Suddenly, he stopped, panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, he assessed himself. Is this my current state? The screen displayed his stats. It really has gotten weaker. I'll have to train again. Soho seemed to have discovered something and his face immediately became serious. He stood still. Get up, you son of a bitch. Suddenly, a desperate scream rang out. Soho carefully listened to the sound around him. The sound of a sword. There's a voice in the distance. You bastard. You want to die? He glanced in the direction of the sound. Over there. Then he moved. A mysterious smile on his face. His face filled with killing intent. He secretly schemed. This is a duel between civilized people. I can't miss this. Someone's hand was severed from their body. Blood splattered everywhere. My hand. Another pair of feet stepped forward, shouting, "Come on." I said, "Come on, you dogs." He stood on top of a nearby building, silently observing. The blood-stained swords were pointed at each other, thick with killing intent. Who's next to get their hand chopped off? Damn it, you all want to die. Soho remained motionless as the cursing continued. Stop talking nonsense, you trash. Please subscribe to the channel to support my work. Soho stood there wondering, is no one going to fight? A mysterious figure stepped out of a truck. He was angry. I brought you guys here for this. For a moment, both sides were terrified. The mysterious figure stepped forward angrily. You guys are taking too long to deal with these four. The crowd was confused. He is Gus Choi has a 4,000,001 bounty on his head. Gus looked at the crowd and gave a savage smile. Soho had already turned and was slowly walking away. But then he froze. Hearing that, he stopped and turned his head. Ha! A 4,000,001 bounty. The scared young men quickly wanted to flee. Damn it! The infamous robber. It's Gus Choi. The other side took the opportunity to boast. You dogs. Who gave you permission to say our boss's name like that? Now you're all dead meat. The leader cracked his knuckles, preparing for battle. Yeah, I'm Gus Choi with a 4,000,001 bounty. Come and get me if you're so good, you bastards. The young men cowered, huddling together, trembling with fear. Why do we have to do this? He's Gus Choi. One of them cried out in frustration. Are we just going to leave everything to them? With his massive frame, Gus Choi charged forward, a twisted expression on his face. You guys are no fun at all. No, wait. He quickly surrendered. We'll leave everything. You don't have to do this. Just then, Soho crashed through the roof, cutting off his sentence. He landed with a cool pose, confusing the crowd. Gus Choi looked at the intruder and grunted. The young men could only gape, sweating bullets. Gus's two henchmen also stared with wide, horrified eyes. What? What is this? Soho slowly stepped forward. Gus saw his serious expression and couldn't help but feel flustered, cursing. You psycho, where did you come from? He replied with a smile. You said for 1,000,001, right? He was a little scared, but still acted tough. So, what do you want? Soho's reply was very short. I want the money. Gus's henchmen raised their swords defensively. Completely shocked. That guy, is he crazy? Doesn't he want to live anymore? Gus Choi burst out laughing. The young man from before looked at him with fear. Damn it, Gus said smugly. You don't seem to be from the management bureau. He just stared at him silently, not understanding what the crazy guy was planning. Gus bared his teeth with terrifying red eyes. It would be better if he didn't interfere in my business. His eyes were filled with killing intent, giving him a bad feeling. His legs suddenly refused to listen and moved on their own. Soho was confused. What is this? Why is my body? The young man watching from the side couldn't help but tremble. In a flash, he was standing in front of him. Gus announced smugly, You've looked into my eyes for more than 5 seconds. He was confused. Ha! His eyes was bloodshot and he cackled a few times. Now you can't move anymore. Soho frowned, annoyed at the villain in front of him. What are you standing there for? Get him. The 3 henchmen laughed sinisterly and charged forward. That's why I said this crazy dog is tired of living. Why do you have to jump out like that? Kick. It seemed the young men were also sealed. They tried to move but were helpless. Suddenly, Soho landed a punch right in Gus's face. The henchmen who were just gloating were now terrified. The other three couldn't hide their surprise. What's going on? He can move. That can't be right. Gus, unexpectedly punched, couldn't help but wonder, how did you? His hand was still clenched into a fist. He sneered. This is your magic. Veins were already popping on his face. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes lit up. Soho gritted his teeth and said, "This is pretty interesting." Gus, with his strange eyes, was losing his advantage, filled with fear. He unleashed his magic, shouting, "Seal!" After the shout, his body immediately froze. As expected, you're not an easy opponent. He immediately drew the knife from his side. He charged aggressively toward Suwa. Smugly thinking. But even so, all you can do is watch yourself get beaten by your opponent. However, the one who took the blow was him. A knee struck him squarely in the face, sending blood flying. The knife in his hand fell. He seemed completely unaffected. He slowly spoke. "Besides sealing, are you sure? You don't have anything more useful." He clenched his hand into a fist, preparing for the next blow. He lifted his face, blood dripping from his nose, one eye still uninjured. His pupil turned red as he shouted, "Seal!" Before he could finish, the villain's cheek took the full force of Suwa's punch. Without letting him recover, he immediately landed several more punches. This time, the punch went straight to his ribs. He grabbed it by the hair and threw him forward. He crashed straight into a glass door. The entire thing shattered, he said nonchalantly, "How boring." The people who witnessed this confrontation were all extremely shocked. He handled Gus Choi so easily. Who is this person? The henchmen were still standing around him with their swords drawn, but they had been frozen in place. For a while. He asked casually, "You guys want to fight, too?" They immediately trembled with fear and replied timidly, "No, why would you say that?" Soho, with one hand in his pocket and the other pointing to the left, ordered, "All of you stand over here." All of Gus Choi's men quickly moved. "Yes, sir." He turned to the other three and asked, "Does anyone have the bounty papers? Please press the subscribe button to get the latest information." Today, he bluntly asked Gus's man, "How much are you guys worth?" The whole group knelt down and started pleading. No, that's not it. We don't have bounties." Another one agreed. "That's right. Only that Gus Choi has a bounty. We were threatened by him, so we couldn't do anything else." Oomph. You be a rich man just by catching Gus Choi alone. Gus Betrayed glared furiously. Lying flat on the ground with tears streaming down his face, he cursed, "You damn dogs. Damn you." His hands and feet were tied, but he couldn't stop raging. "How long have you followed me? I fed you so well, you traitors." Soho heard him and turned back to ask, "Did you just get up?" "When?" The former henchman immediately ganged up on him. "Stay down, you bastard. Get in the closet, you piece of trash." He turned back again. "Man. So, I don't need you guys anymore, right?" They immediately chorused. "That's right. We're useless." The rescued people behind them quickly reacted. "Lies. They're all criminals. If you turn them in, you'll get a reward." He was a little surprised. "Oh, really?" The henchman panicked. No, that's not it. We're all just worthless thugs." Suddenly, Gus called out, "Hey, Mr. Hero, don't you find the laws in the city annoying?" He looked at him without answering. Seeing this, he continued, "This place is the true land of freedom. If you let me go, I'll help you live like a king." Suwa lifted one leg. The consequence was that his entire face took the full force of that kick. The henchmen behind him were even more terrified. He calmly replied, in your dreams. Gus's face was imprinted. Ed with a shoe mark. He was foaming at the mouth, spitting blood, his eyes shut tight. He glanced at him one more time. Then he asked the young man standing behind him, these guys are all wanted, right? He replied, yes, that's right. They're all escaped criminals. Exposed, the henchman looked dejected inside. Damn it, we're caught again. So Soho decided to turn them all in. But there are so many of them. How can I take them back? The young man immediately replied, you can use our car. Soho was surprised. Oh, you have a car? He looked down at the henchman. Then you guys have to go to sleep, too. Immediately, screams echoed. Damn it. We don't have bounties. A red car sped down the road. In the trunk were the men who had been knocked out, their hands and feet tied, thrown in a pile. In the driver's seat, the young man from before looked overjoyed. Thank you so much. I don't know how we can ever repay you. Suo was modest. It's nothing. I didn't help you for that. The young man in the driver's seat didn't press the matter. Yes. The two people in the back immediately spoke up. Anyway, you saved our lives. That's right. Our lives belong to our savior now. He rested his chin on his hand. It's not that serious. The car continued to speed along. Soho asked the driver, by the way, what are your abilities? The young man answered honestly, you mean my skills? Mine are swordsmanship, tracking, and exploration. He was surprised, what skills? You have 3 skills? He replied, yes, swordsmanship is my awakened skill. I learned tracking and exploration from skill books, so he'll learn something new. Oh, so magic can be learned from skill books, too. Please subscribe to the channel for more new information. Not knowing this basic fact made the driver extremely surprised. He doesn't know about skill books. Suo recalled Gus' choice seal skill. He pondered a bit. Looks like I need to equip myself with some combat magic as well. As he looked up, a scene caught his eye. A portal has opened. The car was still speeding down the road, kicking up a cloud of white dust. To confirm what he had just seen, he asked the driver, that's a gate, right? Remember to subscribe to the channel to get notifications for new videos. Then he explained further, yes, that's a dungeon. The hunting ground for Fronkers at level 1. That was originally our destination. He looked out the window. What a shame. If I had a hunter certificate, I would have to try going in there at least once. Every sentence Soho uttered made the listener more and more surprised. You don't have a hunter certificate yet? He admitted, yeah, not yet. This time, the driver's eyes widened, looking at him as if he were a strange creature. If a dungeon gate opens, the military is the first force to clear it. They leave behind the smaller monsters at the hunting grounds. These monsters are the opportunity for hunters at the level 1 dungeon gate to rank up to E-class. If they want to level up further, they have to hunt bigger monsters and take their level energy. At that point, hunters will have to go to a level 2 dungeon, which is even more dangerous. The driver still couldn't believe it. But how could someone who can't even go to a level 1 dungeon defeat his C-rank Gus Choi? Seeing him staring, Suho glanced over. What's wrong? He wanted to confirm. Excuse my rudeness, but what rank are you? Suho answered bluntly. F, huh? The young man screamed. The car entered a dangerous curve. Everyone screamed, careful. We're going to fall off the cliff. Suo spoke up directly, so, I want to ask you for a favor. The young driver looked at him a bit confused. In front of the dungeon gate, there were many military vehicles, ambulances, and a large number of soldiers gathered. A person emerged from a flash of blue and white light. It was a middle-aged man with a slightly unapproachable face, fully equipped with weapons. Behind were 4 people dressed in similar outfits. 3 of them were injured and the remaining 1 comforted them. "We're here. Just hold on a little longer." The blond man had lost a hand, blood gushing from it. He cried out in pain, "Huh? My hand?" He raised his sword-wielding hand and called out, "Medic! Medic!" A soldier immediately ran over. Caden Khan swore, "Damn it, they're handing out certificates way too easily these days." He ordered, "We need to tighten up operations starting from the interview department that selected these damn idiots." The uninjured person behind him tried to calm him down. "Captain, calm down first. It's been like this lately. You know the situation with our guild." He hissed through his teeth. "Damn it. As long as their parents have a little money, they can awaken easily. Through brokers, they get live captured monsters and they just stab and slash it to death." A monster was chained up while a man stabbed it with a knife. Another person holding a sword shouted, "Stab it." Then they just have to go to the dungeon, recruit a hunter, and they get promoted. And just like that, they can officially join the guild and carry out missions. A group of 5 was hunting, carefully observing their surroundings. The leader warned, "Watch both sides." The ones behind reported, "LFT is clear, right is clear." And the team members will be the ones to suffer all the losses. Behind the group of 5 hunters, a monster suddenly appeared. It sent one of the rear guards flying, causing everyone to panic. So scary. "Where should we go?" The leader roared. "Damn it! Weren't you guys watching the 2-0 direction?" Caden Khan was extremely frustrated, just relying on connections. The man behind him advised, "Oh my god, Captain, calm down. How about we go for a few drinks?" Caden noticed something, "But why is it so chaotic around this level 1 dungeon that's about to disappear?" The person behind him also noticed. "You're right. What happened?" He approached a group of soldiers and greeted them, "Captain Zhang." The other person immediately replied, "Ah, Captain Caden Kong." He continued, "What's happening here?" Captain Zhang was excited. "Ah, someone caught 10 robbers." Captain Caden repeated, "Robbers?" "Yeah." Captain Zhang said in more detail. "Among them was a C-rank robber kingpin, Gus Choi. He's quite famous. You've heard of him, right?" That name certainly caught his attention. "Huh? Gus Choi." Captain Caden was skeptical. "Did some high ranker come here?" Captain Zhang laughed heartily and replied, "Oh no, the one who caught them was a nameless F ranker who hasn't even qualified for a certificate yet." "Hi." Caden couldn't help but be surprised. "Huh?" He couldn't believe what he had just heard. How could he do that? Captain John replied, "I don't know either. According to witnesses, he just took them down like that." Gus was placed on a stretcher carried by 4 soldiers. He added more about Gus Choi's injuries. "That bastard Gus Choi, when he was brought out, he had a broken nose, a fractured cheekbone, and 4 broken ribs. These injuries were not light, which greatly surprised Caden Kong. He grabbed Captain Zhang's shoulder and shouted, "Where is he?" Captain Zhang was a little startled. "Huh? I think he just went into the gate a moment ago." Caden Kong immediately ran towards the gate to the surprise of his teammates behind him. "Captain, where are you going?" He sped up. "I have to check it myself. If it's true, then I've caught a big fish." Caden Kong ran towards a military vet, yelling, "Emergency, emergency, emergency." With a very frantic look, a soldier turned to ask, "Captain Kong, what's wrong?" He quickly asked, "I heard the guy who just caught Gus Choi went into the gate, right?" The soldier replied in confusion, "Yes, which gate number was it?" Caden quickly asked again. In the forest, Soho and his new acquaintance had passed through the gate. He looked at his body and was thrilled. Oh, it really doesn't hurt. Lose my clothes either. Without products made from multi-dimensional energy, we wouldn't be able to pass through this gate. Also, because this outfit is made from materials found in dungeons, it can pass through the gate. It looks normal, but it costs over 2 million won. Just noticing, Soho turned his head. Looking towards the gate, he asked, "What is that? Do you know?" "Oh, they call it a door. Through these doors, we could travel to 38 dungeons. The door we took leads to dungeon number 24. After he finished speaking, it disappeared. Soho was stunned. The door disappeared. He reassured him. It will reopen when we clear the dungeon. He didn't understand. Clear? You mean kill all the monsters in here? He enlightened him further. No, you just need to catch the strongest one. Hearing that, he stretched and said, "Thanks. I'll be right back. You wait here." "I'll wait a minute." "What do you mean be right back?" Soho got on his toes to gain momentum and slammed his foot down, cracking the ground. He shot off and disappeared from sight. The young man was confused. What's wrong with him? Did he just hear about? Looking at the crack, he changed his train of thought. No. If he's strong enough to catch a C-rank Gus Choi, could he shorten the time to clear this dungeon? Suddenly realizing something important, he frowned. But he doesn't have the exploration skill. If he can't find the door's location after clearing the monsters and get back in time, thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. He immediately took off, running in fear. Oh my God, we're going to be trapped and sealed along with this dungeon. At the control room, a soldier exclaimed this. Caden Kong asked urgently, "What is it?" He hastily reported, "Door 24 just closed." Caden gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it." At that moment, in the forest inside Gate 24, a group of monsters was gathered, seemingly having a good time. Suddenly, one turned its head. It was knocked down so hard its tongue let out. The other two, one screamed. The other tried to look around. One monster was kicked and sent tumbling. Another was ambushed by Soho. He skipped to a stop, bent down to pick up their weapons, and praised, "You guys are useful after all." He used it to stab a monster. As he carved them up, he complained, "Oh, this smell." Finally, he pulled out a blood crystal. Soho calculated 1 in every 3 has a bloodstone. If I convert this to prize money, I should have enough. Opening the status window, he calculated. But what's more important is leveling up. His acquaintance arrived later and was horrified to see the pile of monster corpses. Walking through the field of corpses, he was moved. Ha! In such a short time. He opened his eyes wide and used his tracking skill. His vision pierced through the forest in that direction. Soho was standing there pondering his status window. Level 1 named Soho, class None, merit 102. Looking at the shop display, Tame Wild Beast, Savage stat, Intimate Training 10 monster slots, Summon Plant Spirit, Harmony stat, Intimate Spirit, 10 monster slots. He calculated with 102 merit points, I can buy 2 skills. His hand was about to press select. Tame Wild Beast. Each wild beast has a different monster stat. If the total exceeds the savage stat, they will sometimes lose control. After reading, he decided, good for now. This one will do. At that moment, 2 monsters quickly dived from above. He looked up and glanced at them one more time. One was uppercut by Soho. Its jaw was torn off. The other one was kneed straight in the stomach. Soho charged in and pummeled several others. They were sent flying several meters away. The notification board displayed merit 5, 45. punching another monster. He cheered in his heart, leveled up. In his excitement, Suwa suddenly froze because of a new notification. Fatal error. Data conflict. Proceeding with data supplementation and synchronization until the limit is reached. His eyes widened in confusion. What is this? Why? Ha? Synchronization. The updated status window. Level 2 name Suwa class. None merit. 345 stats, strength 135, stamina 151, intellect 99, recovery 90, healing 88, harmony 17, savage 44, agility 127. After reading, he was a little disappointed. The stats only increased by this much. Then he switched to the shop and selected Summon Plant Spirit, Harmony Stat, Intimate Spirit, 10 monster slots. Then he decided first I'll use 100 points to buy the Plant Spirit skill. The system confirmed that the skill had been acquired. Soho shouted, "Summon Plant Spirit." A small, brightly lit portal appeared. The plant spirit that appeared was a small fairy. He was immediately surrounded by lush green grass and trees. It's real. At first, I thought plant spirits were just flying insects. He looked at the little fairy and ordered, "Spirit, find the remaining goblins." Hearing this, the female fairy flew off and zipped deep into the forest. Suwa stood there as if struck by lightning, having a revelation. So, this is how all the memories of the plants are transferred into my brain. But why is it so slow? Is it because my level is too low? Status window. Level 2 name. Aha! Class, none. Merit 345. Stat strength 135, agility 127, stamina 151, intellect 99, recovery 90, healing 88, harmony 17, savage 44. Skills exploration scans terrain and objects. Tracking gains a lot of information from small clue. Looking at the skill list, Soho pondered exploration and tracking. He decisively selected more both of them. I'll use the remaining points to buy all these skills. The system notified him twice. Skill acquired. After the transaction, Soho placed his hand on the ground. The new skill was activated by Suho. Exploration. He opened his eyes and contemplated. The terrain and objects here. As soon as he finished, he used the remaining skill tracking. He was still processing the data he received about the previously killed goblins. Suddenly, there was strange data. Perhaps not. A sound from within the forest made Soho blurt out, "That thing." His eyes lit up with desire. It's not a goblin. The grass and trees quickly flashed past him. His legs kept running without stopping. Zuho stopped on top of a rock ledge. He exclaimed. Before him, his acquaintance was pinned down by a monster, its weapon pointed straight at his face, making him groan. He trembled, trying to resist. He casually knelt on one leg and asked, "What are you doing?" His acquaintance turned his pale face with difficulty to greet him. "Your ear." "Ah," Zuho chided. "Didn't I say I would hunt alone?" He stammered in reply. "This is I'm being hunted." He smiled teasingly. "Ah, so that's how it is." He turned back and continued to grit his teeth and strain to block the sword. Unable to hold on any longer, he begged, "Please save me." Both he and the goblin looked up. Soho jumped down and delivered a powerful kick to the monster, but it managed to block with its shield. However, its strength was no match. Against the overwhelming power, it was still sent flying away from his acquaintance. The monster quickly used its legs to regain its footing. It brought its sword back, preparing to strike, but not as fast as his kick. It was hit and sent flying, slamming into a large rock behind it. Not missing the opportunity, he quickly charged forward. The monster with its jumbled teeth roared menacingly. All his power was focused on the tip of his toes. He jumped, raising his sword high. Then he plunged down, driving the blade deep into the monster's chest. The system announced, leveled up. Leveled up. Acquired 120 merit points, Soho said calmly. These points are pretty good. His acquaintance looked at him stunned. Soho asked confidently. The door is open now, right? He was still trembling as he replied, yes, that's right. It's open. The two of them casually walked out of the gate. The nearby soldiers couldn't help but notice their appearance. One of them asked, "Is that the person who caught Gus Choi?" "That's right. Captain Kong is looking for him. He asked us to contact him if he appeared." Suddenly, he shouted, "Oh!" The other person was startled and asked, "What's wrong?" The soldier's eyes widened in amazement. Is the time he took to clear this dungeon for real? The other person was also surprised and exclaimed, "Killed it." The acquaintance bowed and saluted Soho. "I have to go find my teammates now. I'll call you later, boss." Suo acknowledged the gesture. "Yeah, you've worked hard. I'll leave the clothes and items in the storage room, boss." At the gates, storage room. The door creaked open and someone walked in. It was Soho. "I'm so hungry," he said softly. Suddenly, he turned his head. "Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos." Could you talk to him for a bit? After that, the two went into a coffee shop. Suho read the business card in blur ed out Silly Guild. Caden Kong replied, "Yes, you're smart." He invited, "I want to invite you to the Silly Guild. We will provide you with the best conditions." Taking a sip of water, he refused. "No need." Caden Kong couldn't believe his ears. He silently analyzed. He rejected my offer to join the Scylla Guild immediately. Is he trying to raise the price? Then he pretended, "If you already have a guild, then you can just ignore our offer." Soho denied, "I don't have one." Hearing that, Caden quickly invited him again. "Although our guild is ranked 4th, in reality, the ranks between guilds are meaningless. Even if you receive offers from other places, I assure you that we will provide you with the best conditions." Soho put the glass down on the table. He replied, "No, it's just that I don't like working under others." Caden was speechless at this reason. At Juno's boarding house, Soho walked inside. He was surprised. "They're not back yet." He was surprised. "They haven't come back yet." Suho lay on the rooftop, thinking they really need to spend more time together, father and son. The landlady carrying a basket of clothes walked by. "Tisk, you big, strong young man. Why are you lying around here?" He grinned and invited her. "You should try lying down here, too. This weather is perfect for a nap." She showed no interest and retorted, "Can't you see? I came up here to hang the laundry." Then he quickly went to help. She instructed, "Pull a taut, kid." He obeyed. "Okay." The landlady changed the subject. "Are you really Gunners?" Father's older brother. Zuho calmly replied, "Yes." The old woman turned and laughed. "Ha, that's hard to believe. Are you lying about your age?" "Ha? You played along. I've lied a lot about my age." She was annoyed. "Damn it, this kid afraid." She was angry. Soho explained, "It's true, ma'am. Strange things keep happening, causing many people to lose their lives. The world is in chaos. Being able to meet like this is a miracle," she said slowly. "It's been 10 years since you two brothers have seen each other. Don't break your family's heart anymore. Just keep your faith and move forward, kid." He looked at her and felt a warmth in his heart. "Don't worry, ma'am. I won't die that easily. She corrected him immediately. You're too arrogant. Anything is possible. Just then Juno arrived and asked, "Ma'am, is my brother up there?" Gunnar, hugging the wolf cub, walked beside him and greeted her, "Grandma." The kind old woman replied, "He's there. Go find him." "Thank you." The father and son went up to the rooftop. Juno called, "Bro, going to ran up, uncle." Soho greeted them both. "You're back." An envelope was placed on the wooden floor. Juno sat on the edge and asked, "What is this?" He replied, 50 million won. "Take it." He looked at him speechless. Holding the envelope with millions in his hand, he couldn't help but ask, "Bro, how did you get so much money?" Suwa interrupted. "Just take it and let's go have dinner." Juno said with a heavy heart, "Bro, how can I ever repay this favor?" He avoided his gaze. "Stop. Stop being so dramatic. Let's go." Wiping away his tears with his hand, he took the money and walked ahead, sniffling. "Okay, I know." Suddenly, Soho called out, "Juno." He turned to look. "You have money for meat and alcohol now, right?" Juno, crying and laughing at the same time, replied aggressively, "Of course. I'll go buy it right now. Take care of Gunnar for me." After that, Soho sat and watched the system while Gunnar was engrossed in playing with the wolf cub. "Chase it. Chase it." The text displayed. Follower detected. Please set a name. He was surprised in name. Suwa asked for his opinion. "Hey kid, what should I name it?" Gunnar answered enthusiastically. "Fong. Name it Fong. Uncle Fong." Hearing his nephew's suggestion, he happily agreed. "Fong. Okay, that sound good." "Good." He announced, "From now on, your name is Fong." The wolf cub barked happily. The system registered the name Fong. Level 1 power 9 to 3. Then it immediately chased after the ball. Soho ordered, "Fong, bring the ball back." Gunnar watched and praised. "Wow, Uncle Fong is so fast." The two of them and the wolf continued to play. "Fong, good job. Come here." The sunset slowly descended. Gunnar lay on the floor and wondered, I'm so hungry. Why isn't Dad back yet?" Looking down at the street, he said, "Your dad just got back." The truck had stopped. He suggested, "Let's go meet him." The sound of footsteps echoed. Gunnar saw the person and cheered, "Dad." Juno was covered in blood. The little boy was shocked and cried out, "Ah!" Juno gradually staggered forward, groaning, "Ing." He collapsed to the floor, coughing up blood. The child ran to him, screaming, "Dad!" Soho gritted his teeth, watching the scene before him. Gunnar's loud cries were heartbreaking. The landlady was also horrified. "Oh my God, Gunnar's dad, what happened?" Later at the Loan Sharks headquarters. Inside, well-dressed men were happily entertaining themselves. Chairman Kim, however, was frowning at the screen. "How are the SBFC stocks this week?" A lackey replied, "John Hobby is up 1.2 times. Zhang Jinshin is up 7 times." He scrolled and asked again, "Next week is the match between Michael Jordan and Jornison, right?" The lackey pointed at the screen and replied, "Yes. Everyone is betting on Michael." He raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "Is there something wrong with Horizon? Last time with the Tiger Hurt case, I followed the crowd and lost everything." Suddenly, a loud noise from outside caught everyone's attention. He shouted authoritatively, "What's that noise outside?" Several people got up and ordered, "Go check it out." A loyal subordinate immediately pushed the task onto the others. "Hurry up. At that moment, the door opened. A figure stumbled in. The whole group looked towards him wearily. The man was covered in blood, constantly stammering, "Boss! Boss! We have a big problem." Before he could explain what happened, he was quickly grabbed by the head. Then he was dragged away, screaming desperately. The remaining men also broke out in his sweat and frowned. What in the world is going on? Then they quickly regained their composure and charged out, cursing, "Which son of a bitch dares?" Suddenly, a man was thrown in from outside, hitting the one who had just spoken and making him grunt. Both of them lost their balance and fell backward, knocking over a table. Seeing this, one of them quickly drew a knife and said threateningly, "Damn it, they're all dead. Come in here if you dare, you dog." In front of the empty doorway, a silhouette suddenly appeared. A pair of eyes filled with killing intent flashed. Step by step, he approached. His hand gripped a large cabinet. He quickly stood up. Suo lifted the entire cabinet with just one hand. The gangsters broke out in a cold sweat. He's gone. He threw the sea cabinet straight at them. The group jumped to the sides trying to dodge. Next, Soho threw an entire sofa through the window. A lucky one who ducked to dodge it screamed. The furniture in the room was thrown around chaotically by him. Broken glass flew everywhere, stabbing into the wailing gangsters. One of them was hit by a pile of furniture and fell backward onto the floor. Another was thrown straight out of the window by him. The one standing next to him witnessed this scene in utter horror. He flew out with the shards of broken glass, screaming loudly. He didn't hesitate to stomp on another one's head. Chairman Kim, who had witnessed everything from the beginning, was trembling like a leaf. Suo stepped into the middle of the chaotic, blood-soaked room. The chairman and his remaining lackey were frozen in place, sweating profusely. He trembled as he asked the guy next to him, "Do you know who he is?" "I think he's an awakened." "Could he be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Suho brought his foot up and kicked their table hard. The two of them were trapped. The chairman still had the strength to curse. My leg is broken." "You bastard." Everything on the table had fallen to the floor. He slammed his foot on the table. Ignoring the other guy who was still whimpering, he casually squatted on the table and faced the leader. "You're Chairman Kim, right?" he stammered. "You." He gritted his teeth and looked up to answer. "Damn it, yes, I'm Chairman Kim." "Who are you?" He still tried to ask back. He slammed the envelope on the table. "I've come to pay Juno's debt." The man's face darkened as he glared at him. You're really a psycho. An awakened like you dares to beat up a normal person like me. You think I'll let you get away with this?" He still retorted defiantly. After saying that, he waited nervously for a reaction. To his surprise, he received a slap so hard it drew blood. Suo gave him another one on the other side. For good measure. Why would you treat someone who came to pay you back like this? Not stopping there, he added a few more hits, not forgetting to lecture. You just need to take the money, say thank you, and then say bye-bye. That's all. Why do bastards dare to act so recklessly? His head shook back and forth continuously, losing teeth, his mouth filling with blood. He spat it out. Ugh. I can't take it anymore, he said weakly. Please spare tears. Streamed down his face, but he still hadn't stopped. His eyes flashed menacingly. Let me pay off this debt for you completely. You want to be beaten more? The man cried and begged. I surrender. I'll kneel. He casually sat with his legs crossed on the table, looking at the gangsters and kneeling before him. Each one was covered in injuries. And said in unison, all financial relations between us and Mr. Juno have been resolved. Not satisfied, Soho ordered again, louder, all financial relations between us and Mr. Juno have been completely resolved. Hearing that, he warned, if I see you guys again, I'll kill all of you. No, it's good for you and stay away from me. The entire group kowtowed in submission. We will remember. They waited in fear. Chairman Kim was sweating and didn't dare to look up. He slowly lifted his face. A subordinate carefully observed and reported, "Boss, he's gone." He scowled and swore, "Damn it, where did that bastard come from? I'll definitely kill all of them." At the awakened headquarters, Caden Kong ran to the office. Caden burst in and shouted, "Director Park. It's an emergency." "Ah, you're here." He frowned and asked, "What is it now?" Caden pointed. "Take a look at this." The screen displayed Sua's information. "This is the Heil new recruit I just discovered." Director Park was skeptical. "Huh? He's only Frank and he just registered as an awakened today." Caden placed a hand on his friend's shoulder and pleaded, "That's what's so amazing about it. Let me see his record." Director Park muttered, "Get your hand off me. You're so annoying." However, the system displayed access denied. Caden exclaimed, "Huh?" Director Park was puzzled. Who is this guy anyway? He decided to try a trick. Try getting in through the back door. Caden agreed. All right. Director Park's hands danced across the keyboard like this, but seemed to be no use. Oh my God. The two of them stared at the screen. Director Park said in surprise, "His activity log is completely gone." "Is he really Frank?" Caden asked. "Is it because of some external factor?" Director Park wondered. Why is his personal information not public? He bit his nails thinking he doesn't belong to any guild either. Is this person hiding something? Caden put his hands on his hips and remembered, oh, that's right. Then he suggested, try checking his awakened skill. The director read the information and was surprised. H materialization? What is this? Bread and water? Caden frowned and blurted out, huh? Director Park turned and said, which made him even more speechless. Did he use bread and water to catch Gus Choi? A scene appeared in his mind of Suo. Relentlessly throwing bread and water at Gus Choi, who was begging, stop it. Of course, he immediately dismissed it. No way. He continued to read the information, but he was missing for 10 years and left no trace. His mother made a wild guess. Could he be a special agent from our country? Caden groaned in disappointment. Damn it, I thought he was someone special. He dejectedly accepted. Turns out he's a government agent. Director Park crossed his arms and advised. You should give up on recruiting him, too. I bet 99.9% he's a government agent. He closed his eyes smugly. I figured this out early on. Caden grumbled. How can he be so cold? He gave up. Let's go get some coffee. The two of them headed for the door. Caden wondered again. But what is a special forces member doing in a level 1 dungeon? Director Park replied, even if you knew, what could you do about it? Caden pleaded. For now, just keep an eye on Suo. This made Director Park weary. Oh God, just give it up. Caden refused. Yeah, if anything special comes up, you have to let me know right away. Director Park wed, I can't. I'm too busy. At Simon Hospital, Soho walked into the room carrying some things. Please subscribe to the channel to support my work. With his head bandaged, he turned and replied, Bro, you're here. Looking at a table full of fast food, he lovingly chided, You bought too much again. He said, You have to eat a lot to get better quickly. It was all delicious food. He looked at Juno and asked, "How are you feeling?" He smiled and replied, "I think I could take off the bandages tomorrow." Suddenly remembering, Juno asked, "You have to take the evaluation test tomorrow, right?" He said while eating, yeah, it would be great if he could pass and join a good guild. He remembered his wild past and thought with smug satisfaction, "A king of the jungle like me has to bow down to others." He offered, "How about I help you look for some decent guilds?" He smirked confidently. "No need." Soho declared he would form his own guild. Juno raised an eyebrow suspiciously. "Ha? You're starting your own guild? Not joining another one?" At the awakened headquarters, Sienna Choi walked slowly down the hallway. Suddenly, someone called her from behind. "Hey, Sienna Choi." She turned and replied, "Yes, Vice Director." He frowned and asked, "Have you been having any problems lately?" Sienna denied it. "No." "Then why is the area you're in charge of exploded twice already? If it weren't for the secondary gate yesterday, Seoul would be ashes by now. Do you know that?" Sienna frowned and retorted, "Are you saying that if I wasn't there, it wouldn't have happened?" He feinted a headache and begged, "Ah, please. I'm begging you. Save me. The Gate Management Bureau called me this morning." Sienna asked, "They want you to resign?" He moaned, "Ah, what a headache." The vice director complained miserably, "You little brat. Why do you keep ruining my good things?" Sienna looked at him and confessed, "Yeah, I don't know either. I can't seem to focus lately." He handed her a piece of paper and said, "Enough talk. Take this and go." She reached out to take it, asking, "What is this?" Opening it, Sienna immediately flared up. "Oh my god, so annoying. You dare tell me to take a rest if I'm tired." The vice director pointed and said, "It's just you. If you were more careful, this wouldn't have happened." Sienna turned and walked away. "I'm fine." He called after her, "Hey kid, where are you going?" An important matter flashed through his mind, making the old man shout, "Remember not to fail all the candidates, you know. More short on people lately. We need to send more new people to the front lines." Sienna objected. "If we let those idiots pass, they'll just die on the battlefield anyway." Hearing this, he sighed in exasperation. Oh, this hot-headed kid. At the awakened training ground, the candidates in the hall were buzzing. "Ha, I'm going to pass this time. This's my 4th try." Donovan was live streaming. "Hey everyone, I'm currently at the hunter selection test. If you guys can cheer me on to pass this exam." He looked at his phone screen and gestured theatrically, "Then I will definitely fulfill all of your requests. Please remember to follow." After saying that, Donovan sat down, made a heart shape with his hands, and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Kam-soo, thank you for your 100,001 donation." He was ecstatic. "Hey, I'm getting so many donations just from taking the test. If I get into a dungeon." He was distracted by the group of people who had just entered. At this point, Donovan started to sweat and announced, Everyone, the examiners have arrived. They don't allow filming or photography, so I'll stop the broadcast here." Soho suddenly leaned in, leaving him speechless. Donovan frowned and asked, "What is it?" "First time watching a live stream." He asked innocently, "Who are you talking to just now?" Donovan was annoyed. "Geez, can you move a bit?" He commented cheerfully, "You're pretty interesting." Hearing this, Donovan was furious. "This guy," a voice came over the loudspeaker. "Welcome everyone. I, Major Kim, will be the general manager supervising all of you for the 3-day exam. One examiner here will go through this 3-day, 2-night exam with you, and they will also be the ones to decide whether you pass this test or not. Hearing this, the candidates started pointing and whispering. I have to do well this time. Hey, that's Captain Park over there. I heard it's better to be with him. Oh God, the witch is here, too. The team that goes with her will have more than half eliminated. Major Kim looked at his computer and asked, You all received your registration numbers when you sign up, right? We will now begin the lottery to form teams. And it continued, those whose names are called will come up and form a single file line in front of your examiner. The candidates were called one by one. 1. Kim, Examiner 13. 2. Sim, Examiner 15. Oh God. 3. Han. After hearing the announcement. 45 Donovan Ha, Examiner 15. He scowled and swore, damn it. The speaker continued, 46 Soho, Examiner 15. He repeated, 15. Soho blurted out, Sienna Choi. He thought to himself, it's the blonde girl. He was excited. Long time no see. Sienna Choi frowned and noticed. She saw Soho in the crowd. Her eyes widened. After the names were called, the instructions followed. Everyone, please quickly move to your respective lines and wait for the next announcement. The candidates all went up the stairs talking to each other. You're in examiner number 7's team, right? That's great. I'm screwed. I can't be with that blonde lady. 3 candidates stopped and exclaimed, there's a gym here, too. Wow. This place is like a mini prison. Donovan was lying down, grabbing the doorframe. He sighed and lamented, why did I have to be in the witch's team? The other examiners are so kind and easygoing. I'm going to fail for sure. In Team 15's room, the candidates were settling their belongings. Soho glanced over. Donovan sat down and took off his shoes. He sat down opposite him and asked, why the long face? Weren't you just talking and laughing to yourself a moment ago? He frowned and looked up, his face sour. So, he cursed himself, what the hell? This guy's in the same group as me. He said gloomily, so, we're in the same boat. He didn't understand and exclaimed, huh? Donovan enlightened his teammate, you don't know the nickname of that blonde lady? It's not for nothing that people call her a witch. Soho raised an eyebrow and asked, which? Donovan resentfully explained, when she's in a bad mood, she won't hesitate to fail a candidate. If you're not careful, your 3 million registration fee will disappear into thin air. He argued back, failing is because you lack ability. Why blame the examiner? Donovan gritted his teeth and growled. What? Glaring at Soho. He had an internal monologue. Is he looking down on me? No wonder I didn't like this jerk from the first time I met him. He looked at him thoughtfully. Donovan said angrily. Why'd you been speaking so informally to me this whole time? You look younger than me. So, you want to try? I just got here and I'm already finding this place interesting. The other members all looked at the two of them. Donovan was now fuming and started to raise his voice. Damn it, you bastard. You think I'm easy to mess with? He narrowed his eyes. He said with a smirk, all right. While taking off his shirt, he growled, follow me. Then someone walked into the room. Sienna Choi opened the door wide. She stared at the empty room. Her expression hardened. And she grumbled, where did all these people go? People were shouting, this prison is awesome. This place is perfect for beating the crap out of someone you hate. Soho and Donovan Ha were facing each other in the ring. A candidate outside urged, hurry up and start. If the examiner catches us, we'll all get kicked out. Another one was indifferent. Whatever. I'm going to fail this time anyway since I'm in the blonde witch's team. Donovan spread his arms and challenged. Phew, come on. Come on, you jerk. You should see who your opponent is. He clenched his fists and smirked. You know the TV show Violent Outbursts, right? I'm a promising boxer from there. Soho asked naively, no, tut. What is that? Can you eat it? Gritting his teeth, he cursed. Are you son of bitch? Are you kidding me? You're such a damn jerk. The crowd cheered. Yeah, fight. Go on. Donovan demonstrated a flurry of punches while promoting himself. My hobby is putting guys like you in their place. If I put this online, it would get at least 100,000 views. What a pity. Soho bowed his head and smiled. Interesting. Taking a fighting stance, Donovan yelled, "Stop barking nonsense, you dog." He started to run towards his opponent, calling out, "Let's go. I'll take you down in a heartbeat." With that, he leaped up and threw a punch at Soho. Someone entered and shouted, "Stop." A candidate turned around and saw Sienna Choi. Ah! He glanced over silently, panicking. "The witch," she ordered, "everyone back to your rooms." Seeing the witch, the others ran off in a hurry. The blonde coach walked in and asked the two of them, "Do you want to be eliminated?" The chubby guy stammered, "Coach, we were just sparring a little." Sienna Choi said loudly, "Forget it. Why don't we let one of you take responsibility for this?" Sienna Choi set the condition. The loser will be eliminated. Begin. Donovan Ha heard this and stared at her wide-eyed. He scowled and cursed to himself. Ha! She's gone. Soho stepped forward. He glanced over. Soho was now like a different person with a very serious demeanor. He took a stance and said magnanimously, "You brought this on yourself, so don't blame me." "I'm sorry." Feeling looked down upon, he gritted his teeth and threw a punch. "Shut up and pack your things and get lost, you bastard." But he missed and was punched straight in the cheek by Soho. He lost his balance and fell face first. His feet flew up into the air, knocked out in a single blow. Sienna was visibly surprised. Suo smiled. She glared, stared at him, and thought to herself, "All right, Soho, this bastard is the cause of everything." She remembered, from the first day I met him until now, he's been the one who's always made me uncomfortable. There's something unusual about him. He walked towards Sienna. Standing on the fighting stage, he asked, "What? Aren't you coming up?" She frowned, not understanding. "If you want to pass, you should come up, too." Sienna was annoyed. "What?" He made a very generous condition. "Instead, if I win, don't eliminate him." At those words, her face hardened. How ridiculous. She placed her sword on the ground. Donovan High had been dragged out of the ring, and Sienna took his place. She tilted her head and teased. "Are you an irregular?" Soho asked curiously. "Irregular? What?" She charged forward aggressively and promised, "If you don't die, I'll let you know what it is." Soho was slightly taken aback. Sienna quickly threw a punch. He raised his hand to block. She pivoted on her standing foot. Then she punched hard, but it was also blocked. Then punched hard, but had already been. Soho had to block her continuous attacks. With both hands, Sienna leaped up and kneed him straight in the face. He bent down to maintain a defensive stance. Suddenly, his eyes widened and Sienna, now on the offensive, said generously, "If you win, I'll grant you one more request." With that, she flipped and kicked, sending him flying backward. So, he fell back. As she landed, she silently assessed him. He's clearly very strange. There's definitely something about him. Sienna ended gracefully, but her expression changed. She opened her eyes wide and looked up. Soho had grabbed onto the cage surrounding the ring. He complimented her, "Wow, you're stronger than I thought." Sienna frowned in disbelief. He withstood my attack. She immediately jumped up and did a spinning kick before unleashing the move. She kindly warned him, "This time I'm serious." She kicked the cage with all her might, but Suwa had already jumped away to dodge it. With the momentum, she flew straight up into the air and he landed hard on his butt. She brought her leg straight down for a kick, but she slammed into the floor instead. Suwa had quickly rolled to the side and dodged it. Sienna pushed off with her back leg, repeating the move. Gaining momentum, she unleashed a barrage of punches at him. Suho raised his hands to block again. She combined it with a kick. He calmly ducked to avoid it. He lowered his body and used his elbow to block her knee strike. Suho smiled, preparing to throw a punch. She realized his intention. She silently cursed. "Damn it!" He punched her right in the stomach. Just as she was putting all her force in her downward movement. But Sienna had quickly created a barrier to block the attack. However, his hand was too strong and shattered the defensive shield. Sienna was sent flying and tumbled over. She used her hand to brace herself on the floor and slowly got up. Looking up, Sienna couldn't help but think with fear, "He can break through my barrier." He rushed towards her and shouted, "Now it's my turn." She looked at him and muttered, "I'm going crazy." He smiled brightly and said, "This is fun." She was also helpless. "You're really insane." But a thought sparked in her mind. All right. As expected, he wasn't just talking big. Before he could unleash his move, Suho stopped. He broke with his feet. She had put her hand up in front of him. Sienna declared, "I admit defeat." Suo refused and asked. But it was just getting interesting. "What's wrong?" She explained. "The ring is too small to fight with skills like these. Next time, let's fight in a bigger place." Zuho refused and asked. "It's getting interesting. Why stop?" She explained, "The arena is too small to fight with such skills. Next time, let's fight somewhere more spacious." She reminded him, seriously, "Tell me your request. I will keep my promise." Zuho then probed, "Are there many strong girls like you on Earth?" Sienna, flattered, replied shyly, "What? Not many." Then he boldly proposed, "I choose you. Have my child." Sienna stared at him. "What?" As if she thought she misheard, he bluntly repeated, "Mate with me." She immediately slapped him hard across the face. Donovan Ha had woken up by now. He widened his eyes. He tried to recall his memory. What happened? Why'd he get slapped by the blonde witch? And why am I on the floor? Sienna, furious, picked up her sword and left. Crazy bastard. Donovan watched Sienna go with a pout. He touched his wound, feeling sorry for himself. "Oh, I was knocked out with just one hit." He turned around, found and lamented his fate. "Come to think of it, if I lose, I'll be eliminated right away. I won't get to compete and I wasted my registration fee." He knelt down, dejected. So embarrassing. He looked up at Suho, unable to hold back his tears. He accused, "You must feel great getting me eliminated, huh?" He gave him the good news. "You're not eliminated," he exclaimed in confusion. The camera in the gym was active nearby. It had recorded the entire incident. In the office, Major Kim gritted his teeth as he watched the screen. He screamed at his head, "See, Sienna lost." Soho casually walked away, calling out, "Let's go." Donovan Ha scowled in protest, "Hey, wait a minute. We said the loser would be eliminated, so why wasn't I failed?" He replied, "I requested it that way." He stared in disbelief. "Ha? Not stopping there, he asked again. But why did she slap you? He replied, I don't know either. Donovan's brain started working. Then his eyes lit up with understanding. He remembered the slapping scene and stammered. Could it be because of me? In his heart, Donovan came to a conclusion. You used that slap to ask her to overlook this mess. His eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Soho's image now sparkled in his eyes. Donovan thought to himself, you are so manly. This man is a true man. Tears and snot came out. He called out emotionally, be boss. Donovan trotted after him, boss, wait for me. Suddenly, the speaker announced, number 46, candidate Soho, please come to the monitoring room immediately. Donovan asked, are they calling? You? Soho said in surprise. Yeah, I think so. Dongu asked, are they calling you? Soho said in surprise. Seems like it. Major Kim sat opposite Soho. He spoke first. Is there something you need to say? He warned. Wait a minute. From now on, I will record this entire conversation. Do you agree? Yes. He began enthusiastically. I witnessed the match between you and the BER rank awakened supervisor Sienna Choi. Let me ask, are you an irregular? He answered honestly. I've been wondering about that too. What is it? Hearing this, he was surprised and fell in thought. It seems you don't have enough information about the transfer gates. He confirmed again. Then he explained, currently there are 3 planets that have open transfer gates linked to Earth, Araka, Gutchin, and Mide. First is the planet Araka. Araka is home to the elf and dwarf races. It is a friendly planet for cultural exchange and trade with Earth. The people of Earth who go there are loved, and they teach humans many skills such as magic and weapon and magic crafting techniques. Next is the planet Gutchin. Guten is where the Mammon and Dunwan races fight for control of the planet. Although we can interact with the Dunwan race, if the transfer gate links to their territory, if it links to Mammon's territory, war will break out immediately. He came to the conclusion, and finally the planet MM is a neutral planet occupied by the Oz race. However, besides them, this place also has an extremely brutal giant monster race. If the transfer gate opens there, war will erupt. Returning to the present, there are people who have learned the techniques of these 3 planets and returned to Earth. Their combat abilities cannot be classified according to the ranks of the awakened, so they're called irregulars. The recent information overload made Suho's head spin. This is so complicated. Then he added to the long-winded story, but there aren't just 3 planets. The man was confused. He understood the implication of that statement. His brain went into overdrive. If there aren't just 3 planets, then could he be a Ritter-Knee from a dungeon? Otherwise, how could an F rank like him defeat a Bang Sienna Choi? So, which planet did you return from? Ho replied, I've already told the bald doctor this. I lived with wolves for many years. This information made his face turn ashen. He proactively ended the conversation. Are we done talking? He regained his composure. Ah, yes. No. He was flustered. Thank you for coming to talk to me. You can return to your room now. The door to the room closed. Leave Major Kim alone. He still couldn't accept it. Ah, really? That absurd story can't be true. A soldier opened the door and entered. I am Sergeant Kim. He stood at attention and saluted. Sir, you called for me? The major acknowledged the salute. Ah, Sergeant Kim, he proposed. I'm entrusting the position of Supervisor number 15 to you. He blurted out, Sir. Veins popped on his forehead. Said as he asked, was Captain Sienna Choi reassigned somewhere, sir? He pursed his lips and gossiped, "Tisk." She ran away. He was stunned. "Sir, what do you mean she ran away?" He gave a serious order. "That's how it is. From now until the special examination is over, you will record and monitor candidates Soho and team 15 and report to me." A sound came from the speaker. "All candidates, please change into your gear and proceed to the training ground." The members of Team 15 were buzzing. "Ah, it's starting. Let's go. Come on." Later at the stadium, the supervisor shouted, "Line up in a single file according to your team." Standing at board number 15 was now a man. The candidates of that team were overjoyed. "Oh yeah, the blonde witch is gone." Donovan was shocked and struck up a conversation. "Hey boss, they changed our team's supervisor." Swa was also a little surprised. He introduced himself. "Hello, I am Sergeant Kim. From now on, I will be the supervisor of Team 15. He read the first test. "Today's requirement will be to run 100 m in 9 seconds. And complete a 40-event triathlon within 1 hour. Too easy, right?" After hearing this, one member jumped up and complained, "Oh my god, that's unbelievable. Everyone's awakened skills are different. This is a bit too much." The test had begun. A chubby girl finished exhausted and panting. Sergeant Kim announced the result. 13 seconds fail, she protested. "How can you apply the standard for a physical type awakened to a recovery type awakened?" He shouted back, "Do you think monsters will spare a recovery type?" Fail. Next up, number 45. Donovan Ha went to the starting line. He cheered. He was excited. 9 seconds is too simple. Another candidate was nervous. "Hey, even I find it difficult. Moreover, what am I supposed to do about the 40-event triathlon?" Turning back and holding up 2 fingers, Donovan winked. "Boss, cheer for me. I'm going first." Soho smiled at him. He dashed towards the finish line, yelling, "Ah, done." The result was red. 8 seconds pass. Next, number 46, Soho. He had stepped up to the starting line. His feet on the starting blocks, his hands are behind the starting line. His starting posture was perfect. He focused his mind. In front, Donovan was jumping and singing, "Boss, come on over here." Supervisor Kim at the finish line pressed the record button on his sunglasses. Behind him, reporters were working. Soho lifted his foot off the starting block. He shot 4 like a bullet. Donovan's eyes widened in amazement. Sergeant Kim was similarly stunned. Sharing the stunned atmosphere were the other candidates. In the office, Major Kim was startled by the ringing of his phone. He answered the phone. "Security communication room. This is Major Kim from the monitoring room." The other end of the line said, "Sir, this is Sergeant Kim." He listened intently to the report. "We have the results of candidate Suho's physical test, sir, but it's quite shocking. Please watch the video." He asked sharply, "Are there reporters?" Sergeant Kim turned his head to look. 2 photographers were snapping pictures, constantly exclaiming, "Wow, amazing. This will be a special report." "Is that him?" He glanced over and reported, "They're very excited, sir." The phone in another room rang again. A beautiful woman answered. "This is Mia Kim from the Ritter Management Bureau's General Overview Department." "Ah, yes. Hello, Major Kim." He said, seriously, "I've sent you several videos of Soho. You must watch them immediately." She was flustered. "Sir," her subordinate pointed at the video and presented, "Major Kim's special ability is deciphering lies. Therefore, I believe the content of his interview with Dr. Kim at the hospital is also true." She tensed up and guessed. Perhaps all of Dr. Kim's reports are true. You know about Suho's case? She pondered. So the Frank returnee who everyone thought had delusional syndrome is actually an irregular of B rank or higher. And if everything he said is true, then Soho really did return from a fourth planet that humans don't know about. She made a decision. Section Chief Park, please prevent reporters from entering the examination grounds. Hearing that, he frowned at his phone and stammered, about that. A website had already reported Frank Awakens sets new record of 14 minutes 48 seconds for the 40-event triathlon. The previous Korean record of 19 minutes held by Sun Jiho has been broken after 3 years. Soho new world record for 100 meter dash 2.24 seconds. He announced, "It seems we were one step too slow." "Ma'am," she immediately shouted. "Take down all the articles right now. Block the news." Outside, news reporters were actively filming and taking pictures. They swarmed towards Suho and Donovan, shouting incessantly, "Mr. Suho, please stop. Can we interview you just for a moment? Please spare us some time." Hearing the commotion, Suho turned his head. Mia Kim in her room clasped her hands and mulled over the theories. He can pass through a transfer gate without protective gear, even though he's only ranked F because he lacks multi-dimensional energy. But could it be that his physical stats from that planet still remain? Come to think of it, the stats status window system also had an error around that time. Suho's image appeared outside. She wondered in her mind, how could he? She reasoned, if it's true that he returned from a fourth planet, security personnel have been dispatched, shouting, "Stop the reporters." She saw the advantage in this. Then our Republic of Korea will be the country that holds the key to that mysterious fourth planet. The reporters were blocked by security. They pleaded, "Just let us in for a moment," but they were immediately refused. "No!" The journalists behind them shouted, "Mr. Suho, please look this way and smile." A security guard warned, "It's dangerous. Please step back." Inside the cafeteria, the candidates were whispering. "What are those reporters doing out there? It's because of him." That person, that's Soho, right? Wow. Just looking at him is overwhelming." Suho was diligently eating while Donovan sat opposite him, watching intently. He observed enthusiastically while the shouting outside provided background music. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Please step back." Soho shoveled a mountain of food into his mouth, completely calm. He thought to himself, trying to salvage his pride. "That's right. I can't be knocked out by an ordinary person." Then he felt a pang of regret. What a shame. If I had just broadcast to that fight, I would have become super famous. Suho stopped eating and looked up asking, "What are you looking at? Are you done eating?" He was flustered. "Oh no, boss. Did you choke on your ice? Let me get you some water." Leaving Suho, who had already finished his meal, Donovan walked away thinking. The amount of food he eats is also completely different from everyone else. He's definitely going to become a major figure in the future. In Team 15's room, Suho was resting while Donovan sat on his bed. He frowned, looking at the state of the room, and said, "Look at the luggage lockers. Everyone must have been eliminated." He still had his eyes closed. Seeing this, he sighed and wheezed. Something big is about to happen. Only then did he turn to ask, "Why?" Donovan complained, "Aren't we supposed to attack a dungeon now? If our team had more people, we would obviously have an advantage. I wonder if the other teams will redistribute their manpower." Hearing that trivial matter, Suho returned to his resting position and reassured him. "It's fine. I'm enough on my own." He turned pale and fought this extraordinary confidence. He wasn't completely reassured. He bowed his head and shared, "No, although I understand your physical strength and combat ability, but the environments inside dungeons are extremely diverse. No matter how talented you are, attacking a dungeon is not a simple matter. Soho started to get annoyed and chose to change the subject. Do I have to? Ah, never mind. The first day I met you, I saw you talking while looking at your phone screen. What was that? He threw his hands up in surrender. That's not, don't tell me you don't know what it is. Suwa sat up, propping himself up with his hand and asked, not? Donovan looked at him with pity. Huh? You really don't know? Did he just come down from the mountains? Hearing this, Suwa smiled and replied, the place I lived was pretty similar. This answer left him confused. Oh my god, what era is this guy from? He brought his phone up to his face and introduced it. Look, this is not pointing at the screen, Donovan said excitedly, this shows the number of viewers. See my viewer count? 1,200. 84 people, so he pointed somewhere else. This one has more. He scoffed. There are many famous channels. His eyes lit up as he asked. What is this? 100,000. He frowned. That's a famous mukbang. Why are you so surprised? The picture was of a girl eating a huge piece of meat. He exclaimed, wow, that must be delicious. Can she eat all of that by herself? Watching Soho mesmerized by the video, Donovan thought to himself, come to think of it, this guy's appetite isn't normal at all. He spoke up and enticed him. I know a lot of people in the mukbang world. If you're interested, I can introduce you to them to film together later. Soho took the bait immediately. Really? I can eat all of this, too? You promised. Donovan immediately assured him. Of course. He believed him excited. You're a really good person. The image of reporters swarming Soho flashed in his mind. This guy has a great potential to be a not-tuber. Good looks, great physical ability, and the best record ever. All over the news, he was dead serious. Looking at him engrossed in a mukbang video. Today, I will challenge myself with 30 plates of stuffed rice cakes. He thought about his future. If he proves his strength through the dungeon attack tomorrow, it's only a matter of time before he becomes the #1 talent sought after by famous guilds. If I broadcast with someone like that, Donovan's train of thought was interrupted by his offer. I like you. You should join my guild. Donovan's eyes widened as he asked, Sir. The two of them stared at each other in silence. He spoke first. You're starting a guild? You're not joining a guild? Suwa replied, yeah. This plan of his made him wonder, wait a minute. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Donovan's head. If I form a guild with the main character of this hunter exam and then make a video about attacking a dungeon, the pass came back to him. He was knocked down in the ring. The referee shouted, knock out. I found it. He tried to get through his poor youth because of boxing. In his memory, Donovan crawled to the corner of the ring and cursed. Damn it. Even though I kept failing to get my professional license, I never gave up hope. He practiced punching a sandbag, shouting, champion. Champion. However, the great cataclysm happened and took away all my dreams and hopes. During a drinking session, he humbled himself. It would be great if you could lend me some money. His friend said, boxing is a tough life now. The world has changed. He advised, if you want to make money, you should become an awakened, then become a mercenary or join the SPFC. This was when Donovan changed his career path. With a bleeding heart, I started on the path of becoming a no-tuber. He decided, no tub. If I do well, I'll make money, right? His friend sneered. Oh, please. Anyone can do that. You need good content, Donovan repeated that assessment. That's right. I need good content. Back to the present. His face lit up. This is the amazing content I've been looking for all this time. My life is finally blooming. He swore. I'll do anything as long as I can join you. After saying that, Donovan was moved to tears. Soho was pleased. Good. I like you. You have to keep your mukbang promise to me. The emotion in Donovan burst out with tears and snot. He replied, Boss, since you've said so. Donovan had a revelation. As expected, connections are the key to success. Suha saw this and asked in surprise, Why are you suddenly crying? He rubbed his eyes and dismissed it. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Then he reminded him, But boss, a guild must have at least 3 members. I've agreed, but he had no idea. 3 people. Just then, a candidate walked in the door. They both turned to look. In front of them was a fashionably dressed monk. Soho found it interesting again while Donovan blurted out, instead of greeting. He asked, Why is there a monk here? All of a sudden, the bald candidate put his hands together and introduced himself. This humble monk is candidate number 80 named Mayoung Jin, newly transferred to team number 15, Namo Amitpa. Donovan was stunned and asked, Huh? Monks can be awakened, too. The alarm sound made the monk frown. Donovan and Soho also looked confused. Then the speaker announced, All candidates, please change into your competition gear and assemble in the briefing room within 30 minutes. Soho wondered. Assemble? Donovan exclaimed in surprise. Huh? This request made him dissatisfied. What is this? They're making us go out and assemble even though it's so late. Aren't we supposed to attack the dungeon tomorrow? My Jean. Cleared up the confusion for both of them. This humble monk has heard that the dungeon attack will be carried out at night without prior notice. Namal Amitba. Donovan's eyes widened as he shouted without notice. That's unbelievable. A little later in the briefing room, the commander demanded, Quiet. Quiet. I will now begin the briefing for the dungeon attack. Today's test is to see if you can enter the dungeon. The screen showed a map of the areas. This dungeon is located in the 5th district of Seoul under the management of the Phoenix Guild. It is a level 1 dungeon with a total of 250 entrances. Hearing this, Suha asked, Phoenix Guild? Donovan started his broadcast. Although the Phoenix Guild is not in the top 12 guilds representing the Republic of Korea, it is still a very famous guild. He asked again, So, what does the guild manage? He thought to himself, What planet is this guy from? Donovan's knowledge-sharing session began. The country cannot manage all the gates that appear. Therefore, the country recruited guilds and signed treaties with them to help the country defend the 12 areas in Seoul. The nation can't manage all the gates that appear. Therefore, the nation recruited guilds and signed treaties with them to help defend in the 12 regions in Seoul. The guilds continued to form and the ones that signed national defense treaties came to be known as GUIs. These GUIs managed the dungeons within their territories as well as all the profits that came from them. The greater the scale of their profits, the harder they worked to expand them. After the Great Cataclysm, the world's economic order was restructured around this massive new industry. After hearing this, Soho posed a question. You mean we can hunt and make money in places authorized by the government? The boar replied, Yes, that's the gist of it. A memory of him running with a pack of beasts under the moon of another planet flashed through his mind. I want to start a guild because I miss the days of living and hunting with my wolf pack. He smiled so we can have our own territory, too. Hearing this, the old man expressed his view. It would be great if we had our own dungeon. Otherwise, you'll have to pay a fee just to get in. Soho's decision made Dong-Su freeze in his tracks. All right, then. Our goal will be to create our own guild. Dong-Su quickly reminded him, Be boss. First, we have to pass this exam. Suho gave him a disappointed look. Ha! While Dong-su eyed him suspiciously. What? This guy's kind of an idiot. Kim Yong-soo was still presenting on the screen. This is the gate located at National Route 14, Sector 5. It's a level 1 dungeon. There are about 15 days until it breaks. A close-up of the gate appeared as he continued. It's a labyrinth-type dungeon with the fewest number of items. It's also the easiest type of dungeon. If you encounter weak monsters, you might need to supply a lot of dimensional energy to get enough items. A bit of a shame, isn't it? Then he continued, finishing with a cheerful tone. Well, that concludes my guide for clearing a level 1 dungeon. Dong-su heard this and grew anxious. Oh, what's this? If it's a labyrinth dungeon, then the monsters aren't the problem. The real danger is getting trapped in a maze. Damn it. No matter how good you are at clearing dungeons. He stopped worrying and started crying, wishing he had an exploration skill. The familiar sound of crying made Suho look over. Dong-su's eyes widened as Suho showed off. I have an exploration skill. Still unable to calm down, he stammered. Be boss. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, wait, did he learn that skill before the exam? He got his hands on a skill book worth 30 million won without even lifting a finger. Dong-su wondered suspiciously. Is this guy the son of some rich CEO? Maya-jin sat there looking dazed. Dong-su glanced over worriedly. Monk, you don't know your awakened skill. Hearing this, he frowned in deep thought. He didn't answer, his eyes cast downward. Park Suho and Dong-su looked on confused. Suddenly, he spoke up irritably. Then, Maya-jin recalled his time training at the temple. He didn't know. While he slept, striking the muktak beside him. Outside, a horde of monsters was on the move. But inside the temple, the monk was deep in meditation. The sound of the muktak echoed throughout the temple. The monster lord stopped and let out a cry. It seemed they were drawn to the rhythmic sound of the muktak. It opened its mouth and roared. Myoin remained solemn, chanting his sutras. The sound of the muktak echoed all the way to the deep forest. A colossal beast appeared within it. Its sheer presence. He focused on his chants, his hand never stopping despite the chaos. At that moment, the temple outside was under attack. A legion of goblins was advancing. Even the colossal beast had been drawn to the temple gates. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open. A man shouted, Mojin. He urgently warned, Myoin, you have to stop. The monk was startled. Brother Gunjio, still bewildered, Myoin seemed resolute. Right now I have to, damn it. Before he could finish, Gunjio cut him off. The abbot has called for an assembly. We have to get out of here now. Hurry up, brother. His eyes widened and he broke into a sweat. And then a monster appeared right behind Gunjio. As Gunjio sensed something was wrong, and slowly turned his head. The monster had already opened its massive jaws. Maya-jin snapped back to reality. And that concludes my guide to the dungeon raid. Suho and Dong-su stared at him. That monk, what's wrong with him? Kim Yong-soo gave his final instructions. From now on, after moving to the assembly point, you will form teams with your supervisors to begin the dungeon raid. Please use the travel time to review the guide books. His voice echoed as the convoy of vehicles carrying the candidates began to move. I hope all of you can pass this test smoothly. A helicopter buzzed overhead. It flew toward the gate's location. Below, someone shouted, everyone assemble. The supervisor bellowed his orders. Get out of the vehicles quickly and watch my every move. If you don't stay sharp, you won't make it back alive. In Team 15th's vehicle, Jeans asked, is everyone ready? Dong-su turned to remind Soho, boss, you need to buckle up your seatbelt. Yeah. The supervisor gave them one last review. From the moment you enter the dungeon, you can act as if I'm not there, but you all know that your individual scores can still drop even if your team successfully clears the dungeon, right? Dong-su asked for clarification, but supervisor, our team only has 3 people. You'll help us if we're in danger, right? We'll see. The supervisor simply said, let's move out. Soho stepped forward. He glanced at Dong-su and asked, why are you so scared? Dong-su flinched. It's not that, boss. I'm not scared. Maya-jin cut in. We're allowed to use personal weapons. Right, supervisor? The supervisor replied, of course. Dong-su froze when he heard that. What? That monk, too? Don't tell me they all brought weapons made from dimensional materials because they already passed the mercenary test. Near the gate, a supervisor announced, Team 14 has successfully entered. Next up, Team 15. Jinsk raised his hand and reported, Team 15 entering gate 175. He turned back to the candidates and said, let's go. Soho, Dong-su, and Maya-jin moved forward on command. Team 15 moving out. The team passed through the gate with Soho taking the lead. Seeing this, Dong-su worried to himself. Why is he going ahead alone? This feels really bad. He had no idea. He couldn't stop himself and shouted, "Be boss. Be on alert. Check all directions immediately." He instantly regretted it and covered his mouth. Glancing towards Jinsik, he thought in terror, damn it, I'm going to get points deducted for sure. I should have stayed quiet to confirm the area was safe. Shouting like that is just going to attract monsters. Suddenly, a skeleton warrior lunged at Soho. It was startled as he grabbed it by the head. Swoosh! Soho used his other hand to shatter its skull. White bone fragments rained down. Dong-su shamelessly tried to take credit. It turns out my shout made the monster lower its guard, luring it here to be destroyed. Boss, you executed our battle plan perfectly. Wiping his mouth, he ran towards Soho and asked, Boss, were you using your exploration skill while moving forward? If there's any mistake, just raised an eyebrow. Someone had stepped on a hidden switch. Maya-jin looked down, stunned. A strange sound surrounded the monk and Dong-su. Dong-su looked around and stammered. This is countless arrows shot out from the walls. A trap! He screamed in terror. Moan reached for his weapon. He focused his eyes. The past flooded back to him, a hail of countless projectiles flying towards them. They were aimed at the colossal beast. One of the monks was exhausted after fighting through hordes of goblins. Myoin held another monk as they hid in a burning room. He looked back with tears of regret. I'm sorry. It's because of me. The monster and the ground beneath it were blown away in an explosion. The monk silently blamed himself. It's all my fault. Back in the present, Mojin unleashed his technique. Full moon defense, deflecting all the arrows. They were all broken. Dansu watched in horror. Oh my god, that guy's going to die. He's going to die. And in his panic, he accidentally stepped on another hidden switch. The entire team fell into a secret passage to the sound of Dong-su's screams. A trap door. The secret passage was closing, getting narrower and narrower. The entrance slammed shut. Above, the entrance was empty. Down in the secret passage, Soho and Myoin were already on their feet. Dong-su groaned out. He lay on his back and sighed dramatically. This is horrible. Are all my dreams going to turn to dust? A sound came from up ahead. Dong-su's eyes widened. The cries of monsters grew closer. Who's there? The cries grew louder. Boss, it looks like we've attracted them. At that moment, Maya-jin gripped his weapon and confessed. My apologies. My awakened skill is wide area taunt. Right. Dong Su heard this and repeated. Why? Area taunt. Soho was pleased. This is good. It's a pain to hunt them down one by one. Mayajin looked at him suspiciously, but Soho leaped up, flying high into the air and shattering the passage door with a kick. The sight left the monks speechless. Dong Su was full of praise. Wow, was that even a human kick? Soho landed gracefully. Looking down from above, he spoke, Hey, monk, I'm starting to like you. Why don't you join my guild? Mayajin blurted out in surprise. Ha! The horde of skeleton monsters finally arrived. Soho turned to face them with a cold expression, drawing his sword. Exploration skill, the roaring horde of skeletons was locked on as his target. They charged forward aggressively. He gathered power in his legs, then launched himself forward with a powerful leap. That's all. Dong Su gritted his teeth in disbelief. Wait, is he really going to wipe them all out? The end of a staff suddenly appeared right in front of him. The monk called down from above. Grab it. He grabbed the staff and yelled, Huh? I don't care anymore. I have to start fighting. The plan was to hunt monsters. After using the wide area taunt anyway, Mayajin pulled Dong Su up. Had a grunt. Below them was a screaming mob of skeleton monsters. Dong Su stared helplessly. This is insane. How are we supposed to deal with all of them? Suho, currently choking a monster, called out to them, Hurry up and help me clean up this trash. Mayajin brandished his staff in response. I'm coming. Dong Su felt a surge of energy. That guy is completely nuts. Both of them shouted. They used their skills to lay waste to the skeleton horde. Kong Jinsik, hiding in a corner, assessed the situation. Did he detect that trap with his exploration skill? And he even used the trap to his advantage, slaughtering the incoming horde of monsters with his incredible speed. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, Huh? A movie? A skeleton warrior was rushing towards Suho, who was busy crushing another monster's head. He looked up at it. The monster was suddenly impaled through the head by a staff. It was Mai Oin's doing. Dong Su, standing behind him, cheered, Awesome. Suho delivered a kick that shattered the monster. The system notification appeared. You have gained 42 achievement points at the Exam Monitoring Center. A staff member announced that a team was returning from the dungeon. Kim Yong-soo was surprised. What? It hasn't even been 30 minutes. He frowned. Isn't the average time for this dungeon 5 hours? Do they have an accident? Which team is it? Looking at the screen displaying Suo's group, the staff member reported, It's Team 15, sir. All members appear to be in stable condition. Young-soo asked again. Team 15 is Park Soo-ho's team, correct? A call came in. It was Kim Yong-soo. Yes, this is the chief inspector. Why are they back already? Because they've already cleared the dungeon. There was a gasp on the other end of the line. What did you say? Park Soo-ho walked forward with a commanding presence. Jinsik continued to praise him. Although you'll see for yourself on the surveillance footage, I think it will be very difficult to properly assess their parameters because this was the single greatest performance ever seen inside a dungeon. One morning in a bustling neighborhood, Dong-soo was live streaming on his phone. Hello everyone, welcome to the channel vlog of the little things in the Suho Guild's daily life. He excitedly interacted with his viewers. You're asking what I'm going to show you today. First, let's watch the video of the Suho Guild moving into their new home. From inside the house, Dong-soo's voice boomed. Alright, now I'll introduce you to the members of the Soho Guild. First up is our incredibly charming and lovely nutritionist who also serves as the head chef of our Soho guild. Miss Lee appeared on screen. Dong-soo shouted. "It's our landlady who's cooking. Ma'am, please say hello to the viewers." Ms. Lee threateningly raised a bundle of vegetables. "I'm busy. You'd better get lost before I rip out your heart, liver, and lungs and stir-fry them for dinner." Her words made his ears bleed. Little Beku eating nearby asked, "Dad, what does rip out your heart and liver mean?" Yo-Yo's stomach is. Well, Dong-soo read the comments and could only laugh awkwardly. "Ha, it's not abuse. She's a very affectionate person." The camera angle changed again. He mused. "Ah, you're asking why there's a Buddhist statue in this office. If you ask, I'll tell you about it. Remembering something?" He excitedly recounted. "Oh, right. You all haven't met the owner of this statue yet, have you? Then let's go meet one of the 3 members of the Soho Guild, the Master of Wide Area Taunt, the Bonglim Staffmaster, Monk Myo-jin." Dong-soo walked into the room with a greeting. "Hey guys." Soho greeted him back. "You're here." He pointed his phone at the other 2. "Have you all seen the monk yet? That's Monk Myo-jin." Myo-jin invited Dong-soo. "Come have a bite to eat." But Dong-soo was too engrossed with his phone, telling Monk Myo-jin, "Please say hello to the viewers." The monk was shy. "Ah, don't say anything." But then he immediately picked up his weapon and began to preach. "This humble monk has lost much while fighting wicked monsters, but with his staff left to me by my senior brother." Soho's voice cut him off. "Over here." Outside, a truck screeched to a halt. Juno shouted from the driver's seat. "Bro, I'm all set." Soho ran ahead, calling out, "Let's go." Followed by Myo-jin and Dong-soo. Soho called back, "Ma'am, put on our tab." The truck was heading toward the dungeon. Beside it, a drone was flying alongside them. Soho looked up and asked, "Hey, what's that thing that's been flying around? Should I smash it?" Dong-soo was exasperated. "Oh my god, boss. You don't even know what a drone is." He continued his broadcast. "We are currently heading to the area of Gate 30 in Sector 4. Looking behind them, he enthusiastically shared, "Do you guys see that blue gate? Today is a historic milestone, marking the first day of the Soho Guild's dungeon raids." He engaged with his viewers, promising, "Remember the video about my awakened skill? Wait for me to get back and I'll upload it." Later inside the dungeon, Soho looked up at the ceiling doubtfully. "Are those bats?" Dong-soo wondered aloud. "Is this a bat dungeon?" He asked, "Boss, do you have any wide area skills?" Soho replied, "No." Dong-soo was stumped. "Then how are we supposed to catch them all?" Myo-jin interjected. "Leave it to me, you two." They both looked at him doubtfully. He took out his moktak and began to strike it decisively. Standing on one leg, he chanted and struck it repeatedly. The bats began to gather. Watching the scene, Dong-soo commented, "Wow, why are they doing that? Everyone look. The bats are reacting strangely to Monk Myo-jin's chanting." A swarm of demonic bats bearing their fangs flew towards them. Swarm, swarm, swarm. The form converged into a single mass and dove down. Dong-soo yelled, "Here they come." Myo-jin suddenly stopped striking the muktak, his eyes wide. He drew his staff and charged in. Dong-soo thought the swarm of bats was attacking Monk Myo-jin. A bat lunged forward. Dong-soo was sure of it. It's true. As Myo-jin unleashed his skill. Flaming Mountain Staff. Dong-soo narrated breathlessly. "Wow, everyone look. It's the Flaming Mountain Staff." The bats, scorched by the flames, shrieked and fled. a massive demon bat appeared. Dong Su cheered. Finally, the final boss of this bat dungeon has appeared. Dong Su drew his dagger and watched as Soho used his sword to cut down the Bat Lord. Wow, with just one strike from boss Soho, he finished off the last bat. We've cleared this dungeon. Afterwards, Soho and the others were busy carving up the bats to find items. He urged them on, the gate is open. Hurry up. Dong Su suggested, boss, let's sell one more of these. Okay, thanks. Netizens were actively commenting on a recent video. Susier. No way. Is clearing a dungeon really that easy? Ta. A 20-minute clear time. For real, Zion. I was just at that bad dungeon 3 days ago. It's not that easy to clear. Wang Juni. Isn't Park Sua the guy who set a new record in the last exam? LOL. Wang Juni. And he's Frank. Lu. COA. I thought he was just cosplaying as a monk. Turns out he's a real one. Kua. Donggu. You don't have to do anything. Zheng Rory Akmed. He just has to sit there and collect the bloodstones from 100 bats. Hilarious. Kimu scrolled with her mouse. She stared at the screen and exhaled. Section Chief Park reported over the phone. Their main clan base is located in Sector 4 of Seoul. And at this rate, the three of them can clear up to 20 dungeons a day. They're currently annihilating all the nearby level 1 dungeons. She sighed looking at the posted video. Title: The Rise of the F-Rank Genius Hunter Park Soho. Uploader Dong Su TV. Below were 7,789 comments with one standing out. This is insane. Are they even real? She put her head in her hands and groaned. We tried so hard to block the news, but we never expected one of them to be a streamer. Her subordinate reported further, right now, videos related to Park Soho have reached the top 3 on the search rankings. If we try to block the news now, it will only cause a bigger uproar. We need to prepare a different countermeasure. Missa replied, I know that already. Suddenly, her mouth fell open. She moved the mouse to another video. The thumbnail read, Hero vs. Jervis. The title, Russian World Champion Hulk Michael Jervis challenges Okita Hero. She muttered to herself, Hero. This video was uploaded to my channel. The video played and a commentator's voice boomed. The fighter Hulk Michael Jervis has defeated his opponent Horizon with his signature Mega Punch combo, finishing move. After this match, the world's #1 fighter, Hulk Michael Jervis, has directly challenged his next opponent, Japan's Okita Hero. Jervis roared in the video, Your next Okita Hero. Images of him flashed in her mind. Okita Hero, also known as Lee Sun-woo. She recalled the information. An SS Ranker regular was discovered in Korea. The government quickly approached him under the guise of talent protection. If you were to face Lee Sun-woo, Section Chief Park blurted out, Captain, you can do it. She stood up from her desk and gave an order. Prepare to approach Park Soho. I'll go there myself. In Sua's small neighborhood, a vendor was delivering goods. Kimbap, 3,001 per roll. Fish cakes 501 a skewer. Inside the house, Dong Su turned and asked, Is Monk Mo not coming today? Juno replied, Yeah. Soho was confused. Where did the monk go? His temple is gone, isn't it? Juno updated him. Actually, after that day, the survivors from his temple all came to Seoul and are living here now. Dong Su is without the monk, our monster hunting efficiency is going to drop. Juno suggested, Bro, let's take a day off today. Our guild has qualified for a rank up anyway. Hearing this, Dong Su yelled with joy. Wow, we already qualified, Juno added proudly. And in just 3 days, our guild's central fund has reached 140 million. Dong-su pressed on. So that means we can raid level 2 dungeons now, right? Juno confirmed that. That's right. This new information made Dong-su ecstatic. All I did was collect bloodstones from bats, and in just 3 days I have $2,000 in my account. If we start raiding level 2 dungeons now. He grinned widely. He suddenly saw Ms. Lee Dong-su's status window appear. Ha Dong-su. Rank 3F, no tuber. He was excitedly typing, muttering, I'm going to go crazy with happiness. How many more bloodstones will I get? Soho crossed his arms, deep in thought. After getting over 3,000 achievement points, I used them to buy all 10 of those miscellaneous skills. There seemed to be a lot of interesting ones. He happily agreed to his brother's suggestion. Alright, let's take a rest day today. A status window appeared. He stood up and said, then I'll take Beku and the lamb lady out for a walk in the park. Soho intently used his new skill. Analyze the old woman's status window. Ms. Lee. No information. The wolf cub status window. Beku level 1. Combat power 3. Ms. Lee held out a bowl of food and called Beku. Time to eat. Seeing this, Soho pondered, can dogs awaken just like humans? He suddenly called out, hey, Juno. He replied, huh? Vid itchef. Oh, man. Don't say that. It's a bit of a pain finding parts to fix the car, but once it's fixed, it still runs great. Soho made a new proposal. How about we buy another pickup truck, the latest model? Juno couldn't believe it and exclaimed, really? Soho smiled slightly. Yeah, a wolf laughed. Hearing his name, the pup wagged his tail. Let's take Becca with us. At the car dealership, the employee introduced the vehicle. This is the Gondar Dragon X7000. Juno exclaimed. The Gondar Dragon? This is known as the dream car for hunters. The employee continued his sales. This vehicle runs on highly durable bloodstone fuel and its price is one of the best at only 80 million won. Soho glanced over and asked, you like it? Juno was ecstatic. Of course, he told the employee, we'll pay in full with cash. Can you get it from the warehouse right away? Afterwards, the truck sped towards an abandoned neighborhood to the sound of Juno's cheers. Becca barked excitedly, woof woof. While Juno couldn't stop praising the truck. Oh, bro, this truck is awesome. It's a world of difference from that old junker. The wolf cub barked again. Woof woof. Soho chimed in. You're right. The passenger seat feels great, too. If I'd known, I would have bought it sooner. But why are we heading to Sector 4, Area 2.3, right now, bro? Isn't that area restricted? Soho ignored the question and brought up a sensitive topic. It's because he didn't have money that you couldn't awaken, right? Juno was taken aback by his brother's directness. Huh? Soho's face was impassive. Today, you're going to awaken. Juno was stunned. What? The pickup truck stopped. Weeds grew wild outside the abandoned houses. In the truck, Juno was tense and sweating. Biko suddenly started growling. Zuho spoke to the wolf cub. Beku, you smell it too, don't you? The stench of goblins. Juno looked over and timidly suggested they leave. Bro, I have a really bad feeling about this. Can we just go? Nothing. Before he could finish, Soho opened the car door. Suho stepped out and instructed, I'll be right back. You and Becca wait here. Juno protested. Bro, wait. Forget it. It was too late. He had already walked off. Juno was frozen by the scene. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of a lone shark gang, a video of Suwa butchering bats was playing on the screen. They were discussing him. Is that him? Yes, boss. He's the guy who's been getting popular on YouTube lately. The man called Lo warned, we can't underestimate the power of an irregular like him. Kim Jong-soo was furious. At this rate, it'll be useless, even if we hire assassins to take him out. The voice from the video played. Boss, the dungeon boss is on the left. It's coming. Damn it. But we can't just let this go. The boss demanded, give me the list of guilds and sector for that we regularly fund. A subordinate replied, for sector 4. We have Assistant Choi. Dong-soo's face lit up. Assistant Choi. The boss was confident. If it's Assistant Choi, taking care of one person is a piece of cake. A memory of a deal with him surfaced. The man named Choi laughed. He. You guys know you have to pay me 50% upfront, right? A subordinate chimed in. That's right, boss. Last time he took care of 6 guys with bad credit all at once. Kim Jong-soo grinned sinisterly. He contacted him right away. I'll meet whatever fee he asks for. Outside, dark clouds gathered and then the rain began to pour. Ms. Lee dragged a car through the rain, grumbling, damn it, I have to do the laundry again. A car? A car pulled up beside her. Ms. Lee turned, startled. Kim Mrs. stepped out of the car. Ms. Lee. She presented her ID and introduced herself. We're from the Management Bureau. May we see Mr. Park Seo? The old woman looked at her deep in thought. Lightning flashed across the sky. Crack! Juno was still in the restricted zone. He sat in the car, nervously muttering, I can't see anything. It's been 30 minutes already. I wonder what he's doing. Suddenly, the dog growled. Juno peeked, looking straight ahead. A goblin suddenly pressed its face against the window, making Juno scream and slide down. The wolf cub beside him was still growling. Suddenly the car door was opened. Juno, pale-faced, turned to look. Soho appeared unexpectedly and said, Get out. Ed, a bro. A moment later, the 2 brothers and the wolf cub stood looking at a goblin lying sprawled on the ground. It suddenly lunged up, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Juno was startled and stumbled backward. A knife was thrown onto the ground. Soho turned his head and ordered, Kill it, then follow me. Juno cried as he knelt down, picked up the knife, and begged, Bro, wait. Soho turned back annoyed. What do I really have to awaken? He gritted his teeth and lectured him. If you stay this week, you won't survive. Now kill it. Juno whimpered, trying to gather his courage. The goblin still hadn't shut its mouth. The wolf cub looked at it and barked ferociously. Soho immediately gave an order. Back, go bite it. The wolf cub heard the command and charged, leaping. It bit into the monster's forearm, but it was immediately grabbed by the goblin. Suo calmly narrated, Betu is still too small, so he can't do much. If you don't stab it now, Beku will die. Juno couldn't move, sobbing, Please, bro. I'm begging you. Lightning flashed just as Soho shouted, Kill it. Juno raised the knife, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the monster was about to bite Beku. Juno screamed as he raised the knife high. He plunged the knife into the goblin's chest. Beku was freed from its grasp. Park Seo commanded again. Juno stabbed the monster repeatedly while screaming, H-uch. After a moment, he pulled out the blood-soaked knife. He threw it down beside him. He knelt, breathing heavily, his hands covered in blood. Juno stared at them, whimpering. Soho coldly approached him and said, Pick up the knife. Juno gritted his teeth, crying and pleading, Bro, I really can't do it. Soho calmly stated, If you don't kill it, it will kill you now. You will kill it. Remember to subscribe to support our channel. Another goblin was approaching. Su glared at his brother. Kill it and follow me quickly. We don't have time. With that, he turned and walked away. Juno watched him go, pleading, Bro. The memory of being bullied flooded back into his mind. He was pinned to the ground, coughing. Ah, that bastard. Hey, your brother's walking by. Soho walked straight towards the stairs despite the difficulty. Juno cried out for help. Bro, wait. He watches the retreating back. A memory of his brother turning and walking away from him in the past. The scene of his brother turning his back on him replayed in his mind. Juno called out weakly, Bro. Tears streamed down his face. He cursed his older brother. Juno turned to look at the goblin crawling on the ground below. He picked up the knife. The monster opened its mouth and shrieked. It looked at Juno, who was struggling to get up. His face darkened as he reminded himself, that's right. He's always been this kind of person. Lightning struck as the monster roared. Juno pushed off the ground and lunged forward. He drove the knife through the goblin's mouth and up into its head. His eyes blazed with fury as he cursed. So annoying. He then pulled the knife out and stabbed it again. Now he gritted his teeth, watching the blood spray. He stabbed and yelled, I told you you're too loud. With a final pull, he yanked the knife upwards, splitting the monster's head in two. He stumbled backward. Juno quickly knelt and stabbed it relentlessly, cursing without end. Die, you piece of trash. Just die. All reasons seemed to be gone. The thunder couldn't drown out his screams. Kill. Juno stopped, looking at the monster's corpse, panting. Rain mixed with blood. He stared blankly at the knife. In his hand. Lightning illuminated his crazed face as he laughed like a maniac. He. Another goblin was crawling towards him. Juno was startled. It's dead. It leaped up and grabbed his knife. Both of them fell to the ground. Lightning flashed again as the goblin pinned him down. But this time, Juno looked at it with a cheerful smile. Ha! Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into the monster's mouth. Remember to subscribe to support our channel. He then stabbed it again, causing the monster's blood to gush out like a fountain. Finished, he turned and walked away. Becca followed him. Juno muttered as he walked. The slimy feeling when it climbed on my arm. The feeling when I carved it up. He trembled. He laughed again. Why me? Stop it. Someone. Please save me. Seeing a figure sitting on a building in front of him, he laughed out loud. His status window appeared. Part Juno, Level 1, Class. Butcher. Soho read it and wondered. Butcher. He opened his mouth to welcome him. How cute, little brother. Soho threw out a lame joke. Did you used to work part-time at a slaughterhouse? Juno's eyes widened as he denied it. No. Soho told him, come on up. He excitedly accepted the invitation. All right. On the rooftop was a massive pile of goblin corpses. Soho asked him to finish them off. How about it? At the awakened being's headquarters. He was standing next to Juno, who had just been bathed in blood again. Seeing this, an employee stammered, What happened? He announced. My brother just awakened. She immediately regained her professionalism and instructed, then please both of you go take a shower first. After we receive the quarantine results, please proceed to the dimensional energy measurement room. Juno followed him up the stairs and asked, What's an energy measurement? Soho explained, It's a machine that measures dimensional energy. If your score is over 100, you'll be frank and eligible to take the test for awakened being. He recounted how he had failed before because he only got a 96. Juno was surprised. You? That's hard to believe. At the Dimensional Energy Measurement Room, an employee was taking measurements. Mr. Park, please lie down. He was being moved into the measurement machine. The screen displayed 111. The room staff announced, "The results are in. Now, please proceed to the ability demonstration room." He turned to ask, "Mr. Park Suwa, would you like to be measured as well?" Next, it was his turn to lie down in the machine. Soho closed his eyes and waited. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the Gimme Go channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. Inside the machine, images of opening eyes appeared, followed by a running eye. A notification appeared. A mysterious being is observing you. Your information is being stored in a secret location. Then his own eyes shot wide open. The number displayed was 189. Juno sat up stunned. The female employee from before looked at the result in awe. "Ah, Mr. Park Suwa, the rate at which your stats are increasing is as fast as the rumors say. You're about to reach E rank." He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who created this machine?" The man chuckled. "Scientists, of course." Soho contemplated this answer. Scientists, on the table were a phone and a card. "Mr. Park Juno, this is your awakened being registration card. And this phone is a congratulatory gift for you. You are now eligible to register for the awakened being test." "You did well," Park Suho praised with a smile. "Thank you." Park Juno took the items from the guide. "But I didn't feel anything in terms of energy just now." "Why is that?" Park Soho asked curiously. "I didn't feel anything either. Maybe I'm just not sensitive enough. I wonder what my awakened skill is." The two chatted as they walked. Park Juno thoughtfully replied, "Slaughter." As they were walking, they came across Choi Soo-young's group passing by. Park Soho looked at Cho Soo-young. "Hey, blonde hair," he called out as he chased after her. Cho Soo-young turned around confused. Is he calling her captain? The guy next to her said, annoyed. Looks like he's got a death wish. Another person chimed in. Hey, it's Park Soho. Upon recognizing who it was, the guy's face lit up. Park Soo-ho, he spoke to her sincerely. I'm sorry for what I said last time. I'm still not used to talking with civilized people, so that's enough. Don't ever show your face in front of me again. Chu Yong said coldly and turned away. Geez. Damn, did he get shot down? Choi Soo-young's people couldn't resist a few parting shots before leaving. He didn't get shot down, you idiot. They're just flirting. Flirting. The chatter faded into the distance. Park Soo-ho could only stand there in silence. That psycho Cho Soo-young cursed. A slip of the tongue. I bet you 100% these two are flirting. Oh my. Captain, are you getting married soon? You just saved all the men in the world. You guys better move your asses. Chu Yong furiously snapped. It's a real shame that nasty temper of hers is like a roaring lioness. Juno was very confused by what Suwa said. Now outside in the pouring rain, a black car stopped in front of diner. 2 glasses of soju were raised. Ah, this strawberry soju is really good, Kim. Misa said with satisfaction, a young girl like you knows how to appreciate it. 10 years ago, I threw away a whole bottle because I didn't know how to drink, replied Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee also looked very happy. Why don't those monsters just drop dead and make things easier? She exclaimed in frustration. Oh, do you have to look so pretty even when you're cursing? Ms. Lee smiled to soothe her. This is the best fish cake skewer I've ever had in my life, ma'am. Ah, it's just a cheap snack. On the table were a variety of finished dishes, but Mr. Park Soo is really late, isn't he? Oh, speak of the devil. There he is now. Miss Lee turned her head to look. He walked in with his younger brother. Daddy Beku. Becca's child called out, "Why are you so late, my good boy? Did you have fun today?" Juno opened his arms wide to embrace his son. The little wolf, Beku, chimed in, too. Park Soho greeted her. Kim Misu walked over to say hello. Who are you? Who is she? He replied coolly. An information window popped up. Kim Misu level A2. You're Kim Misu, the head of the returnee management department under the Awakened Beings Management Bureau. His voice carried a hint of surprise. So why are you here? He asked with great curiosity. I came to sign a contract with you, she replied calmly. A contract? Soho repeated, confused. Do you know anything? Do you know the official title for a returnee? She began. Suwa immediately asked back, what is it? Locator, she answered seriously. Locator? Locator? Soho kept asking. Thank you. You returned to Earth through a red teleportation gate. Correct? She asked directly. Yes, it was red. That proves you met the conditions when you passed. Through that gate and returned to Earth, she continued. Because your safe return is a signal of success. Therefore, you are qualified to pass through that gate and return to Earth. So, Soho said, still not understanding. That gate will reappear, and it will become a bridge that allows passage between the two sides, Kim Misu explained. Where will it appear? He asked curiously. Kim Misu pointed her finger. Straight at Park Suho. He said, nothing. Just stared at her intently. Near you? She replied with a long smile. Park Soho? He thought carefully. He remembered his past self. Can I meet my comrades again? The Awakened Beings Management Bureau is speculating that it's a new planet. The fourth planet, he wondered. A new planet? So what? If our speculation is correct, then Korea will be the only nation to hold the teleportation gate to the fourth planet. She continued grimly. When will that happen? Suwa pressed for more information. At the earliest in 99 days, Misu replied. That's it. What do you want from me? He asked directly. I want you to not leave the country until the gate opens. She stated without hiding anything. Why? Suwa asked confused. Because we don't want you to become the second Lee Sun-woo. Misu expressed. Who is Lee Sun-woo? He obviously didn't know. She confirmed, it seems you don't know anything about the Lee Sun-woo incident. He is currently the world's #1 Okita hero. His Korean name is Lee Sun-woo. He was originally Korean. Misu explained. It seems Soho was starting to understand. In the early days of the Great Cataclysm, the government detained returnees under the guise of protecting them. At that time, we didn't have enough information about irregulars. So, Aradai, who was also a Delhi rank awakened being, escaped from detention quite easily. While he was disillusioned with Korea, the Japanese government approached him. He then left for Japan. Therefore, the gate connecting to the planet Gutchin, created by Lee Sun-woo, still exists in Tokyo. If you Park Suho also leave the country and open a gate like that, Korea will suffer extremely heavy losses, she explained gravely. So that's how it is. And what do I get out of this? Soho asked bluntly. Please just state your demands, Mises said. As if she had already anticipated this. Outside the door, someone was standing and eavesdropping. Upgrade the Suho Guild to a GUI and secure a designated territory for the Soho GUI. He made his demand. Freaking awesome. Han Dong-soo. Eavesdropping outside couldn't help but exclaim, "Do you have any other requests for me to add to the detailed documents I'll send you?" "Ah, I forgot to ask the most important question," Soho said. She continued, without hesitation. "Please go ahead. What is the sign that will let me know the gate is about to open?" Dong-soo continued to listen carefully. "We will have to dispatch an agent when we sense the dimensional energy is about to fracture. She's the best agent in our management bureau." She smiled. The best agent? He couldn't help but be curious, remembering his blunt proposal to Soo-young. "You should breed with me." She glared at him angrily. "You son of a bitch." She then launched a kick. "You think I'm that easy?" The young men watching couldn't help but sigh. "Ah. She's at it again. Ah. Choice." Soo-young furiously pounded on sandbag. "I should have had him thrown in jail for sexual harassment." "Who sexually harassed whom?" Kimu approached her and asked, "I don't know. I'm pissed off right now. Don't mess with me." Soo-yang said coldly and turned away. Mu retorted, "Is there ever a time when you're not pissed off? Stop with the nonsense. What's up? You're being dispatched on a mission?" Miso quickly relayed. She repeated with contempt, "Dispatched." Holding the contract in her hand, she trembled with anger. "Why me? Why does it have to be me?" Soo-young gritted her teeth and held back her anger. "Because you're the most suitable person for the mission," Kimu replied matter-of-factly. "That's why I'm asking why it has to be me." She frowned in frustration. "Because you're our best." Chief Choice Soo-young raised her voice. "Even though I don't know which planet it is, just think about it. What would happen to us if the teleportation gate opened in the middle of the city?" M reasoned. "At that point, a gate to hell will welcome us." A horrific scene also appeared in her mind. "If you notice signs of a dimensional rift about to appear, get Park Soo-ah out of the city quickly. You must stick to him like glue and not leave his side until the mission is complete." Ma didn't forget to remind her. "You understand what I mean, right?" She emphasized. Soo-young gritted her teeth in anger. Miss paid no mind to this and left. "I'm going to write my resignation letter." Her beautiful face contorted into a grimace. He just endured it. "Don't go. I'll kill you. Don't go. Don't go. I'll kill you." Ah. Many voices now echoed in Juno's head. He clutched his head in pain. "Dad, time to eat." His son's voice snapped him out of it. An excited squeal rang out. "What's wrong?" Juno asked. "Well, our guild has successfully been promoted," Han Dong-soo replied cheerfully. "Now we can raid level 2 dungeons." He couldn't hide his excitement. "Excellent." So was also pleased. "If we want to raid a level 2 dungeon, we need to be at least tier rank, but our member count is too low right now," Juno worried. "I think it would be better for us to continue raiding level 1 dungeons for now," he suggested. "You have a point, but Soho can handle a level 2 dungeon by himself." Dong-soo disagreed slightly. "Then for now, let's raid level 1 dungeons to earn money, level up, and buy more skills. Once we're ready and have the area assigned by the command center, we'll recruit more members," he planned in detail. "Yes, I understand." Since Park Soo-ho had spoken, Dong-soo would follow his lead. Someone entered through the door. Han Dong-soo turned to look. "Monk Myo Jin," Dong-soo exclaimed. The monk quickly put his hands together in a prayer gesture. "Namo Baba Buddha." "Monk, have you had breakfast?" he asked cheerfully. Beck's son also called out, "Uncle Monk." The little boy probably thought Monk was his name. He spoke seriously, yes. Let's move out. Neo Gene, level 5. Hurry up and get in. If we go in one group at a time like this, they'll kill all our monsters. A long line of cars was slowly entering a tunnel. This dungeon is small. Everyone, let's do our best. Let's all work together. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Kong Jeans turned to look towards Park Suho's group. Suho Hyung, he stepped forward from the crowd. Kong Jinsik, long time no see. They shook hands in greeting. I heard you started a guild. How are your teammates from back then? He didn't forget to ask. Kong Jeans' face hardened. Kong Jinsik level 5. Suho was very confused when he didn't say anything. They're fine. Kong Jeans quickly regained his composure, forcing a bright smile. But why are you? In this sector 1 before he could finish someone called out. Gang Tin Seek we have to go. All right. Jeans quickly said goodbye. I have to go first. I'll contact you later. Parkuho waved goodbye. Who was that? Mojin asked curiously. My dungeon buddy. Let's go. He led the way. Jeans quickly replied. Yes. The group of 4 entered the dungeon unaware that Cho Myungwoo had appeared at some point silently observing them. He wore a smile. Hi, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Park Suho. Let's go inside. The person with Kong Jinsik chatted. Jinsik, however, seemed lost in thought. I can't tell him that my guild disbanded. My 2 old teammates used medical leave as an excuse to quit because it's very common for members of the COP 0 to form and disband easily. Partly because they were under too much pressure, living on the edge of life and death. To be honest, I don't even know if my 2 old teammates quit for good. Mr. Calm, please pay attention to the members behind you. Yes. And keeping a distance from the vanguard is all up to you, the leader entrusted. Even though we're not in the same team, we still gather and raid the dungeon together. Let's move out. Let's go. Among the people, here. There will surely be comrades who will go through life and death with me later on. Besides, this is also a chance for me to start over. His face showed clear seriousness on the city streets. Shi Su-yang sped along on her red motorcycle at an incredible speed. She overtook the other cars and took the lead. The Soho Guild isn't at their office. I heard they went to a dungeon this morning, she said. Do you know? I've sent you the location, Mr. replied from the other end of the line. Looking at the information sent, she called out confirmed. Then she sped off. Flying Dragon Blitz. A dozen monsters were sent flying. Folks, you're looking at the Flying Dragon Blitz. A blue dragon attacked the frog monsters. This is a new skill that Monk Myoin just acquired. Dong narrated non-stop. And this is the newly successful awakened one. Park Soho's younger brother, Park Juno. He was seen charging into the monster horde, slashing non-stop. Monster blood splattered everywhere. As long as you give him a knife, he'll turn into a crazed slaughtering butcher. And finally, I'll let you all witness my new skill. A blue light flashed in Han Dong-su's right eye. Pursuit. The screams echoed endlessly. Ah-dee. Behind Park Juno. A frog monster leaped up to lay its eggs. In short, it planned to sneak attack Juno. He glanced behind him. Brutal butcher. He then raised his knife, waiting for the frog monster to fly towards him. Below, he made a single slash, disembowling the monster. Then he flashed a crew. Full smile. He's smiling. He's smiling. He's enjoying the thrill of the slaughter. Han Dong-su looked at him in fear. Soho at this time stood on a high rock observing everything. He wondered himself. He commented cheerfully, looks like 3 people are enough, huh? Elsewhere, a loud explosion rang out. Die, you disgusting creatures! A young man ran while relentlessly attacking behind him with his power. Kong Jinsik nearby was also sent flying by the young man's power. He was thrown far away. Ugh! His whole body slammed into the ground. Ah! The young man next to him was also caught in the blast. Kong Jeans coughed up blood in pain. You idiot! If you shoot at us, what am I supposed to do, huh? He struggled to get up. The young man couldn't escape and was caught by the monster's tongue. Help me! Before he could finish, the monster made him meal. Ha! Another young man suffered the same fate as him. This team is done for too. Jinsik, still lying on the ground, thought with disappointment. I'm so jealous of them. In his mind, that powerful team appeared with Soho at the lead. But can an E rank like me really not do it? Accept this situation. Kong Jinsik rallied his spirits, pushing himself to his feet with all his might. The 4 of them exited the dungeon one by one. It's clear that we've not only shortened our dungeon conquest time, but also don't feel as tired as before. This is a great time for me to feel the power of this skill. Myoin spoke up. Forget it. It also suffered quite a few scratches. Good. From now on, our team will split up and attack individually, Suho said cheerfully. Hello. Are you from the Suho Guild? Choi Meong-woo, who had been waiting outside the dungeon for Park Soo's group, waved when he saw the 4 of them come out. Who are you? He asked, finding him strange. I'm Choi Meong-woo of the BDG GUE. The man said, holding out his business card. BDG GUE or BDG is a level 5 GUI in Sector 4, one of the top 20 largest GUIs in the country and the owner of the gate we just used. What can we do for you? Park Soho took it. To be honest, we feel very fortunate to be in the same area as a promising guild like the Suo Guild. Therefore, we'd like to offer you a small gift. Meong-woo was enthusiastic. A gift. Park Soho spoke up. We heard that your Suho Guild has been successfully promoted. So, we'd like to offer you a free entry pass for your first level 2 dungeon raid as a congratulatory gift. What do you think? Wow, we get a free level 2 dungeon raid. Han Dong-soo's face lit up. When he heard that. What do you think? Would you like to experience it right now? The man proposed. We still need to prepare more before raiding a level 2 dungeon. Juno hesitated. You don't need to worry so much. We've prepared all the necessary gear for you to raid the dungeon perfectly. Please follow me, the man insisted, beckoning them. This is amazing, Suo Hyung. If you can find sponsors like this, our guild won't be lacking anything. Han Dong-soo was extremely excited. You guys stay here and raid the level 1 dungeon. I'll take on the level 2 dungeon alone. That'll be more efficient, Soho declared. Choi Meong-woo smirked smugly upon hearing this. I understand. Let's do that. Dong-soo agreed. Then please get in the car. Cho Meong-woo led the way, guiding him to the vehicle. They left immediately. All right, we'll use gate 47. Yes, you can enter immediately, a voice replied. Why don't I see any awakened beings here? Soho wondered. Myeong-woo quickly replied, the atmosphere today is a bit gloomy, isn't it? Actually, you can see. This gate hasn't been around for long, so there are few people. I've already taken care of all the entry procedures. We just need to go straight in, the man said smoothly. So unintentionally, we owe you one. He corrected himself. Aha! We might even be grateful if the Suho Guild chooses to use our gates in the future. I also like places that are close by like this, he said. Is everything ready? Cho Myung-woo asked the guard on duty. Yes, the young employee. A survival kit for you to raid the dungeon. Park Soo-ho received the equipment from the staff. Soo-ho generously said, wait for me to get back and let's go grab a meal together. The man also agreed. Of course, after we're done, we have to go for a few drinks. Thank you. He shook hands with Soo-ho. He put the device around his neck and pressed a button. A protective helmet gradually appeared. He slung the equipment bag over his shoulder and turned away. He stepped into the gate. Choi Mong-woo watched him enter with a sinister look, whistling softly. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared. Choi Mong-woo turned to see Soo-young approaching. She parked her bike and asked directly, the person who just went inside, was that Park Soo-ho? The man immediately became defensive. Who are you? Before he could finish asking, she quickly replied, I'm a member of the Soo-ho Guild. I'm going in too. She quickly ran towards the gate after him. Please go ahead, he replied. Myung-woo burst out laughing. Somewhere else. 2 billion won. This isn't even an assassination. Why is it so expensive? The man standing next to Choi Mong-woo was shocked by the astronomical price. Although I don't need to impersonate someone else for this job, Parks. Aha! So, I'm facing a pretty big risk, he complained. So, I'll get a total of 4 billion won. He laughed perversely. Shu Yang stepped into the gate. A wave of unease washed over her. Remember to subscribe to the channel to receive notifications. Back to a moment ago. When she arrived at the level 1 dungeon, she didn't see Park Soo-ho, only Juno's group of 3. Why don't I? Where is Park Soo-ho? Soo-young quickly asked. Soho Hyun just left. Juno had just replied. She had sped off, chasing after Choi Mong-woo's car. They're heading to the dungeon gate now. I'm about to catch up to them. Cho Soo-young called Kim. Miss Soo. You going too? Mises said. Why? She raised her voice. You have to witness Park Soo-ho's strength firsthand and report back to me. Right? Ma tried to explain. You think a level 2 dungeon is anything worth seeing? Besides, I'm in my casual clothes. Soo-young kept arguing. You brought your bracelet, didn't you? Neither of them would back down. But I really like this outfit. Soo-young stubbornly insisted. Double the mission pay. Kim Misu made a juicy offer. Ah, damn it. Do you really have to push me this far? Soo-young couldn't help but be shocked. Soo-young, we have to keep Park Soo-ho at all costs. Mises said with determination. I already wrote my resignation. I've already submitted my resignation, she said. I've bought you insurance. I'm counting on you. Moo quickly replied. I'm going crazy. She finally had to give in. Park Soo-ho was already inside the gate. The air here is different, he assessed carefully. The gates suddenly began to vibrate. He turned his head to look. Don't move. His eyes widened and his body froze. A surprised voice called out, Don't look. As she stepped through the gate, her clothes began to disappear. Don't turn around, she yelled. Or I'll kill you. She grabbed his wrist, where he wore a bracelet. A set of blue clothes appeared, replacing the ones that had been destroyed by the gate. Damn it, this is so annoying. I have to demand triple the reward for this. Soo-young fumed. She was startled when she felt the pain. Park Soo-ho was looking at her. You pervert. I told you not to look. She immediately flared up. Oh, no. It's not that. I just really like that bracelet. Does it have storage capabilities? he asked curiously. When did you start looking? Ha? Su Yong was clearly annoyed. An information window appeared. Show Su Yan level bait. Ah, he seemed to realize something. Come to think of it, you saw everything that day, too, didn't you? At that time, she had beaten him up, and his whole body was as bare as a newborn. So, we're even, Soho replied calmly. What's even? You think I wanted to look? That's ridiculous. That's not what I meant. Why are you here? He wondered. Don't tell me you. You want to fight with me so you follow me here? Suho guessed. Didn't Section Chief Kim Misa tell you? I'm here to supervise you, she retorted. Ah, so you're the capable person they sent, Suho finally realized. I'm the best, Shi Su Yang said haughtily. But I don't feel that way, he countered. Don't you dare. Really? Shouldn't we be heading inside first? She tried to change the subject. Anyway, just don't get in my way while I'm hunting monsters, Suho warned. Don't you worry. I'm just here to see how capable you are. Su Yang replied dismissively. She sensed something dangerous and looked up. She spoke up. Looks like we have visitors already. He followed her gaze and saw behind him. Was an orc. See you later. Its fierce face stared at them. Shu Yong smirked and gestured towards Park Soho. Looks like we have visitors already. You forgot. He turned his head, his eyes instantly darkening from his shadows. A monster twice the size of a normal person holding an axe slowly appeared. Choi Su Yong remained calm. That's an orc warrior, isn't it? She didn't wait for his answer and continued. This is lucky. We've encountered the dungeon boss right at the start. Suho finally spoke up. There are 4 bosses. Shi Su-yeon looked at him with a giant question mark on her face. She let out a small hoof in a flash. Regaining her composure, she immediately asked Park Suho in shock, how is that possible? This is a level 2 dungeon. He stated firmly. This is not a level 2 dungeon. Cho Su-yang was stunned, questioning reality. She uttered, what? He continued, didn't you feel anything when you passed through the teleportation gate? Parkuho asked mockingly, aren't you supposed to be the capable one? Hearing this, she got angry and stammered, teach, that's because I have this protective bracelet. So before Cho Su-yang could finish, he cut her off. Anyway, just don't get in my way while I'm hunting. With that, he took a few steps and immediately charged towards the monster, leaving her stunned. Su-yang shielded herself from the dust cloud kicked up by Parkuho, with another pitiful soul in it. She couldn't stop wondering, what's with that incredible speed? As for him, he had just finished speaking when he charged and slammed into the orc warrior. The monster fell and he immediately seized the opportunity to take its axe. The other monster hadn't regained its senses yet, stumbling to its feet. Hurry! Just like that, its own axe sent its head flying from its body. Suddenly, another orc warrior appeared out of nowhere. It witnessed its comrade's death and roared in fury. It only managed one roar before Park Soho brought an axe down on it. As soon as this one fell, another one charged forward. The axe was still stuck in the previous monster's head, so Park Soho immediately took off running with another orc warrior chasing after him from below. After a moment, he seized the opportunity and leaped high into the air. He grabbed a vine high above and performed a vine-swinging maneuver. Suho timed it perfectly with the orc warrior below and then let go. Remember to subscribe to my channel to get the latest information. Meanwhile, outside, Choi Mayon-woo leaned casually against his car, talking on the phone. You can pay me to rest now. Even if those 2 are S-rank hunters, they won't make it out of here alive. The person on the other end replied, Choi Mayon-woo smirked slightly. Ha? You're asking what level dungeon this is? back to Park Soho. He delivered a fatal punch to that orc warrior from above. Cho Su-yang stood on the side, her eyes wide with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just as the monster fell, he landed. From a distance, another fearless one charged towards him. Suho muttered, "What does the dungeon level matter? As long as they all die. It's fine." Instantly, the orc warrior brought its axe down right where he was sitting. Park Suho nimbly dodged to the side. He kicked the monster, sending it sliding across the ground. With a loud thud, the orc slid straight into a nearby tree trunk. A tree branch pierced through its body. Another one sent to meet its maker. The system chimed with a notification. "You have gained 32 achievement points." As if it were just another battle, Park Soo walked calmly, letting out a yawn. "This place has some good loot." He handed Cho Soo-young, who was following behind, a small bag of unknown contents. She looked at it with a questioning expression, as if reading her mind. Park Soo-ho turned his head and said, "What are you doing?" "Help me collect the bloodstones." With that, he approached the monster he had just defeated, leaving her standing behind, still trying to process everything. Kai Soo-young thought to herself. Even though he's an irregular, his experience points are only at F rank. At that moment, Park Soo-ho was extracting a bloodstone from the orc's body. She re-evaluated her assessment. Furthermore, I didn't see a single moment of hesitation as Park Soho hunted and killed the monsters. Thinking this, she broke out in a cold sweat, questioning her sanity. Could he be a psychopath? Suddenly, Shi Su-young caught a glimpse of something. She froze. Wait a minute. She didn't hesitate and immediately used her skill. Exploration begin. Park Soho interrupted at the wrong moment. Look at this. This bloodstone is huge. Now is not the time to worry about that, he asked, confused why. She threw his bag down and explained, even though you killed 4 orc warriors who were the dungeon bosses, the exit still hasn't opened. She wondered, and did you know this backpack is full of nothing but rocks? Contrary to what she expected, Park Suho was unfazed. Is that so? Then I'll use this backpack to carry these bloodstones. Cho Su-yan was speechless and slapped her forehead. Ha! I'm really at a loss for words with you. Then she got serious. This place has to be at least a level 4 dungeon. Even if we team up, we won't be able to survive and escape from a level 4 dungeon. Suddenly, Park Soho's expression turned grim. His aura filled with killing intent. He dared to call a level 4 dungeon with so much good loot a level 2 dungeon and even gave me a free entry pass. Shi Su-young was stunned. Hey, are you mad? He raised his fist and yelled, Representative Choi Mayong-woo, after I get out of here, I'm definitely going to treat you to a massive feast. Seeing this, she was speechless. This guy is a complete idiot. An orc warrior flew out of nowhere, aiming for Chi Su-young. The monster leaped from above, intending to finish her with a single strike. Su-young calmly reached behind her. Suddenly, she froze. Choice. Su-young was horrified. My sword. The sword she carried was now far away. She was in a life or death situation. She blurted out, damn it. Just then, Park Soho flew in like the wind, delivering a clean slice across the monster's neck. Fresh blood sprayed out as the creature was instantly decapitated. Right before Choi Su-yang's astonished eyes, the monster collapsed beside her. Suho then coolly said, Don't worry, I'm strong, although I'm not as strong as I used to be. Choi Su-yang couldn't help but think, not as strong as he used to be. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed, both familiar and strange. Goodbye. Ai Su-young was astonished, her eyes wide. What is this? She wondered. She immediately shouted Thousand Mi's. Her eyes instantly seemed to see through everything. Before Cho Soo-young now were hundreds, even thousands of orc warriors charging towards them. She only had time to curse once before she yelled, "Giant orcs! We're in danger! Are those orc warriors?" She was slightly stunned. Among the horde of monsters, one stood out. It was several times larger than a normal orc warrior. Its aura was much more ferocious. Harko looked at the chaotic scene before him and laughed loudly. "Why is Monk Myoe not here yet? I feel so bloodthirsty." Xu Yang, on the other hand, was completely serious. "Be quiet." From the side, from the horde of monsters, two orcs wielding massive swords and riding wolves charged towards them. Choi Soo-yang was surprised to realize there are orc riders, too. Park, however, seemed to be losing his mind. "Wow, wolves, that orc is so cool." The orc charged forward with immense momentum, raising its massive sword high as if to cleave everything in its path in two. Xu Yang finally snapped back to reality. "Here they come." Both of them charged forward simultaneously. Park Soo-ho yelled with great enthusiasm. "My prey, don't you dare run away." She snapped at him in frustration. "How can you still say things like that at a time like this? You psycho." As expected, the orc that was about to cleave the person in front of it in two was blocked by Choi Soo-yang, who leaped up and deployed her shield, blocking its strike. From behind, Soo-ho wasn't idle either. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped up and split the orc warrior's skull in two. At this moment, Choi Soo-yang shouted, "Inventory, sword!" as she retrieved her weapon. Just as she drew her sword, another fearless monster charged towards her. She swung her sword several times and fresh blood immediately gushed out. However, her strength wasn't enough to finish it in one blow and it only became more frenzied. Cho Soo-young clicked her tongue. "Titch, I only brought this one sword. I told you not to interfere in my business." Park Soo-ho yelled, then leaped onto the orc's head. "Enough!" His legs were braced and as soon as he landed on its face, the orc was kicked several meters away. Park Soho landed without a moment's rest and immediately launched himself forward. He rushed in front of Soo-young. With a few flashes, he had taken down 3 more orcs in quick succession. More orcs charged forward. Park Soo-ho, as usual, charged forward like a madman. Suddenly, he took a full-force blow from some kind of club to his side. It sent him flying far away. This one was different with a fierce aura. It looked like an orc, but carried the presence of a leader. It roared in anger after seeing its underlings defeated so easily. Choi Soo-young, witnessing all of this from the side, was startled to realize it was an orc chieftain. Soho, who had been sent flying moments ago, immediately twisted his body to land on his feet. He coolly asked the creature, "Are you the boss here?" In response, the orc boss let out a deafening roar, its eyes blazing with fire, and swung its club down with immense force where Soo-ho was standing. Choi Soo-yang immediately yelled, "Get it first!" Park Soo-ho bent down and picked up the knife he had dropped earlier. He then charged head first at the orc. Park Soo-ho held the knife with both hands, preparing to finish the boss in a single blow. Soo-ho leaped high into the air and immediately plunged the knife into the top of the boss's head. Cho Soo-young was stunned. "Did you get it?" Before she could celebrate, the orc, enraged, thrashed its head, throwing him off balance. Even a knife he had just embedded was lunged from its head. Elsewhere at the management building, Kim Mrs. Computer emitted a sound. "Section Chief, something strange is happening." She immediately asked back, "What is it?" The screen displayed a man and a mini-map with 2 red dots constantly blinking. The man was suspicious. "Aren't those Captain Choi Soo-young and Hunter Park?" So, Kimisu was also puzzled. "How can that be?" The young man replied. "Although the phone signals show they are in 2 different places, neither of them have moved at all for the past hour." Maham, confused. The subordinate was sweating as he explained, Park Soo-ho's phone signal shows he's in a level 1 dungeon. While Captain Cho Soo-young, he hesitated at this point. Ki-moo snapped. What are you trying to say? They're clearly next to each other. When was this? At that moment, in Park Soo-ho's teammate's car, one suggested, we've been resting for an hour. It's time to go back to the dungeon, right? Another replied, check your inventory and gear first. The first one asked him. He glanced into the car and suddenly wondered, huh? Did Soho Hyung not bring his phone? Kim Misu on her end began to worry. She called Kai Soo-young's phone repeatedly, but no one answered. What on earth is that girl doing? She asked her subordinate. Can you check Captain Choi Soo-young's location? He replied, I just checked. She's at the newly opened level 5 dungeon. Ki-moo was shocked to hear this. What? A level 5 dungeon? She immediately remembered her previous words. You go in there with him. Do I really have to do this? Kim Misu questioned herself. Why would she suddenly go into a level 5 dungeon? Who manages that dungeon? Her subordinate immediately replied, it's the DGB GUI. Kim Misu heard this and immediately yelled, check the dungeon entry and exit list and contact the person in charge of the DGB. DUI's dungeon gate management right now. Park Soo-ho on his side was thrown far away, crashing straight into the wall behind him. Chi Soo-young screamed in horror. Park Soo-ho. The search for the ball has begun. The ball has begun to be searched for. The ball has begun to be searched for. Number 1. Park Soo-ho suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him were 7 orcs, weapons raised, charging at him. Can you see? He muttered. Yeah, this is going to be tough. A desperate orc charged forward, aiming for Park Soo-ho. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and threw it far away. The orc's weapons had been left behind by them. Park Soo-ho immediately grabbed one firmly. Instantly, he performed a classic whirlwind of attacks, turning them into a bloody mess. Each of their heads was split. Opened by an axe like a watermelon. Cho Soo-yang, who was running from the remaining orcs, suddenly looked up at the sky. Thousands upon thousands of arrows were flying towards her. She was surprised. They have archers, too. She narrowly dodged 3 arrows that landed right beside her. Before she could get up, she saw several monsters charging straight at her. The situation was extremely critical. Radiant defense, Soo-young shouted, and a golden barrier of light appeared. It manifested in front of her as a shield. Park Soo-ho suddenly ran over, grabbed Soo-yang's hand, and pulled her away. Behind him, the orc boss was relentlessly pursuing him. Shie! Soo-yang yelled, what are you doing? Soo-ho replied quickly, we have to run now. She was dragged along by Soo-ho. Arrows still raining down on them. Our enemies are orcs. Running is useless. Soo-yang yelled. Soo-ho looked straight ahead. There are no orcs over there. Soo-yang was surprised. She continued, we can't go that way. It's a sheer cliff. Soo-ho firmly stated, that's why we have to go that way. With that, he scooped Soo-young up into his arms. You're dead. Before she could process what was happening, what are you doing? Before she could finish, Park Soo-ho yelled, right. As he spoke, he bent his knees and leaped across the chasm. The two of them were in midair, followed by an entire army of orc warriors waiting to be dealt with. Park Soo carrying Cho Soo-young jumped straight down into the abyss below. Surprisingly, both of them landed safely, though it wasn't a very gentle landing. Chi Soo-young was still in shock. She was still clinging tightly to Soo-ho and yelling. What is this? Am I still alive? Soo-ho snorted, showing no tenderness as he dropped Soo-yang with a thud onto the ground. She yelled in surprise. I almost met my ancestors. Park Soo-ho said as he walked away. He ignored Su Yang, who was still lying on the ground, unable to calm down. She looked up at the orcs, screaming on the cliff edge, confused and questioning reality. He jumped from up there and survived. Later, when both of them were settled in a nearby cave, Su Yang, after a moment's rest, began to complain. "They're so loud." She spoke up. "So, Mr. Irregular, do you have a plan? If I kill 4 more orcs, I'll level up." He concluded. "So, I'm going back to attack them." Choi Su Yang sighed when she heard that. She hugged her knees and explained, "To level up, you have to break through your limits, not just increase your strength." Soho countered, "I'm still exploring potential in my skills. That's why I need more achievement points." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, a swarm of reporters and media buzzed like flies. The security guard shouted, "Please step back. Hey, you're not allowed to cross the barrier." A reporter began speaking to the camera. "I am currently standing in front of the level 5 dungeon managed by Wind Egg. 2 days ago, a suspicious incident occurred here." Park Soho's former teammates were now gathered, waiting as if he were about to die. One had a grim expression, another was praying, and Han Dong Su was clutching his head and screaming, "Boss." The reporter's voice was sharp. Although the suspect Choi repeatedly claims that Park Suho and Cho Seong entered the dungeon voluntarily, Major Kim Jong-soo has confirmed he is lying with his lie detection ability. Cho Mayong-woo was now being led away in handcuffs. "Mr. Choi Mayong-woo, please give us a statement." The reporters clamored. What were Park Suho's last words? May-woo cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I didn't expect that bitch to be from the management bureau." In the office of the deputy director of headquarters, the bureau chief stood with his hands in his pockets in front of a TV screen broadcasting the news. On the other hand, all attention is focused on the survival chances of Park Soho, who has just returned from the 4 planet. The reporter's steady voice echoed. "Considering the value of the gate linking to the new planet in the current era of the dimensional energy industry, the losses our country would suffer." Just then, Kimu burst through the door with a powerful presence. "Bureau Chief!" she shouted. "What are you doing?" The bureau chief looked at her in confusion. "What is it?" Kim Missive frowned. "Didn't you say we had to catch all those bastards?" He turned his head away. "Those scammers? They've all been caught, haven't they?" The old man countered. "Although the ringleader escaped, he's a wanted man now." Kim Misu cried out. "He's already given us this slip. I'm talking about the level 5 dungeon. Could this be related to those scammers?" The bureau chief raised an eyebrow. "So, you want us to revoke GDGP's management? Rights over the level 5 dungeon just for this? Park Suho and Choi Su Yang could still survive." She was annoyed. "What do you mean just for this?" The bureau chief remains stubborn. "The fact that Park Suho is a returee from a new planet is just our speculation. If it's not a new planet, then he's just a returnee from a dungeon." Kim Misu was still trying to persuade him, "Bureau Chief." The news reporter's voice continued to drone on in the context of the recent seriousness of organized crime. People are also beginning to criticize the lax management of the Hunter Management Bureau. Hearing this, he couldn't help but swear under his breath. "Damn it," the old man rambled. "They're publishing this information to put pressure on us at times like this. If you go to the Control Institute and get some money." Before he could finish, Kim Misu interrupted, her voice trembling. "I was the one who called Captain Choi Su-young there." The bureau chief sensed something was wrong. He turned to see her on the verge of tears and explained, "Wait a minute. You think I can rest easy right now? All we can do is trust in Chi Su-young." The TV blared at the wrong moment. Experts predict that it will be very difficult for Mr. Park Suho and Miss Cho Su-young to return. Hearing this, Kim Miss collapsed. Su-young, the bureau chief, could only put his hands on his hips and sigh. Mises' mind was in turmoil, only able to call out Soo-yeon's name in despair. Soo-yeon, back in the dungeon, it was night. An orc warrior was on patrol. Suddenly, he saw a spirit from there. A head appeared flying towards him. He looked at it and raised his hand to crush it. The spirit dodged with lightning speed. Then it cursed in the middle of the forest. Prepare to die. With that, it swung its axe repeatedly at the spirit. Swoosh! Every swing missed. In a flash, the spirit flew into the bushes. The orc warrior followed, confused. Suddenly, from above the monster's head, Soho jumped down from the tree, splitting the orc's skull like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere. The system immediately registered another monster's demise. You have gained 32 achievement points. Park Soho laughed with delight. Now just 3 more and I can level up. Another night passed. Cho Soo-yang activated her skill again. 1,000 miles, she whispered to Suho. 100 meters ahead. There's one. Before she could finish her sentence, Park Suho, quick as a flash, burst out of the bushes. Soo-young only had time to shout, "Wait!" Park Suho used the same old trick. He finished off his opponent in a flash. Soo-yang from outside could only run towards Suho as fast as she could, yelling, "It's a trap!" It was too late. The orc stepped on the trigger. With a loud bang, several large trees sharpened to a point, shot towards Suho, launching him into the air. Suho fell to the ground with a painful thud. It wasn't enough. Before either of them could do anything, the orc raised a horn and blew into it. In an instant, the sound echoed throughout the area. The remaining monsters received the signal and paused. Let's go. The sound of the horn was like a signal. A horde of orcs hidden under traps suddenly crawled up from the ground. Soo-yang urgently called out, "Park Suho, get up, Park Suho." Luckily, Suho managed to open his eyes in time. He staggered to his feet. His body was still trembling. What? I got trapped by them. His head was spinning, his vision suddenly blurred. Soho wondered, why is this happening? My senses are gradually becoming dull, and my body has no strength left. Goodbye, Soo-yang scolded. It's because you haven't eaten for 2 days, you idiot. She ran like the wind. She rushed towards Suho and yelled, "Radiant defense!" Just in time to shield him from the charging horde of orcs. Soo-yang fell to the ground and gasped for air. Ha! Park Suho had regained his composure. He quickly picked up his weapon with a thud. Suho threw the axe, decapitating the orc. He silently counted. 2 more down. Park Suho grinned. Now I just need 1 more. And I can level up. Su thought. He leaped onto the head of the remaining one, his axe raised high, his aura thick with killing intent. A barbed club shot through the air, and a sound erupted. The club slammed straight into his stomach, sending him flying backward in agony. To the roar of the orc chieftain, he flew several dozen feet backward. Cho Soo-young, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed. The orc chieftain's eyes glowed brightly as it roared, revealing its fearsome fangs. Soo-yang lay helplessly on the ground, judging, that orc is as big as Buffalo Park Suho after being sent flying collided with the orc near him. The love story of Park Suho is a tale of affection. That accidental collision sent both him and the orc crashing to the ground. The axe was sent flying high into the air. It fell due to momentum. The axe embedded itself straight into the orc's head, killing it instantly. The system window popped up, much to his surprise and confusion. Level up successful. He was lying on the ground looking at the system window in front of him. You have 1075 achievement points. Do you want to delete the skill beast transformation? Yes/no. A look of slight surprise crossed his face as he thought. Beast transformation. The massive monster, the orc chieftain, was slowly advancing towards her with a menacing aura. At this point, she could only struggle to get up, her body feeling incredibly heavy as she muttered, "Damn it, I don't have the strength to stand up anymore." The massive creature raised its club. She helplessly held up her weapon. At that moment, in a house in Seoul, an old woman's voice called out, "Betgu." Ms. Lee slowly came out with a tray of food for the dog at her hand. "Betgu, time to eat." The little white dog heard the call and eagerly ran out. She squatted down and sighed with a hint of worry. "Ago, it's been 2 days and we still don't know if your master is alive or dead." The little dog's eyes lit up as he rushed towards the food tray. Back with the main character, she was struggling to parry the monster's blows. Upon receiving a new skill, his eyes lit up filled with killing intent and he shouted, "Beast transformation." The white dog who was eating was suddenly enveloped in a sphere of light and levitated. To the old woman's astonishment, the dog was now floating in the air with the sphere looking as if it were about to teleport. The strange phenomenon left her face in a state of shock and slight fear. Her face was covered in sweat as she wondered, "What's going on?" She had no idea. Park Soho cried out in immense pain as a black aura erupted from his back. On the other side, Cho Suyan was still struggling to dodge the monster's attacks which were putting her through hell. As for him, he was now gradually transforming into a wolf-like creature with sharp fangs. Though it was actually a dog's form, she struggled to dodge, parrying and attacking at the same time. She must have known. Without any difficulty, the orc chieftain simply raised its club to easily block the blow. On the male lead side, his hands were slowly transforming into sharp, fearsome claws within the black aura. The dark energy gradually dissipated, revealing his form. He now looked like a werewolf. He opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. On the other side, Shi Su-yan was being beaten half to death by the orc chieftain, with death being the more likely outcome. Even her weapon was knocked away. The ground around her was torn apart, and a loud thud echoed from her impact with the earth. He stomped his foot on the ground and charged. His eyes glowed with killing intent as he rushed to save her. Hearing the sound of someone approaching the orc, the chieftain turned to look in its direction. Park Soho's eyes, filled with killing intent, were fixed on his target as he charged forward to attack. The orc's eyes showed considerable surprise. The sound echoed continuously. The orc chieftain was now losing. His head was being slammed into the ground. Her eyes looked at him with admiration. His image was incredibly cool as she thought to herself, a werewolf. His punch was so powerful that it shattered the ground and echoed throughout the area. A bloody punch came flying. He unleashed a flurry of punches, striking the disgusting monster's face repeatedly. Blood and dirt flew everywhere. His eyes burned with a thirst for revenge, as if he wanted to torture the monster to death. With a final punch, he slammed down, deforming the orc chieftain's entire face. Her eyes were fixed on Park Suwa, filled with astonishment. Then he opened his mouth wide, revealing a full set of sharp fangs. He took a bite out of the monster's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. She stood there, stunned in his silence, her face darkening. She then remembered the certificate of surrender she had held in her hand earlier. He downed hard and pulled, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Bright red blood flowed from his mouth, splattering everywhere in a gruesome display. As soon as it was done, the system window updated with the words, "You have received 45 achievement points." Her eyes widened as she looked at him, her face a mixture of surprise and horror. Her intense gaze towards him made him stop, his mouth still dripping with a lot of blood. A breeze blew by. Her eyes were still fixed on him, her expression tense. In return, his eyes also looked at her, his mouth stained with blood and dirt. Her hand slowly came up to her mouth as she called his name, Park Suho. Hearing her call, he turned and barked repeatedly, "Woof! Woof! Woof!" After barking, she stood frozen for 3 seconds, then unconsciously barked back. "Woof! Woof!" She collapsed to the ground, a look of helpless amusement on her face as she said, "Seriously? So, he's a dog, not a wolf, huh?" He looked at her and just kept on barking. Woof woof. Back in reality, a reporter was broadcasting, "It's been 3 days now, but we still have no news about the 2 hunters who entered the dungeon. Only this item remains patiently waiting for its owner's return." The reporter then turned his gaze to a police officer. The director of the Awakened Beings Management Bureau, Miss Kim Misu, is at the scene. He then continued with his question, "Director, could you explain to our audience more about this dungeon?" Then he answered, "Thinking about that place, this is a level 5 dungeon, also known as the Castle of Orcs. To raid this dungeon, you need a team of about 30 people, including 10 A rank hunters, with the best being B rank hunters. That's the dungeon." The cameraman standing outside complained, "What kind of lockdown is this? It's all just to show they've exaggerated to fool the public. The government is just using Park Suwa to make money off the GUIs under the pretext of poor dungeon management." His face was scrunched up as he sighed and complained, "How much longer do I have to film?" Hearing this, the reporter next to him spoke up. "What if they can still make it back alive?" The man turned his head, his voice disdainful. "Hey, do you really think Park Suho will be the second Lee Sun-woo? He's frank," he asserted. "I'm sure that in 2 days the headlines will be flooded with." His face was hateful as he said, "South Korea has lost its future star." At that moment, where the dog had just been teleported, a similar flash of light appeared again. The old woman's face still couldn't hide her surprise as the dog reappeared right before her eyes. Her face was covered in sweat as she looked at the dog on the ground, stammering, "What kind of crazy thing is this?" Returning to the main character scene, Choi Soo-yeon's expression was still one of astonishment, her mouth wide open. Suho had transformed back into a human and was muttering to himself, "I can't believe I successfully merged with an animal." So that skill isn't beast transformation, but fusion. After a moment of assessment, he slowly turned to look at her. He asked, bewildered, "What's wrong? Hurry up and gather some loot so we can find something to eat." Su Yang's face darkened as she spoke. "Stop with the pointless talk." Suho still didn't understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" "This is our grave." Her expression was now hidden from view. He was confused, humming a single note. Above, dark, ominous clouds were gathering. The sky began to rain. A look of horror crossed his face as she continued. "Because the orc chieftain is dead, but the gate still hasn't appeared." "Do you still not understand what that means?" Suho said nothing. Just looked at her grimly. The rain poured down. "You mean it wasn't the boss of this dungeon?" Park Suho and Cho Soo-yeon stood next to the corpse of the orc chieftain. He was quite surprised to hear her say that. "That's right. There must be someone stronger than the orc chieftain. Why are you thinking about digging your own grave before we've even met the real boss?" About that, a group from the Awakened Beings Management Bureau was passing through an area with a water fall. 3 years ago, when I had just reached bank, I joined a 20-person team with 10 A-rank seniors from the Management Bureau to raid a level 5 dungeon. Lee Tae-yong looked at Cho Soo-yeon. He turned his head back. "What's wrong?" Seeing Lee Tae-yong staring at her, she asked. "Is her leg okay?" He asked her. Ah. It was only then that she remembered her leg was injured. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm already healed." "That's a relief." He smiled gently. "Lie. Ago, look at those lovey-dovey eyes. That's why I didn't want to go with these 2 lovebirds." Kim misteased as she watched them care for each other. A loud explosion echoed as the rock wall in front of them crumbled. A boulder. A legion of orc warriors charged forward. "Hold the formation. Attack the central tower." Kim Misa commanded, facing the orc horde at the 3-0 position. "Confirmed. Hold the line at 3-0. Kim Misu blocked the attack of a group of orcs. A few minutes later, the defense at 4-0 is breaking. Who's at 4-0? Kim Dong-ho is at 4-0. I need reinforcements. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Dong-ho was struck down by an orc. Kim Dong-ho is injured. I'm coming to support Choice. Su-young ran forward. Choi Su-young fall back. Kim Misu screamed. Shi Su-young accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. A horde of orcs was charging towards her at incredible speed. They were getting very close to her. Shi Su-young's face turned pale with fear. Someone quickly ran over. Taeyong managed to save Chi Su-young. Just in time, swinging his sword at the orc horde. His sword strikes carried the power of lightning, causing the orcs they hit to explode into pieces. She was overwhelmed by his power attack. Misu commanded everyone to fight. The orcs were relentlessly annihilated by the power of the Management Bureau's group. Liang Chuyan fell back to the 2-0 position. Stay tuned for the next episode. The two looked at each other. Li Yong grabbed Chi Su-tong's hand. Let's go, he said. Ta Hong. No matter what, I almost died. Keep running and talking. Be careful, he said. Ah, wait a minute. There seems to be a strange energy. Cho Su-young seemed to sense something very dangerous. The two of them were running as fast as they could to escape the pursuit of the orcs. Aiming this way. From the top of the castle, Orc Lord stood there observing them. Tell us. He leaped down like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone unable to react. Leon's sword arm was severed and blood splattered everywhere. Shizu Yong was thrown far away, her body crashing hard onto the ground. She pushed herself up with her hands, struggling to stand. Li Yong's arm fell right next to her. Misu and the other members looked towards Lai Taeyong. They couldn't believe what was happening at this very moment. Orc Lord plunged its spear into Li Taeyong's body. Tahan, she cried out in terror. In his final moments, all he wanted was his sword. Even at a time like this, he's still thinking about his sword. The sword contains the heart of its master. Sword and mind must become one, just as principle and energy are never separate. She remembered Li Taeyong teaching Choi Su-young swordsmanship in the training room. She resented him. Pick up your sword, Cho Su-young. Back in the present, Li Taeyong had been repeatedly stabbed by Orc Lord until his body was no longer intact. Cho Su-yang witnessed the entire scene, and she would likely never forget what happened that day. Park Soho looked at Choi Su-young. The rain had soaked her entire body, making it impossible for anyone looking to tell if the streaks on her face were rain or tears. He moved closer and placed a hand on her shoulder. He turned her to face him. Then he placed his hand on her head. He pulled her into an embrace. So that's how it was. The sword emanated a powerful blue energy. What am I supposed to do if you just leave like this? Han Dong-soo cried pitifully into his phone screen while Park Juno and Yojin stood by in silence. A picture of Han Dong-soo was broadcast online. Tom looks like Dong-soo isn't overacting today. Wang Juni, did Part Zuho really die? GG. Well, it was just the two of them raiding a level 5 dungeon. GG in the orcs' castle. There's an orc lord Gloria. The orcs also gather in packs like dogs. Not sure. So young Kim Misu collapsed sobbing. The old woman was holding a prayer ceremony. Today the great shaman Kim Ishin, a national cultural treasure, performed a ritual in front of the dungeon gate to pray for the safe return of the missing people. It seems this prayer dance has heated up the atmosphere at the scene. Meanwhile, as I was speaking, a newly formed team of high-ranking soul hunters has gathered in front of the dungeon gate to prepare for a revenge mission for the victims. It's Kong Minhuk of the Simlakia Gu and Sin Dong Ho of the Tapon Gu is here too. If we had returned sooner, this wouldn't have happened, Kong Minhak said with a guilty expression. He must have sided with the government, which is why he was taken advantage of like that. As I was saying, a team of high-ranking soul hunters. A man was watching the event on TV. A girl had her arms around his neck. What's this? Is it in South Korea? The girl asked. The entire crowd was shouting. What a boring TV show, just parading emotions around. How long has it been, and they still haven't changed at all? The young man said sarcastically in the dark cave. So delicious. I have to admit, after leveling up, I could buy a lot of things from the achievement shop. The two of them roasted a wild boar, eating heartily. Let's eat. Try this beef sandwich. You could open a fast food restaurant with this. I see you like these things, too, she said, cutting them off. But isn't eating 2 beef hamburgers like this a bit much? She had down her hamburger. I'm so full. Eat more. This is my 22 in D1. Thanks. Thank you for these dishes. A soft blue light emanated from the cave. So, you took that sword and killed that orc. Blue sparks flew around the cave. No. At that time, I passed out on the spot. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. At that time she was lying in a hospital bed. Kim Mrs. sadly held Lee Taeyeon's sword. Mu gave me Taeyeon's sword. At that time I was able to leave the hospital. At that time 2A rank seniors had to sacrifice their lives to kill that orc. The orc lord is a monster so terrible that even 5 orc chieftains couldn't face it. So there's an orc lord here too. Where is it? In the orc's castle. But it won't be within a 1 km radius of here. A spirit flew towards the cave. Usually, an orc castle has 4 smaller towers, and each tower has an orc chieftain. The orc lord is the one who rules the central tower. If you get past the wall leading to the tower, thousands of orc troops will chase you. The spirit approached Park Soo-hwa and whispered in his ear. I found the orc's castle already. Yeah, let's go find it. Hey, stop it up. Do you have a plan? Find it and kill it. Park Soo-ho declared with extreme confidence. Ha! I really want to punch you, but I can't argue with you, she said, rubbing her temples in frustration. The orc's castle. The wooden bridge was lowered, creating a path out of the castle. Inside the castle, countless footsteps could be heard as an army of orcs charged out. From both sides of the castle gates, the orcs formed 2 large wings of their army. At this very moment, Kai Su-yang was hiding in a nearby bush, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The ancient door on Park Soo-ho's back was now complete. White Wolf, he gathered his strength and shot forward. Both of them headed towards a castle tower. Several orcs were standing on the castle walls. The rest of the wolf riding orcs stood on another side. Cho Su-yang observed the situation around them. The orc riders are following us. Run! The wooden plank was slowly being pulled up to prevent intruders from entering. From atop the castle, orcs with bows and arrows shot at the 2 of them. In the first moment, Cho Su-yang created a sturdy shield, successfully blocking their arrows. The wooden plank is about to close. Jump! Suho followed Cho Su-yang's command and leaped, planting his feet on the wooden plank and successfully got inside. The horde of orcs pursued them relentlessly. Radiant defense. A massive wave of power sent all the orcs flying. The 2 of them continued to run, passing countless orcs. Get to the central tower quick. Hold on tight, he said with Chi Su-yang sitting firmly on Park Soo-ho's back. The 2 of them moved at an incredible speed. Park Soo-ho leaped onto the wall and ran. Chi Su-yang looked up. Many orcs jumped down from above to block their path. Soo-ho bypassed all the orcs and moved forward. An orc appeared out of nowhere and attacked Cho Su-yang, causing her to fall off Park Soo-ho's back. She was in free fall. Park Soo-ho saw her falling. "Don't mind me. Just keep running." Shi Soo-yeon caught a stone railing of the castle. She climbed up. She jumped inside and landed on the ground. Two orcs appeared. Sword. She summoned her weapon. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho picked up his pace. Leaving the other orcs far behind, Choi Soo-yang had to fight off the orcs surrounding her. He ran like a madman in his wolf form, which was very advantageous in the current situation. At the highest point of the castle, Orc Lord, who had been sleeping, was awakened. It opened its three hideous eyes, its sharp-pointed teeth looking incredibly terrifying. It was sitting on its stone throne and slowly stood up. It stepped closer to Long Sa. Looking down, it didn't see anything unusual at first. Suddenly, its pupils dilated. Park Soo-ho growled when he saw the Orc Lord. Without another word, he bit into Orc Lord's neck. He didn't give it a chance to resist, immediately wrestling it to the ground and biting down hard. Orc Lord was caught off guard by Park Soo-ho's action. Blood gushed from its neck. Then he threw it down. The orc was impaled on the spire of a tower. He had leveled up and Orc Lord was dead. Park Soo-ho also left. With the Orc Lord defeated, the Orc castle completely collapsed. The lower-level orcs fled in all directions, some even being crushed to death. Listen! The tower where Chi Soo-yeon was standing exploded. The orcs had already passed by. The orcs below looked up. Cho Soo-young and the orcs that had surrounded her were all in freefall. The distance between her and the ground was shrinking rapidly. She kept falling with no support. Is this it? Just as she thought she was going to die. Am I going to end here? Soo grabbed her hand. Cho Soo-yeon looked up startled. He held her and spun around. They both landed safely. She was surprised. What about Orc Lord? I killed him. Let's go. He slung her over his shoulder and ran. He ran very fast. Great. Yeah. Did you really kill him? Yeah. Can you find the exit gate for me? Her eyes lit up. She looked around, searching for the exit gate. The gate is open. Did he really kill Orc Lord that quickly? Damn. Outside the dungeon, numbers appeared on the information board. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. An employee stared blankly at these figures. What's wrong? Another staff member asked. Dungeon 127. What? Look. All the journalists and reporters, upon seeing this number, immediately prepared to hunt for news. The three members of Soo-ho's guild couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at the numbers on the information board. What is that? He did nothing. Han Dong-soo was speechless. The countdown for the gate's explosion began. Dungeon 127, Castle of Oz. Kim Mrs. Group had the same reaction as the three from Soo-ho's clan. Soo-young, she cried emotionally. The crowd outside cheered relentlessly. Inside the dungeon, the remaining orcs relentlessly pursued the two of them. Have you found the exit gate yet? Found it. 11-0. It's located 700 m outside the castle. The gate will explode in 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's go, 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 go. But he noticed something and instead of running straight, he turned into an alley. Where you going? We're running out of time. He ran into a place with several enclosures. Tame. Tame. The wolves looked at the two of them with very dumb expressions. Follow me, he commanded the wolf pack. The wolves jumped out of their cages one by one. Are you planning to take them outside with you? Yeah, because in my family. The orcs had caught up to them. We're surrounded. There's a small city gate nearby. A small city gate? she repeated. She stared in one direction, stunned. To the left, turn now. The two of them, leading a pack of wolves, ran into another alley, but the orcs caught up to them. They roared as they approached them. Cho Su-young seemed to have spotted the gate. There it is. That's the way out. Good. Let's go. They ran out of the castle. The orcs pursued them relentlessly. 1 minute before the gate explodes. There's the gate. 2 to 3 seconds left. 1, 2, 3. An orc threw a spear towards them. The spear flew with a whistling sound. Shi Su-young turned her head in panic to look. A spear suddenly flew out of nowhere. Shi Su-young's eyes widened. She had detected it, but she couldn't dodge in time. The spear pierced her in the back. She fell to the ground. The wolves paid no mind and ran past her. Park Suho, in his white wolf form, noticed something was wrong and turned back to look at her with concern. Poor Su-young rolled on the ground. The collected stones fell out of her bag. Behind her, the green-skinned bald orc riders riding black wolves charged towards her with their weapons raised. She clutched her injured arm in pain, exhausted. Ha! Su-young tried to open her eyes and looked forward. She vaguely saw Su-ho running toward her. The green monsters were getting closer to her. They shouted to build up their morale, their spears ready to strike her neck. Su's pace quickened. Su-yang weakly told him, "Don't come." But he didn't listen, trying to run toward her as fast as he could. She shouted worriedly, "Don't come here." He grabbed the spear that had injured her, which had fallen from his back. A giant green monster was right behind Su-young. It laughed triumphantly, raising its spear, ready to plunge it in her back. But a spear from nowhere pierced through him, making him scream in agony. Suho had thrown the very spear that had injured Su-young back at him. The force of the throw was so strong that it knocked him off his wolf's back. The orc rider fell to the ground with a thud, the spear piercing through him and snapping on impact. Outside, a large crowd of spectators and broadcast vans surrounded the blue spatial gate. With 8 seconds until the gate exploded, everyone at the scene was counting down. Han Dong-su was crying and wailing, "Boss!" Kimu was also in tears. Su-yang Myoin was calmly chanting Buddhist prayers. Others were also shouting in support, "Please." 2 directors chatted while they waited. One said, "What if they don't make it out in time?" He was immediately hushed by the other. Knock on wood. He was overjoyed. The viewership ratings have surpassed 60%. If this keeps up, we'll set a new record. Inside, Park Soho ran at full speed. He reached Su-young, held her in his arms, and shielded her from the ferocious monsters around them. She weakly scolded him in a broken voice. "There are only 4 seconds left, you idiot." He gritted his teeth and told her, "Hold on tight." She looked at him worriedly, not understanding what he planned to do to escape. A monster brought its sword down, aiming to cut him. He braced himself and ran with all his might. Su-yang was surprised. His feet began to fly, kicking up dirt and rocks. The dust cloud kicked up completely obscured the monster behind him. The countdown timer has ended. Returning to 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The crowd was confused and worried. Suddenly, the gate of light shattered. The green monsters were stunned. They watched in horror as the pillar of light exploded into pieces. The ground beneath their feet trembled and the water broke along with the pillar of light. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The orc riders scattered, leaving their comrades to be blown to bits behind them. None of them escaped death. They were split in two, their arms severed from their bodies. The spectators outside were frozen by this scene. The crowd's cheers died down. Everyone stopped counting down, but Park Suho and Cho Su-yang still haven't appeared. A wave of fear washed over the crowd, repeating the previous statement. They didn't appear. Suddenly, someone noticed something and let out a soft cry. Flashes of lightning appeared in the area of the gate. A red wolf's head poked out. Then, many wolves ran out from that gate. The crowd was surprised. Those are wolves. A pack of wolves is running out. Many wolves charged out. The crowd was dumbfounded in astonishment. Suddenly, two figures flew out of the gate. They crashed hard onto the ground. The spectators rubbed their eyes in surprise. What just happened? I think someone just flew out. A member of the organizing committee gave an order. Go check it out. The broadcast station staff immediately swarmed the area. The rescue team discovered something in the rubble. There are people. They were surprised by the scene before them. They cheered. It's Park Soo-ho and Cho Soo-young. The two of them were lying in each other's arms as if both were trying to protect the other. Hearing this, the spectators immediately crowded around. They survived and came back. Did they succeed? The pack of wolves also howled as if to celebrate their success. Everyone was in a frenzy. Ambulance! Ambulance! The narration continued. Ladies and gentlemen, a miracle has happened. After 4 days, 11 hours, and 28 minutes, the two people trapped in the level 5 dungeon have successfully returned. The TV screen showed Soo-ho and Soo-yang embracing each other, covered in injuries, lying on the ground. Kim-soo was presenting. This is a picture of the two of them right after they emerged from in the gate. They have now been moved to the hospital. Someone spoke up. But why were they in that position? Moo replied. They must have had a reason for doing so. She continued, I have compiled all the online articles related to Park. So the deputy director of the Awakened Beings headquarters laughed. Ha! The journalist headlines are so shameless. Who agreed with him? Yes, it must be because someone leaked the information, but we clearly did our best. He sighed. Right now, we need to find a way to deal with this, not to place blame. Please continue your presentation. Nissa continued, intelligence agencies for various countries are continuously entering our country after the information about Park Soo-ho was widely publicized following this incident. The deputy director angrily gritted his teeth. Those shameless bastards. Missile listed the intelligence agents who had entered the country one by one. Russia's KGB agent Victor Du, Israel's Mossad agent, Eli Gorenstein, vice president of the Tokyo Awakened Beings Association, Nakamura Koji. The deputy director flew into a rage upon hearing that name, Nakamura, that thick-skinned bastard is here again. Moo replied, yes, he's the one who brought Lee Somu over, but right now the US is the most dangerous. The group discussed, it seems we have to get Park Soho first. Another person chimed in, is there no more effective way than that contract right now? Kim Dong-duk smiled and said, his family is still in South Korea. He won't leave. The deputy director rubbed his chin and thought, family? Does he really value family more than money? Kim Dong continued, he lived with a pack of wolves for 1,000 years while constantly missing his family on Earth. After returning to Earth, he now longs for the wolf pack he lived with for 1,000 years. The deputy director frowned. He's a hard person to understand. Dong-duk said, that's why being with his family is the most valuable thing to him. Don't you all see? He's a very simple person. We just need to move him and his family to a private area and not let anyone disturb them. Then he won't be hostile to the government. The deputy director had a headache. We can move them to a private area, but we also have to prevent foreign agents from contacting him. Nissa pointed to a small island on the TV screen and told the deputy director, we have an abandoned guest house in Namiangju Gyeonggi province. He asked her back. Somu replied, we'll assign this area to the Suwa group for management and dispatch personnel to guard the perimeter, prohibiting strangers from contacting them. This is also a safe place if the gate to the new planet opens. He asked again, that building is a bit run down. A little renovation would be nice, but will Chi Su-yang still be the dispatched agent? She replied, yes, Jo Su-young is our best agent. The deputy director asked her, has she woken up yet? Nisa said she was still in the process of recovering. He asked further. I heard she wrote a report on Park. So on the screen, the words dog-like man appeared. Misu gestured to the screen and introduced to everyone. It's the dog-like man. The room fell silent. The deputy director finally broke into a smile. Good. Let's begin. The arena was brightly lit, surrounded by packed stands. The announcer's voice rang out. Hello to all SBFC fans around the world, accompanied by the cheers of the massive crowd. The announcer, with his blonde hair and striking red outfit, held a microphone and hyped up the crowd. Finally, today, the championship match of the world's most prestigious fighting competition to select the strongest new rookies has officially begun. The audience roared with excitement. Amidst the cheers of the massive crowd, a tall figure with long hair appeared. In the stands below, excited fans cheered, making the atmosphere here incredibly lively. The bright lights shone on the announcer, who was enthusiastically introducing. Let's welcome the champion. He then spread his arms and pointed to the LED screen, which now showed the image of a person with the introduction. He currently holds the #1 spot in the world. He proudly listed a series of achievements this person had accomplished with 21 successful championship defenses and 45 SBFC victories. And he didn't forget to emphasize that he was nicknamed the strongest primate in the world, the one who brings hope to humanity in this era. Then with a powerful voice, he pointed to the sky as if to affirm, RSS, the strongest magic swordsman on earth, Japan's best weapon. The person had appeared. Just from his silhouette, one could feel the heroic aura described in the introduction. The announcer's voice boomed, Okita Hero. His image appeared clearly, surrounded by black smoke, looking truly magical. The cheers from the stands below grew even more intense. Wisps of black smoke swirled around the sword held firmly in his hand. He stood majestically on the stage with two smoking swords, his hair flowing accompanied by a grand introduction. Hero's sword is now enveloped in magical flames as a response to your warm welcome. Ako stood from a distance, her arms crossed, her beautiful face seriously staring at Hero. Then on stage, he bent his knees and jumped. The announcer was excited. It's the Hero jump. He bent his body and leaped, his sword held firmly in his hand, performing a beautiful flip. Below there were faces of joy and worry. They were all paying close attention to Hero's every move. Wow, the Phoenix has appeared. Is he going to end this match with that sword? No way. His opponent is Zodbad. After a beautiful somersault, he landed squarely in the middle of the stage. The familiar voice rang out. Again. Hero has appeared on stage. His eyes were fixed forward, his expression cold. He exuded a powerful aura. The announcer continued his commentary. The champion Hero has entered the stage with his signature Phoenix Flame, his face full of excitement. He raised his voice and pointed to the screen. Next up, we'd like to invite the challenger. The LED screen once again showed a portrait of Zopad with a confident caption. A rising S-rank warrior with 13 consecutive wins. Ranked 32 ND in the world, he appeared majestically before everyone known as the Russian Bear. The announcer shouted at the top of his lungs, Michael Zakbat. He also took a long leap, didn't he? His face confident, he curled his lip into a smile. He landed with an unnatural. Right after the introduction, Zakbat has also landed on the stage. Without waiting long, he quickly charged towards Hero, who was still in a defensive stance, making the atmosphere at that moment even more exciting. Wow! Zopad has started his attack immediately. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His facial muscles tensed. You could even hear the grinding of his teeth. He said excitedly, Hero, today your era will officially end. With that, he quickly used a mana cannon on his arm to shoot at Hero. In contrast, Hero stood still like a statue, observing. The announcer was worried. Hero is in danger. He noticed the bullets coming towards him and ducked low, his eyes as sharp as a knife, fixed on his opponent. Bat bent his knees and powered up, delivering a heavy punch to the floor, shattering the tiles. Fortunately for Hero, he managed to jump up and dodge the devastating punch in time. Bat scowled, looking up at him and cursed angrily. Tish, you coward. He didn't let him rest either, continuously using the cannon on his arm to fire at Hero. The MC Surgeon voice quickly commented, Bat is going crazy with the man. And a cannon. But it seemed he was still out of luck. Hero was nimble and agile, easily dodging by running in circles. The MC swallowed hard and said, but a few bullets from his mana cannon have gone straight towards the stands. Hero is dodging the rain of bullets with his incredible speed. Hero showed no signs of stopping, continuing to run around the stage. It seemed his opponent had no intention of letting him go either. BMC predicted Bat is charging up his mana. The cannon glowed brightly again. Loud explosions echoed and bricks and stones flew everywhere. From within the light, Hero's shadow leaped out, wisps of black magic smoke trailing behind him. Feeling a surge of power behind him, he scowled, his eyes filled with fear as he looked back. Attack! It was Hero's turn to counterattack. The skillful sword strikes combined with the black smoke swirled around, making it difficult for him to get his bearings. The MC narrated, Hero's sword is attacking Bat. He was no slouch either. His hands and feet moved in perfect coordination as he aimed his bullets at him and fired. The announcer's voice rose again. Bat is also countering with his mana cannon. Every attack and defense was clearly commentated by the announcer. Hero strikes again with his sword, but Bat blocks it. Suddenly, his facial muscles tensed. The cannon had stopped firing. A humph escaped his lips. His eyes widened, focused and observant. He used his magic sword to make horizontal and vertical slashes. He just raised his hand. Ha! A mana cannon started to emit a large pillar of light. He swung his arm in front of him. Very quickly, he jumped up and brought his sword down. He nimbly knelt, his two swords spread wide, his face still cold behind him. He also raised his arm as if to bring it down on Hero's head. He pushed off the ground with his toes and spun in another direction. Then, like a squirrel, he dashed behind him. He kept running and jumping around Bat, leaving him standing there, not knowing what to do. Finally, he managed to hit him. A chain shot out from his hand, wrapping tightly around Hero, rendering him unable to move. His eyes, sharp as a knife, didn't waver. He looked as if he wanted to pierce through his opponent. Bat, on the other hand, smiled with satisfaction. He looked pleased. Got you, you bastard. He then yelled loudly as the cannon aimed at the sky, preparing to fire. I'm going to carve you up and chop you into pieces. He didn't change his expression, only slightly furrowing his brows. Michael Bat, you are quite wicked. But your time is up. He was stunned by what he had just heard. His eyes wide with surprise as he stared at him. The man felt something strange in his body. Blood spewed from his mouth and all over his body. His eyes wide with shock. He let out a pain scream as blood continued to gush out. Then he staggered, unable to stand firm. Seizing the opportunity, he also used his sword to shatter the chains. The audience below was terrified, their faces pale, their mouths agape at the horrifying scene on stage. He stood majestically, coldly looking at him lying in a pool of blood. The announcer as well as Hero's fans were excited at this moment. Wow, how could this happen? Bat has been defeated on the stage now. The referee had entered and was kneeling beside him. The MC's voice continued steadily. Bat, who was winning, is now bleeding and has collapsed. The referee has stopped the match. The medical staff are running out. They were giving him something, but he remained motionless. The MC said with regret, although the medical staff are trying their best to treat him, Zopat shows no signs of moving. As I was speaking, the referee has made a decision on the match. On the LED screen, the words "Hero win" were illuminated. He cheerfully raised his fist to the sky in celebration, but his expression remained somewhat cold. The MC, overcome with emotion, announced, "The winner is Hero. He has successfully defended his championship for the 22 ND time." He walked out with a group of people in black. They were talking animatedly. As they walked, "Did you use a new technique today?" "I just slashed around Zachbat's body. But I didn't see that attack coming at all, Captain." He didn't put on any airs, his voice still calm. "You all worked hard. Let's go for a drink later." Hero turned the doorknob and closed the door. He was surprised to hear footsteps approaching. A foot in a red high-heeled shoe appeared in front of him. Aikido threw herself into his tall frame, hugging him. He just stood there stunned. She pouted, seemingly dissatisfied. "Did you kill him?" Hero also replied gently, his eyes showing some discomfort. Anyway, in the future, Zachbat would just be a failure. Aikido closed her eyes and rested her head on his chest, nuzzling him. She whispered heartbrokenly, "Don't carry everything on your own like this anymore." Hero was gentle. "Thank you." They walked hand in hand. He turned to her and asked if anything special happened while he was fighting. She paused for a few seconds before emphasizing special. She suddenly remembered and, still clinging to his arm, said, "The Management Bureau contacted you." "The Management Bureau? Who was it? The director?" And then they walked out of the room together. He was silent while she chattered on. "Yes, he told me not to get hurt. Let's get ready to go. Everyone's waiting." She stood there looking at him, suddenly remembering something. "All right, the two people who were trapped in the level 5 dungeon in South Korea a few days ago have successfully returned." Hero wasn't paying attention and didn't hear clearly. He frowned and glanced at Aikido. "Huh?" She didn't seem to care about that anymore. She waved her phone in front of his face and said, "He's expected to become the second Lee Somu of South Korea. Our press has also started paying special attention to him." As he buttoned up his shirt, Hero also became curious upon hearing her words. "Who is that?" Both of them stared at the phone. Ako raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "He's Park Suo, the one who was trapped in the level 5 dungeon. Don't you remember? I thought you were interested. So, I found some related articles for you to read." Soho's picture appeared on her screen. Hero frowned in surprise. He stared at the phone screen and muttered, "Park Suho? Why don't I remember anything about him?" She looked up at Hero, who was frowning in thought, and asked again, "Really?" "Yeah, absolutely nothing." A picture of Suho's face appeared. He pursed his lips and guessed. Could his awakened skill be swordsman? Because swordsmen appear a year later. It seemed Aikido thought differently. She tilted her head and looked at him. "I heard it was drift. If he really returned from another planet, it's very likely he will open a gate connecting to the 4th planet." Hero remained silent, his eyes staring into the void, thinking the 4th planet. After scrolling through some more information, she became a bit skeptical. But he's only F rank. It's really surprising, isn't it? I thought you would have known. He smirked, but he quickly fell into deep thought again, ignoring Ako's confused look. This can't be right. He was lost in his subconscious, reliving key events. I've lived for 500 years and regressed 25 times. This event keeps repeating itself. Images of monsters and people he had met flashed before his eyes one by one. Thanks to that, I've memorized all the names of the awakened beings and the major events of the future. Next, the image of Suwa from a phone appeared, but I don't remember a Park Soho, nor did any character named Park Suwa appear in it. That face, along with Aikido's words about someone returning from the fourth planet, came back to him. Although history will change a little because of my actions, the butterfly effect has its limits. Then the faces of Zopat and Aikido appeared one after another. Just like how a notorious villain suddenly died 10 years later, or how Aiko, who was supposed to die 2 years ago, is still alive now. That's the butterfly effect, and it's understandable. Finally, there was an image of him with his magic sword in hand. However, major events like the connection to the fourth planet, which occurred during the appearance of the level 7 dungeon, have never changed. In conclusion, Hiro asserted in his thoughts. Therefore, the fourth planet cannot appear in the next 5 years. AKO spoke up, but it would still be better if we could get Mr. Park Suho on our side, right? Hiro silently buttoned his shirt and said slowly, "Let me think." AKO continued. "He's the hottest person in Korea right now." He replied coolly, "Let's just observe him for a while longer." The scene changes to a city street where a giant monster appears. Its name is the Great Insect Demon. A swarm of them appeared on the streets, cracking the ground. The apocalyptic era was about to begin. These monsters, upon seeing the tiny humans, would either pick them up and put them in their mouths or stomp on them. When a great cataclysm occurs, dungeons will rupture all over the world. Monsters will pour out and destroy human shelters one by one. In the sky, giant red dragons. They breathe fire from their mouths down on the people running below. Monsters will rule both the sky and the ground. People will evacuate to other places to escape these monsters. The lucky survivors began to migrate to escape the disaster, while those with superpowers would fight to defeat them. And the final choice for survival for the awakened beings of Asia, those who carried the heroic mission of protecting the refugees throughout the long war, was this place: Japan. That's why I built my forces in Japan, even though many people call me a traitor. Because as long as I and the truly capable people handle the dungeons in Japan well, this Japanese archipelago will become the safest place for the survival of humanity. The cheers of the refugees upon reaching Japan echoed, "It's Japan. We've made it to Japan." On the cliff, he stood among a line of people in black. The people below shouted, "It's Leon Wu." "Ha? Lee Sun-woo? It's really Lee Sun-woo. We're saved." The lucky South Korean survivors called me a hero. Leon Wu, not a traitor. He smiled faintly upon seeing the scene. The name Hero Leon Wu echoed in his ears. Remembering that moment, Hiro smirked, which made AKO wonder. Then he said, I thought it was just a normal show." So she asked back, "A show?" He replied, "Yeah, right." She retorted, "But Mr. Sun-woo, right now we're not the only ones." "I'm sorry," he replied. "If he can survive the great cataclysm, it won't be too late for us to meet him then. Just wait a little longer." At a certain hospital, Kimu walked step by step towards Chi Su-yang's hospital room. Kim Misu asked, "Are you still in pain?" Choi Su-young replied, "Of course I am." She placed the things on the bed and sat down next to her, a look of doubt on her face. "Why do I get the feeling you're not in pain at all?" Cho Su-young retorted, "I told you I'm in pain," she asked. "I heard a rumor in the hospital that a man in a mask comes to see you every night and only leaves at dawn. Is it Park Suho?" Chi Su-yang was reading a novel titled, "Does This Person Truly Love Me?" on her iPad. She quickly put away and tried to change the subject. "Did you buy this for me?" Kim Musu said smugly, "You're so lucky." She said, "Lucky for what?" Kimu continued, "What else? To have me bring you food right to your bedside like this." Kima brought out a box of fried chicken and a can of beer. Seeing that she didn't buy what she wanted, she complained. "Hey," Misu asked, "what's wrong?" She replied, "I asked you to buy Cinex, not this." Misu explained, huh? I thought they were both black and looked the same. Seeing the box of fried chicken, she also complained, this isn't the right kind of fried chicken either. I wanted Oliver company. Hearing this, Misa turned black with anger. She raised her middle finger and cursed, if you know it's good for you, eat it. Su Yang was also at her wit's end with her older sister. After she finished eating and drinking, she lay on her back and exclaimed, I'm so full. Misa saw this and was a bit annoyed. You're full now, so get up and get to work. Why are you lying around like that? She begged, just let me sleep for an hour. Mu, seeing that the younger one wouldn't listen, used her authority. This is so frustrating. And in that room, only Su Young's pain screams could be heard. At CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, USA, a news report appeared on the machine with the headline, Hero has defeated Zakbat. The old man was also a bit surprised. After all, that was Zakbat. How could he defeat him so easily? The subordinate reported. It seems Hero is also at the peak of his form. If this continues, he'll reach SSS rank soon enough. News about Park Soho appeared. The old man asked, and where is Park Soho? The subordinate continued his report. It's not about where he went. This is a picture our people sent a little while ago. The old man took the picture and looked at it closely, saying, where is this gas? What is he doing here? The subordinate said it was a place he had been frequenting lately. The old man looked closely and wondered, why does he look so lonely? Looking at the next pictures, the old man joked, is he talking to a pigeon? Why does he look like he's been heartbroken? The old man sighed, oh my, if he likes them so much, I can introduce him to a dozen beautiful girls. Why bother with this? Suddenly, the old man became serious and said, anyway, we absolutely cannot let Park Soho fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, you know what will happen? The subordinate reported another matter. This morning, our agents went to the airport to go to South Korea. However, the old man asked, however, what? The subordinate was sweating. Today's flight path was not normal. The old man didn't understand. Flight path? What do you mean? Before that plane took off normally, nothing seemed unusual yet. Nothing happened in the passenger cabin. In a seat, a little girl looking out the window exclaimed. The little girl called out, Mommy, there's a cute bird outside. Hearing this, her mother turned to look and asked, a bird? Where? Let me see. Upon closer inspection, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. A small wyvern was flying alongside the plane. The small wyvern flapped its wings, so cute that it could melt anyone's heart, causing all the passengers to look out the window and take out their phones to record. Oh, look! Another bird is appearing. Is it following our plane? Ah, so cute. The CIA agent knew at a glance. That's a wyvern. The shaggy-haired agent next to him denied it. It's just a bird. What? What's so strange about it? Staring at the monster, the agent broke out in a cold sweat. Why would a wyvern appear here? The green-haired agent continued, could it have flown out of a wyvern dungeon? The shaggy-haired man said, we need to report this to headquarters as soon as we land. The agent suddenly shouted, wait a minute. If there really was a wyvern dungeon break. The agent's eyes widened in shock when he saw a wyvern twice the size of the plane. The giant wyvern opened its mouth and flames gathered in one spot. It breathed fire straight at the plane, causing everyone on board to panic. The pilot radioed the tower below. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Flight 758 of American Airlines is under attack by an unidentified object. It has set the entire half of the plane on fire. It started to explode and fall from the sky. After seeing that it had destroyed its target, it flew up high again, its roar echoing across the sky. A swarm of its kind appeared one after another. An announcement was made. This is a breaking news report. 2 days ago, a swarm of wyverns appeared. After the wyvern dungeon in Siberia ruptured, the scene changes. 2 cars are speeding forward. A voice from the white car asks, "What's this? I think we're lost." Juno denies it. "No, it looks like we've arrived." Han-dong-soo leans forward. "Ha? Where?" Park Juno says, "Over there, right?" Han-dong-soo is shocked. He grabs Park Soo-ho's shirt. "Boss, that's a haunted house," he replies. "A haunted house? Where?" Han-dong-soo yells, "The 2-story house right in front of us." Myoin chants Namo Baba Buddha. The house's walls were covered in vines. Bats flew out and a glass was shattered. A scream rang out. It really is a haunted house." The screams and moans continued. "Is this for real? Is this really the new office for our gang? This isn't a place to live. It's just an abandoned house." An abandoned house. Han Dong-soo, seeing the house, asked, "Can we even get internet here?" Chu Young, also scared, said, "I think I just saw a ghost on the 2nd floor." Many people complained, "Can anyone even sleep here? It must be a complete wreck inside. Did I just see a real ghost?" Medium Jin could only chant Namo Buddha since he arrived. Jo Soo-young cried out, "Chief, I can't live in a place like this." Moo controlled herself and said, "Be quiet, huh?" She then changed her tone. "This is the first time everyone has been to a place like this. It's a bit confusing, isn't it?" She said cheerfully. "To make you feel more comfortable, the renovations will start tomorrow." Park Soo naively asked why. "I'm very satisfied. We can live here just fine." This shocked everyone behind him. Chu Young pulled his shirt and whispered, "Are you crazy?" He exclaimed, Kim." Mrs. stepped between the two of them. As expected, people with innate wild instincts have a different perspective. "Let's go set up the area right away." He asked again, "Set up the area?" She said cheerfully, "Yes, you can freely designate the area you can manage." He got into a ready stance. "Even the area I can manage." Power began to radiate from his hands. Thousands of blue lights surrounded him. Misu and the others were also surprised. The lights shot out. Misu, seeing the beautiful scene, wondered, what is that?" Suang beside her said, "Tree spirits." The lights spread out around them. Surprising everyone as tiny spirits flew out. Seeing such a beautiful scene, the people around them were stunned. Misu asked, "What is he doing?" Su Yang replied, "He's setting up the area." She widened her eyes and let out a soft ah. Looking at the spot where the spirits were curled up in a ball, they merged with the trees on the ground, and the trees began to grow at an incredible rate. They grew taller and taller, sprouting many leaves. The tiny spirits helped many trees grow, covering the land in green. Han Dong-soo exclaimed in amazement, "Look at the speed at which the trees are growing." The person next to him also said, "A giant wooden wall is being created." The tiny spirits caused the trees to grow continuously from a barren wasteland. This place transformed into a vast green forest. Everyone exclaimed, "Incredible! How big are the trees?" A giant wall has appeared. Even though he had used a lot of power, he still had a fresh expression. "Good, it's done." He slowly walked forward and asked a 5 km radius from the center of the house. "Is that okay?" Stop there. The end. Kim-soo forced a smile. "Very good," Park Zoo-ho declared. "From now on, this area will be designated as the territory of the Soo-ho gang. Everything within the Soo-ho gang's territory belongs to the gang." He walked up to her and said, "They're being so nice to me on the condition that I don't leave the country for a few months, right?" She also confirmed, "That's a matter of course according to procedure." She continued,
Moreover, our management bureau has always considered Mr. Park Soo-ho as a member of our family.
Soo-jun, standing behind her, could only sigh. He smiled in acceptance.
I'm very satisfied.
Misu immediately handed him a pen and paper and said, "My wife gave it to you." Then signed the contract.
He agreed immediately.
Soo-young showed her face to remind him. "No, you have to read this carefully first." This annoyed Misu, and she grabbed her head and pulled it back, gently saying, "Just sign it."
She handed back another contract. You all have worked hard. This is Mr. Park Soo-ho's storage contract.
The two of them shook hands.
Let's do our best until the portal opens.
He cheerfully agreed. Park Soo-ho reminded her, "Remember to keep your promise."
She asserted. Firmly, please trust in the government.
She then left with Section Chief Park, not forgetting to remind Soo-young, "Don't slack off." She replied cheekily, "Send a repair team here tomorrow or I'll run away." Hearing this, Kim Miss cursed under her breath.
This brat, Soo-young, unafraid, stuck out her tongue provocatively.
The car sped away, leaving the force behind.
In the car, she sighed.
That kid is getting worse and worse.
Second in Chief Park was a bit skeptical about the Park Soho gang. But can they manage such a large area?
She replied, "If they can't manage it, we'll intervene." She ordered, "Form a level 5 or higher attack team and put them on standby." A large cargo ship appeared on the sea. Seeing the ship, the pirates grinned sinisterly and steered their boat towards it.
The family man holding the gun exclaimed, "This is fun.
"Open fire, brothers." They opened fire on the ship in a continuous barrage.
An announcement echoed in the control room. This is the Emerald Coral Reef. Emerald Coral, we are under attack by an unidentified pirate ship requesting immediate assistance. A notification has been received here. This is the UKGU ship of the East Sea Fleet. Acknowledging the location of the Emerald Coral Reef, the rescue team will arrive in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Please turn off your engines and delay for as long as possible from your current position when the pirates board. The pirates threw up their ladders and boarded the ship. Their comrades on the boat below cheered, "They're on! They're on! They're on!"
The lookout shouted, "The pirates are boarding on the starboard side.
3, 4 of them.
More and more of them are climbing up."
The captain ordered, "Stop the engines. Stop the engines. Turn off all power and gather in the engine room."
Suddenly, the ship lurched, throwing everyone off balance. A crew member turned to look outside. His face turned to horror. The pirates' boats were all thrown high into the air and then fell back into the sea one by one.
The crewman's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw a giant tentacle emerge from the sea.
The octopus's tentacles wrapped around the cargo ship, lifting it high into the air before plunging it into the sea.
Water began to flood into the ship's compartments. Everyone inside screamed. The giant octopus brutally dragged the ship under the sea.
The cargo on the ship fell along with the people, sinking into the cold seawater. The crewman slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a set of sharp teeth. He screamed in terror, but no one could help him. The crewman was helpless, just waiting for the giant mouth to swallow him whole.
He was finally eaten by the shark.
Not just one, but hundreds of them appeared. The rescue team, consisting of a ship and a helicopter, arrived at the location, but couldn't find the reporting ship. Report, we've lost contact within a 10-0 range.
Requesting immediate emergency rescue. The rescue team's ship appeared on the water surface.
The tentacles prepared to rise and attack again.
Tiny spirits glided past the trees, flying and gathering at the giant ancient tree.
Looking down from the haunted house, which had been transformed into a beautiful dreamlike home, the sound of a bell had been echoing throughout the room for some time now.
But Choi Soo-yeon remained motionless.
Seeing that the bell wasn't helping, she fumbled for her phone. She put her ear, "Hello."
Despite being very sleepy, Kimu heard her sleepy voice and said mockingly, "So peaceful, aren't you, Ji Soo-young?" She answered, still half asleep. "What's up?" "I'm on a mission." Kim Misu asked directly. "You're with Park Soo-ho right now, aren't you?" She immediately gave a vague answer. "No, I don't know." Misu was so annoyed, she yelled, "What do you mean you don't know, you brat? The sun is already high in the sky. Aren't you going to get up?" Just as she heard the scolding, she hung up the phone with a click, making Kim Misu furious. That brat! The scene switches to Cho Soo-young standing and exercising in front of her desk. After finishing her workout, she poured a cup of coffee. While sipping her coffee and admiring the surrounding scenery, she exclaimed, "This ancient tree is huge. This tree was created by the combined power of the spirits. So, it's as tall as Landmark 81. Over at Park So's place, he stood watching the pack of wolves run. As they ran past, several information windows appeared. The contents of the windows were summarized. Do you want to enter a name? Grey Wolf. Dimensional Energy 393. A wolf raised by the orcs. Rescued before being sealed by the orc spell. Backbow. Dimensional Energy 245. Hukbo Dimensional Energy 315. Chunon Dimensional Energy 341. He immediately chose rice cake. A warning window appeared. Rice Cake Dimensional Energy 393. D rank level 9. Warning. If the dimensional energy is higher than yours, you may lose your rationality during fusion. After reading, he pondered, lose my rationality? If so, I can't just upgrade recklessly. Footsteps approached him. A voice asked, "What did you say?" He turned his head, saying, "You're awake." That person was Choi Soo-yang. Suho coughed, saying, "I'm giving the members' names." She didn't get it. Members? You mean the Red Wolves? She yawned and complained, "Why didn't you call me? Why are you doing this all by yourself?" Suddenly, Becca ran over to where they were standing. She crouched down to pet him. "Becca, you're getting bigger and bigger. Where is everyone?" He answered. They went out early this morning. They're probably heading to the Dan Zion. She stood up, shielding her face with her hand. They're so hardworking. It's getting hot, too. Parks. Suho offered. Want to go somewhere to cool off? Su Yen tilted her head. Go for a walk. A large furry hand reached out in front of her. He had transformed into his wolf form and offered her a ride. Hop on. And so she did. Climbing onto his back, she gripped his fur tightly and asked, "Is the gardening game over already?" He replied, "I'll show you." Then he got into a ready stance. She kept talking. "You want to show me what you've been working on?" Immediately, he told her to hold on tight. He took a running start and leaped into the air, startling her. She yelled out, "Slow down. Wait up." As the two of them took off, the rest of the wolf pack followed close behind. He was running so fast that her shoe fell off and she cried out, "My shoe." In another area, a group of people had set up a temporary camp. Everyone there was complaining. "There's really nothing here and it's scorching hot." The group leader, John, said, "What did the company even send us here to get? We've been here for 2 months." He turned and asked someone else, "Has anyone ever passed through here?" The other person replied, "See that CCTV over there? Have the guards been dispatched yet? This forest seems dangerous. Damn it." Reporters were discussing when the portal might open. 2 units were stationed nearby, and it wasn't just reporters. Foreign scouts were also controlling access. Suddenly, a vehicle approached, taking everyone by surprise. Everyone there recognized whose vehicle it was and shouted, "It's the Soho Guild's car." "Are you getting this on camera?" The team leader asked again in disbelief, "Park Suho." Before they could get an interview, the car sped past the group of reporters, continuing its journey deep into the forest. Seeing the reporters working in the deep forest, Juno remarked, "Man, it's so hot. Those reporters are really working hard." Beside him, Jonga muttered, "Seriously, is this the Jonga channel or the Soho channel?" All the comments on his channel were only about Park Soho. As he read them, he jumped and shouted, "Huh? What the heck is this?" Juno asked, "What's wrong?" Realizing he'd been a bit loud, he got embarrassed. It's nothing." He looked back at his laptop, thinking, Japan, Russia, England, sponsorships from foreign countries. How much is all this? Over 4.6 billion. He was still in shock from the enormous sum of money, most of which came from foreign scouts. Should I tell Suho about this? As they were driving, he suddenly spotted Choice-san riding on the back of Park Soho-in. Foreman yelled, "Hey, it's Suho." She heard him, looked over, and waved back at them. Jangwa waved back, "Sister-in-law." Juno next to him asked, "Huh, sister-in-law?" Choishin heard that and raised a fist as a warning. He laughed happily and explained, "Well, since we all eat and sleep in the same house, she's basically our sister-in-law now." Jang Soo continued, "But Soho absolutely won't let us call her that. It's so unfair." He shouted, "Hurry up." Jang Soo cheered, "Juno faster." Juno, ever competitive, thought, "I can't lose." They floored it, trying to overtake them. They issued a challenge. "Let's bet a sweet and sour pork dinner on it." She replied, "Using the sound barrier is cheating." Faster, Park Suho. She seemed to sense something and looked back, her eyes widening in thought. "Is that?" She called out, "Hey, Park Suho," he asked. "You feel something?" She replied, "Yeah." Her eyes turned a bright blue as she reported. Dimensional crack detected within a 200 m radius. She remembered the night he came to find her at the hospital lying in bed. She had asked, "So, what planet were you on?" He had answered decisively, "The animal kingdom." She asked again, "The animal kingdom? Was it really just animals?" He confirmed. Looking back, it was a romantic place filled with aggressive creatures holding 700 units of multi-dimensional energy. Hearing that, she was a bit stunned. What? 700 multi-dimensional energy units? Choicean immediately thought of a place where they fight over territory and status until they die. The leader of each group must be at least rank. Even after becoming king, I had to accept their challenges for hundreds of years. Back in the present, she thought, if it's a portal connected to that planet, it could be a two-way gate with no restrictions. Just as Park Soo said, if they are aggressive extraterrestrial beings, this place will turn into a battlefield. Imagine ferocious beasts tearing each other apart. It would be a war with monsters possessing a minimum energy level of rank or higher. Kimisu was having a drink with the vice director. She asked if Park Soho's planet would be friendly towards them. He replied, "High risk, high reward. What's her to worry about? Park Suho is their king." Back with Suin, she yelled, "It's uncontrollable." She asked, "Why?" "You said you're the king." He replied, "Because I'm not the same person I was back then." "You're not going to kill me just because I'm weaker now, are you?" She cursed. "Damn it. How can you even think that?" She commanded. "Full speed ahead to the northeast fields. Get as far away from the city center as possible." The beast carrying Chijuan sped off towards the deep forest. The car followed behind them. "Hey, where's he going?" A voice said, "Just follow them." Their car also headed towards the forest. In the sky, a strange vortex appeared. Shizuin shouted a warning. It's starting. Space is beginning to warp. Soho heard her and observed the anomaly. At the Awakened Management Bureau, Kim Misu answered her phone. Yes, Senator, what's up? The sky turned a grim gray. And bolts of lightning struck down as if trying to tear space apart. Suin yelled, the gate is about to form. Mu was worried. What? Suin urgently replied, send the gate's location to the Special Task Force. Immediately, the Special Task Force's vehicles had arrived. A convoy lining up at the forest's edge. The truck beds were lowered, revealing artillery cannons being raised into position, followed by 2, then 3 more trucks doing the same. The artillery trucks were ready. The Capital Artillery Brigade's Air Defense Unit 0 to 1 was prepared. At that moment, Soho made a startling discovery. That's not the planet I was on. This is just a normal gate. Chizuyin's eyes widened in surprise. What? But how can you be so sure? Without any equipment. The beast's paws stomped the ground. He leaned down, sensing it because I get a completely different feeling when I'm near it. A tremor. Su Yan seemed skeptical. But you might feel that way because this is a mobile spacegate, the kind that returners often pass through. She suddenly became alert. Wait a minute. She remembered something. Come to think of it, the multi-dimensional energy index of the gate Park Suai used when he returned exceeded the standard for a normal gate. At the time, she had seen the notification from her device. Strange, the multi-dimensional energy index has surpassed the limit. Back then, I just thought it was a machine error and doubted my senses. Now, she was certain. That's right. I can feel it now, too. This lightning isn't as dangerous as before. However, they still had to be cautious. But this is still a dungeon gate. Su Yan looked at the gate. Is it really a dungeon gate? A young man looked up at the sky. Senior, is that the dimensional fracture lightning of a gate? The other guy wasn't sure. Looks like it. The Censor Bureau's convoy quickly arrived, causing confusion among those present. One of them recognized them. That's the Management Bureau's censor team. The helicopter unit is here, too. He worried. It seems the gate is about to open. Could it really be a new planet? The lightning bolts in the sky continued to strike down relentlessly. The 3 of them stood before a space gate that was about to open. Ah, Soon confirmed. It really is a dungeon gate. Then she looked at him. Park Suho. Could it be that he has sensory abilities like me? The strongest censor in South Korea. She wondered, is he an awakened with sensory powers? A car pulled up to where they were standing. Wow! 2 people got out and one of them ran over excitedly. It's the gate. Is this a new planet? The censor team's vehicle arrived just in time. They began to take out their measuring equipment. We're Censor Team 11. We'll install the measurement device immediately. They quickly approached the gate and set up the device. Someone asked, what are you doing? We're calculating the dungeon's level and the time until it breaks. Everyone watched in silence. The meter displayed the number 428, stunning everyone. A member of the censor team turned to inform them, this is a 4-star dungeon. It's just a low-level one. C was a bit disappointed. But Soho seemed fine with it. This is perfect. On the other side, Misa seemed let down when she received the news, sighing. You're saying it's a 4U ranked dungeon? Cien, putting on her protective gloves, said, but according to Park Suho, this isn't the place he was in. She reported urgently. For now, we're going in to check it out. The vice director of the Awakened Bureau also got the news. What a rank 4 dungeon, Ma tried to explain. We're still checking.
A member of Censor Team 11 will go with them to verify if this newly formed dungeon is the one he returned from. He gritted his teeth. Ha! So, it's come to this. We've invested so much money. Kimu was losing her patience with him. I told you we haven't finished checking. Besides, with everything Park Suwa has shown us, how could it possibly be a rank 4 dungeon? He analyzed calmly. If the first gate that appeared at the locator's position is a dungeon gate, then he's just a returner from a dungeon, not someone connected to a new planet. Do you have any idea who the people who trusted and invested in us are? Misu retorted. Weren't they investing in his talent? Park Suwa is incredibly valuable as an irregular. The vice director wasn't willing to risk it. Talent or lies? If an article comes out with the headline, Park SHO, a returner from a dungeon, our dream of controlling a new planet will be shattered. For now, make an excuse that you're still investigating to buy some time. Kim Misu hesitated. The vice director continued, in the meantime, I'll figure out how to deal with this. If they demand their investment back, both you and I are finished. Got it. The device displayed a notification. Gate number 272. Time to break. 50 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes, 41 seconds. It will break in 50 days. Sen was still online with Misu. You should coordinate with the military. Looking at the info on the machine, our protagonist smiled. The timing is perfect. Suddenly, the technician turned to look at him. What's wrong? He asked. Aren't you guys short on manpower having to clear a rank 4 dungeon in one day? Suwa denied it. We have enough people. I see. Soho noticed the machine. This thing looks really cool. How much does it cost? The technician replied, Are you talking about this dungeon energy measurement device? He began his sales pitch. If you're a big guild, you should equip each member with one. The latest model costs about 3 billion each. The protagonist was shocked. Why is it so expensive? That's insane. With that, the technician excitedly handed Suwa a piece of paper. Actually, not long ago, I received an official request to lease this equipment to you for life. Consider it a gift for signing the contract. You just need to sign here. So, you can watch them confused. Soho was suspicious. A contract gift? Why would you give me a gift? The employee gave a forced laugh. Ah, he explained, actually, even if you're not a returner from a new planet, the government will absolutely not treat you poorly. You know, there have been a lot of inquiries from overseas lately. Soho looked at him skeptically, but the employee smiled confidently and said, So, I want you to know that the South Korean government truly considers you part of the family. He placed a hand on his chest because you are the guardian deity of our country. They asked me to pass that message on to you. Suho was surprised. Foreign countries, but I haven't gotten any calls. Strange. Seeing this, Jiangsu slowly approached Suho. Suho, can I talk to you for a second? Sure. He began to explain right now. You're the most sought-after person by foreign countries. Since you don't use the internet, all the support funds were sent to my account. I think you should. Soho looked at him and asked, How much is it? He said, he stammered. Over 500 million, I think. He placed a hand on his shoulder. Jiangsu, yes, Hyun. Suho smiled. It's good to have a lot of money, but we can't let ourselves become slaves to it. Live a little longer and you'll see having good neighbors who understand you is better than having 500 million. Jiangsu was ashamed. I'll remember what you taught me. But then he continued to press the issue. But they asked me to show you their offers. There are 3 of them.
The protagonist's face was serious. But so what? Zhang laughed nervously. Well, if I don't show them to you, do you think they'll send assassins after me? Soho looked disgusted. Just tell them I'm not interested. Jiang Su felt a wave of relief. I got it. He turned to get ready. You and Juno go get changed. Yes, sir. Jiang Su was still persistent about the money. So, about that support fund. I'll keep a little for myself. The rest I'll transfer to our guild's general fund. Okay. Yeah. Soho was already geared up and ready. Jiang Su watches retreating back filled with admiration. The boss is exactly the kind of person I admire. If I stick with him, I'll be rich in no time. He ran off gleefully. 3.6 billion is coming my way. He gay. Soho adjusted his gear. If everyone's ready, then let's move out. Go. Suddenly, an official called out urgently. Wait. The Management Bureau's attack team is about to arrive. Please wait for them, Park Suo said sternly. Everyone stay behind me. A roar that tore through the wind shook the very trees. The beast opened its maw, roaring with hunger. One by one, lizard men appeared. Han Jiang Su screamed, "Lizard men!" Shuyin immediately drew her weapon. Zone defense! Zone defense! Park Suho charged forward, heading straight for the monsters. The man with glasses, just waiting for this moment, activated his ability. Video recording. Park Suho lunged at the monsters. They roared, flicking their tongues, ready to attack him. But Park Suho cleaved the top half of one's head clean off. He gracefully dashed past each lizard man, slicing them in half. He elegantly pierced the remaining monster. Then he stabbed it right in the gut. Park Suho's feet scraped against the ground, kicking up dust with a crunch. Obtained 84 experience points. Soho just stood there looking absolutely badass. The others, standing in a defensive stance, hadn't even processed what just happened. A member of the Management Bureau was stunned. That reaction speed, is this for real? Soho then yelled, Jiang Su, collect the loot. Hearing the command, the two of them rushed forward. Han Jiang Su replied, yes, boss. Juno laughed maniacally. Aha, look at all this blood. This scene is wild. Which made the two people behind them speechless. The man with glasses wondered. That guy named Juno looks normal on the outside, but when he holds a knife, he looks completely insane. Shuyin changed the subject. Let's follow them quickly, Parks. Suho said calmly. I'll leave the rest to Becca. Snap out of it. Han Jiang Su obediently replied. Understood. While Park Juno stared at the magic stone, grinning from ear to ear. The man with glasses gritted his teeth. No way. Is he planning to let that dog control the remaining live lizard men? He then turned and called out, Betgu. The dog immediately ran forward. Go! He pointed his sword towards a forest. Go into the woods and lure a few more monsters back here. Hearing the command, Beckup dashed into the forest. The man with glasses standing on the side speechless. Go! The dog Becco let out a bark then sprinted deep into the forest. The man with glasses gritted his teeth. Isn't that animal abuse? Shizuin just stood to the side and observed. The man with glasses asked nervously, what if hundreds of them show up? Captain, will we be okay? Xu Yan replied coldly. Just make sure you record everything properly. Han Jiang Su readied his fighting stance. Here they come. He saw them from a distance. Becco ran back barking excitedly. Good. The man with glasses jumped and turned his head. Park Juno went crazy again, his eyes wide as he laughed maniacally. Him. He's at it again, Han Jiang-su holding a pill bottle said. Juno, take another tranquilizer. Park Juno continued to grit his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Park Juno charged towards the monsters. Aha! Han Jiang-su panicked and ran after him. Joy! Park Zuho shouted, Jiang-su. Upon hearing his name, he immediately understood. The dog Beku was rushing back. Hard Juno threw the sword in his hand towards Becca's back. A spear was flying towards Beku from behind, but thanks to his quick reflexes, the dog Becca managed to dodge the spear. As for the monsters, one of them was struck by Park Juno's thrown sword. One lizard man fell while the other raised its weapon to attack, letting out a sharp hiss. Park Juno maniacally drew his weapon, a wide grin on his face, and charged at the monster. The lizard man opened its mouth wide and roared. Park Juno spun around, swinging his sword towards the monster. With nimble feet, Park Suho grabbed the monster's arm, allowing Park Juno to freely leap in and slash. The unfortunate lizard man was cut down, blood splattering everywhere. On the side, Biko had also leveled up. Due Frank level 1, bite power plus 14. The man with glasses jaw dropped. Danger! Right next to Park Juno's ear, a lizard man had its mouth open, ready to bite him. Park Suho turned to deal with it, but the monster was shot by a blue energy blast. Light of the Abyss. Han Jiang-su fired several more shots into the lizard man. The energy bolts pierced the monster, paralyzing it. Park Juno raised his sword and cut the monster into 3 pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere. Park Juno laughed with delight. Han Jiang-su raised his hand in celebration. Leveled up to 9. Han Jiang-swan level 9. The man with glasses was at a loss for words at the scene before him. Captain, this is a rank for dungeon, right? Then he must have gained 3 levels. But you don't need to be so tense. So stop talking nonsense and just record properly. Shu In reassured him. Seeing that, the man with glasses replied, yes. Beku ran over. Park Suho, enemies from all sides. Park Kuho went on high alert. Suddenly, he was attacked by a scissor man. There were monsters in front of him and behind him. They leaped up to attack. Park Soho calmly drew his sword. Elsewhere, a white car was parked surrounded by a crowd of people. Hello, team leader Kim Misu, he said, saluting cheerfully. Hey, Kim Tik, what do you think you're doing? You want to die? He chuckled. Kim Misu, clearly annoyed, said, move it. Kim Tae-shik held up a finger. Just tell me one thing and I'll move. Hey, this guy. I saw Captain Lee Min-sung's attack team earlier. So what? Didn't Lee Min-sung's team already go in there? The Dan Zion just opened. It's a rank for Dan Zion, right? Kim Misu didn't answer. Kim Tae-shik understood and smirked. He then waved his hand. All right, everyone move aside. Thank you, team leader. Peter Kim Tik scoffed. That damn Kim. Someone standing nearby heard him. What did you say? It's just the returner clearing out his baggage in there. Just you wait. A subordinate asked. Team leader, isn't this supposed to be a secret? What are you planning to do? Kim Misu asked back. What's more important? Money. Or Park Suho? Park Suho. Yeah, that's right. If Park Suho is just a returner, all these flies will stop buzzing around. Will it be okay? The director said, aren't we on our way to find a breakthrough right now? At the Danzian gate, a team was standing by. Attack Team 13 ready. Lai Minung stood with his hands on his hips, full of authority. Is everyone ready? Lee Min-ong, full of confidence, said, "All right, let's start." Heading in. Suddenly, a manager ran over. "Wait, Captain Lee Min, please wait a moment." He narrowed his eyes. "What is it?" Kim Muses spoke up, her expression not very pleasant. "Hello, Captain Lee Min-sung." The other captain saw her and asked, "What's the matter?" She said coldly, "You can't go inside right now." "Can't go in? What do you mean?" "First of all, Park Soo-ho has expressed his intention to refuse accompaniment by an attack team. So, you cannot enter without an order." Mr. Lee Min-sung was slightly annoyed. "What? Need an order to enter? What nonsense is this?" The team arrived as soon as the attack schedule was announced. Kimu was not intimidated by Lee Min-sung's attitude. "Things have turned out this way, so we have to accept it." He was not convinced. "No, the contract clearly states the terms. It's impossible to allow only an exploration team without an attack team. Therefore, I need to add to the contract." She continued, "I came here to resolve that. And there's also the matter of the director. The director's matter." Lee Min-ung couldn't hold back. "Damn it. Why is this so complicated? Look in the car and talk first." The computer screen displayed a sensational headline, causing someone to exclaim, "Oh, Chairman, don't worry." Where could that money have gone? A brown-haired man with a sweaty face was explaining to the person on the other end of the line, "Yes, Minister." "Ah, it seems there's been a slight misunderstanding. We need to investigate a little further until there's an official announcement." After a while, he hung up. And immediately swore. "Damn it, I'm going crazy." He yelled, "Hey, hasn't Kim miscontacted you yet?" "What the?" Outside, the sky was clear and blue. A bald man was looking at a computer. On the screen was Park Soo-ho's face. "Rank 4 dungeon. The situation is reversed again." "Huh? This kid's life is like a TV drama." He paused. "Wait a minute." He recalled Park Soo-ho's words. "I hid on the beach until I discovered the fruit tree area." The food on the beach was plentiful, though it didn't take long to realize it wasn't a place to live. He was catching fish when he heard a noise and was quickly horrified by what he saw. A giant crab emerged from the sea, scaring him so much that he ran for his life, dropping all the fish in his hands. It was clearly the sea, but a rank 4 dungeon can't possibly have a sea. In that case, he imagined a prehistoric explosion of a Dan Zion from 2 years ago. The planet was split and became a dungeon. He continued to recall the past. "My brother is alive. Please help me find him." He faced the young man, who seemed a bit rushed but had a smile on his face. "All right, in return, I have one condition." "A condition?" the young man asked back. He smiled, an unusual smile. After becoming the king of the wolf pack, the remaining 500 years of ruling the forest until the war with the gorilla race. "Can you tell me the details?" The phone was placed in a corner. He looked at it. "You said you'd tell me after you found your brother." Then he clasped his hands together and held them near his chin. TSK, a normal F-rank returner claiming to be the king of the wild for 1,000 years. Who would believe that? He smirked, his eyebrows drooping. So frustrating. Because of my hasty judgment, I missed out on an interesting story. Parto was using his sword to slash the lizard men. They were into pieces, blood splattering everywhere, but his expression remained unchanged. Their bodies fell heavily into the water. Park Soho landed, causing the ground around him to crack. Han Jiang-soo, Xia Min-soo, and Park Juno were all gaping in astonishment. "This is insane." The whole pack attacked at once. Park Soho looked at them. "What are you doing? Go get the loot."
Hearing that, they all responded in unison.
Yes, followed by laughter. The journey continued, led by Park Suho and Cho Soo-young. Follow me.
When they reached a certain spot, she and Han Jang-soo exclaimed,
What is this?
This place is strangely beautiful.
Seriously, the rocks sparkle like gems, but the atmosphere is kind of gloomy.
Parko turned. It's clearly an unfamiliar place, but why does it feel so familiar? They saw a giant rock with Korean writing on it.
What?
Where?
Absolutely no entry.
Leopard territory. Park Suho had a slight reaction when he heard the other words on the rock.
Jesus said, You've got to be kidding. Why are you like this, sister-in-law? The girl wasn't too happy. Fine, fine. She continued to ask someone else. Are you recording?
The young man touched the device on his body, not missing a thing.
Let's do this. He also pondered, why is there Korean writing in a place like this?
Then Shuin turned around, sensing something. Park Suho had already climbed up high at some point.
She gave the order, everyone move.
Before the group even realized what was happening, they quickly followed Park Soo. He had already gone inside and stopped. His face showed no particular emotion, but he still said, I love you. The others quickly caught up.
A cave? There's a cave in a place like this. Something seems to be happening.
A gate with streams of blue light appeared before them. They were all surprised.
What?
What is that?
A complete portal. Wow, it's all in Korean. Hey, did a Korean person live here? The writing is all over the place.
Han Jang-soo started eating.
I want to go home. I want to eat fried chicken. I want to eat soybean paste stew. Wait. Oh my god. Is this some kind of Robinson Crusoe's dungeon diary? Zayamsu also read. I miss everyone so much.
They were both confused.
Ha? Ah, I miss them. I miss them so much. Zayam Minsu was bewildered, but Han Dong-soo was very calm. What is this?
This crazy person wrote so much nonsense.
Where? They even sat down to examine it.
Oh my, this guy is such an ambitious butterfly.
It's too childish. I can't look anymore. He even drew pictures. Where are these burning mushrooms? I really miss the people I hate seeing. Miss them.
I miss my parents and my younger brother, Juno, so much.
Juno's name is here, too.
Park Soho has arrived. They broke into a cold sweat hearing. This soon also glanced over. Park Suho was standing blankly in front of wall.
This is the standard for ancient murals. The academic value seems high. Damn leopard. Choice asked Park Suho. This is the place he used to live, right? Park Suho.
Suho's eyes widened. 500 years after becoming the ruler of Moon Mountain. The statue of the King Kuru, he thought to himself, remembering the black tiger.
Its golden eyes shone brightly in the darkness. A stark contrast in him. Choyun's voice pulled him back to reality. So, are you okay?
The battle on Moon Hill.
It's been over 30 years since the Jackie guerrilla tribe rebelled.
The soldiers of both sides charged at each other. One of them would surely die in this battle. On one side was Park Soho, on the other the guerrillas. Park Suho stood there stunned, his face filled with disbelief.
Han Jang-soo discovered something else. This is a jade cup. Wow. Is this made from sparkling stone? Did that person carve stone to make this? It's truly a work of art.
He ran off quickly, soon reaching the cave entrance. The others were confused.
Boss, where are you going?
Where? Kai Suing chased after him.
Parks. Soho. The other two left behind got worried and started blaming each other. Oh, damn it, Minsu. You must have pissed him off. No, we were teasing him, too. Park Suho ran incredibly fast, his steps heavy and powerful. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on top of a mountain. His eyes widened. This is what happened here. Choice quickly caught up to him. Park Soho. Her feet touched the ground. What's wrong? Is this really the place you used to live? Park Suho gazed into the distance. It seems so, but something's a little strange. What is it? Over there, there's a mountain that's always covered in snow. He pointed in another direction. Over there is the fruit tree area. And over there is the sea. Shizu Yin's eyes widened. There's a sea. Park Suho's expression didn't change. That place is called the Roaring Sea. You must never go in the Roaring Sea. She was skeptical. There's a C and a rank for a Danzion. Then she changed the subject. So what about that writing? Didn't you write it? So I did write it. It's the mark of my effort to not forget civilized society. At first I hid in that cave and started carving them. Even after moving to a new place, I would occasionally come back and write in my diary so I wouldn't forget my memories. I don't remember if it was the senior's son or daughter who made wine and forced me to drink my own poetry-infused wine at the freshman welcoming party. Shuyan continued to ask, were there already lizard men there? No. So, what happened to those animal friends? Do you know? Without looking at her, he said, the animal friends. Park Soho walked over to a cliff with the image of two leopards carved on it. This is the leopard territory. They wouldn't have had to move to avoid the lizard men. Cho Su-yen pointed to the other side. Do you see that fog over there? That's the end of the Danzion. I mean, they have nowhere else to go. Park Suho was stunned. The end of the Danzion. Suddenly, there was a commotion below. When the two of them looked in that direction, they realized it was the lizard men. Chizu-in used her enhanced vision to pinpoint their location. They're coming. She counted 780. The other members were also rushing. Hurry, get up here. If we're not with them, we're dead. A few hundred lizard men were swarming towards them. Park Soho had his weapon ready while Choijin was a bit apprehensive. They're all coming at once. A particularly large red lizard man, different from the rest, was at the very back. The lizard man king. It had an ugly face and wore a skull on its head. The moment Park Suho saw the skull, he thought of the leopards. He said to Choi Suin in a low voice, you stay here with them. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down, heading straight for the lizard men below. Choi Suin couldn't stop him in time. Hey, what are you doing? The lizards were incredibly ferocious, flicking their tongues and relentlessly charging forward. A pigeon was sleeping on the ground. Lee Sooker stood looking at it. This bird is really delicious. Isn't it? The pigeon suddenly glowed, surprising both itself and Lee Sukar. Shizu Yan gasped in disbelief. Park Soho grew two wings and began to fly. The lizard man king held its weapon, swinging it high with ferocity. Park Soho's expression remained unchanged. The king threw the spear in its hand. He gracefully dodged it and quickly closed the distance to the lizard man king. Gyu transformed from a puppy into a wolf. The king was still shouting threats. Werewolf Park Suho grabbed the king and leaped off the cliff with him. They were in free fall and hit the ground hard, sending dust flying through a large section of the forest. Qian was still in the same spot. Oh, this is insane. She said nothing while Han Jiangsu was just now starting to be surprised. The others had reached her location. Oh, boss, what was that? Was that my brother just now?
No, no matter how embarrassing it is, you can't just jump down like that.
Xian said coolly, it's fine. He won't die. They continued to make a fuss, forcing Cho Suyen to shout, did he really jump down?
I told you he won't die. The purple lizard men were still advancing. Shi Suyen announced, lizard men are 30 m away.
Prepare for battle. Xiao Minsu picked up a rock. Come and get it, you guys.
Handangu already had his gun in hand.
Let's see.
The other guy was no slouch either.
Damn it, Hong.
The lizard men charged and Han Dong-su started firing.
TCH, you damn monsters. A rain of bullets showered down on them.
On the other side, Park Suho was still fighting the lizard man king. He slammed it to the ground, then forcefully smashed its head.
Not just one blow, but many.
He kept hitting it until blood splattered everywhere.
All right.
Then he let out a roar as he delivered the final blow to its head. He grabbed it by the neck, lifted it up, and carefully removed the skull.
He tossed it aside, seemingly looking for something. Take it off, Zuho thought to himself. Where are the leopards?
He pressed down on the king's body, but it didn't move. He thought it was dead, but it unexpectedly struck him on the head.
This sent Park Suo into a rage.
He looked at it, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
He used his strength. He grabbed the king and leaped high into the air, planning to throw it down to the cold ground.
Over here, Kai Suin and the others were fighting desperately. The lizard men were dropping like flies.
Han Jiangsu aimed and swore.
You bastards.
Xiao Minsu wondered, doesn't a long-range weapon have more dimensional energy than a close combat one?
Han Jiangsu replied while shooting, it has a limited discharge amount depending on level. Although the cost is reasonable, there are situations where it's absolutely necessary, like now. A few of them managed to reach their position.
Shizuyen, with two swords in hand, announced loudly, they're coming up. Focus.
They quickly grabbed their weapons, preparing for close combat. Han Dong-su saw the other guy's expression and felt helpless.
Oh, seriously? He's lost his mind again. Don't jump down. Look over there.
Park Suho was flying high with the lizard man. King Chuan watched them.
Han Jiangsu stammered. BB boss.
Suho prepared to throw the king, aiming for their location where the lizard men were climbing up. He threw the king without mercy. They shouted, get out of the way. The lizard king slammed into the cliff with a loud thud, sending up a cloud of dust. He's dead. The system announced after he threw the lizard man king into the cliff leveled up. Wind attribute skill has been erased. The mountain quickly cracked and began to crumble. The teammates were unstable as the ground fractured.
It's collapsing. Chi Su Yan yelled, get out of the way.
They fell freely to the ground. The lizard men were also sent
flying everywhere. Thought a giant rock face was gradually collapsing.
They had landed safely on the ground.
Shijuan was the first to stand up.
She quickly ran to the others.
Is everyone okay?
Xiao Minsu emerged from the pile of rocks.
MSU's here.
Handong Jiangsu was a bit scared.
We were almost all wiped out. Let's go.
Parkuho had already reverted to his human form. He had been standing by the gate for a while.
Let's go. The gate is open. Shuin and Han Jiangsu were surprised. What?
The other three started to move.
Boss, you. They couldn't believe what was happening. The gate glowed with a blue light.
Kim, Misu, and her people were waiting on this side.
See something?
Park Su, Su-ho, and the others stepped out of the portal one by one.
They were back. Lai Min-sung pondered. they all went through the gate.
Park Soo-ho, leading the way, was observing his surroundings. Lee Min-sung smirked, his voice filled with arrogance.
So that Park Soo-ho looks pretty messed up, he said. Kim Mi-soo spoke up. Mr. Park Soo-ho? Park Soo-ho didn't respond.
She continued, hello, and then transformed into a pigeon and just flew away.
Kim Mi-soo muttered, a pigeon? The clueless Lee Min-sung asked, did he just turn into a pigeon? His subordinates quickly chimed in. Captain, you saw it too? So, what we saw wasn't a hallucination. If we caught him and made porridge, it would probably be delicious, one of them joked. Kim Mi-soo spoke privately to Choice. Hey, didn't you say he turned into a dog? She continued to ask, so, what happened? Chizuin kept walking, not even stopping to properly answer Kimu. If you came to negotiate, today's not a good day. You should go back first. Kimu kept wondering, what about the video? Choice didn't answer, but gave an order to someone else. Xiao Min-soo. Yes. You and team leader Kim Min-soo head back to headquarters. When missed at her, she asked, you have to go to Ha? What?
Kim Mi-soo, with her hands on her hips, explained, the mission to monitor Park Soo-ho is now over.
So the higher-ups have given an order to dispatch you immediately. Dispatch for all of you to know.
Hearing this, Soon was confused and her voice rose.
But where to? Kim Mi-soo frowned. Slightly annoyed. Your mission is to support the SOE base near the northern defense line in 2.
The situation is very serious.
Chizuin was shocked. What?
2. The three guys were also talking amongst themselves.
For staff members from the gate management team will stay behind. That's the minimum number to manage the equipment. Ah, yes.
You don't need to worry.
We'll treat him as a guest. Yes, if possible, please select a manager quickly. Juno smiled brightly. Xiao Min-soo felt uneasy, cautious. Is this person's true form? Lee Min-sung repeated impatiently. Returner. He practically interrogated Kim Mi-soo. Didn't you come here to negotiate with Park Soo-ho? Let's just go back for now to negotiate salaries. You. She didn't forget to add. The director is waiting. Let's go. He was still stubborn. That's not the issue right now. What's wrong? You don't want to see Park Soo.
His voice grew louder. It reached the ears of the three guys.
Ha!
These guild kids have no concept of respect.
I don't care. Are you planning to let this guild clean up the dungeon by themselves? If they can't clear it and the dungeon breaks, won't you just end up crying and asking the Ministry of Defense to handle it? Han Jiang-soo was annoyed.
That guy talks like a parrot.
Juno was calmer. Let's just go.
The convoy drove through the forest. A voice came over the armored vehicle speaker.
Yes, Director. As soon as the director was connected, he started shouting, Hey, Kimu, where are you? Damn it. You're the one who leaked this to the press, aren't you? Because of you.
Now, she answered calmly.
Everyone except the management team is retreating. I can handle it.
So, we'll meet and talk later.
He couldn't believe it. What?
On the screen, a video was playing.
Do you see the Korean words carved all over the wall?
This is Park Soo-ho's diary that we discovered in the cave, the young man continued. Then, suddenly, he flew into the sky and threw the lizard man chieftain down from the air. This is the footage I took outside the dungeon.
What is that? A pigeon? Yes. I guess it's due to a fusion with a tamed animal. That's the end of the video. Lee Min-sung was annoyed.
How boring a lizard man chieftain like that. The director immediately asked, the combat power of a lizard man chieftain in a rank.
For dungeon is B rank, right?
The staff member corrected him.
It's a rank. He handled many a rank monsters.
The director clasped his hands together.
If that's the case, then Park Soho must be S rank or higher, right? Fisk. Choi Sien spoke up.
Currently, his multi-dimensional energy is E rank, but his combat power is S+. After transforming into an animal, his combat power increases.
Depending on the animal strength, it could potentially reach 3S rank.
After further investigation, I can confirm that Park Soho's leveling up is not limited by his energy capacity like other awakened.
Lee Minung frowned. Unlimited? Are all irregulars like that?
She replied evasively. I don't know if all of them are like that. If so, his stats must have been at a certain level before he returned. Lee Min-sung said cynically, if all the people who went missing in the Great Cataclysm return alive like Park Soho, our country would be a superpower. If you go through a space gate without protective gear, everyone will die. So, I think it's very difficult to find a second person like him.
All right. Anyway, according to the initial investigation results, Park Soho is a returner from a rank for D right.
And Suwon strongly objected.
We can't be sure of that yet. All right.
Although I don't want to admit it, the truth is there's no new planet here. The important thing now is the secret of Park Soho's power hidden in that dungeon.
Right. That's right. But Park Soho has already signed a contract. So why would he want to obstruct the investigation?
He probably doesn't want to reveal the secret of his power. What an ambitious guy.
Despite the accusations, Choi Suwon still defended him.
No, Park Suwa isn't that kind of person.
No. Don't we need to negotiate further? Negotiate what? We've already given him so much. Director, that's what I'm saying. What is it now? Choice had stepped outside angry.
These damn idiots just sit there talking about the secret of his power.
That is indeed fascinating.
Lee Min-sung continued his demands. Just add 80 more C rank or higher personnel to my Mobile Unit 37 director.
I promise to take responsibility for finding that secret.
The issue with the director's investors will also be completely resolved.
That's right. Just bring back all the loot and this will be worth it. But who's going to triple the base salary and give a 780% bonus? Huh? As long as this is resolved that much, right? Team leader Kim Misu, what should we give Park Soho in exchange for an unlimited pass to the dungeon? Isn't there still that one thing? One thing? Park Soho called out. Monk Myangjan. Monk Myangjan, are we going to pick tomatoes now? That's right.
We also need to dig up potatoes and 2 peppers.
Woo!
I grew those potatoes myself. I took care of them, too. And I took care of 300 peppers. They opened the warehouse door, chatting non-stop. Today, I'll pick 100 cherry tomatoes, and I have to pick 200.
Mon said he's making spicy potato stew, so
I'll pick 100 cherry tomatoes.
All right, everyone, go grab a hoe. Yes. They were so busy talking, they didn't notice a shadow lurking behind them. It opened its eye, a horrifying single eye.
The soldiers were assembling in squads.
The announcement blared. 10 minutes before departure. The commander's voice was loud and clear.
Special Unit 503, 2 Special Task Squads, Armored Tank Team 7, 11 Squad. Leaders step forward, conduct equipment checks, and report. The squads reported in order. Special Tasks Squad Lee Sango, Armored Tank Team 7.
No abnormalities.
He waited but heard no reply from Squad 11.
Squad 11. Shuyin was on her phone and was completely distracted.
Only when a team member nudged her.
Did she remember? Captain, Squad 11. No abnormalities.
The commander's voice was firm. In that case, this operation will now commence.
In the vehicle, the members of her squad continued to chat.
I heard that the defense line around the area where the Danzine exploded is basically hell right now.
Are they really sending a recon team there? Right, Captain? Choi Suin was nonchalant. That's right. Before the signal gets cut off. You should send a will to your families.
The tanks rolled out of the base.
Captain, seriously, why would you say that?
In a certain park, children were running around and 2 deer were grazing.
The phone on the table rang.
Park Soho was asleep, his eyes tightly shut. Han Jong-soo sat in front of the
computer wondering this isn't like the usual Soho at all. Maybe it's been a long time since he's been able to sleep.
He continued to mutter.
He was found to be a returner from a rank for dungeon. So the sponsorships have stopped now, right?
He seemed to spot something. Then he screamed, how much is this?
Juno walked in from outside, startling Han Jong-soo. You should knock. My bad. What the hell are you watching? Seriously, what are you talking about? This morning, did Monk Myangjan have to call? No. Juno frowned, looking at the phone. I can't reach the monk either. I wonder if something's wrong. Still can't reach the monk. Anyway, the monk and the kids are probably having a lot of fun.
He changed the subject.
But what are you holding?
Lately, Madame Sukja hasn't been feeling well, and she keeps complaining about a sore throat.
So, I brought some medicine. Our Madame Sukja.
They continued to change the subject.
By the way, has it been a long time since slept?
Even so, I was about to wake him up.
Park Kuho was already awake.
Outside was a giant tree trunk.
He thought to himself, his expression uneasy. I thought if there was a gate, I could see my friends again. The land I returned to is just a very small part.
I saw a lot of red lizards there.
That was the first time I'd seen them. The red wolf family, the chimpanzee tribe, and many other unknown things. He chuckled dryly.
This guy did everything there moved to another dimension because of the lizards.
Park Soho let out a sigh.
Whatever.
If we're fated to, we'll definitely meet again someday. He stepped outside. And Juno spoke up. You're awake. I brought some food. Okay. Turns out I slept without feeling hungry at all. The phone on the table was still ringing.
Park Soho had gone out to the hallway, observing his surroundings.
Outside, everyone was still having a good time at the dinner table.
He couldn't help but wonder where the blonde go. She loves lobster. The other 3 froze, the food halfway to their mouths.
Han Jong stammered. You don't mean. What? You don't know her name, do you?
Park Soo-ho was unfazed.
Isn't her name blonde?
Han Jong-soo's face was grim.
Park Soo-ho continued, what's wrong? Wow, he's really Su Yan. It's Choi Su-yen. Sueon, what? Aren't you two dating? Park Soo-ho asked back, dating? You mean mating? Han Dong-soo was speechless. Is his mind only filled with hunting and mating? Juno changed the subject.
I heard she was dispatched to a regional post.
Park Soo-ah asked again. Regional post? Since I didn't answer my phone, she contacted me and said we have to choose a guild. A guild? Is that necessary? It is. We need someone to operate the equipment and check the gates.
We don't know where, when, or how a gate will appear in our territory, and we don't have enough people right now.
He turned to Han Jong-soo. Jong-soo, do you know anyone? He thought for a moment. Back when I was boxing, there were a few guys. Would it help if I looked through my YouTube subscribers? Then he asked, "What about you? We just got back not too long ago." "Wait a minute," he said while chewing on lobster. Still no word from Monk Mongjin. "I can't reach him either. Do you think he's in Seoul with the orphans?" "He's still not answering his phone. He's not that kind of person." On the other hand, in Chi Soo-yin's location, their transport vehicle was shaking violently as an announcement blared. "Entering SRO Vin Red Zone, turn off all personal communication devices." Some people wondered, what? NSRO Valley Red Zone? Isn't that our original destination? Choi Soo-in turned off her device. Park Soo-ah stared at his phone screen. He put the phone to his ear again. The user has powered off their device. The vehicle fleet had arrived at its destination. The infected swarmed like ants. He kept calling. Chizu-yin's phone, covered in blood and cracked, lay on the ground. Park Soo-ah muttered, not picking up, huh? An armored vehicle pulled up. Kim MSU and Lee Min-sun got out. "Yes, Mr. Juno. We just arrived. Can I see Mr. Soho?" Lai Min smirked. "Oh, the dog-like man." Kim Misu was annoyed by his attitude. Park Soo-ho was sitting alone in the garden. The two of them quickly approached him and started talking. "Is it about the exploration?" "Yes. It's not even a new planet. Why do you guys keep wanting to explore it?" Kim Misu replied. "Because I want to enter the dungeon to find out the secret of Mr. Park Soo-ho's abilities." He was a bit annoyed. "If you train hard for 1,000 years, you'll be like me. Why don't you believe me?" Lai Min gritted his teeth, acting superior. "You're a strange one. We're both South Koreans. Why do you keep making things difficult for us? We should be helping each other in a national crisis." "A national crisis?" Park Soo-ho repeated. The other two continued to explain the situation. Currently, the frequency of rank 6 dungeons appearing is increasing and the time until they break is also getting shorter. Furthermore, the number of infected people on the battlefield is rising, putting pressure on our forces. We're lacking both food and manpower. Therefore, we need to cultivate highly capable personnel like Mr. Park Soo-ho. "What do you mean by infected people?" he asked. Since the Great Cataclysm, groups of people living in the battlefield areas have started to be infected by a virus of unknown origin. The epidemic began in the plains of North America. The infected don't die, but they're no longer human. They start to mutate, attacking both humans and animals, causing them to become infected as well. These infected people are called necrovores. A map was displayed on the computer. The red dots indicated necrovore zones. If the red necro zones increase, not only will land transportation become difficult, but even stopping dungeon breaks in those areas will be harder. As for the virus of unknown origin, experts predicted originated from beyond the plains. But because the infection rate is so fast, we currently don't have enough manpower to deal with them. Soho was direct. "So, you'll give me 2 gifts in exchange for my agreement to let you explore the dungeon and hunt without limits, right?" She didn't beat around the bush. "First, I'll upgrade your guild to rank." Park Soo-ah confirmed. "Does that mean I'll be able to raid a rank 5 dungeon?" "That's right. This is a special offer." He immediately asked. "So what's the second thing?" "We will give you an additional territory." "Territory?" "Yes. The northern area of Gwangju in Jiangxi province. It's also quite close to your land in Namiangju. Can you handle it?" "If it's a battlefield, it's basically abandoned land." "You said the danger starts from the east. So you have to protect Seoul, right?" "Currently, it is indeed an abandoned land."
outside of Seoul, to Bususan, Gwangju, and Juju.
Most areas have become battlefields.
The survivors in the battlefield areas after the Great Cataclysm can't endure it anymore. So, they're leaving the dungeon break zones and necrovore areas to move to safer places. However, the major cities that guarantee security don't have enough space to accommodate them. Park Soho saw through Kim Miss's intention.
So you want to take him in by giving me land in Gyeonggi?
Kim Misu continued, if you gather everyone, develop the dungeon trade, and cultivate agricultural land, you can rebuild the city. Furthermore, if the Soho Guild is recognized for its territory management abilities, you might receive some astronomical benefits. To avoid losses when a dungeon breaks, you must build modular housing. If the gate has a long time before it breaks, your guild will become truly great.
Oh, that's not a bad condition. What's the situation in North Korea right now?
It was the most heavily attacked place in the world during the early stages of the Great Cataclysm. Protests erupted, the command system collapsed, the mainland was destroyed, and the lucky survivors scattered everywhere to seek refuge because they managed dungeons without a system.
Dungeon breaks happened everywhere.
So, it's only a matter of time before their people evacuate south.
I don't know if I'm being tricked or doing the tricking anymore. He made a quick decision. Let's do it. I'll sign the contract.
The other party praised him.
You've made the right choice. The condition that I have to stay in South Korea for 100 days has been removed, right?
Yes.
Personally, I'd like to ask you for two things. Go ahead.
I want to meet the scientist who invented the multi-dimensional energy meter for help.
What's the other thing?
Please find the phone location of Monk Mayangjin, a member of our guild. Monk Mayang, we suddenly lost contact with him.
I understand. Both of these requests are very easy. I'll get started right away. South Korea's largest corporation, the Simla Group, is recruiting mercenaries for the Simla Guild. They recruit twice a year, but anyone with even decent skills gets rejected at the application stage. The Sila Guild is a dream place for mercenaries. Because it's so hard to get in, anyone who becomes a member of the Sila Guild receives tremendous support. Kong Jae thought to himself, my guild disbanded, so I desperately applied here with very little hope, but my application was accepted. After 3 years of working in a small clan, I've finally been recognized. However, this isn't over yet.
There are 50 people who made it to the interview round, but they'll only accept about 10.
He told himself, I can't lose confidence here. This is the only chance in my life.
Suddenly, a message arrived.
Thank you. You may leave. The recruiters talked amongst themselves. This recruitment round is also full of average people. I think this porter will be useful.
He can protect the supply items. Oh, a swordsman.
Who's that here?
He's a swordsman also with experience.
Kong Jae-sik.
3 years of experience, but still E rank. If his awakened skill is swordsmanship, it might be worth training him once.
I'll take him under my wing. Let the next group in.
Yes.
The announcement was made outside. Numbers 46 through 50, please enter the office.
But they were quickly surprised.
Why are there only 4 people? Where is number 50, Kong Jae? Sick.
Trong video mới này ấy, thì mình sẽ chia sẻ nhanh cảm nhận của mình về bộ truyện tranh này. Nếu như mà ai thích thể loại truyện này ấy, thì các bạn có thể tham khảo nhé.
Someone spoke up to explain, he suddenly ran off somewhere. Another added, the message sent to Kong Jae-sik was interesting.
Where'd he run off to? Do you want to join my guild? If you do, come to the address below immediately.
Park Sua, he had already thrown away the SIN application form.
He left quickly.
I don't need to think twice about this because this was a message from his savior, the hottest man in South Korea right now.
In another place, soldiers were chatting. Inside a tank. Look at those bastards. They're so scared they don't even dare to come here. We don't know when they'll charge in here. Hey, Sergeant Han, I remember telling you about the time I was surrounded by 2,000 of them last month. The road is also getting bumpier. What can you do? The route is set. If we don't take this road, we can't reach the destination within the specified time. Beautiful. At the checkpoint. Damn it. What is that? Use missiles to blow them to bits. If we set off an explosion, the Necrors will be agitated. There's no more time. Just blow them away. We're about to reach the operational area of the radioactive aviation company. I'm firing. Instantly, the warheads left the barrels. The vehicle was loaded. The captain yelled, "All right, let's go." Immediately, the missiles were launched. Go. The 8 monsters heard the noise and turned. They took the full force of the huge explosion, their body parts flying everywhere. The other monsters also noticed what was happening over here. They yelled, "Hurry up. Let's get out of here." The tank sped off at high speed, crushing the monsters in front of it. They roared fiercely, their mouths drooling disgustingly. The tanks sped along the road, their gun barrels resting on the chassis. The monsters charged forward in waves. Charge. Sniff. The people in the vehicle panicked. They're coming. Fire. The massive shot blew the monsters' bodies apart. They shrieked wildly. Over on Kabi Heian Island, a car was speeding down the road. Behind it, a horde of mutated monsters was in hot pursuit. The car's fuel gauge was in a red. Linux in the car panicked. Looks like we're almost out of gas. Miney young Jean comforted him. The destination isn't far. The car continued to speed away from the pursuit behind them. They made a sudden turn. The horde of monsters behind them was as dense as ants, and they were just as. They shouted encouragement to each other. Come on, we need to get out of here fast. Lennox frowned, gritting his teeth. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I hope we don't end up here. Mayan closed his eyes calmly. It's all right. I also wanted to prepare a simple dinner for everyone. Lennox was confused. Mayang smiled and said, there were so many vegetables to pick in the garden. I didn't expect these zombies to show up so quickly. We couldn't have predicted this. Lennox also smiled. Thank you so much. I hope we can get out of this place. Get in the car. TSK. Yeah. The monsters were still screaming behind them. They've caught us. They quickly saw the building ahead. The building's gate is unlocked. Let's hurry inside. Majin pulled back the curtain to check behind them. He reminded everyone to move quickly as soon as the car stopped. They were all huddled together, trembling. Yes, brother. Majin, thank you. Majin frowned with determination. I must protect everyone. The car screeched to a halt. The horde of monsters charged forward. As they closed in on the rear of the car, the group managed to scramble out. The adults carried the young monks and ran. They were worried. Their cat ing up too fast. Mayan looked back nervously. A monster was rapidly gaining on them. Mayan quickly put the 2 young monks down. Run. Don't look back. The 2 children ran, screaming in fear. Mayan looked back and drew his weapon. A single slash took off the head of the monster behind them. It fell with its head rolling away. He swung his weapon continuously, fighting off the pursuers. The monsters fell before his attacks. Heavenly Dragon's crushing staff. Suddenly, Myangjan's feet screeched to a halt.
The monsters were coming in such large numbers that he faltered.
My engine was worried. There are still too many zombies coming, and I can't use my skill continuously. Suddenly, he noticed something.
A strange energy appeared around the monsters. He looked at the small blue figure near him in surprise.
Instantly the energy transformed into a whirlwind that swept into the horde of monsters.
They screamed as they were thrown about. Linux and the others who had run ahead also turned back to look, their eyes wide with
prize. However, Monk Myangjan was speechless.
Behind him, on the roof of the large building, stood a figure who spoke up.
Good thing I made it in time. Monk Myangjan turned his head in confusion. Lennox and the young monks also looked up. It was Park Suo.
He stood there proudly, hands in his pockets, completely at ease.
Myang smiled in response. Thank you. Park Suo said, it's nothing. Just doing what needed to be done.
A few Monsiers that escaped ran forward to attack. Park Soho struck again.
The violent whirlwind once again swept them away.
Park Suho spread his arms, controlling his powers.
More. A little more. That's right.
Seeing all the monsters swept up, Park Suho was pleased.
This feels amazing.
On the other side, monsters were being shot, their skulls shattering and bodies torn apart, falling everywhere.
They screamed and roared. The people in the vehicle were frantic. Hello, this is Air Defense Battalion 7.
They yelled into the mic, Central, we need immediate support.
Hello, Central. We're surrounded and under attack by zombies. Hello.
The ground above them suddenly gave way in a landslide. Large boulders crashed against each other and fell, landing right on the monsters below.
What the?
The person in the vehicle was stunned.
Who was that?
The monsters clinging to the roof of the vehicle were still making noise as the rocks fell.
They were terrified. Hurry, let's get out of here.
The tank quickly sped up to avoid the falling rocks, but unfortunately, it was tripped by a large rock in front of it. The crew inside the vehicle's eyes widened and they screamed in terror. The huge vehicle easily lost its balance and tipped over onto its side. The vehicle in front was in chaos.
The second vehicle has flipped. Damn it. We need to help them now. Choisian gripped her sword tightly.
Beside her were the members of her squad. They heard the call for help.
Hello. The second vehicle has flipped and needs assistance.
We need help, they were shocked.
What? What the hell?
One of them said worriedly.
Captain, we're in big trouble.
The vehicle was covered in monsters.
They fell off due to inertia, then climbed back on. Choisuin pressed a button to open the screen.
Her eyes were met with the deformed face of a monster press
against the glass.
She jumped back in shock, growling.
The monsters swarmed over the vehicle's hood. Chijuan ordered, open the door now. Captain, today is a real nightmare.
A soldier looked at the screen in fear and reminded her, open the back door.
They pressed the button to open the door.
The roars and snarls of the monsters echoed inside. A rookie saw this and whimpered in fear.
Chi Suyayan shouted, get back inside quickly.
The others were also stunned and recoiled. They look so disgusting.
How are we supposed to get past them?
Shijuan frowned, her expression serious.
When we get out, move quickly to the overturned vehicle. Eliminate all obstacles in the way. The monsters on and inside. Get out now. As she spoke, Cho Suyayan
unleashed her power.
A powerful blast of light shot out. The monsters at the door were instantly blown to pieces. Inside the vehicle, the team cheered. Captain, we did it.
The zombies blocking the front of the vehicle have been blown away.
Shijuan commanded, move out now. They're coming in for another wave. Just as she said, another wave of monsters was approaching. Grrr. Cho Su-yang said, "Stop the car right now. We need to abandon the vehicle here."
Suddenly, a monster leaped down from the roof towards her. She quickly drew her sword. With a single slash, she cut the monster in half, sending blood flying. Another wave rushed forward. She took a sharp breath. HYMPH, and Shon unleashed another slash. The sword's arc widened, cutting through the entire group of nearby monsters. She turned her head, hearing a voice. "Get lost, you bastards." The small squad behind them was fighting with all their might. They clustered together, coordinating their gunfire. "Everyone, watch out. Back to back. Defend yourselves." The captain ordered, "Check vehicle number 2 for survivors." "Hurry up," one of them reported. "Everyone in vehicle 2 is dead." The monsters were shot through the head. Taking advantage of the moment, the team members tried to open the car door. "Can't open it. Bring something to break the door down," they discussed. "We're starting to break the door." Everyone inside stepped back a bit. The people around them were frantically fighting. Someone inside was so scared they curled up, holding their head. Others were also losing ground, being attacked and torn apart by the monsters without a chance to fight back. One of them shouted in despair, "If this keeps up, we're all going to die." "Captain," they fired their guns with grim determination. "Get lost." The monsters were as numerous as ants. As one wave fell, another took its place. "Go." Another person reported, "Captain, they're 40 m away now." 30 m. The monsters swarmed the vehicle. The entire team was tense. Everyone prepare for battle. Suddenly, a blue light appeared behind the horde of monsters. Instantly, a massive explosion tore through the monsters, sending their limbs flying everywhere. The powerful blast wiped out thousands of them. They were stunned. "What was that?" One of them yelled, "They'd been wiped out." Everyone was ecstatic. "Thank God. Squad 707. They made it in time." A squad member sneered, "You bastards," and then jumped straight onto the roof of the vehicle. Shink! His blade pierced through a monster's head. Chizuin was still fighting relentlessly. A monster cried out in pain as she stabbed it. Chizuin slashed decisively, her blade cleaving through its head, splitting it in two. She turned, preparing to unleash another attack. Suddenly, she was stopped by a member of the Special Forces. Shu Yan looked up in surprise, thinking, "This is Sun Jianan." "The 707, a squad member said, "will clean up the rest." "Die, you bastards." Sun Jina held her. "You're safe now. Fire." A member of the Special Forces commanded a barrage of red energy blasts from their heavy weapons shot towards the monsters. They were engulfed in the energy, completely unaware. A member of the squad laughed confidently. "Get lost." Immediately after, a huge explosion sent them flying. They were almost completely annihilated. Their bodies shattered into pieces. Suunjinan still held Cho Suing tightly, protecting her in his arms. The explosions continued one after another, shaking the entire island. The aerial vehicles arrived. "Hello, this is Eagle. We're on site." Their voices crackled over the radio. "Please report the status of our casualties and the enemy situation." "Hello, the radar is showing a signal." The Air Force team reported nervously. "Attention, an unidentified creature is approaching." The person next to him was startled. "What? What is it?" As he said that, he whipped his head to the side. A massive explosion shot towards them. Over here, the monsters were falling like rain after Park Sua's whirlwind attack. He smirked confidently.
Mayan also fought without hesitation. The monsters gushed blood as they fell. Seeing this, the young monks cheered. Wow, he's so good. Mayan was embarrassed. Thank you. Everyone cheered happily. All the monsters are gone. Mr. Mayangjan is safe. Come over here. Park Soho also said, that's it. We can go home safely now. The people with Mayangjan were confused about him. Mayan spoke up. Thank you. It's a good thing you arrived when you did. They asked a Mayangjan, who is he? Mayang was still expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your help. Harku suddenly jumped. Oh no, no. Unbeknownst to them, a monster still alive on the ground had bitten Mayan's leg. He stared, stunned and speechless. In Osaka, Japan, a bizarre red landscape was spreading. The terrified citizens screamed, "It's a portal! The ground is cracking!" A giant ugly monster emerged, growling. It was so huge that it caused boulders to fall on the people below, who ran and screamed in panic. Monster! At the same time, on the street, a woman accidentally let go of her baby stroller. The woman hopelessly reached for the stroller, calling out, "Nainoa!" The stroller slid faster and faster down the middle of the street. Just then, a hand grabbed the stroller's handle. The woman looked ahead in shock. The person who stopped the stroller turned out to be Yukita Hiro. The woman looked at him, thinking in disbelief that person. The people behind the woman cheered when they saw him. It's Okita Hiro. It's Hiro. Immediately after, special agents leaped into action. The agents were focused on surrounding the giant monster. The monster looked up at them in confusion. Immediately, the monster opened its mouth and shot out a fireball. A special agent quickly shouted, "Scatter!" The monster's fireball was heading toward the building. As predicted, when the fireball hit the building, it caused a terrifying explosion. Other fireballs followed, exploding one after another. Suddenly, a volley of water balls flew in to extinguish the flames. At the same time, someone shouted, "Hero!" The special agents quickly jumped down. This isn't good. The monster still had its mouth wide open. It looked ferocious. Without waiting long, Okita, a hero, swung his sword at the monster, splitting it in two. A blue sword and a pool of blood on the ground. He continued to slash relentlessly, his sword strokes sharp and precise. The monster could do nothing but bleed helplessly. The special agents landed safely. At the same time, Okita Hiro had sliced the monster into two pieces. Immediately after, the monster fell and the citizens there cheered happily. It's the hero team. His face remained cold amidst their cheers. Hero! They shouted with immense gratitude. Hero saved us again. Hero! The sky had now turned orange, but the city was still filled with the cheers of the people. Hero! Hero! Green military vehicles were speeding down the road. The news report came in. Urgent news from the Yuma area of Osaka. A portal opened, causing a giant monster to appear here, turning a large area into a chaotic mess. If it weren't for the hero team returning from the rank 5 brick battle, the damage would have been much greater. Regarding this incident, the head of the Superhuman Management Bureau, Okio, stated, AKO sitting in the car said, "Good work. That ended quickly, didn't it?" Okita Hiro. Looking at her holding the iPad, he asked, "What are you watching?" AKO showed him the news on the iPad and said, it's a video about Park Suo. Remember the one we mentioned in the grid? Okita Hiro asked skeptically, "What?" "I heard he got caught again." Aiko quickly replied, "No, that person is just a returner from hell." The iPad was playing a video of a commissioner saying, "However, our management bureau is not disappointed by this." Okay. A hero glanced over and smirked. As expected, only a returner from hell would pull a stunt like that. Suddenly, he stopped and glanced over again. He quickly told her, "Wait, scroll down." AKO asked this one, that's it. AKO scrolled down to a photo. When Okitahiro saw it, he couldn't help but be surprised. He stared intently at the photo, lost in thought. This guy, AKO, seeing his expression wasn't good, asked, "What? Do you know someone in here?" Okitahiro's face paled as he thought of a name. Park Gun. The photo was of a young boy, but he could recognize him. Only 7 years old, but this face is definitely him. This was when he lost his father and had to move into an orphanage. That's why he only postponed the assassination. The image of the boy running and jumping with his dog. The bloodied image of Park Gun-woo along with his thought. The most ruthless gang in South Korea. Why is Park Gun here? Okitahiro looked at the photo on the iPad in utter shock. The next person who surprised him was Kong Jik. This guy. Followed by J6's voice. "Let me introduce the swordsman, a new mercenary who just joined the protection team. Mr. Kong J6. Okitahiro thought in shock. Hell swordsman. Swordmaster Kong J6. Next up was the monk. He seemed to know them well. This guy is the indestructible destroyer. Great master. Okitahiro thought in horror, looking at the photo that filled his head with questions. Why are all these guys in the same place? What's going on? AKO leaned closer to him, offering more information. Sun Woo, check out this video. I saved it for you to see. She said with certainty, this isn't fake. Okitahiro was completely shocked when he saw it. On the iPad was footage of Park Soo-ho fighting a monster. That showed Park Soo-ho's form when he used beast transformation. Immediately after, the monster completely exploded. Okitahiro stared at the iPad screen without a word. AKO asked curiously, "What do you think? Isn't he too strong for an F-rank returner from hell?" Okitahiro spoke with some suspicion. This doesn't seem like the fighting style of a returner from hell. AKO quickly added, "Just like you. It seems like another case of an irregular." He felt a bit of doubt in his heart. An irregular suddenly appearing without any records. Suddenly, Okitahiro had a suspicion about Park Soo-ho. Could it be that kid is also a transmigrator like me? An image of Park Soo-ho appeared along with his speculation. Did he go back to the past? Gather the villains who will develop their powers in the future. Why? Okitahiro suddenly frowned. He nervously guessed a frightening possibility. Could it be if his purpose is the same as mine to find talented people to establish a new future? Then sweat poured down his face like a river. All the perfect plans I built for so long will not only go up in smoke. Aiko next to him looked at him with confusion. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong with your face?" Okitahiro suddenly fell silent. "I was just planning to stop by after finishing up." He called out AKO. She quickly replied, "Yeah," he said with certainty. "I think I need to go back to Korea soon." AKO asked back, "Korea?" His face was extremely serious as he said, "I think I need to pay Rita a visit." As soon as AKO heard him, she said, "No, you can't go now." Okitahiro's eyes shot her a cold glance. Why not? A beautiful scene of green trees appeared with animals like deer and elephants. The children screamed with excitement. There are elephants here, too. They ran around the forest shouting, cabbage, chile, eggplant, sweet potato, potato, corn, tomato. It's all here in the blink of an eye. Standing under a red apple tree, the children cheered. It's an apple. Can we really eat this? The children talked excitedly amongst themselves. This is the first time I've seen magic like this. There are fruit trees in all 4 directions.
Meanwhile, the adults were discussing amongst themselves.
It would be good to have something more in front yard. Do we need some flowers?
They ran and jumped to every corner of the fruit garden.
It's a vineyard boat is sattva. I want to eat that banana.
At this moment in the General Bureau's area, a voice echoed inside.
Yes, Captain. Those people were receiving information and relaying it.
Mobile Unit 37, 20 people, total of 4 teams, 5 people in the protection team.
First clear time was 2 hours and 30 minutes. The man's voice relayed. 8th clear time was about 11 minutes. When Missa heard this, she snapped. What? 11 minutes? Kim Misu asked skeptically.
So, because they're investing 10 hours a day into a rank for hell, it means they can finish in 4 days. She angrily held her head and yelled, "Damn it."
No wonder they agreed so easily.
I should have added a special clause about the number of raids in the forest.
Gasps of admiration echoed.
Kong Jae raised a sword high and said in awe, This is a Hallard."
Han Jan Su exclaimed in amazement. That's J6's weapon. Park Suho looked over at them and asked with a smile. Welcome to the party. Do you like it? J6 said happily, I love it, young. My old sword was getting worn out. This gift. Juno looked at the sword in amazement and asked, Isn't this a long sword that only B rank or higher can buy? You need to be at least B rank to fully utilize its features. J6 said gratefully, I'll work hard to get a B rank. Thank you. Mayan, standing beside them, then spoke up. Patron, I also have a request. He asked curiously. HM. What is it? The monk quickly presented his staff and said, My staff's attack power has been greatly reduced. I want a weapon with higher damage. Behind them, Jik and Jiang Su looked at each other in confusion. Is he really a monk? He seems more like a priest. He still didn't quite understand and asked again. For example, the monk was very direct. I originally wanted to own a wing spear, but I couldn't. One by one, Soho asked doubtfully, a wing spear? He then opened his information window. While doing so, he didn't forget to ask, is it the 120 TZ1A rank or higher? Very quickly, a spear appeared in his hand along with the question, is this it? Jiang Su exclaimed in shock, a wing spear? The monk was also stunned and replied, that's it. Immediately after, my Engjin tried using the spear a little. He handled it with ease. I was so grateful that I swore an oath. Thank you. I will repay this favor with curses and slaughter. Jae Sik, with a confused expression, asked, What? What the heck? What do you mean by curses and slaughter? Jiang Su, beside him, quickly joked, his strengths are power and debuffs. Suddenly, he asked, Jiang Su, don't you need anything? He took out a gun and said proudly, You got me one last time. This is enough. He still had a question, but why are there elephants in Houseville? The monk quickly added, I saw that elephant too. He didn't know the answer either. Elephants? I'm not sure. Zizak in the back thought to himself. It's a rank 4 party yet they're not tense at all. I really can't get used to this. Suddenly, Park Sua called out, Juno, he asked doubtfully. Have you taken your medicine? A person was holding 2 sabers channeling energy. The tips of the blades crackled with electricity. The person was amazed by the sight. Juno smiled and said, Let's begin. John Hall sat leisurely with his legs crossed. One hand on the armrest of his car seat, the other holding a phone to his ear. Hello, Chairman. The voice on the other end was quite angry. You brat? Why aren't you here yet? He said accusingly. Chairman, really? Right now, I'm working very hard for our DGB group. How can you say that to me? The chairman sitting in his office was furious. "You dog, you what? Are you trying to trick me again?" he yelled into the phone. "Get your ass over here now. If you don't show up today, you're dead to me." He maintained his calm tone. "Don't worry, father. Am I not your only son and the heir to the DGEB group's chairmanship?" He seemed determined in his actions. "This time, I'm really going to do something that will benefit our group." But his father didn't trust him at all. "What kind of trick are you planning this time?" He was blunt with his father. "Park Soho. I'm going to recruit him this time." The father roared. "Ha? Who do you think you were to go there? I've already sent General Manager John. So don't mess things up and get back to headquarters now." From the other end of the line, the son's voice came through. Really, Dad? I have my own plans." The father's voice showed absolutely no trust in him. "Ha? You do? Hello? Hello?" The line went dead. He looked at his phone, his face scrunching up. Really? Why doesn't he trust his own son so much? The phone rang again. The screen showed the name Son. A woman in sportswear, surrounded by the sound of music, said cheerfully, "Hey, it's me." John Ho Chan's face lit up with a smile. "Oh, hello. How's our Son? They said you would introduce me to Park Ho, is that true?" She got straight to the point. He replied, "I'm on my way to the office now, so just wait for me at the main entrance." He hung up, feeling triumphant. Done. Remembering the chairman's words, his face darkened. "General Manager John, how dare that old fox try to steal my credit?" He closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. To deal with a young man, you need a young person. Even Park Soo-ho won't be able to resist San-E from the idol company Vitamin. He secretly calculated. If I succeed, I won't have to fear anyone and can safely inherit my father's position in the group. Only God can stop me now. So what now? Amidst the tall buildings, a spy plane circled. It emitted a yellow light, illuminating the surrounding area. A thermal detector was launched. Ed, flying toward the window and quickly scanning the area. It then began to scan the body heat of everything within its flight path. The signal was sent back to the screen in the plane. The person inside began to analyze. This one is a goblin and that one too. Seriously, we're not hunting traitors here. A soldier complained. Why does finding one beggar require elite soldiers like us and the most advanced equipment? The other was also a bit disgruntled. Damn it, I was on leave and got called in. Let's finish this quickly so we can go for a drink. The two soldiers stared intently at the screen. The signal this time showed a human figure sitting in a room. One of them identified it. Isn't that a human? Go left. The operator steered the drone to the left. The light from the scanner shone directly on the person sitting in the building, causing him to raise his hand to shield his face from the blinding light. In the plane, a cheer erupted. Found him. The person who was found cursed, "Damn you dogs." After using me like that, the two soldiers in the plane shouted, "Stay there. We're coming to get you." Suddenly, the screen showed a large number of heat signatures. A soldier cursed under his breath. "Oh, damn it," the other added. "Looks like he's surrounded." A monster approached the targeted man, its drool dripping as if it was craving its prey. The plane quickly approached the scene. "We have to save him. Let's go." Meanwhile, the man raised his gun and fought back fiercely against the monsters. One monster fell and he quickly fled. However, the remaining ones weren't about to let their prey escape easily and relentlessly pursued him. He picked up speed with the monsters close on his heels. The spy plane was trying to get closer to him. Inside, he ran while glancing back to see a monster with a spear baring its teeth wanting to eat him alive. He swore, "Damn it." Reaching the staircase, he immediately opened fire on the monsters, shooting continuously. However, the uninjured monster seemed unfazed and continued to charge forward. Suddenly, his foot slipped on a step and he fell, dropping his gun. At the same moment, the monster that had caught up leaped towards him. It was a life or death situation, but luckily a bullet flew through its head at that exact moment. The monster fell and he was saved in the nick of time. He immediately turned towards where the shot came from the window. Oh, 3 figures in black holding guns burst through the glass and stormed in. The blinding light made the monsters hesitate. A voice from the plane boomed. "This is DGB's X-Team. Surrender." Out of the frying pan and into the fire, he cursed. "Damn it." Blood splattered everywhere. On the street, a black sedan was speeding along. The screen displayed an incoming call from Team X. He pressed the answer button. A voice came from the other end of the line. "This is S-Team. The target has been captured." The man with glasses immediately replied, "Good work. Keep him secured in the warehouse." Music echoed throughout the space. The carrying John Ho-chan stopped. He got out and started yelling, "Damn it, what happened?" The person being yelled at could only bow his head and admit fault. "I'm sorry," he shouted in frustration. "I told you to keep him here until I arrived." The other person stammered, sweat beading on his face. "Well, about that." The man with glasses recounted the events. At that moment, there were a lot of cheers when people saw Park Soo about to enter the monster hunting gate. "It's Park Soo-ho. Just him alone. Wow, that's crazy. Is he planning to go in there by himself? That's terrifying." The young man with glasses pushed through the crowd, hastily calling out to Park Soo-ho. "Excuse me, Mr. Park Soo-ho." He heard his name being called and turned back. The young man with glasses quickly presented his business card and introduced himself. "I'm from the DGB group." However, Park Soo-ho didn't listen to a word and walked straight inside, leaving him stunned. The young man with glasses explained. "In a flash, he went inside and treated me like I wasn't even there." So, John Ha-han raised his hand to loosen his collar, suppressing his anger. "So annoying." The young man with glasses bowed his head again in apology. "I'm sorry," he turned and asked the man with glasses. "Hey, how many days did it take for Park Soo-ho to come out last time?" The young man looked at the data on his phone and reported when 2 people went in, it was exactly 4 days, 11 hours, and 27 minutes. Jin Ho-chon gritted his teeth and calculated. "Ah, this is insane. You mean it'll take about 8 days since he went in alone? Is that right? Did he really go in alone? It's a rank 5 dungeon after all. He's crazy." The man with glasses added. "He might actually die this time." "Time, huh?" Inside the car, Tsunami impatiently asked, "Appa, when do I get to meet Park Soo-ho?" In response to her question was a sigh. "Huh? This is so annoying." Inside the rank 5 dungeon, Park Soo-ho stood proudly on a pile of monster corpses, an axe in hand. A status window appeared before him. Achievement points 49,997. Beastification 350. To unlock monster status, 5,000 achievement points are required and beastification must be 300 or higher. He looked at the status screen and exclaimed, this is a bit complicated." A white smoke swirled in the air. He realized he had missed a monster. There's still one alive. His eyes turned a pale blue-white. Hunt. He scanned the monster corpses. Indeed, there was still one alive. He didn't hesitate, leaping towards it. The axe held firmly in his hand was raised high, ready to strike down. The exhausted monster looked up. It received a fatal blow, not a clean one. The status window announced, "You have been awarded 3 achievement points."
He took the red orb from the monster's body.
"What's wrong with it?"
It immediately turned into a red smoke that swirled around his hand. The status window announced total 4,832,560,000. Blood crystals 2,560,480,000.
Immediate transfer activated. Another series of notifications appeared. Achievement points 5,000. 20 monster status minus 5,000 achievement points. Do you want to unlock monster status?
The system displayed achievement points 50/20.
Monster Run minus 5,000 achievement points. Do you wish to open Monster Run?
Yes. The wind howled. Park Soho stared at the display, his hand hovering over the system's selection bar.
The system reported, "You have opened Monster." A map appeared on the screen.
A dark gray land with hints of green like a moldy mutated mushroom.
Its background was an unevenly mixed diluted blue stream.
The system announced, "Please designate a location for the monster run."
He zoomed in on the map.
The area his finger touched was Suwa land, surrounded by a blue light, separating it from the unselected areas. His finger pressed the designated location.
The system prompted, "You have designated the location for the monster run." A sound chimed and an introduction panel appeared. Monster Run Level 1. Max capacity 100 currently tamed. 24 gray wolves. 22. Remainder 1. Pigeon 1. Soho squinted at the light reflecting off the screen and muttered his remainder, talking about Beku. A multitude of not-so-cute legs stomped on the ground.
Soon he was surrounded by a beautiful horde of green-skinned orcs naked except for loincloths. The earlier commotion had attracted them.
Soho was still staring intently at the screen. "Issue a summoning command," he asked. "Summoning command?"
The orbs were getting closer, their hatred palpable.
And of course, they hated him.
Their faces contorted with a mix of excitement and murderous intent as they charged forward.
The entire horde roared like they were going to war.
The air was thick with the smell of blood. A little salt would probably drive them into a frenzy. Yet, he just covered his nose slightly, ignoring their charge, still whispering,
"Is summoning command?" The largest, most audacious orc lunged forward, its foul-smelling drool flying everywhere, roaring in fury for the death of its kin.
Parkuho glanced at the grotesque creature. He raised his hand and power gathered in his palm, forming an energy field as if he was about to open a spatial gate. Suwa squinted, his expression thoughtful, and commanded, "Summon familiar." The spatial light shot out to multiple empty spots around him. The moment the orcs charged, they saw a blinding light and roared fiercely. A loud roar erupted from the mouth of a fanged gray-furred beast.
Surrounding Parkuho were now several ferocious yet obedient wolves.
He gestured forward, and they snarled and leaped into the fray.
Suho smiled with satisfaction, not forgetting to praise himself. "Oh, nice."
The horde of orcs charged into battle. On the ground, the gray wolves counterattacked while a white pigeon soared in the sky. He ran with a short sword, supporting his pets who were going crazy for a taste of meat.
Park Soho laughed loudly. "Let's just take 100 today, shall we?"
At the nightclub, people were partying wildly, as if they were drunk. John Ho-chan sat with his drinking buddies and complained,
"The mood isn't great today, is it?"
His friend replied, "Seems fine to me." Not satisfied, he demanded, "Hey, call some leggy girls over here." The phone rang, a call from his subordinate.
John Ho-chan gritted his teeth and answered, "Yeah, what is it?"
The person next to him
sipped his drink and watched.
The party music was still blaring, but he wasn't dancing.
His eyes widened as he asked, "What?"
Park Soho was out. He shouted over the noise, cursing, "Damn namet.
Are you drunk, you dog?" do your job properly? How can a guy who went in alone just a few hours ago be out already? Hone scrunched his face, asking again because he couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. His teeth were clenched so tightly they looked like they would break. His face reported like a tiger's as he asked what he went back in. His secretary in a black vest and glasses replied, "Yes, according to the snack vendor here, this is his second time. Since it's the second time, it seems he comes out after about 2 hours." Looked at his phone doubtfully. He probably thought that since he couldn't do it, no one else could either. He muttered, "Seriously, what's with this guy?" He thought to himself, would I ever do something like this? Sun, in shorts and a crop top, was lounging on a rug watching her tablet when her phone next to her rang, lighting up the screen. She noticed it faster than she would her boyfriend. She picked up the phone. "Yes, AA right now." "Okay." Over on Park Saho's side, he was slaughtering the bald monsters, stabbing them through the mouth like butchering a pig. Blood spraying everywhere. The pile of monster corpses quickly became a burial mound, enough to build a house with. Suwa continued to swing his short sword, advancing, spinning, and transforming into an artist of deadly resonance. A rain of arrows from the wall flew towards the orcs in him. His own beasts were still fighting. Fiercely Park Suwa commanded, "Return." One by one, the beasts leaped back through the Madair spatial gate. All of his beasts returned, leaving the orcs abandoned without an outlet for their rage. The rain of arrows happened to fall right on them. The little monsters probably weren't too upset. They let out cries of delight before falling. Power enveloped Park Suho's feet. He stomped the ground and launched himself high, wings appearing on his back, allowing him to swiftly dodge the arrows aimed at him. Flying up, he saw orcs on the city wall shooting bows at him. They spoke in a strange language humans couldn't understand. Soho dove from the sky towards the city wall, dodging all the arrows of love the orcs sent his way. The arrows deflected by his wings missed him and fell. Park Suho closed in on the monsters who were readying their weapons to attack him. Suho raised his hand and shimmering particles of spiritual energy gathered in his palm. He smiled and called out whirlwind. Gusts of wind swirled, sending the monsters flying, luckily without blowing off their loincloths. Suddenly, Park Su noticed something. A figure in a black robe, wearing armor and holding a spear sword leaped down from above. He ignored the scene, not intending to take responsibility, and ran off, kicking up dust behind him. The orc chieftain, the leader of the horde, landed successfully, causing destruction all around, sending dirt and rocks flying. Soho leaped towards the chieftain as if drawn to the light of the horde. The great beast had 3 crimson eyes, waist-length hair, and bulging muscles. He wore a belt with a long Fong skull emblem made of bronze. The character's status was displayed. He looked at the horde and called out, this time, a gray wolf. The chieftain uttered a curse. A wolf beast emerged from the spatial gate. Its powerful paws landed successfully. It charged forward to challenge the orc king, who also stepped forward to meet the challenge, raising its weapon to strike. The chieftain shouted in the orc language, its eyes glowing red. Park Suho, transforming with the gray wolf, thought, I really don't understand the orc language. His face scrunched up in anger. He swung his fist and punched in the face. Take that, handsome. Blood sprayed, marking the beginning of humiliation. A loud thud echoed. The orc king fell to the ground, its 2 main eyes shut tight, blood still trickling out. Zuho calculated whirlwind. A storm appeared before him, attacking the monster king. The wind howled. He centered his gravity, stomping the ground to prepare for a jump. Park Suwa leaped high towards the orc king, which was being pushed upwards by the wind. He delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing down. A loud crash was heard. Suho was still in the air while his opponent ate dirt. Dust billowing everywhere. A loud thud. The creature, like a piece of meat in a dirt sandwich, made a strange noise. A clump of dirt fell nearby. He landed. He stomped on the creature with all his might. The chieftain's roar echoed for 5 meters, sending dirt and rocks flying. The system announced, "Level up. You have been awarded 238 achievement points." Standing on the orc's corpse, he looked at the system display. A gate has opened. 450 AM to the southwest. Countdown initiated. 15 minutes and 25 seconds. Many of the orcs that have been blown away by the wind were now waking up, holding their heads, and preparing to open their eyes. They let out hissing whispers. Soho ran past them quickly. They chased after him but couldn't keep up. A werewolf running on all fours is truly fast. He ran past a fenced-off wolf pen. Thinking tame, the grey wolves inside all turned to look upon receiving the signal. The horde of orcs holding weapons menacingly pursued him. He thought, "Let's get out of here, Summit." Behind a running park, Soho, a whole pack of white wolves followed suit. In front of him, spatial gates appeared, and each wolf leaped through without hesitation. Now, only he remained in his transformed state with multiple interconnected spatial gates behind him. Suho let out a roar within the energy space. A bolt of lightning flashed and a figure emerged from within. A foot stepped out of the spatial gate. The whole body dazed. Crackling energy enveloped him. His body was covered in blood and bruises. Soho muttered, "This side effect is completely different from when I fused with Beku." The system announced, "Monster Run Level 1. Max capacity 100 currently tamed. 88 gay wolves, 86 remainder, 1 pigeon 1. He touched the screen and said, "If I can go in one more time, I can fill all 100 slots and level up the monster run." Suddenly, through the transparent screen, a figure with a skirt appeared behind the display and approached. Park Soo-won noticed a woman in a hat stepped forward. Before she could speak, he asked, "Who?" Song smiled, wearing a tight-fitting sports jacket and a short skirt that highlighted her curves. In the distance, a crowd of people was packed behind a barrier. She stood before him and asked with a smile, "You're Park Soo-ho, right?" Park Soo-ho, covered in dirt, looked at the strange girl before him and asked back, "Who?" The reporters and journalists standing outside the barrier started shouting, "That's San." "Isn't that Song and Park Soo-ho?" They stared at the two people standing next to each other and repeatedly asked, "Are they dating? Are they really dating?" The onlookers saw this and cheered with bright smiles. A young man in a business suit and glowing glasses picked up his phone and said loudly, "Director, the two of them have finally met." The person on the other end of the line, sitting in a black car, speeding down the road, replied happily, "Is that so? Did Park Ho take the bait?" The man with glasses, seeing Park Soo-ho and Sony laughing and joking, continued to reply, "Yes, she's really different from me." Park Soo-ho was reacting. It turned out the person in the car was John Ho-chan. He said, "Of course, you idiot." Park Soo-ho was a man, too. Suddenly, the man saw the two of them linking arms and walking away. And he shouted, "Huh? They go to cafe together." John Ho-chan shouted with joy, "Oh, that's our Sanji. I'm on my way. Keep an eye on that guy for me." He stepped on the gas to go faster, not forgetting to remind his subordinate, "Don't lose them." The other side replied immediately, "Yes, sir." Melodious music filled the neighborhood. Suddenly, amidst the bustling crowd, John Hokin's loud voice rang out, "What?" His face contorted like a monkey's, but as he asked the person opposite him where did Park Soo-ho's eyes were streaming with tears as she let out a sob song began to explain, "I came in here with Park Soo-ho but he said he was thirsty after a few drinks and left." John Ho-chan yelled, "Hawaii." Song replied, "Ho about that." She covered her face with her hands and shouted, "He said he doesn't like me because I'm too weak." When John Ho-chan heard that, he was shocked and angry, slamming his hand on the table. He yelled, "Are you on drugs?" Songki stood up and slammed both hands on the table, denying it. "No." Then Song slowly walked out of the cafe, cursing loudly. "Tae so annoying. I'm definitely going to awaken. John Ho-chan and his subordinate had no idea what was going on with her. He turned and asked his subordinate, "Hey, what the hell is going on?" The man with glasses stammered. He said, "His woman has to be strong." Jin Ho-chan sighed in frustration. "Huh, damn it." The subordinate stepped forward to offer his opinion. "I think there's a suitable person among the awakened in our guild." John Ho-chan asked who? The man with glasses thought of the brawny muscular woman and said, "Oh, it's a rank Kimong. She looks very strong." Jin Ho-chan rubbed his head in frustration. "Ah, really? That bastard has some taste. So, where is Park Soho now?" The subordinate replied, "He went right back to the dungeon. He rubbed his head and messed up his hair." Damn it. Things are getting complicated again. The man with glasses pointed in one direction and shouted, "Oh, over there. Park Soho is out." Jin Ho-chan immediately looked in the direction his subordinate pointed. "What? Where?" A familiar figure was standing on the other side. Park Soho smiled. Jin Ho-chan shouted in disbelief. "I can't believe it. He was only in there for a few minutes." He started running. John Ho-chan ran with all his might, saying, "Let's go. This time we have to catch him." The subordinate couldn't react in time to his director's command. The two of them, one in black and one in brown, ran for their lives towards Park Soho, yelling, "Hey, Park Soho!" Park Soho looked at them, a question mark appearing on his face. He looked at the two people panting in front of him and asked, "What's up?" Jin Ho-chan, gasping for breath, tried to say, "Let's talk for a bit." He reached into his pocket to take something out and said, "I am Park." Park Soho didn't even bother to hear the rest of his sentence and walked away. Jin Ho-chan was immediately disappointed. He couldn't believe his own thoughts and sadly asked his subordinate, "Hey, did Park Soho just ignore me and walk away?" "Right?" The subordinate stammered. "It seems so." John Hakon rolled up his sleeves and yelled, "That damn bastard." The man with glasses quickly tried to calm him down. "Please calm down, director." He angrily pointed in his direction and said, "Hey, you saw that bastard ignore me, right?" "Huh?" The subordinate quickly replied, Director, your voice is a little." Suddenly, a pair of feet approached and a voice said, "Please stop, sir." Ho-chan, hearing this demanded, "Damn it, who the hell is that?" It turned out to be Chief Secretary John and his bodyguards in black suits. Jin Ho-chan stammered, "Chief Secretary John." While his subordinate bowed 90 and greeted him, "Good evening, Secretary John." The secretary looked at the two of them, adjusted his glasses, and said, "There are too many eyes here. It would be best if you stopped." The reporters and passers-by standing outside the barrier also started to notice and gossip. "Hey, isn't that the son of the DGB chairman? He got ignored by Park Soho and got all worked up." A group of burly men laughed mockingly. "I wonder what kind of trouble that rude guy will cause this time." He, John Ho-chan, was covered in sweat. He thought to himself, "Damn it, if this rumor spreads, I'll be in an even worse position." He decided to back down, rubbing his head as he approached Chief Secretary John. "Well, it seems I made a mistake," the secretary replied. "I'll take care of things here. So, why don't you take a day off, Director?" Jin Ho-chan thought to himself, "This bastard." But on the outside, he said patiently, "This is still a project I initiated," Chief Secretary John explained with a flourish. "You've done all you can for today. You'll have plenty of opportunities to get close to Park Soho in the future," he added. John Ho-chan, seeing the logic, asked back, "Is that so?" The secretary bowed and replied, "Yes, Director." John Ho-chan started blaming himself. "It seems it's a bit too late to get close to him today. In that case, I'll leave everything to you." After that, Chief Secretary John saw John Ho-chan off, but as soon as he turned his back on him, he scowled and secretly cursed, "You fake fox." So annoying. Chief Secretary John received another call from someone. His face was serious as he answered, "Yes, sir. I'm waiting at the dungeon."
The person on the other end was the DGB chairman.
He yelled into the phone, "That brat John Ho-chan is causing trouble again, isn't he?"
Chief Secretary John didn't answer the chairman's question, but said, "Sir, putting that aside, what's more important is that Park Suo's dungeon clearing ability is beyond our expectations."
The chairman pondered and asked, "Really? It has to be, right? That's why we're trying to recruit him." Suddenly, a dark figure crackling with electricity unexpectedly stepped out. Chief Secretary John immediately went on guard, his eyes widening. That dark figure was Park Suho.
He bent down, pointing, and muttered to himself, "I filled all 100 similar slots.
When a monster herd levels up to 2, it will be 200. To fill 200.
Before he could finish his sentence, his stomach rumbled loud. This made him pause and say, I'm hungry, so I'll stop here and go eat." Suddenly, Park Suho stopped when he saw the middle-aged man in front of him.
Chief Secretary John offered a bright smile as he faced Park Suho, greeting him, "Hello, Mr. Park Suho." He found it strange and asked, "Why are so many people looking for me today?"
He began to introduce himself. "I am John Dion, the chief secretary to the chairman of the DGB group."
He asked, "GB?" Then Park Suho remembered and asked again, "Oh, the Dungeon Management Guild, right?"
He replied, "Yes, that's correct." Chief Secretary John said, "I came to apologize for the accident that happened earlier."
Park Soho looked at him and asked back, "The accident that happened earlier?" "Oh, that is." He explained. "Yes, it was when you had to enter a rank 5 dungeon."
Park Soho was not pleased. His eyebrows furrowed slightly.
"Why only now?" Chief Secretary John replied.
"It took us time to prepare a sincere apology that wasn't just empty words."
He asked coldly, "A sincere apology?"
He smiled and said, "In addition, I also want to thank you."
Hakuho was confused.
Chief Secretary John spread his arms and explained, "Because of that, the gate became famous and the nearby trade industry has flourished."
The people outside holding phones were constantly taking pictures and asking, "Who is that person?"
Oh, Park Suho is actually listening. He continued, "So, we've prepared a few things to show our gratitude.
To start, what do you think about going to our star restaurant we've booked in advance to discuss things further?" Park Soho hearing this smiled and asked, "A fancy restaurant?" "I'm hungry, so that sounds okay."
After that, Chief Secretary John led him to a nearby black car.
2 bodyguards quickly opened the car door.
He said, "This black car." Park Suho, seeing the luxurious car, exclaimed, "This car looks nice."
Hearing that, he asked, "Do you like it?"
Sparkling lights were scattered across the night sky.
At the end of the road was a rather large building and a high hill. Before the car started rolling, many people got out of the blue car.
A young man with cream-colored hair closed the door and said, "Today was great." Another said, "We got to eat lobster and drink wine after a long time." The one with 2-pronged hair.
Even Monk Jean couldn't resist, but poor Juno couldn't drink because he had to drive. They chatted animatedly.
"It would be great if we had our own driver."
"That's right. We need to hire more people."
Suddenly, the curly hair guy jumped.
"Oof."
The black hair guy next to him saw it and asked, "What's wrong?" The curly hair guy said, "I was supposed to meet the people who applied to our guild tonight."
"Hey, why are you only telling me now?"
The blue-haired guy said, I forgot while I was eating." The curly-haired guy continued, I'm so tired."
The bald one said, "I was supposed to go to the construction office today, too."
"If this happens again tomorrow," the redhead looked at his phone and said, "If this happens again tomorrow, of course, we have to choose lobster and drinks again."
Oh, these bastards are flooding the chat with text. The bald one clasped his hands in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and said, "Seriously?" The redhead asked, "But shouldn't Juno be conducting the member recruitment interviews alone?" The black-haired one replied, "Ah, that's right," but Juno replied sadly, "I don't have a mercenary license yet. I'm just considered a porter in the hired team." The rest of the group was shocked. "What? Oh, that's right. You should register for a mercenary license first." Juno nodded. "Yeah, tomorrow is the registration day for the mercenary test." The other two said, "You don't have much time. You also have to clear dungeons, but there are so many other things to do." Juno said, "I'm truly sorry." The curly-haired one laughed and said, "Tsksual will do something about it." The bald one said, "I heard that in cases like this, the guild leader is the one who solves everything." "That's right. That's right." A little boy with black hair ran out, shouting, "Dad." A grandmother stood beside him. Juno hugged his son tightly and said, "Gangu." The redhead went over to the old woman and said, "Grandma Sukja." The old woman said, "You should come inside as soon as you get home." "Why?" "Just hanging around outside." They started to reply, "Hee, we had some drinks. We brought some lobster for you." "Seeing the lobster makes me want to drink again." The boy shouted with joy. A subordinate yelled, "Let's have a third round at home, boss." The big house was once again lit up by lights. Park Soho held his stomach and said, "Oh, that was good." The chief secretary laughed. "Haha, I'm glad you liked it." He bowed his head and said, "Yeah, but isn't the best meal one that money can't buy? And with 5 entrees with the best selections, each costing 300 million won, isn't that a bit much?" The chief secretary adjusted his glasses and said, "How can you call it too much when you almost lost your life? We still have a few more gifts we want to give you." At the DGB company's port, a desolate space, it was eerily quiet. But in a place no one could see, a man's bloodied face appeared, screaming desperately, "Kill me! Just kill me, you bastards!" But on Park Soho's side, he smiled and said, "What gifts?" He seemed to be using the apology as an excuse just to spend money. Chief Secretary John, having been exposed like that, still smiled obsequiously and said, "Ha, you're just joking." Park Suwa immediately became serious and said, "Cut the flattery. Now tell me, what do you want from me?" Chief Secretary John, hearing this, also became serious. "Then I'll get straight to the point. The DGB group wants to officially become a business partner with the Soho Guild." Chief Secretary John got straight to the point, saying, "You know that the DGB Guild has yet to become the representative guild of District 12 in Seoul. That's because we don't have a rank 6 rating team. Even with the full support of South Korea's strongest financial group, DBEG, the situation is not improving." Park Suwa casually remarked, "That must be embarrassing." But Chief Secretary John continued, "Most importantly, our chairman is very tired of this situation." Park Suwa also stated his own opinion, "But I'm not that interested in becoming the representative guild of District 12 in Seoul." Hearing this, he explained, "Because we're not aiming for District 12 in Seoul." Park Suwa said indifferently, "So what?" Chief Secretary John explained, claimed that the DGB group wants to join forces with the Suwa Guild to create a 13th district in Seoul. Park Suho exclaimed in shock, "The 13th district?" Chief Secretary John, knowing he was curious, explained that a rank 6 guild that permanently occupies an area will gradually build a city just like District 12 in Seoul. But currently the guilds in District 12 are struggling with the rampant appearance of rank 6 dungeons there. Not stopping there, he added. So the people are very uneasy with the current situation. Meanwhile, Park Suwa asked curiously, "What if a 13th guild with powerful resources appears and can soothe the people's worries?" Chief John immediately answered, "Then people will start moving to the 13th district and land prices will skyrocket. We are certain that the Zuho Guild can meet this desire of the people." After revealing his company's difficulties,
Chief Secretary John suddenly said cryptically, however, right now the Soho Guild has a problem it can't solve on its own.
Park Soho was confused.
Chief Secretary John explained, it's that your Soho Guild lacks the experience, manpower and capital to build and manage a city on its own. There are many things to handle, from raiding and managing dungeons to planning and constructing the city, as well as negotiating with the government and settling things with businesses.
Park Soho, hearing him say that, gave a mysterious smile and said, "You mean you have money and experience but no strength? So you want to borrow strength to build a city, right?"
Chief Secretary John seemed to tacitly agree with his statement and continued, "We see the potential of the Soho Guild and want to invest in that potential."
"What do you think? Can the Soho Guild's manpower alone make it happen?"
Park Soho closed his eyes and let out a long sigh.
He started thinking about his teammates and thought to himself, is it feasible?
While he was hesitating,
Chief Secretary John spoke persuasively.
"Why do you think the strongest guilds in South Korea don't receive support from government agencies, but instead cooperate with large corporations?"
"We are confident that we can be the best partner for the Soho Guild."
Park Soho understood the implication and said nothing, just calculating in his head. Their intention is to build a residential area and monopolize the business district around the dungeon.
But what he says isn't wrong.
On the other side, died.
Chief Secretary John sat opposite him, gloating to himself.
The Soho Guild still lacks the ability to manage the administrative sector, which requires meticulous precision.
There's no need to think about it anymore. DGB is the best choice. A moment later, Park Soho spoke up frankly. "I'll consider it. It's not like we have to build the 13th district right away." Chief Secretary John immediately bowed and said, "Thank you." After that, neither of them said much.
In the silent atmosphere, Chief Secretary John felt a bit anxious and thought to himself.
The analysis report on Park Soho mentioned that he's a gluttonous fool, very naive, and likes gifts.
Or maybe the gift was too small.
A moment later, Park Soho stood up on his own and said, "It's getting late. I have to go now." However, Chief Secretary John spoke up. "You seem to have forgotten. I mentioned earlier that there's still one more gift I haven't given you." Park Soho hadn't even turned to leave yet.
So, he turned back with a puzzled look. Chief Secretary John took a sip of water and said mysteriously, "I had a hard time finding it."
Park Soho returned to his seat and asked, "What is it?" The Chief Secretary immediately got to the point.
"I heard that after a nationwide manhunt, he escaped and is hiding somewhere.
The DGP Guild's investigation team has identified Director Cho via Ionari." Park Soho was a bit confused and asked, "Director?" He immediately replied, "That's right. We've processed his identity as a dead person. You can do whatever you want with him." Park Soo seemed uninterested and replied indifferently, "So what? Why do you have to do such evil things?
You guys can handle it yourselves." Chief Secretary John was a bit stunned and exclaimed, "Hey!" Park Soho looked bored as he walked out of the shop, saying, "He'll die on his own even if I don't do anything.
Why bother bring him back?" Chief Secretary John still had something to say.
But then he made up his mind and exclaimed, "But it's because of him that you suffered so much. You have to see his face at least once."
But Park Soho calmly replied, "Oh well, what's there to see? Just throw him into the dungeon." The Chief Secretary was surprised by his calm reaction.
Park Soho looked at his phone for a moment, then said, "Never mind.
Wait for me a bit." In another scene, Park Gangu and Park Juno were wrestling in the forest.
Park Gangu in particular was screaming his head off.
"This neck, I got you," Park Gangu yelled. Park Juno played along and yelled, "Oh, oh."
Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted their fawn.
Park Gangu didn't care and yelled, "Surrender, or you'll die."
Park Juno struggled to answer.
Phone and said, "Hello, yeah," hung.
It's unclear what the person on the other end said, but Park Juno replied in surprise.
"Now it's late.
Park Soo-ho replied softly, now is the perfect time.
Hearing this, Park Juno asked with even more curiosity. But what's going on? Hi.
Only the little boy, Park Gango, was still playing and shouting, arm barlock. After Park Soo briefly explained, Park Juno replied in surprise, eyes.
What? Someone wants to see me.
Before getting the car, Park Soo-ho gave a few instructions over the phone.
I'll send you the address, so you should leave now. Ah, take your medicine before you go.
Park Juno had already stood up to get ready, but he was still surprised and asked again.
The DGPH Logistics Center. Who could it be?
Only the little boy, Park Gango, was playing innocently, neck crank finish. After hanging up, Park Soo-ho immediately got into the car. Chief Secretary John and his subordinates stood respectfully by the car door and said, have a safe trip. Park Soo-ho just glanced at him and said, just leave him there.
My brother will know how to handle it. Chief Secretary John respectfully nodded and replied, I understand. Please consider us family and contact us anytime. There was nothing more to say.
The car then sped away. At this moment, at the huge, brightly lit DB Company building, the DHB chairman sat comfortably in his chairman's chair and talked on the phone.
Hello. Still at the office?
On the other end of the line was Director AB, who replied softly, well.
It's still the same. It's late. Why are you calling? Is something wrong?
The DGB chairman said, just now, Manager John met with Park Soo-ho.
The negotiations seem to have gone well.
Thanks, Director AB said leisurely.
What thanks?
I have to repay your investment in this way. Sooner or later, all the refugees from Kongwon will flock to Soho's land.
Chairman DGB started to inquire. The construction of large-scale residential and living facilities must be very urgent, right?
Director HIB leaned back tiredly in his chair and replied, of course, we have to help each other survive in this miserable world, right? In another scene, the headlights of a car shone on a dark port. Immediately, a screech of brakes was heard.
Extremely ear-piercing.
As Park Juno slowly got out of the car, he saw two staff members waiting to greet him.
One of them took the initiative to ask him, are you Park Juno? Park Juno replied, yes.
The man mysteriously turned and said to him, follow me.
Park Juno was a little nervous, but still followed them.
At that moment, Kim Jong-soo, with a bloodied face and tied up, was screaming, damn you, you bastards.
I'm so hungry, you crazy dogs.
If I get out these ropes, I'll chew your heads off.
Damn it.
As soon as he finished his sentence, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. Someone was indeed opening the container where he was being held. So, he quickly explained, oh shit, I didn't mean it like that. Before he could even see who it was, he immediately started screaming and admitting his fault.
I was wrong. I was just talking nonsense because I was so hungry. Park Juno peeked in fearfully at the person inside.
Kim Jong-soo then fell silent and looked up at the person in front of him. When he realized who it was, he immediately let out in a. Park Juno slowly approached him. The closer he got, the more he muttered in a daze, hey, you look familiar. Then looking at this face, he suddenly realized something and let out a gasp. Kim Jong-soo's face was covered in blood, but he still mumbled, hey, damn it, the Juno, right?
Park Juno, having been called by his name, timidly avoided his gaze and replied fearfully, yes, hello.
Kim Jong-soo asked curiously, but what are you doing here?
Park Juno explained. Because my brother said someone wanted to see me. So before he could finish his sentence, Kim Jong-soo immediately burst out laughing. Aha! After a moment, he spoke. You're still the same, huh? Park Juno asked in surprise, what do you mean? Kim Jong-soo didn't answer him, but asked, is your brother here, too? Park Juno answered honestly, no.
Hearing that, Kim Jong-soo immediately broke into a sinister smile that no one could see.
Park Juno, still naive, asked him, "But why did you want to see me?"
Kim Jong-soo immediately started acting. He put on a pitiful expression and said, because I wanted to sincerely apologize to you.
Park Juno, hearing this, was a little moved. Kim Jong-soo brought up the past again and said, "The day I hit you, it was because your brother caused trouble with my subordinates first, so I got angry." Park Juno, being kind-hearted, immediately let it go. "Yes, but it's all in the past." Kim Jong-soo immediately suppressed a laugh and uttered the words, "Thanks." Not stopping there, Kim Jong-soo continued, "And about your brother's case? I didn't trick your brother into that southern dungeon incident." Park Juno, hearing this, immediately fell in a deep thought.
Kim Jong-soo, seeing his hesitation, added, "Hey, think about it for a second.
That's not something a mere debt collector like me could do on my own." Park Juno remained silent.
Kim Jong-soo continued to deliver the fatal blow.
"All of that was set up by the Management Bureau and DGB to use your brother to make money. I was just a scapegoat." Yet Park Juno could still ask him, "You must have been really upset, huh?"
Kim Jong-soo, getting his way, continued to act.
"Of course, damn, I was so pissed. Because of that, my company went bankrupt. I've been living on the run, hiding in the fields. I've been so miserable, and now I'm probably going to die here." Park Juno replied dismissively, "That's frustrating. So, can I go now?"
Kim Jong-soo jumped and replied, No, wait.
So that's why." He then intentionally stated his purpose. "Can you get me out of here?
I may seem like this, but I also lent you money when you were in need, and I even found a job for Ganga's mom."
He even pretended to bow his head in remorse. "Oh, DM, why did I have to reveal that?" In an instant, Park Juno heard something. His eyes showed disbelief. Park Juno immediately turned and asked, "Jenga's mom found a job?"
Kim Jong-soo put on a vague expression and said, "Well, at that time, I was running the Ayong Employment Center. She said she was living a miserable life. So, she came to Nanny and asked me to find her a job, but he didn't recount it like it was that day."
A desperate scream echoed through the dilapidated apartment complex.
That day, Kim Jong-soo's men cornered Jenga's mother and son against a wall and interrogated them.
Where did Juno go again? Kim Jong-soo didn't forget to mock. The interest keeps piling up.
The man of the house is so useless, letting his wife and child suffer like this.
Jenga's mother cried and begged, please spare my son and me." Kim Jong-soo lifted Ganga's mother's chin and continued, "Hey, who said anything about killing? You're begging like this." Ganga's mother shrank back in fear. Please, sir."
Kim Jong-soo, without any greed, continued to say, "You're suffering like this because you met a useless man." He paused, and the atmosphere in the entire house became strangely silent.
Then he continued, "Is there anything to eat in the house?"
Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he said, "Stop living like this.
Let me introduce you to a job.
Someone like Jonggu's mom can pay off all her debts in 3 months and still have some money left over."
Gangu's mother was too scared to say anything and could only beg, "Please spare us."
Kim Jong-soo took out a wad of cash from his pocket and persuaded her.
"Aren't you tired of living like this?
A woman's chance to change her life in today's society is very short." Then Kim Jong-soo took out a long-term sales contract and a stack of yellow bills and placed them on the floor.
Kim Jong-soo still didn't give up and continued to persuade. "If you want to do it, just call me." But Ganga's mother remained silent until the end. Before Kim Jong-soo's men left, he threatened fiercely, "Next time I come and don't see your husband, I'm taking you with me." Ganga's mother cried out in agony, tears streaming down her face. Back in the present, Park Juno was surprised and asked loudly, "John's mother came to the office?" Kim Jong-soo,
engrossed in his act, continued,
"Yeah.
When you disappeared on that cold winter day, she was holding Jong-gu and begging.
It was so pitiful.
At this moment, Park Juno was filled with so much pain and regret. He remembered that day, the day he had ransacked the room and read the letter. The letter read, "I'm tired of living with you. Don't look for me anymore." Park Juno asked him solemnly, "Do you know where Jong-goo's mother is now?" Kim Jong-soo was just waiting for this. He immediately made a condition. "If you get me out of here, I'll take you to her." At this, Park Juno immediately fell silent. In a quiet dark night, the sound of a car engine cut through the streets. Park Soo-hwa stared intently at his phone, confused. On his phone was a chat conversation between him and Kim Misashi had messaged, "We receive an email reply from Professor Todd or he wants to meet you in England." Kimo, after reading the message, Park Soo-ho just smiled wryly and said, "It's finally here." He remembered the day Kim Misu had told him Professor Todd are with his invention of the model energy meter and the model crystal generator. He is the one truly responsible for the beginning of the model industrial era. Park couldn't help but think to himself, he must know about the connection between the secret of the time distortion and the spatial crack on my planet. Then there will be a way to find my brothers again. Park Soho immediately called someone, but all he got was, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Park Soo-ho's eyes immediately showed a deep contemplative expression. The car continued to drive through the night. Suddenly, Park Soho called out, "Driver." The person immediately replied, "Yes." Park Soho, still holding his phone, coldly uttered a few words, "Turn the car around." The person glanced at him suspiciously and asked, "Where are you going?" Park Soho looked up from his phone. Then he pointed behind him and replied, "The DGB container yard." But what Park Soho didn't expect was that at the port, a car had already sped away. Kim Jong-soo, overjoyed, stuck his head out the car window. He raised his middle finger and whooped, "Yahoo, die, you bastard." After he had had his fun, he immediately sat up straight in the passenger seat and burst out laughing. "What a fool! You! Ha ha!" Then Kim Jong-soo lazily turned to look at the person in the driver's seat and said, "Thanks, Juno." Park Juno just replied calmly, "It's nothing." The car then continued towards the abandoned industrial park ahead. On the dark road, only the light from the car's headlights illuminated the way. The car continued to go deeper, the headlights shining wherever it went. The workers sleeping in the industrial park had to stick their heads out to see whose mysterious car this was. Park Juno silently looked at the road sign that had led them here. He then stopped the car completely. "Let's go." Juno glanced coldly at the person sitting next to him and said, "We're here." Kim Jong-soo opened his eyes groggy. He then stretched and said lazily, "Ugh, we're here already. That was a good nap. This pickup truck is comfortable." He then looked over at Park Juno with a thuggish expression and said mockingly, "You've climbed the ladder again, huh?" Park Juno didn't answer his question and just asked, "Is Jenga's mother here?" Kim Jong-soo gave him a thuggish look and replied, "Yeah, my guys will take you to Jenga's mom in a bit." Just then, large men emerged from the building in front of them and slowly approached the car. Kim Jong-soo quickly told him, "Here they are." Park Juno couldn't help but feel a little scared, so he remained silent. As they got closer, Kim Jong-soo, sitting in the car, let out a hey. He stuck his head out the car window and waved with a smile. "Hey, you bastards. How are you? Ha ha." The men around him, seeing him, started greeting him one by one. "Well, look who it is. Isn't it the boss of Ionari? Ha! You're still alive, boss." One of them even said, "We thought you got caught and died, boss." Kim Jong-soo also replied with a smile. "Damn it, almost died, too." On Park Juno's side of the car, a curious man leaned in and asked, "By the way, who's this guy?" Just then, a guy pressed his face against the window and replied, "Yeah, it's Juno." Then he asked him again, "Hey, you bastard. You're Park Juno, right?" His voice was so loud that the people around could hear. They exclaimed, "What?"
Seriously? Is that really the pathetic Park Juno? Is it really him? Your brother bought you this car, right? I'm so jealous. But Jiangsu was still bloating in his seat and said, Juno want to find his wife. Take him. The guy who had just spoken to Park Juno asked again, you came here to find your runaway wife. Her name is Mi Gang Ha, right? He then looked towards the old factory and said to him, get out. She's in that building. A group of men walked over together and opened the factory door. Each of them was holding a weapon as they entered the abandoned factory one by one. Kim Jong-soo immediately pushed Park Juno inside. He said mockingly, what are you doing? Let's go. After pushing him in, Kim Jong-soo continued, don't you want to see your wife? His subordinates behind him laughed shamelessly. Ha! In the dark space, someone said impatiently, hey, turn on the lights. Immediately, another person went to the switch and turned on the lights. Oh, too bright. The bright light immediately shone into Park Juno's eyes, causing him to cover them with his hand. The moment he lowered his hand, Park Juno stood stunned before a row of meat grinders stained with blood and flesh. Seeing this scene, Park Juno immediately had a bad feeling. Without letting him think much, Kim Jong-soo intentionally asked and answered himself. So many grinders, huh? This place used to be a top meat grinding company. His subordinate standing behind him intentionally spoke up, hey, my gung is a number 2, right? Someone replied, I don't know, another intentionally said loudly. There are over 200 bags of meat. How am I supposed to remember? This statement caught Park Juno's attention. It made him turn and look at him. Park Juno could still calmly ask them, where is Gangu's mother? As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Jong-soo swung an iron pipe straight at Park Juno's face. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Park Juno was beaten so badly that he collapsed to the ground. Now Kim Jong-soo's face was filled with hatred. No longer the fake act from before, he shouted angrily, I put her through the grinder. You bastard! Seeing Park Juno bleeding profusely from his head, he still couldn't stop cursing. If we had spared her, she should have paid us back. That damn bee. His subordinates standing around also chimed in, that ungrateful bee. She should have lived longer. Hey, how could her husband live peacefully with her annoying personality? While Park Juno was struggling to get up, Kim Jong-soo continued to speak. Juno, your wife didn't understand what's most important right now. Kim Jong-soo lost his temper again and hit him with a pipe while yelling, you bastard. Don't you see our business collapsed because of your damn brother? The amount of blood pooling on the floor grew larger and larger. His subordinates behind him tried to stop him repeatedly. Hey, boss, you're going to kill the bastard. It's no fun killing him now. Yet, Kim Jong-soo not only didn't stop, but became even more frenzied. Raising the pipe high, he continued, when I meet your brother, pausing for a moment, Kim Jong-soo delivered a final blow and yelled, how am I going to kill you? Ha! This blow sent a clear spray of blood flying. After that, Kim Jong-soo stood there silently panting and said, do you know how many nights I've imagined this? But in response, all he got was Park Juno's weak cough. Not expecting him to still be alive. The subordinates around him casually said, wow, this bastard can take more than I thought. Park Juno can now only breathe through a bloody mess. He heard him say to his subordinates, hey, pour water on him if he faints. In his mind now, there was only one thought. I'll kill all of you. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the old days. A Park Juno engrossed in video games in a tiny rented room. The sound of the game constantly blared. Save me. But alongside the electronic sounds was the cursing of the person in front of the keyboard. I'll kill all of you bastards. I'll chop you into pieces, you son of B. Park Juno recalled this and couldn't help but sigh. I used to think that once I graduated from high school, I would escape the torment of others. But then he remembered another piece of memory. Still in that rented room, the person in front of the computer screen was still Park Juno, cursing, "You damn manager. Who do you think I am? I'll tear you to shreds, bastard." The current Park Juno continued to sigh. But even after becoming an adult, that vicious cycle continued. The Park Juno of that day started playing games again. In the game, someone begged him, "Save me." But Park Juno was so agitated that he slammed the keyboard and cursed, "Die." Then a bloody and brutal scene unfolded on the computer screen. Park Juno used to think, gaming is the only way I can escape from reality. Then Park Juno's memory went back to the day he and Ni-jung met. She said gently, "Would you like to have lunch with me?" Park Juno thought to himself, "Ni-jung is the only person who has ever approached me." However, Park Juno continued down the same old path. He was still engrossed in games, still yelling, "Shut up! Shut up!" even though he knew nothing. While his wife and child slept beside him, Park Juno went crazy, roaring, "First that face! Don't shoot at the ship!" Again, in that small room, on one side was Park Juno playing games on his computer and cursing, "Die, all of you die." On the other side, his wife and child were sleeping on a small bed, but in a corner no one could see. Even though Ganghu's mother had her eyes closed, a tear rolled down. Yet, Park Juno was still focused on yelling, "You bastards!" Only now did Park Juno realize that the only thing he could give her was the madness of a person running away from reality. Back in the present at this moment, a subordinate of Kim Jong-soo stood on top of the meat grinder and said, "Ready, boss." Kim Jong-soo stood next to Park Juno's silent body and gave the order, "Get up, you bastard." Then he panted and said, "Beating him is exhausting." A moment later, he said to him, "You'll see your wife soon." At this moment, Park Juno slowly opened his eyes. He thought to himself, "If we can meet again, I want to ask her for another chance." Kim Jong-soo hadn't stopped there. He knelt down close to him and said, "We're going to smash your legs just like your wife. Slowly starting from your feet." Immediately, Kim Jong-soo turned and ordered a man with a large hammer behind him. "Begin." The man with the hammer excitedly raised it high and said, "Grit your teeth." A subordinate in the back couldn't help but say sympathetically, "That's going to hurt." But Park Juno just lay there motionless on the ground. He suddenly spoke, "Thank you for letting me remember the past." Park Juno's words immediately made the man turn in surprise to look at him. Park Juno lay there pensively and said, "A bastard like me needs to feel pain, but damn it, nothing hurts." The man with a hammer, hearing him say that, felt insulted. He yelled furiously, "You crazy bastard! What are you talking about?" He then swung the hammer straight down, but it hit the ground. That was because Park Juno had used some kind of technique that cut off both of his arms, causing the hammer to fall to the ground due to inertia. This scene made the remaining men stare in shock. The man with the hammer now only saw his two stumps and screamed, "My arms!" Kim Jong-soo and the others, not expecting this, stood there stunned. Park Juno with his head bowed to the ground said softly, "After Gangu's mother left, I promised I wouldn't do this anymore." Kim Jong-soo wasn't calm enough to hear what he was saying. He stammered, "That bastard. Impossible." Park Juno looked up, revealing a bloodied face, and said coldly, "I can't let you guys live." At this moment, Kim Jong-soo and his subordinates could only run in fear and shout, "He's awakened! Run!" Park Juno wasn't about to let them escape. He simply slashed at whoever he saw. Kim Jong-soo still seemed unable to believe this was real. He stood frozen in place as blood splattered in front of him. Before him now was a completely different Park Juno. He coldly held a blade in his hand and killed without sparing anyone. Getting closer and closer to Kim Jong-soo. Kim Jong-soo's face was filled with pure terror. He could only utter. Park Juno immediately swung his blade and slashed Kim Jong-soo to his utter astonishment. Outside, his subordinates scattered in all directions trying to escape the bloody scene.
So no one knew that another head Kim Jong-su's had just fallen.
Following, there was a crazed Park Juno chasing after them with his blade. Seeing him, the subordinates immediately screamed, "Get out of the way!" But Park Juno had already caught up and started a massacre. From a panoramic view,
one could see Park Juno mercilessly slashing people with two blades in his hands.
But someone couldn't stand the shooters. Where are the shooters? Is your brother okay? Handling the aftermath won't be a problem anymore. Most of their social security numbers have been erased. So the government won't care. Brad is finally awakened. He'll be fine even without me.
Despite facing danger from prison breaks in District 2 of Gangbuk, or the old prison area, the entire Gangbuk region seems to have become safer thanks to the help from special forces from Seoul, Byususun, and Gwanja provinces. But the guilds are of the opinion that it is very difficult to prevent mass explosions in prisons, which is making the public increasingly anxious.
Right now we can hear the soldiers cheering for 77 and Sun Jin-yu joining forces with South Korea's strongest fighting force. The country has achieved the 707A standard. Hakan is Hong Sherry. It seems the Special Relief Forces are returning to the Provincial Defense Force barracks after completing their mission. How's Su-hai? But tonight, if she's still alive, she should at least call.
Next up is a hot scandal involving Song. She's the scandal machine of the most famous girl group Man. The group is about to release a new song.
Who is it this time? Do you all see that man? What? Park Soho. OS. What the hell is this? Please tell me that's not him. Huh? That bastard. You there?
As per your order, we have increased the number of groups to 12.
So the items are gradually increasing. But we have not received any news about the treasure you are looking for.
You just need to train hard for 1,000 years.
He just doesn't want to let people know. Who would want to reveal their secret to the whole world? Park Soho isn't that kind of person. So if I should focus on Park Soo instead of the rank for dungeon, huh? Are we doing this for no reason? Hello, Mr. Park Soho. Did you find your younger brother that day? I remember you. There's something I'm curious about. What happens when Awakened is bitten by a necrovore? Why did someone get bitten?
Ragu details. No, I was just dreaming.
Based on the report, there are 38 Awakened who have been infected by necrovore. What are the side effects?
On the 48th day of observation, 2 people died from acute leukemia.
26 people went bald.
7 people said that besides occasional pain from a bite, there were no other symptoms.
I have no symptoms. Let me go. 3 F-rank individuals became necroor.
The symptoms are high fever, body aches, and red corneas.
Records show that the lower the rank, the higher the chance of becoming a necrovore. So, quarantine when bitten, huh?
They will be cared for at the residential facilities at the International Centre for Disease Control in Australia. And there will also be vaccine trials.
So that means you'll be used for experiments. Hello. It's been a while. Do you need more medicine for your brother? No. This time a guy got bitten on a leg by an infected person. Oh, cold. Will there be an effective medicine?
The medicine you gave my brother worked very well.
Let's see.
There's a medicine that can cure everything from small cat to a rabid dog.
Here it is. You just need to apply it. Take it, friend. Kaka.
This seems to be a placeholder or error.
I will admit it.
Apply it to the injured area before eating twice a day, morning and night. It will be effective after 1 week.
How much? How much? Since this is your second purchase, I'll give you a discount.
1 bottle is 4 million won, but I'll sell it to you for only 1.21.
Note, the currency conversion seems incorrect in the source. I'll translate it as written. Can you sell me 10 bottles? Will that be more than enough?
Of course. I will never forget this favor, my brother. If he has a seizure, knock him out and apply it. It will stop the spread. You're not allowed to sell things here.
Hey, you over there? Where is he? I don't see him. Oh, Soho is gone. Is Monk Myangjin turning into a monster? Maybe. Should we kill him now? Whoa, what's that? The ultimate trap. Will Monk Myangjin die if I press this button? Oh, nothing happened. Wah! That scared me. Did you think it was real?
I thought hundreds of spears would come flying out of the forest.
How lame.
The most ruthless gang in South Korea.
Hun. Why is he here? Transform. Transform. Tada. Come down and eat now. The soup is getting cold. Yo. Ho. Monk Myangjin sat up. What the hell? Is he turning into a monster? I think he stood up to pee. What are you guys doing? Suho Hyong.
Right now, Myangjin is transforming.
Oh. Ha. Ha. Remember to subscribe to the channel to get notifications for the latest videos.
We are in Sapporo, Hokkaido, where a rank 7 dungeon has appeared before the eyes of the world. It has been 10 days and 11 hours since Hero's 25-man combat team entered. Some citizens have taken to the streets, cheering for their safe return outside the Sapporo area.
Ha! Oh, they're coming out. Hero! Hero!
The Hero's combat team is coming out.
Returning alive from a dungeon battle is very important for the combat team. His combat team has once again captivated Sapporo.
Oh, a member of the team.
Because of the fierce battle, one by one, the medics are running over. Hero! Hero has also collapsed.
How difficult this mission must have been.
Oh, we have just received bad news. According to reports from the scene, there's been a breach in the team. 7 members seem to have been unable to return from the dungeon.
Seeing how Hero's combat team, the strongest team in the world, has suffered casualties.
The difficulty of the rank 7 dungeon is very concerning.
The blinding light of the sun shone brightly on the roof of the hospital.
AKO sat anxiously by S. Wu's bedside.
The patient Sung Wu's eyes slowly fluttered open, his face contorted in a haze of confusion. His breathing was still weak and shallow.
He whispered, AKO.
She immediately turned her head at the sound of her name.
She suddenly panicked and frantically asked, Sung Wu. How are you?
Without needing anyone's help, Sung Wu struggled to sit up, looking exhausted.
He rubbed his forehead and said to AKO, get me some water.
She calmed down.
Ah, yes.
It seemed he was severely dehydrated. He grabbed the glass of water, closed his eyes tightly, and chugged the entire thing. As soon as he put the glass down, a sigh of relief escaped him.
Fiko was restless.
She leaned in caringly and advised, don't blame yourself too much.
It's not your fault. Sung Wu didn't answer, but his expression was grim, almost haggard. Right. It's not my fault. AKO began to look at him with a thoughtful expression.
She said carefully, Park Soo-ho invited Daigo.
Don't you think there's some kind of conspiracy here?
He began to grit his teeth. Wrinkles on his forehead deepening.
Daigo. Is that Daigo? The head of the second department of the Superhuman Management Bureau.
Mysterious people wearing glasses or covering their mouths holding great power.
The Superhuman Management Bureau is a national agency under the Self-Defense Unit.
Compared to the Awaken Association in Tokyo that I'd been to, this has a much more national agency feel.
They're definitely talking about approaching Park Soo-ho at a national level. Sung-woo gritted his teeth, anger evident on his pale face, and the name Park Soo-ha appeared in his thoughts. This bastard, he's planning to betray me and design a better future for himself. If I hesitate any longer, it won't be good. Along with his speculation, figures shrouded in black, with only their sharp eyes visible, appeared. In contrast was his own tough appearance, but blood was already streaming down from his head. Compared to what I expected, the colleagues who shouldn't have died in the rank 7 hell were all eliminated. It's not that I'm not sad. In that short amount of time, I've lost a total of 10 people. No, if you count my past life, it must be several hundred, several thousand. Ako's pitiful, worried face was in front of him now. But the image of her tragic death was vivid in Sung-woo's memory. Even Aiko standing in front of me now, I've seen her die 10 times already. His current state was one of extreme rage. His long hair hung down, making him look even more gloomy and angry. This isn't sadness anymore. It's rage. Everything is so bad. The image of a carefree Park Soo-ho appeared in Sang-woo's mind. His determination was strong. I can't let this bastard who ruined all the plans my colleagues and I risked our lives for get away. A guy who only picks up criminals like him can't possibly have good intentions. In his imagination, Sang-woo held his sword, ready to strike, and Park Soo-ho was his prey. For myself and the safety of all humanity, I must kill him now. Immediately, he called out, "Akiko." She stood by seriously, awaiting his command. Yes. His face was filled with anger. Dark and dangerous. A decisive request. By any means necessary. Find a boat to take me from Tsushima to Bususan immediately. If you can't find one, then build one for me to go. Ako was very surprised by this request. And his tone. Her whole body jumped, her eyes wide with shock. The scene changes to a place with an ancient but still green and lush tree. The sunlight twinkled and danced on the leaves, making the whole tree glow. The sun even shone through the closed window. The sunlight shone into his eyes. Park Soo-ho sat up slowly, his head throbbing. A sharp pain suddenly hit him. He groaned, "Oh, my head." He looked outside. An old woman was hanging clothes on a line. Her hands moved nimbly, but her mouth was scolding him. "I told you to drink less at night. Get up quickly and take the kids to eat." He chuckled obediently, following the old woman's words. Yes, he. Okay. Thank you for watching and see you again. He stared thoughtfully at the card in his hand. Now I'm a national mercenary. The sound of a keyboard suddenly echoed as a pair of hands gently typed. It was Han Dong-soo focused on something on his computer with an expectant look on his face. He was excited about something. He thought to himself, although the fact that Soho is a transmigrator was discovered and the number of subs has dropped, the Soho Guild TV channel is about to hit 1 million subs and I'm about to become a billionaire. The more he focused on the computer screen, the more excited he became. I never thought I'd see this day. To succeed, you really have to be a sycophant. But then he paused, biting his pinky finger, his eyes troubled. Networking and building relationships is a skill right now for this money. Suddenly, a violent opening of the door from behind made him jump and turn around. It was Park Soo-ho. He looked at him curiously. Why are you so happy? Jang-soo, realizing it was Soo-ho, started to scowl and complain. Hey, please remember to knock. He also chuckled, scratching his bandaged head. Sorry. Ha ha. Soho got straight to the point. He smiled gently. Grandma Sukja said to come eat. Where's Jae-sik? I don't see him. He continued the conversation, replying, he's a training maniac. What else? I'll just edit this video a bit and be right down. Elsewhere, Jae-sik was training. He was training in a clearing with chopped tree trunks in the forest. His stance heroic with his magical sword. He began to close his eyes, entering a calm state. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, sensing something. Then with one strike, he sent a piece of flying. The second blow was a sharp slash from above. The third blow was an electric slash. A battle cry echoed through the sky as he struck a powerful blow, sending the training dummies flying. Just as he finished his attack, dust filled the forest. J6 still held his stance, the tree trunks lying scattered around him. He gritted his teeth, his face showing dissatisfaction. Still too slow, he glanced at a trunk that was regenerating to its original state as if it had never been attacked. He gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration. If I keep being this slow, I'll definitely be weeded out quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he prepared to strike the tree trunk again. His face was filled with will and determination. He roared, crammed how, and fought decisively. I can't let the past repeat itself. The blue sky with birds flying, not a cloud in sight. This was the sky of the mountain forest. A deer ran frantically on the lush green grass. This was a view of the forest floor. Gray-furred legs and claws were running fast. A voice said, "Run, rice cake." A sentence. A young boy sat on the back of a white-gray wolf chasing a poor deer. Move it. And the other wolves and boys were also in the race. Whoever catches the deer first wins. The loser has to pick 100 apples. Got it? I can't lose today. Let's go. Lagging behind, a large elephant chased after a small stray wolf. It was chaotic. Right outside the walls of a temple, a Zen master clasped his hands and bowed. Behind him were two other people. Soho looked up happily. It's already finished. Isn't that a bit too fast? The young Zen master also smiled and chatted with him. Ha, not at all. If you look around carefully, everything is built very meticulously and sturdily. He also thoughtfully added, if there are any problems, just let me know. All three of them clasped their hands and bowed. You've helped us homeless people find refuge, for which we are very grateful, and you've done so much more we don't know what to say. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted. The boy riding the wolf was still aggressively chasing the deer ahead. As he passed he warned, "Uncle, get out of the way." All four of them stared as the children and animals rushed past in a chaotic mess. The boy was still enthusiastic about the game. Run faster, part bile. At this rate, we're going to lose. Soho's voice was soft, not expecting what was before him. This is the first time I've seen him so happy. His eyes softened. He was such a lonely child. In the past, when he was small and alone, playing on the swings without any friends, a child walked by with her mother. You shouldn't be friends with him. Why not? The mother replied, just listen to what I say. A woman with black hair approached and reminded them, it's already lunchtime. The children need to eat, too. The Zen master suggested, if you haven't eaten, why don't you join us? Soho immediately declined. Next time. Before leaving, he glanced back one more time. Is Monk Myeongjin okay? On the vanity table there were piles of ointment jars. Before he would just lie around groaning all day. Now he started exercising in the morning. I didn't expect that. The scene of Myeongjin standing in front of the mirror applying cream to his face and also making sure to eat properly. In his sharp eyes, the pupil was black with a red highlight in the center. Myeongjin's appearance at that time was one eye with a strange pattern. Remembering when Myeongjin was young, his friends would always call out to him, but he would remain unusually silent. Myeongjin Baldy, let's play. Guan with no hair, let's play. He's still sleeping. But it's not like that. I'm a patient who was born with a condition of having no hair all over my body. And when he was surrounded and beaten up by his friends amidst their gleeful laughter. I heard that kid is the son of a witch. Kill him. By the time dusk fell, the sunset was still faintly visible behind the rooftops. The sun had completely set. My engine, covered in injuries, sat in a dark corner. After realizing he was different from everyone else, he began to isolate himself from the outside world. At one point, a kind monk reached out his hand and called out, "My engine, child. Do you want to come to Balan Temple with me?" The monk just took me in like that. But then the darkest day came. My engine held the dead body of the monk. Two streams of sorrowful tears flowing down his face in the middle of a raging sea of fire. He cried as if the whole world had collapsed. And he once again received a sharp of pain, and then Soho found him in a small room. He was in a miserable, gloomy state. The day Banglim temple burned down and the monk passed away. That was the first time the evil within me appeared. The eye with the pattern glowed with a red light, wanting to take another's life with his own hands. In those days of evil, my engine frantically unleashed violence on others without any mercy. And the bloody scenes became more familiar, and he enjoyed them. His cynical eyes followed his attacks. And so the pitiful Mayangjan remained forever unsettled. I thought that even if I became a Tula, it wouldn't matter. As long as I could resolve the knot in my heart, even if I had to go to the ninth circle of hell, I would willingly become a Tula in the darkness like a quagmire. Considered a private empire in Mayangjan's evil obsession. Someone opened the door. From the light, a different figure appeared. Mayangjan. He looked out with a thoughtful, confused expression. That person tried to avoid Mayangjan's gaze. The one on the verge of destruction is me. If it weren't for brother suppressing it, the bloodlust in me would have been completely in the hands of the demons from hell. That person was hesitant. Be brother. Soho remained silent, lost in thought, not daring to speak. In front of Soho, Mayangjan spoke frankly. Patron, you're also the one who saved me from that suffering once again. Rebuilding Banglim Temple is like lifting a long-held burden from my heart. But suddenly, his eyebrows furrowed. Mayangjan had a will. But the little monk has a new intention. Swa was startled to hear that. In contrast, the three people behind him were a little surprised. What? He immediately created a blue life force. Then he suddenly aimed a move at them. It made everything shake. All three of them were surprised and worriedly asked, "Hey, monk, what are you doing?" All of a sudden, his evil face was different from before. His mutated right eye glowed menacingly. Little monk, I will voluntarily become a Tula once again because I want to be by the side of the patron, the one who must bear the suffering of all beings. The three of them stood close together, their faces showing a bit of fear. Hey, now there are two crazy guys. Soho stood still, not saying anything, but his eyes were conflicted. Grandma Sukja suddenly got angry and ran in with a knife. Which rascal dares to brandish a weapon in there? Then the monk grabbed his blade and jumped out, shattering the window. Monk! Mayang stood calmly, looking at himself in the mirror. My young, time to eat. Gango won again. I want to eat too. Next time I have to ride the rice cake. Mungkangjan, the soup is getting cold. Mayangjan's state of mind was in turmoil. Just a light tap on the mirror and it cracked. His cold eyes stared at his own reflection. Under the light of the full moon, the waves of the sea crashed against the rocky shore and then receded, repeating countless times. On the vast, endless sea, a ship was gradually approaching. The bright lights on the ship seemed to dispel the darkness of the night. The ship drew closer. On the deck stood a man and a woman. Akiko informed the person in front of her, Sungwoo, we've arrived in Bususan. AKO, looking at the traffic on the road, continued, now we'll travel by car. Sungwoo frowned, thinking, read that team. In the evening, inside the villa, voices could be heard one after another. Is Monk Mayangjan still not done? Grandma Sukja was really angry earlier. Well, the main door and the window were shattered. So, everyone sat at the dinner table. Park Juno looked at his brother and said, "The urban design plan you created, Manager John from DGEB contacted me today. They said they'll come for a site survey tomorrow." Park Soho, who was eating with his head down, heard this. And instructed, "While I'm not here, make sure they do a proper job." "Okay." Park Juno immediately replied, "Of course." Kong Jae-sik, who was putting a mouthful of rice in his mouth, stopped and asked, "But where are you going, Park Soo?" Suho took a big bite of meat and replied, "England to meet Dr. Todd R." Kong Jae was in the middle of saying, also when Han Dong-soo cut him off, "You can't go now." Park Kuho asked for the reason in surprise. Eyes. Why? Han Jong-soo, chewing on a piece of meat, explained. The sea and air routes are all blocked. Hyung Park Soho looked puzzled and said in a low voice, "Why all of a sudden?" Kong Jae-sik turned in surprise and said, "You don't know. Wyverns and megalodons are what's dominating the sea and sky. The news is going crazy about it." Park Soho glanced over. "Explain." Han Dong-soo held up his phone. On the screen was a Gene news report showing a winged creature flying in the sky. He said, "Here, they're flying from Dongdae down to Pyongyang towards Shanghai." Then Han Dong-soo showed him another picture of a creature with tentacles like an octopus wrapped around a large ship. As for the situation at sea, it seems they can't even track what's causing all the chaos. Park Juno picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and said, "You could just fly over there and see for yourself, couldn't you?" "What?" Park Soho, hearing this, replied, "If I turn into a pigeon, I can only fly for about 10 minutes. Kong Jae chimed in. "Then it would be hard to fly to England." Park Soho bowed his head and said in a low voice, "A pigeon, huh? I never thought I'd be jealous of those big, strong-winged animals." Seeing Kong Jik looking at his phone, Park Soho asked, "How long do we have to wait?" Kong Jik, scrolling through the news on his phone, replied, "They're fighting with Chinese fighter jets now. Experts predict that they will be completely wiped out in China within a month." Park Soho asked in shock, "A month?" Han Jong-soo was also trying to find a way. He looked at his phone and exclaimed, "There's a way to go." Park Soho glanced over and asked, "What way?" Han Dong-soo raised his hand and looked at everyone. "Find a golden eagle and travel with it." The awakened golden eagle. In Park Soho's mind, an image of a large eagle spreading its wings and flying appeared. He asked again. An awakened golden eagle. But where is that thing? Han Dong-soo searched on his phone again. He replied, "It's in the demilitarized zone." "Hang, where did that video go?" Park Soo-ho, hearing the strange location, asked again. The demilitarized zone. Han Dong-soo recalled what he had seen. In that area, many species of animals have appeared, such as bears, deer, chimpanzees, leopards, eagles, and many others. He continued, "I saw it in a video from a YouTube channel specializing in survival themes. They said the sky above the demilitarized zone is a paradise for wild animals. In this video, you can see it." The video also introduced quite a few wild animals that had to awaken for survival purposes. Among them was one called the golden eagle. A blue car tears down the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside, a voice rings out, Whoa, seriously?" Leaning against the door, Park Soho says, "I thought you said you weren't busy." At the wheel, Han Dong-soo cries out in anguish. "How could I not be busy? How about a dozen videos to edit?" As the car speeds on, Suho's voice chimes in sympathetically. "Sounds boring. You should be thanking me. Just go there, shoot 3 quick animal videos, and you'll have new content to edit." Han Dong-soo grumbles, "Hey, I told you I'm busy." Oh. In another vehicle, Sungwoo and AKO were also on the move. AKO was driving while Sungwoo sat in the passenger seat. Head down. Looking at his phone, AKO glanced over and said, "You should get some sleep." At this speed, it'll be at least 10 hours before we reach Seoul. Sungwoo replied in a low voice. I'm fine. Thanks. AKO warned him. But Sungwoo, if our assassination attempt gets exposed, it's going to cause some serious trouble. Hearing this, Sungwoo replied, the worst that could happen is an international incident. So what? AKO, still worried, added. Wouldn't it be less risky if we could just get him to join the SFC arena? Sungwoo lowered his gaze. We can't drag this out. A quick assassination and a clean getaway is the fastest way. On the screen was a map with a white arrow indicating their current direction of travel. The car was crossing a bridge when a voice came from the GPS in 1200 m. You will enter the Necroville red zone. You must turn left there. The car followed the instructions. Now it was driving up a steep road. After reaching the top of the hill, it continued to speed forward. Park Soo-ho's blue car arrived at a location and came to a stop. The area was surrounded by overgrown rocks and grass. A rustling sound came from near a large boulder. An animal slowly emerged. It was panting heavily as it walked. Its powerful jaw paws were lined with razor-sharp teeth and deadly fangs. Drool dripped from the corners of its mouth. It took slow, deliberate steps, the rustling sound growing louder. In front of Han Dong-soo stood a giant wild boar with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp tusks. He lets out a quiet the voice of Park Soo-ho emanates from the boar. So, what do you think? Han Dong-soo looked a little freaked out. He commented, it looks pretty badass. Yeah. The boar frowned, thinking with annoyance. Just pretty badass. Han Dong-soo narrowed his eyes, pretending to put a hand to his mouth as he added, it also looks a little gross. Provoked by Han Dong-soo, the boar thinks furiously, I'm going to gore this guy. I'm going to gore him to death. Seeing the boar about to charge him, Han Dong-soo said quietly, huh? Hey, man, wait a second. The boar stomped its hoof on the ground, building momentum to charge forward. Realizing things were about to get ugly, Han Dong-soo turned with a gasp. Han Dong-soo ran for his life with a wild boar in hot pursuit right behind him. Just as he scrambled up a tree trunk, a loud crunch echoed from below. Han Dong-soo cried out in alarm. The boar rammed its head into the tree with such force that it tilted to one side. Clinging on for dear life, Han Dong-soo begged, whoa, bro, change back now. The boar didn't stop, ramming the tree until it had gouged out a chunk nearly half the trunk's diameter. The tree lost its structural integrity and snapped, falling to the side. The wild boar watched him passively as Han Dong-soo fell from the high branches, screaming in terror. Han Dong-soo hit the ground, letting out a pain groan. A drop of liquid on his face made him stop. He looked up and his eyes widened in utter shock, his mouth falling open. Before him stood a giant black rabbit with glowing red eyes. Dong-soo screamed in terror. Han Dong-soo turned his head and seeing the rabbit behind him, he cursed under his breath. Oh, freaking hell. He pushed himself up only to see Park Soo-ho standing there with that giant wild boar. Han Dong-soo sat on the ground and whined. Tish dude, are you really planning to attack me with these things? Park Soo-ho, hands in his pockets, nonchalantly replied. We'll see. It's not like I plan to attack you anyway. Hearing this, Han Dong-soo lowered his head, letting out a helpless sigh. Han Dong-soo pointed at the rabbit behind him. In that case, can you please stop showing me these things? I can't get used to those red eyes. The rabbit stat window popped up. Black Rabbit, Rank C, Level 2, Energy, 435, evolves by consuming flesh. Immediately after, the rabbit was sucked into a blue vortex. Han Dong-soo watched in amazement. Then he looked at the wild boar across from him and added, and that boar, too. A new stat window appeared. War, Rank D, LV, 5, Energy 455, Hot-tempered. Accumulates energy by ramming its opponent. Park Soho, sitting on the boar's back with his arms crossed, tells Han Dong-soo, "You need a ride, too? I'll call one for you." Hearing this, Han Dong-soo's face goes blank as he lets out a stunned, "Yeah." Han Dong-soo sat on the back of a wolf, looking at the surrounding rocks. He called out to the man ahead of him, "Hey, bro, this transformation is way too dangerous." Riding a boar ahead of them, Park Soo-ho calmly replied, "It's just a slight change." "Change in personality, isn't it?" Han Dong-soo muttered, "I don't think it's just a slight change." Park Soo-ho retorted, "That's why I don't transform into anything with a higher level than me." Obviously. Park Soo-ho sat steadily as the wild boar climbed up a boulder. He asked curiously, "Is that rabbit really so terrifying?" "The rabbit and the wild boar are higher level than me." Hearing this, Han Dong-soo said, "No, it has its cute side." "Ha? But why did you choose a rabbit to transform?" Han Dong-soo switched back to complaint mode. "We can't find the eagle we're looking for, and now we found these two. At this rate, when will we ever?" The wild boar hoof landed on a rock with a clack. Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo stood on a high rocky area looking over the forest. He spoke up. "Well, just looking at it makes it seem easy." Park Soo-ho took out his phone to make a call. Kimu answered her phone and asked, "How may I help you, sir?" Park Soo-ho spoke into his phone. "Where's Blondie right now? I tried calling her a while ago, but couldn't get through." Kimu replied to the person on the other end. "She's been dispatched to the Gu area, hasn't she?" Hearing this, Park Soo-ho asked, "Can you connect me to her?" Under the gloomy sky, the desolate landscape below felt even more oppressive. A man was typing on a keyboard, then shouted, "Captain! Captain!" He looked at the approaching people and announced, "Hell destruction countdown, 10 minutes. Choi Suong heard this and repeated, 10 minutes. A helicopter hovered high above. A woman's voice said, "We need to retreat now." "How long are we going to fight these things? Is there still no news?" The man listened to the comms and asked repeatedly, "What? Jummu can't join a fight? Kane can't either?" He asked. He said agitatedly, "Why are you only telling me this now? You bastard." Beside him, Chi Soo-young held her head and cursed. "Ha! Damn it!" Someone reported to Chi Soo-young. "The 3rd Air Force Apache Squadron arrived 10 minutes ago. Kim Jong-hwan strike team also arrived 15 minutes ago." Choi Soo-young said angrily, "Huh? Are you kidding me? You want us to go slapboxing with those spiders now?" People were clinging to ropes dropped from the helicopter, shouting to Cho Soo-young, "Hey, Captain, it's not about whether we fight or not, we need to pull back now." Hearing this, she replied, I know. Grab your weapons and retreat, you damn cowards." The 8 people on the ropes urged, "Yeah, climb. Before that, which changes her mind, move it. Move it." Seeing this, Chi Soo-young muttered, "This is why you're all so useless. Acting like cowards. A bunch of traitors." Suddenly, her phone rang. She took it out and looked. She put the phone to her ear and said, "This is Choi Soo-young, captain of Recon Team 11. The call connected and Park Soo-ho said, "Ah, Blondie, long time no talk." Chi Soo-young recognized a familiar voice and asked, "Park Soo-ho?" Realizing Choi Soo-young recognized him, he said, "I'm looking for the eagle right now. Could you use your 1,000 miles to help me find it?" Hearing the request, Choi Soo-young paused for a moment. Then, Park Soo-ho heard an angry voice from the phone. "I'm hanging up, you damn pervert." Park Soo-ho looked at the disconnected phone and muttered, "Pervert?" He looked over at Han Dong-soo and asked, "Hey, Dong-soo, what did eagles have to do with being a pervert?" At that moment, Han Dong-soo was staring straight ahead, not answering. He turned to Park Soo-ho and asked, "Bro, what's that over there?" Park Soo-ho turned his head as well. "Where?" In front of them, a thick mass was in the sky. It looked like smoke. Han Dong-soo looked at the phone in his hand and said, "Ah, starfish." Hakuho, confused by the random comment, asked, "What? What about starfish?" On the screen was an image of colorful starfish swarming, leaving a trail of fire. A news ticker read, "Breaking news. The starfish hell has been destroyed. A portion of the starfish are swarming towards Gongwon-do." Park Soho looked down at the phone as Han Dong-soo explained, "They're monsters that spit fire. Even if you kill them, their exploding corpses incinerate everything nearby." Park Soo-ho asked in surprise. "They explode even after they're killed?" Han Dong-soo turned his head, his eyes wide with shock. Then he yelled at Park Soo-ho, "Bro, get down." Above them, an enormous flock of birds flew past, feathers filling the sky and their cries echoing everywhere. Park Soo-ho remained unfazed as the birds flew over, just letting out a small "oh." Han Dong-soo looked at the massive fire ahead and said, "Bro, the fire is spreading too fast. We need to get out of here." Hearing that, Park Soo-ho said, "Fire, huh?" Indeed, the forest before them was ablaze. Smoke and fire engulfing the entire area, the heat radiating outwards. On the ground, the thunderous sound. Footsteps kicked up a cloud of dust. A stampede of various animals was fleeing from the fire. A quick glance revealed bears, leopards, deer, buffalo, wolves, and many more behind them. They were fighting for every second of their lives. Above the two, the flock of birds continued to fly past with no end in sight. Han Dong-soo yelled in alarm. Park Soo-ho muttered, "So they're the ones who started the fire on the ground." The animals kept running desperately with the flames chasing right behind them. Han Dong-soo looked up at the sky and his expression suddenly changed. A golden bird stood out among the flock. Han Dong-soo shouted, "Bro, the golden eagle is there." The beast. This golden eagle had a massive body, a wide wingspan, a sharp golden beak and incredibly piercing eyes. Seeing it, Park Soho grinned and said, "Oh, now that's cool." A status window appeared next to the eagle. Golden Eagle, level 6 energy 462 feeds on dying monsters to accumulate energy. Seeing this, Park Soo-ho thought to himself, "Perfect eagle. You and I are destined to be partners." On the screen were images of smoke billowing from the forest as a news anchor's voice played. Next up, news on the Gongwon-do wildfire. The forest fire, which nearly became a large-scale disaster, has been brought under control on its own. Then, images of the starfish appeared, and the anchor's voice continued. Experts believe the fire caused by the starfish created a massive air current that was sucked into the blaze. Han Dong-soo, holding a glass of water with one hand, scrolled on his keyboard with the other, looking at the glowing screen. The hype is dying down. TV news viewership has hit rock bottom. He looked at the screen and smiled. Upload successful. He moved the cursor to the start button on the screen. Han Dong-soo said, "All right, now let's see if this sensational news I risk my life to film is any good. Here we go." At the 3-second mark, an image of a boar charging like a storm appeared. The boar moved with the speed of the wind, kicking up a storm of dust and rock. The camera angle changed to a high-angle shot showing the entire forest engulfed in flames. This angle was from a drone. The boar continued its charge as a vortex began to form above it. A tornado, fire, and starfish all appeared in the sky. On the ground, the boar was running for its life. The swirling tornado gradually pushed back the flames. On the screen, the video was only a third of the way through, but the view count was already over 400,000. Below, comments popped up continuously. "That's insane. How is that even possible?" And countless other exclamations. Han Dong-soo stared at the screen, amazed. "I just posted it. It's already got over 400,000 views." Above the forest were two drones. Park Soo-ho lay on the ground covered in small specks of light. Han Dong-soo ran towards him from a distance shouting, "Bro." Han Dong-soo looked at this image on his screen, biting his thumbnail as he said,
I probably shouldn't post the part where he passed out
from exhaustion after using that AoE skill. I don't want anyone to get any leverage on him.
Then he changed his mind, typing on the keyboard while muttering. But if I post it as a short, a voice called from outside. Donggo Han-dong-su opened the door and looked out, a glass still in his hand.
He looked down at the group of people and asked, "You guys heading to a dungeon?" Park Juno looked up at him and replied, "A new level 2 dungeon just appeared nearby. Come with us."
Then Park added, "Besides, we still have 3 free entry tickets."
Hearing this, Han-dong-su smiled and said, "Haha, a level 2. You two are more than enough to clear that easily." Park Juno continued to persuade him.
"You have the most skills. Help us out a bit. Come on," he urged.
Master Mangan
is already waiting in the car. Han-dong-su leaned against the railing, thinking, thanks to my abundant luck, I've bought quite a few skill books to effectively raid a dungeon with such a small team. Each mercenary needs a full set of skills to handle any possible situation. Han-dong-su looked at the two men and said, "Alright, then let me just post this video. I finished editing and I'll be right there." His hands flew across the keyboard, the clacking sound echoing. A line of text appeared on the screen.
"Park Soho invites you to London for Dr. Totter."
Images gradually appeared. First, a swarm of winged monsters in the sky. Then, a plane broken in two on the ground with the text, "The Earth is under attack by monsters." The airport flight information board was paralyzed. "We have lost the skies." Giant tentacles wrapped around cargo ships. "We have lost the seas." Park Suho stood on a cliff, his coat fluttering in the wind, presenting a lonely silhouette to the viewer. Above him, the text read, "But no matter what challenges he faces, nothing can stop him." He turned his head and said, "I'll be back. Look after the house." Then he leaped off like a hero. Following, there was a flash of lightning shooting up from below. Park Suho flew up from below with the wings of an eagle spread wide behind him. He soared through the air, feathers scattering everywhere. A line of text appeared. His adventure continues. Looking at the image of the widespread wings on the screen, Han Dong-su said expectantly, "There. The teaser is a work of art. Pure art. A new adventure awaits him. This should get at least 10 million views." In a tall building, the name Muddle was visible. On the screen was the image of wings soaring in the sky. The very video Han Dong-su had uploaded. Aiko, asleep in her chair, looked down at the glowing laptop screen. She whispered to herself, "London, Dr. Totter." Sung-woo came out of the shower, saw Aiko sitting there, and asked while towing his hair, "What's up?" Aiko looked at him and said, "Sung-woo, I don't think Park Suho is in Handong right now." Lee Sun-woo sat down and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Aiko pointed to the computer and said, "Look at this." After watching, Lee Sung-woo's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Seeing the eagle wings at the end of the video, he thought, "What is this? He's suddenly going to England." Park Suho's face appeared in his mind. After a moment of silence, Lee Sun-woo thought, "Why? Compared to me, if he came from the future even earlier than I did, then he must know all of my plans and actions." Lee Woo's eyes showed a flicker of understanding. "I see. He's intentionally avoiding me. He's definitely wary of me." Leon Woo gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. "If he's avoiding me, it proves he's not strong enough to face me. I have to take him down quickly before he gets too powerful." Ako spoke up, her voice laced with worry. "Sung-woo, we can't just sit here and wait for him to come back." Lee Sung-woo agreed. "We need to deal with him." Quickly, Ako asked, confused. "SBFC. How?" Lee Woo narrowed his eyes and said just one word. "Provocation." In a vast sky, an eagle was soaring with its wings spread wide. The eagle's expression was one of excitement.
It thought, this speed is unbelievable, but when will I get to England? A digital screen appeared before it. The eagle looked down and froze. Wait, time remaining for eagle fusion. Suddenly, its face was right up against the screen. A look of confusion on it. What's this? A notification appeared on the screen. Fire attribute skill has been unsealed. Confinement on fire attribute skills has been lifted. Achievement points 700. Unsealed. Fire string achievement points 240p. He saw it and thought. Fire attribute. I must have passed out while putting out that forest fire, so I didn't hear the notification. Why is it so expensive? An urgent sound blared from a screen. Warning, warning. The screen changed again to display the text. Eagle. Time remaining for eagle fusion. 60 seconds. Damn it. The eagle frowned, annoyed. This is driving me crazy. In the forest, ancient trees with lush canopies rustled as the wind blew through their leaves. From within the forest, a bull charged out at breakneck speed. Behind it, two men were riding on a single vehicle. One was aiming a gun. His name was Kyan Riang. The man driving shouted, Kyan Riang. I told you to save your ammo. Only shoot when you have a clear shot. The man with the gun replied, Don't worry about it, uncle. The running bull ducked its head and a bullet grazed past it. The gunman cursed in anger. Damn it, that bull has been shot in 3 legs. How is it still so lucky? The driver sighed, We might run out of gas before we catch it. His name was Jang Sung. Shio and Rang watched the limping bull ahead and urged, Uncle Jang Sung, get a little closer. We have to catch it. Shirayan Rang tried to aim carefully, his voice strained. Damn it. This one will be the end of you. Shirayong pulled the trigger and the muzzle flashed. The bullet hit the bull's leg, causing it to cry out in pain. Dung sprayed out behind it. The bull's face turned to panic. It probably thought its number was up. The two men looked at the wounded bull ahead, shouting in frustration. You crazy bull. We had to make you crap yourself just to catch you. Suddenly, Kyan Ryong's expression changed. He let out a surprised, Seeing something falling from the sky, Chanri said to his companion, Uncle Jang Sung, they're over there. What is that? Song looked up as well, his face showing confusion. The object fell in a straight line, creating a white streak across the sky. The bull was limping along and a streak was heading right for it. The bull was hit and the impact sent its body flying. Kyan Riang and Jang Sung gave chase. The vehicle screeched to a halt as it got closer, the sound of tires skidding on the ground. The two got off and looked around. Chi and Ryong asked, Uncle, what was that thing that fell from the sky? Jang Sung brushed it off. What does it matter what it was? Let's just grab the bull and get out of here. The two walked forward and stopped when they saw a large crater in front of them. Shan Rang cupped his ear, hearing a strange sound and stammered, Uncle, that sound. That sound. The crater emitted a blinding white light, continuously making a strange noise. Jang Sung's face also showed clear worry as he asked, What is that thing? Amidst the blinding light, the sound of OA from below grew louder. Chan Riang aimed his gun in that direction and whispered, Sounds like a person. Jiang, holding a knife defensively, said, Many beasts sound like humans. Better be careful. Suddenly, a hand reached up from the crater, trembling and fumbling around. Kyan Ryong stammered, Uncle Jang Sung that Jang Sung followed his gaze and let out a surprised wah. Park Suho climbed out of the crater, rubbing his head and mumbling, Oh my head. I thought I was a goner. Seeing this, the two men's faces simultaneously showed looks of astonishment. Park Suho was still dazed, letting out a soft. Jang Sung shouted, Hey, you're a person, right?
Kyan and Ryong beside him reminded him, "Uncle, he's definitely a person."
Jang guessed he was a Joseon-era person. Hearing this, Park Suho laughed and repeated, "What a Joseon-era person." He looked at the two men in front of him and introduced himself. "I'm Park Suho. Who are you?" "Hey." Kyan Ryong spoke up. "I'm Kim Chi-rang. You fell from way up high and you're still alive."
Park Suho brushed the dust off his clothes and smiled.
"Yeah, it hurt like hell, but luckily I'm fine now." "But where am I?"
Jiang said, "This place is called Senu. A little further and you'll reach the Yalu River." A map appeared in Park Suho's mind with the Yalu River in the middle flanked by Dandong, China. And soon he asked again.
"The Yalu River?" Chan Ryong asked curiously. "You're clearly using a South Joseon accent. How did you just fall out of the sky like that?"
Park Suho scratched his head and laughed.
"Well, I was just flying by and then I fell." The two were shocked. "Something that's serious and you just say just." Kyan Ryong continued. "Not only did you fall from the sky, but you also landed on that crazy bull and came out unscathed. You must be an incredibly powerful awakened."
Beside him, Jang Sun's expression was wary.
Park Suho replied, "Not exactly."
"I mean, I'm strong," but before he could finish, Jang Sun interrupted.
"Are you alone or with a group?"
Park Suho stood with his hands on his hips and answered, "I was with a group, but now I'm on my own."
Hearing this, Jang Sun's attitude changed. "In that case, you go your way.
We shot that bull, so we'll handle it." Jang Sun turned to his companion and said, "Chan Ryong, let's go find that bull."
Chan Ryong looked around and replied, "Yes, sir. I think it's somewhere around here."
Park Suho reached into his pocket for something, muttering, "Salo River."
"Am I going the right way?" He searched from one pocket to another and then whispered, "Huh? My phone did get thrown out when I fell."
Then Park Suho activated his ability, turning his eyes blue, and scanned the area. A moment later, he spotted his phone in a patch of dense grass.
He bent down and picked it up.
Park Suho looked at the shattered screen and said, "It's broken.
What do I do now?"
On the other side, the two finally found the bull.
Looking down from above, Cheyenne Briang shouted, "There it is." It flew pretty far. Seeing the bull lying motionless, surrounded by rocks of various sizes, Jang Sun asked, "Is it alive?" Sure, Ion Riang replied, "I don't see it moving at all." Jang Sun walked towards the bull, wondering aloud.
"It didn't die from the gunshot, but that fall killed it."
Kyan Riang from behind warned, "Be careful, uncle." Cheyenne Riyang sat on a boulder, looking down at the bull below, and said, "If we want to take it, we'll probably have to butcher it, right?" Jang replied, "Just carrying it would be a chore. Butchering it would take all day."
Jang Sun looked at Kyan Riang and urged, "Let's get started. If we don't bring it back, the villagers will starve."
"Sarve?"
A voice from behind made the two turn around.
It was Park Suho sitting on a boulder calling out, "Hey you guys?" He held up his broken phone and said, "Could I borrow your phone?" "Mine's broken." Chan Rian blurted out, "We have one back in my village." Dash. Jang Sun cut him off. "Chan Rang, watch your mouth." Chi Rian looked confused. "Ha?" the old man said. Jang Sung shot him a look and explained, "There are women in the village. If we let a stranger, aren't we forbidden from bringing awakened people back to the village?" Cheyenne Riang, understanding, quickly said, "I'm sorry." Park Sual lifted the bull and yelled. The two were astonished. They stammered. After demonstrating his strength, Park Suho smiled and said, "Don't be like that. I'll carry this back for you, so just let me use the phone." "Okay?"
Seeing Park Suho lift the bull like that, Kyan Ryong turned to Jang Sung and whispered, covering his mouth, "He's crazy strong. He might be more powerful than our guns."
Chanri looked at Park Soo-ho and continued, either way, we have to bring the bull back. If we don't, the whole village will starve. Jang Sung frowned and said, have you already forgotten what I told you? What those awakened did to us a year ago?
In his mind, Kyan Riang recalled the scene of villagers being slaughtered by those people's swords.
An awakened one used fire to set the village ablaze. He cried out, ah, the wanderers.
We helped them because they begged for it, and in return, they brought a whole gang to rob and plunder us.
Park Soho, still holding the bull with both hands, asked, what are you doing? Are we going? Chi and Ryong turned around and said, yes, let's go.
Jang Sung also turned and called out, follow us.
The two got on the vehicle while Park Soo-ho stood behind holding the bull.
The old man said Jang Sung started the vehicle, turned on the headlights, and reminded his companion.
Hold on tight.
There's no way the guy can keep up with a motorcycle while carrying a bull.
Shan Riang's face showed a look of regret. Oh, what a waste of that bull.
The vehicle revved up and sped forward, leaving Park Soo-ho behind.
Seong, though heartbroken about the bull, tried to console Kyan Rong. Forget it. If we head towards the river, we'll find another one.
Suddenly, the two heard a rumbling sound behind them. They looked back to see Park Soo-ho, still carrying the bull, keeping up with them. Both of them gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief.
Chan and Ryong stammered, no way. Park Soho glanced over and warned the two. Hey, watch out. Be careful.
The two looked at him, hearing him, but not understanding what was happening. It turned out there was a cliff ahead.
Park Soo-ho, carrying the bull, leaped across it. The two on the vehicle cried out in shock, hey! In a scene of blue skies and white clouds, the leaves rustled as the wind blew.
In the village, people were gathered in small groups as smoke rose from the ruined village gate. It seemed something terrible had happened here.
Hearing a sound from the distance, everyone looked up.
They saw a vehicle approaching with a strange object behind it.
People started talking, that's Uncle Jen's song. What's that next to him? Are they being chased by a bull?
As the crowd got closer, one person who could see clearly shouted, it's a person carrying a bull. As the vehicle stopped, Uncle Jang Sung shouted, Don Su. The other man replied, Uncle Jang Sung. Another person called out joyfully, Agoanga. He saw the devastated state of the village. Looking at the scene before him, Jang Sung asked in shock, what happened here? Why is the gate completely destroyed? The people who approached all had bandages on various injuries. A short-haired woman on the verge of tears cried out, Brother Jang Kyan Riang wondered, did a herd of bulls stampede through here? Sung pressed on, why is everyone in such a panic? Where's Brother Jang Mai? Park Soo-ho stood silently in the back, unnoticed by everyone. The man with the bandaged head said, they all went to save Hyan.
Jang Sung repeated, Hyan? Seeing no one answer, Jang Sung frowned and continued, what happened to Hyan? Tell me clearly.
The man closed his eyes.
Pain. Why recalling the moment? It was suddenly a winged beast appeared. Hearing this, Jang Sung said in shock, what?
Harkoho also asked in surprise.
A winged beast. The black beast with glowing eyes and giant wings opened its mouth and breathed fire.
Everyone scattered in panic. The man described the scene. They killed people and spewed fire everywhere. The desperate cries of it echoed through the village. Then a scene of people following a man with a massive fire raging behind them. At that time, Brother Jang Mangon was leading everyone to the shelter.
Get into the shelter quickly.
A little girl in the crowd tripped and fell.
She cried out in fear, that was Hyan.
A young man turned back and yelled,
Hyan.
The little girl's face was terrified, her eyes wide, her mouth open in a silent scream. At that moment, Hyan was seeing the little girl on the ground with the fire and the winged monster approaching.
Everyone cried out in despair. Hyan. A horrific sound and the girl's piercing scream. All that was left was a single blood-stained white shoe. Everyone watched as the monster carrying the girl in its talons flew away into the sunset. The man looked at Jang Sung and bowed his head. Hyen was taken by those monsters just like that. Hearing the story, Jang Sung anxiously asked, and then what? Where did those monsters take Hyen? Park Kuho put the bowl down and sat on it, observing the people. The man continued. Calm down. I was just about to tell you. Another man from the back spoke up. Brother Jang Mang took a few others and chased after them. The woman at the end of the line added, That's right. We're waiting for them now. Seeing everyone's attitude, Jang lost his composure and shouted, Tell me now. Where do they fly off with Hyen? The man pointed toward a rocky mountain on the other side and said, They flew over that rocky mountain. Hearing this, Jang Sun quickly got on his vehicle, started the engine, and sped off, leaving a cloud of black smoke behind. Everyone called after him. Brother Jang Sun Kyan Riang, thinking of something, turned to look at Park Suho, then walked over and knelt. He bowed his head and said, Comrade from the south, please help us. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he begged loudly. Please save Hyen. We will never forget your kindness. Park Suho, who had been observing the whole situation, quickly agreed. All right, I'll do it. Shan Riang, who thought he would have to work hard to convince him, was surprised by the quick acceptance and let out a surprised Park Suho stood on the bull's back, hands in his pockets, and said, Just remember to let me borrow the phone when I get back. Then his body was suddenly enveloped in crackling lightning, and Park Suho transformed. Behind him, the wings of an eagle appeared. Feathers scattered around him. The man with a head injury asked in surprise, Kyan Riang who is that person? Chan Ri watched the feathers float in front of him and explained, An exiled awakened from the south. Joshin watching the winged figure soar into the sky, he said in admiration, The king of all animals. Elsewhere, a bear roared, revealing sharp fangs and dripping saliva. The man being chased by the bear cursed loudly, That damn bear. Siang Mang saw this and shouted a warning, Gang Chi, run. Lure it this way. While fleeing, the man unfortunately tripped on a rock. The large bear pounced, its sharp claws extended. The man, having fallen to the ground, screamed, Wah! Jenang Mayung, seeing this, screamed in horror, Gang Kyan. Before everyone's eyes was a splash of red blood and a terrified scream. The bear slammed its paw down with a thud. The man used all his strength to dodge to the side. He fell to the ground, watching the claws getting closer. The bear swatted the man away. The blow was so powerful that blood splattered everywhere. Siang Mang saw this and along with the others charged forward with knives, yelling angrily, Damn that cursed bear. The bear roared in anger, its face ferocious. It saw the group charging and swiped with its powerful arms and sharp claws, sending them flying. Blood splattered and cries echoed everywhere. The bear in a blood rage continued its attack. Casualties mounted and sounds of agony filled the air. Jang Mayung holding his knife saw this and shouted, Everyone fall back. Looking at the bloodthirsty bear, the group anxiously disgusted. How are we supposed to fight this crazy bear? Should we run, brother? We might die before we even find Hyen. Jang Mang yelled, Get out of the way. The bear charged in and swatted them away. The wind howled, screams echoed, and red blood splattered everywhere. The people were thrown far away, crying out in pain. At this rate, we're all going to die for real. Siang Mayung looked at the bear on the other side, knelt on the ground, blood streaming down on his face and coughed, thinking, It's probably too late to save Hyen. There's no way that flying beast would have let her live. Looking at the bear standing menacingly before him with its blood-red eyes, Jang Mangong staggered to his feet, thinking, There are only 4 of us left. I can't let anyone else die. The bear charged forward, raising its paw to attack. Siang Mang had made his decision. As infuriating as it was, running away was the better option. The person behind Jiang Mang yelled, "Captain, look out!" The bear's paw with its sharp claws sliced through the air like the wind. Jiang Mang's face showed shock as his eyes darted to the side. From above, a vortex shot down, striking the bear's body. Then, they saw the bear get kicked away by a man. A man with wings. It all happened so fast, and all that was left were feathers gently falling around them. Jiang Mang stared in astonishment, forgetting the bleeding wound on his head. The two people next to him were also stunned by what they had just witnessed. Park Suho stood on the ground, his coat fluttering, his wings slowly dissolving into tiny specks of light. Someone's astonished voice said, "What was that?" Looking at Park Suho, the person sitting on the ground asked, "Are you human?" The man holding a spear said, "I thought it was a bird when it was falling." Song Mayon, who was closest, approached and asked, "Friend, who are you?" Park Suho looked at everyone and replied, "I came at Chi Ryong's request to provide backup." "Where is Hyen?" Hearing this, Jiang replied, "It seems she was taken to some kind of nest of that beast up in the forest." Then a digital panel appeared next to him. Kim Jiang Mayung 2LV Jiang Mang looked at the person on the ground and asked, "Gang Cheon, is your head okay?" The man held his head and replied, "Yeah." Then Jiang Mang explained to Park Suho, "We're chasing it, but we were suddenly attacked by a bear here. So, we're delayed." But that bear, Park Suho, took out a potion, energy radiating from it. He tossed it to the man and said, "That friend of yours is badly injured. Try this." The man held the potion in his hand, observing it with a look of astonishment. "This is incredibly valuable." Park Suho looked at the group and asked, "So, basically, you don't know where she is, right?" Behind him, the bear roared, its fangs bared, ready to attack. Park Suho, hands in his pockets, didn't even turn around as he flawlessly kicked backward. His kick sent the bear's head flying to the side. Then he delivered a series of kicks to the bear's chest, catching it off guard and unable to retaliate. Park Suho rushed forward, relentlessly kicking the bear, forcing its head back. Blood splattered everywhere. He did a full spin in the air, his hands still casually in his pockets. Park Suho landed lightly on his feet. In contrast, the bear crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Jiang Mangong's group witnessed this and were in awe, their murmurs of admiration unending. Savage, the bear lay sprawled on the ground, eyes closed, tongue lolling to one side, blood dripping from its head onto the dirt. A blue digital panel appeared beside it. Bear energy 448, stamina 80. Park Suho looked at the sprawled out bear, kicked its head, and yelled, "Still trying to play dead? Hey, open your eyes." The bear slowly stirred. Then opened its eyes. Seeing the bear was awake, Park Suho called out, "Get up quickly. Follow me." The moment Park Suho finished speaking, the bear's expression changed. Its eyes became different, and it let out a sound. Then the bear shot up, sat on the ground, and put its paws in front of its chest. It looked at Park Suho. Gone was the bloodthirsty look from before. Jiang Mang saw this and muttered, "Is he taming that bear?" The person behind him also let out a surprised "Whoa, a tamer." Park Suho looked at the bear's head. A notification appeared. The selected target will obey the user. Please name the target. Then another information panel. Yam, once the majestic mountain king. Its territory was stolen by a flying beast, wounding its pride. Park Suho understood and muttered, "So that's why it was so angry." His gaze sharpened as he looked at the bear and made an offer. "You know where that creature is, don't you? Let's get revenge." Hearing this, the bear raised its head and roared, its claws extended. In front of it stood Park Suho, hands casually in his pockets. Perhaps this calm demeanor was what convinced the bear. A rumbling sound grew closer from the distance, and the screech of tires stopping sent dirt flying. Jen Sung stopped the vehicle and ran towards a group, shouting, "Brother Jiang Mayong, Gang Cheong." Jiang Mayong's face showed surprise at the newcomer. The person next to him greeted, "Brother Jang Sung, keep your weapon ready." Jang Mang grabbed Jang Sung's hand and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jang Sung didn't answer and asked back, "Brother, how is Hyan?" Jang Mang's face was filled with turmoil. He stammered that is well. Park Kuho looked at everyone and said, "I'm going to save the kid, so make sure you keep your promise." The two men looked at the young man in surprise. Jang opened his mouth to ask, "That person is?" Park Kuho said to the bear beside him, "Young, lead the way." The bear pointed in a direction and then man and bear sped off. They moved with lightning speed, leaving the group of stunned onlookers behind. Suddenly, Park Suho's body erupted in lightning, his coat whipping in the wind. Lightning crackled around his feet, and then his feet slowly left the ground, hovering in midair. Wings appeared behind him, and his whole body shot up into the air. Feathers scattering behind him. The group looked up and Jang Mong whispered in awe. A person behind him looked up, shielding his eyes from the blinding light and said admiringly, "Not only can he tame animals, but he can also transform. He's truly amazing. If it's him, then maybe Hyan." Jang collapsed to his knees, his face filled with despair. He bowed his head, closed his eyes, and prayed, "Please, please, Hyan." On a deep cliff face, a cave with a poorly concealed entrance. Perhaps its owner thought no one could ever reach it. Occasionally, a strange sound would emanate from within the cave. Inside the cave, the ground was littered with bones. A winged monster was opening its mouth, preparing to eat a deer. Little Hyan sat huddled in a corner of the cave, trembling as she looked at the pile of bones before her. When Hyan heard that terrifying sound again, her body trembled even more violently. Tears streamed down her face as she called out in a choked voice, "Ah, Grandma!" Before her was the monster's blood-soaked mouth, tearing into the deer's flesh. Its sharp teeth pierced the deer's body, causing blood to drip down. Hyan looked up, having cried so much that she had no tears left, only her eyes were filled with unshed tears. The monster roared threateningly at Hyan, its eyes glowing with a sinister yellow light. The little girl lowered her head, her body curled up in fear. Hyan's whole body trembled as she cried out in despair. Suddenly, the bear appeared at the cave entrance, causing the monster to look out. The monster, seeing an intruder in its territory, flew out in a rage, its mouth open, revealing a bright red tongue. The bear, seeing its mortal enemy charging, showed no fear. It roared, its eyes narrowed with ferocity. The two creatures charged at each other with intense ferocity. A fierce battle about to unfold. The bear moved forward on all fours with Park Suho flying high above it. Blinding white light enveloped them. Park Suho and the bear fused together. Then the white silhouette charged towards the winged beast which was baring its fangs and claws. Park Suho's face showed two extremes. One side had his own calm eye. The other had Yamam's blood-red battle-hungry eyes. Two small digital panels suddenly appeared in front of the monster. Wyvern Energy 556 Stamina 20 An immature beast injured. Seeing this, Park Suho thought to himself. So you're a wyvern, you beast. The beast lunged forward and bit down hard on Park Suho's bear-like arm. Park Suho pulled his arm free and slammed his other arm into its jaw. Done. Then he wrapped both arms around its neck. Park Suho used his strength to throw it out of the cave entrance. The heavily injured beast was thrown out and tumbled through the air. It quickly regained its balance, one foot gripping tightly onto a rock. Then the beast clumsily flew back up to the cave entrance. A dark shadow fell over the pile of bones in front of the huddled Hyan Park. Suho stood on the pile of bones, looked at Hyan, and said, "I'm going to get you out of here, but on one condition: you have to stay perfectly still and not move." The little girl looked up in surprise and asked, "Huh?" Hyan looked at the person in front of her with a confused expression and asked, "Who? Who are you?" Outside the cave, the monster covered in wounds was trying to cling to the ground outside, trying to get back in. Hearing the noise, Park Suho ran to the cave entrance, thinking, "Its energy is stronger than mine." can I even tame it? A notification appeared in front of the beast. Tame wyvern. For beasts with higher energy, their stats must be reduced to below 10 before they can be tamed. Park Soo-ho's eyes gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, he thought with relief, oh, then this will work. But then his mouth opened, his tongue licked his lips, and a malicious thought surfaced. I need to crush that long-headed demon and taste it. Crush it. Park Soo-ho charged at the beast, delivering a thunderous punch to its face, sending its head spinning backward. Blood splattered everywhere. Park Soo-ho threw another punch. The beast hit repeatedly, kept backing away. A notification appeared. Wyvern stamina 16%. His face showed shock as he thought. Yam's hatred has surpassed its limits. It's not easy to control its emotions. Then Park Soo-ho's mouth opened wide, a murderous intent running through his mind. Must kill. The two bear-like arms slowly rose, preparing to strike down on the beast's head. Park Soo-ho's eyes turned red. He desperately tried to stop himself with his thoughts. Why wait? The bear arm slammed down on the beast's head with all its might. At that moment, only one thought was in Park Soo-ho's mind. I can't kill it. Seeing the beast slowly falling, Park Soo-ho immediately dispelled the fusion. The bear separated from his body and went into a free fall. Then Park Soo-ho also leaped down after it, shouting, Summonyam. Then lightning formed a cushion beneath the bear's body. The winged beast tumbled downwards. Notifications kept popping up. Wyvern stamina 12%. Wyvern stamina 9%. Park Soo-ho dove after it. Seeing the notification, he thought, now's the time. Tame it. The beast was still being pulled down by gravity, falling continuously. Park Soo-ho reached out his hand towards the beast, and streams of tiny light particles shot towards it. He whispered internally, emergency recovery. The beast was enveloped in the tiny light particles, and its wounds visibly began to heal. Notifications appeared one after another. Wyvern stamina 24%, stamina 24%. Wound recovery 56%, wyvern stamina 68%, wound recovery 88%. The beast's pupils turned yellow. Another notification appeared. Wyvern stamina 99%, wound recovery 99%. Park Soo-ho looked at the tiny specks of light around him, seized the opportunity, and shouted, Fly! The beast shot downwards like an arrow. Then it regained its balance. Its wings spread wide and flapped powerfully. Tiny lights covered its body as the beast dug its sharp talons into a rock. As the beast spread its wings, Park Soo-ho landed on its back. He then sat down, gripping its neck. The beast opened its mouth and shot upwards. Park Soo-ho's gaze was calm as he looked forward. Park Soo-ho rode the beast up towards the cave entrance, surrounded by radiating light. Jang Sung's group had returned to the village. Tears streamed down Jang Sung's face as he said, his voice tight. Hyen, I'm so sorry. Seong Mang sniffled, hic. The man with the gun behind him also whispered her name, Hyen. Suddenly, the crowd stirred and everyone looked up at the sky. A man with a bandaged head whispered, there in the night sky, a winged creature was approaching. A man pointed at it and said, look, isn't that one of those flying things? Seeing the winged creature getting closer, people panicked. Emergency. Emergency rifles. Prepare for battle. Everyone aimed their guns at the sky. Someone's angry voice said, damn beast. We have to kill it. Jang Mang suddenly spoke up, stopping them. Wait, don't shoot. Hearing him, everyone lowered their weapons. One person turned to Jang Mang and asked, Captain, what's wrong? The beast was now quite close. Seeing a human-like figure on its back, one person asked in surprise, is there someone on that bird? Another person immediately replied, yes, someone's riding it.
After getting a clear view and realizing it was Park Soo-ho and the little girl, everyone cheered with joy. It's Hyeon.
Hyeon is riding it.
Jang Tsung couldn't believe his eyes and called out, Hyeon. The beast grabbed and finally landed on the ground, the wind from its wings forcing everyone to shield their faces. Little Hyeon climbed down, her face beaming as she called out, Dad. Jang Tsung moved, calling his daughter's name, Hyeon. Afterwards, the villagers butchered the bull and celebrated with a bonfire.
Little Hyeon's voice won. Dad, I can't eat anymore.
Jang still tried to coax his daughter.
No more.
A man happily advised.
Look at the little girl. She's stuffed to the brim.
Suddenly, a voice full of admiration spoke up. You're a true hero. On the other side, children were playing with the beast. A child laughed loudly.
Ha, take this. By the flickering fire, someone said, give him some more meat.
Then a dejected voice was heard.
Just leave me alone.
I'm still too scared to go anywhere. Park Soo-ho took a bite of meat and turned to look at the kids playing with the beast, thinking, once it's successfully tamed, does it mean they no longer see it as an enemy? Seeing two children climb onto the beast's head while others cheered from below, and the beast playing along, he thought, if I succeed in taming them, can I see their pass and know if they've been tamed? Before beasts flew chaotically through the thick smoke and fire, their king's screams echoing. The wyvern flock at Mount Bakidu had been almost completely wiped out by the Chinese and Russian armies. A single beast flew chaotically out of the smoke and fire. This little one had been weak since birth and couldn't keep up with its flock, which is how it luckily survived. It managed to escape the battlefield, but was severely injured and had been starving for days, so it had no choice but to cross the border. While flying over a cave, it saw the bear at the entrance. That's why it was in the bear's cave. After attacking the village and taking the child, it discovered Yamangam's food stash, which also became its hiding place. Everyone sat around the fire.
Jang Myung raised his cup, looked at Park Soo-ho,
and said solemnly, thanks to you, our friend from the south.
I get to eat my fill like this.
You used magic to give us this bread, repaired our houses, and even healed everyone. Another person sighed contentedly.
It's been so long since I've eaten this much. It makes me miss my mom. Someone else added, those were happy times. Jang Mong lowered his head, took a sip of his drink, and said, back before the country fell into chaos and a monster started appearing, robbing and plundering.
We were poor and hungry, but back then people were close, helping each other and living happily together. A cityscape of ruined skyscrapers with countless one-horned, one-eyed, one-mouthed, muscular monsters, Jang Mong said wistfully.
But back then,
even if we teamed up to fight them, the outcome would still be death. How could we fight against beasts that appeared in endless waves hour after hour because it was so hopeless? More and more people fled inland. Among the evacuees, a child looked at their mother and said, "Oh, I'm so hungry." A young man at the front of the group tightened his grip on his backpack straps and offered reassurance.
Once we cross that river, we'll be in China. Everyone, just a little fur.
Further, Sion lowered his head, his face sorrowful. There must be thousands of nomads like us. But now, with less farmland and food, and attack from bandits and beasts, our numbers are dwindling, Jang Mong recalled.
Sadly, we, the refugees from many places who settled here, were once over 400 strong. After 2 years, there are only 60 of us left.
Then Jang Myung raised his hand and continued.
We figured we couldn't stay here any longer and were planning to move.
But then this happened today.
Hearing this, Park Soo-ho asked, is it safer inland?
Thinking of the vicious masked figures with swords and machine guns attacking people, he analyzed, with the way things are now, nowhere is safe.
In a bigger land, there would be even more beasts and bandits than here. Jang Mang gave the most logical reason he could.
Thinking of the monsters being attacked by the army guarding the city walls, he said, I know, but I heard that in Beijing, refugees are protected by multiple layers of defensive walls. The firelight flickered on Jang Mang's face as he said. His voice choked.
I understand that for displaced people like us with a language barrier and unfamiliar roads, it will be very difficult, but that's the only place refugees like us can put our trust in. Hearing this, Park Soo-ho could only sigh and say, that's the only way. He thought of what Kim Misu had said. Every day more territory is lost to monsters. So, Asia is slowly becoming a true battlefield. The day will come when our sanctuary will have to take responsibility for the refugees pouring down from the north. Refugees were being turned away by guards at the entrance to the sanctuary. Park Soo-ho thought to himself, if we're not strong enough to protect them, we'll have to join a stronger organization to survive together. Of course, there will be a price to pay. The people around them gradually stood up. Jiang Mang also placed a hand on his knee to get up and said, everyone's drunk. We should probably stop drinking now. Jenong Mayung pointed to the house next door and said, we prepared a room on the second floor. Chan Ryeon, standing beside him, also bowed and said, it's a bit late, but please rest comfortably. The beast in the distance was flapping its wings. Park Soho looked at the beast, then at the people. He then declined. There's no need. I have something I need to do right away. Hearing this, Jiang Mang tried to persuade him. But it's so late, isn't it? Park Soo-ho shook his head. It's fine. Jiang Mang looked at the young man apologetically and said, perhaps we've taken up too much of our benefactor's time. Hearing this, Park Soo-ho quickly said, that's not what I meant. At this point, Jiang Sung seemed to remember something and let out a small Jiang Mang understood and turned to the person next to him. Chi Riang, bring uncle's red handheld phone here. Chan Rang replied, yes, uncle. And hurried off. The atmosphere became quiet as Park Soo-ho and the villagers stood facing each other. He held the phone, checked it, and said with satisfaction, good satellite signal. The map positioning function is smooth, too. Thank you. Here. Hearing this, Jiang Mangong spread his arms and said, Ago, it's nothing. You're our benefactor, Soo-ho. A sphere of crackling lightning appeared in Park Soo-ho's hand. Seong Mayung's group saw this and said in surprise, it's that magic again. Park Soo-ho turned his palm down and a shower of red stones fell blowing brightly. Jiang Mang's group squatted down to look at the pile of red stones on the ground. Kai Rang said in amazement, This isn't red stone, is it? Jiang Sunung stammered. It's very precious. After collecting them, Park Soo-ho turned to look at everyone and said, use it if you need it. Goodbye. Park Soo-ho mounted the beast. It immediately began to flap its wings. The people said their goodbyes one after another. Thank you. Travel safely. Hope to see you again. The beast flapped its wings, preparing to ascend. As Park Soo-ho waved to everyone, someone suddenly called out loudly, friend, we'll definitely meet again. The beast's body trembled and its feet slowly left the ground. The beast opened its mouth and shot upwards. Park Soo-ho held on tightly to its neck, shouting, let's go to England. Sun, holding his daughter Hyen's hand, looked up at the silhouette of their benefactor gradually blending into the night sky. On ETC television, a Vietnamese news anchor was speaking. This is the latest news. On the screen was footage of wyvern beasts surrounded by smoke and fire. The voiceover continued, the wyvern flock, the species that ruled the skies and made us live in fear, has been completely wiped out at Mount Bakidu by the allied forces of China and Russia. This morning, a surviving wyvern engaged in battle with the Korean Air Force. The news anchor reappeared on screen with an image of the surviving wyvern beside him. He continued, however. The video showing the wyvern being controlled by someone is spreading rapidly. People are enthusiastically cheering the appearance of this dragon knight. Let's watch that viral video. After that news segment, another began. An image of a spinning globe appeared as the anchor's voice said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the news report. On our channel is the main story. A blinding light suddenly appeared on the globe and two giant spiders emerged from it. There was a large crack on a bridge and cars were stopped there. The anchor announced, "This is footage recorded from the sky over the Bampo Bridge." The two spiders remained on the bridge. Nearby, a car was smoking and a helicopter was hovering above. The anchor described, "A moment ago, a transport gate suddenly appeared at the Bampo Bridge. Two mammon fire spiders emerged from the gate, turning the scene at Bampo Bridge in a chaos." From above, a long streak could be seen on the bridge created by someone moving at high speed. The anchor said excitedly, "Oh, camera zooming on the scene. Ah, who is that person?" Zooming in revealed a long-haired young man in a robe charging forward with a sword in hand. The staff at the TV station sitting in front of their computers said in surprise, "Oh, that person. Isn't that Lee Sung-woo?" Another person quickly asked, "Where? Which one?" On the screen was a close-up of the young man's face with sharp eyes, charging forward with two swords. People exclaimed, "Wow, it really is Lee Sun-woo. It's really him." The image showed Lee Sun-woo slicing off the heads of the two mammon fire spiders with a caption, "World's #1 ranker, hero Lee Sun-woo, has appeared at the Bampo Bridge." Lee Sun-woo charged and stabbed his sword into the beast's body, causing blood to spray everywhere. Nearby, members of the Sela Guild were also attacking the other beast. The caption read, "Lee Sun-woo has teamed up with the Sela Guild's attack team." They quickly dealt with the two spiders in just 10 minutes. In another picture, giant scorpions were surrounded by a sea of fire. The next image was a collage of smaller pictures with descriptions. Dragon Knight joins the Man and Scorpion campaign with Satan forces. S-rank tamer Sylvia has arrived at Moscow airport. Why did those people go to Siberia? Why are we here? All because of the Dragon Knight. The picture showed a person riding on the back of a winged beast with tanks moving below in the headline, Dragon Knight. Who is he? Dragon Knight is participating in the Mammon Scorpion campaign with Russian tank forces. The screen switched to another image. In the sky, a plane and a beast were breathing fire downwards. Below, monsters holding clubs were engulfed in a sea of fire. Some had already fallen. A rapid voiceover played. Dragon Knight, a figure of global interest, is moving with the Russian army. Today, Dragon Knight participated in Operation Augur with the Russian Air Force. According to information, Dragon Knight, a key figure, is participating in the campaign. An image of Park Soo-ho standing on the back of the winged beast and a close-up of his face were shown on the screen. The situation, a voice announced, is that he is surprisingly Park Soo-ho, a Korean. A topic with 9,023 comments. In another photo, Lee Sung-woo was being photographed by the press with a headline, "World's Top 1, Lee Sung-woo openly targets Park Soo-ho." That image also appeared on EEC News with the male anchor's introduction. Recently, Japan's hero Lee Sung-woo made a surprise appearance at the Bampo Bridge, causing a huge public stir. Let's watch the interview. In the video, Lee Sung-woo stood confidently amidst a wave of reporters' questions. "Mr. Lee Sung-woo, what is the reason you're openly targeting Mr. Park Soo-ho? Why did you return to Korea? Please give us a statement." Lee Sung-woo looked straight into the camera and said sternly, "Park Soo-ho, the so-called guardian god, I came here to prove that everything about him is a lie." The people below were surprised to hear this. Knowing it was a hot story, they snapped photos continuously. One person held a microphone towards him and asked, "A lie? Could you be more specific?" Lee Sun-woo frowned, looked at the crowd, and said, "Park Soo-han knew I was coming to Korea, so he ran away because if he faced me, his whole charade would be exposed." Another reporter hearing this asked a question to dig for more information. If it's a charade, does that mean Mr. Park Soo-ho's abilities are just being exaggerated? Are all the abilities shown in the videos just an act? Lee Sun-woo stood with his hands on his hips, surrounded by attentive reporters. He said contemptuously, "Park Soo-ho is just an average ability user. His actual combat skills have never been truly tested. Is exploiting national resources for personal gain." On a hot topic forum, people were discussing heatedly. EDC News interviews Lee Sung-woo openly targeting Park Soo-ho. 80,435 people were participating in the discussion. What did Lee Sung-woo just say? So, the stuff in Russia was all an act. Is Lee Sung-woo implying that too? If he wants to test ability users like Park Soo-ho, wouldn't it make more sense for everyone to go to Russia? I don't know why, but I kind of believe Lee Sung-woo. A reporter held a microphone towards Lee Sung-woo and asked, "It seems there's some personal history between you two. Taking this opportunity, is there anything you'd like to say to Mr. Park Soo-ho?" A pink light swirled around Lee Sung-woo's hand as he frowned and issued a challenge. "Park Soo-ho, you're watching this, aren't you? If you want to prove yourself, stop that circus act and get into the SPFC arena." Hong-soo, drinking water while watching the interview, was shocked by Lee Sung-woo's words and exclaimed, "Damn, what is this?" The story blew up with hot headlines. Lee Sung-woo's guardian god, Park Soo-ho, is not even an ant. If Park Soo-ho wants to prove his strength, he must enter the SPFC arena top 1. Lee Sung-woo's provocation aims to control Park Soo-ho. The champion has called him out by name with the SPFC match happening. An image of him riding Fong with a grand explosion of confetti. After being provoked by the champion, Park Soo-ho's market value skyrocketed with rumors of a close relationship with the Russian president. Go back. Okay. Park Juno, sitting on the sofa, couldn't hide his anger. He told him to go to England. What the hell is he still doing there? Han Dong-soo, sitting opposite, could only sigh. Fisk. Suddenly a phone call came in signaling bad news. He picked up the phone. "Hello. This is Park Juno of the Soho Guild." "Ah, yes, director." While one was busy explaining everything, the guy next to him had a huge question. "We can't contact him right now either." "Yes, that's a given." Hong-soo had already guessed, spoiling the surprise for both. "Is it the director of the management bureau again?" As soon as he hung up, he answered, "Yeah, he was so angry he couldn't sit still, but it's not a big deal. Guess, he calls every single day." Park Juno stared at the phone. "Even if he calls my brother, he'll just with a head of hair like broccoli." He questioned his existence. Just a few months ago, he was someone we wouldn't even dare to look at. And now he's crying and begging like this. Limong felt exhausted with this repair job. "The hell I went to didn't find a damn thing. F***ck. So tired for nothing." His comrades complained just as much. "What's the point of secrets anymore? If we just focus on the loot like other teams, life would be easier." And with situation abroad like this, he must be frustrated, too. But his appeal was undeniable. Han Dong-soo updated the news swiftly. "By the way, Suho's market value is sky high right now." He held a tablet, equally surprised. Again, a space was created filled with information. The frequency of level 7 hells appearing is increasing. Who is the hero of the Republic of Korea? After the appearance of the level 7 hell, 60% of the population responded that they felt insecure and distressed. Special report. Can the level 7 hell be stopped by the Soho Guild system? Soho Guild assigned to Area 13, a nationwide aspiration. Park Juno's face was as taut as a bowstring about to snap. Ah, Area 13. If they're assigned to Area 13 of Seoul, a lot of people will have to move. Continuing Han Dong-soo's journey of discovery and fame. The whole world is craving for Suho. It's quite admirable. Ah, indeed. This is how life should be lived. He recounted everything to Han Dong-soo. Actually, the director already mentioned this. He was surprised. Really? With so many tempting offers laid out, Park Juno wasn't easily manipulated. He's trying to lure us by saying Suo land will be designated in Area 13 with defensive walls and all that. He even said that for any hell without a significant tax exemption, the Ministry of Defense will cover it. Hearing this, Han Dong-su's interest was piqued. He gasped, "Oh my god, what did you say?" Unable to trust anyone else, he kept a cool head. I told him it's still unclear. Han Dong-su, filled with regret, wanted him to try once. Huh? Why? Just move. But what about? It was only then that he revealed the catch. If a level 7 hell appears, he expects a vanguard team to go in first. Han Dong-su frowned. Vanguard, feeling he wasn't decisive. Juno wanted to wait for his brother's return before deciding. Without him, I can't make this decision alone. For now, we're not confident enough to handle both Area 13 and a level 7 hell raid. He didn't seem very happy. The chaotic battle scene with bullets flying everywhere was extremely dangerous without thorough preparation. If we have to send a vanguard into a level 7 hell, that's a different story. It's like gambling. Our lives for wealth and glory. In this situation, we don't need to consider such an unreasonable thing. In a cool pose with his hands in his pockets, standing next to a bald man with a golden tie, Fai Long sat obediently behind him. A profound comment from the younger brother who knew full well but couldn't advise him. The Lee Sung-woo provocation and the Area 13 issue. Korea is in chaos right now and he's just like, I'll go my own way. Han Dong-su asked again. Still can't reach Suhobo, bro? Tired of even speaking? He replied, yeah. In the ruined city, crumbling skyscrapers were shrouded in white smoke. The most striking thing was the red car. Catching the tank, he was walking and talking on the phone. Brother Suho. The car sped along at a godlike speed, blurring the scenery on the roadside beyond recognition. Brother Suho, can you see me? I'm heading to the meeting point now. The car's touchscreen displayed Park Suho. Is that the red car? For some reason, he arrived where the sun was shining brightly. A man with glasses. In an intellectual's beard. Yes, that's right. Welcome to London. Before he could rejoice, he received a warning about 3 giant stone monsters approaching from a fun corner. Have you noticed the 3 stone golems following your car? What? These things are nothing to me. I'll take care of it. The doctor fumbled in the car. Oh, thank you so much. He always had to make a grand entrance, riding far along as he swooped down to the ground. The 3 stone monsters went berserk. Perk roaring. It raised its hand to smash the car, but that doctor was no pushover. How could he let it hit the car? The impact cracked the ground. Then they were panicked by fire, becoming disoriented and stumbling around. Finally, one of them crashed into a wall, the stones making up its body crumbling. This was a suspicious situation. There were still 2 stubborn ones baring their teeth, waiting to meet their maker. Fai Long skimmed the ground, its wide wings gliding like the wind. Only now was he allowed on stage. Flame Fairy got a fire. Park Suho was seen breathing fire, forcing them back. Flame Tornado. And the result was exactly the same as the first one, falling and shattering the ground. It seems they really enjoyed the taste of the ground lying spread. Pedagoggled. He had to step down to quiet them. Park Suho raised his hand, spewing fire onto the ground to eliminate the threat. Still pretending to be deaf and blind, the last one continued to charge, but it fared no better, crumbling at his feet. Finding an eyesore and with his leg not yet warmed up, he kicked a large chunk at the opposite, building the impact cracking the wall. I told you not to mess with me. He left a contemptuous remark and stopped thinking. I thought you were something, but your strength is inversely proportional to your size. Is it because their level is too low? Fai Long circled around to him, its wings always spread wide. Waiting until there was no more danger, the doctor got out of the car and clapped from a distance, startling him into turning his head. Whoa! He held out his phone to compare. Indeed, wonderful, just like the rumors. He recognized him at a glance. Dr. Totter, he replied. Yes, I am Dr. Totter. As they were talking, he saw Phylong rear up and flap its wings as if to fly away. The doctor held up his phone to record the rare sight. Oh, isn't that the famous tattooed wyvern? He praised it profusely. I need to get a closer look. We drew it like this because we were afraid of mistaking it for a regular wyvern. The artistry, how should I put this? The monster is no longer just a monster, but also has artistic value. He had already made an impression on the doctor, even though it happened too quickly. But I could still clearly feel the power of a dragon knight. Anyway, thank you for saving me, Dragon Knight. Very observant. You just had to point that out, didn't you? The translation is pretty natural, too. Looks like you're using a good translation app. Totter F, a level O scientist, seemed to be hired to advertise for the brand, even introducing its detailed functions. Because you said you were coming, I immediately bought an expensive one. I heard that for natural English translation. The natural Korean translator, the Niver Bloodstone translator, is the best. Looking at the desolate scenery as if returned to prehistoric times, he was very worried he had come to the wrong place. But is this really London? It's completely deserted. The doctor was also embarrassed. He could feel the sadness in his voice. Overall, the situation in England isn't very good right now, especially London, which is now an even more dangerous place. He didn't forget to remind him that the appointed time was extremely dangerous. When the sun sets, this place will become a land of the dead. He understood relatively quickly and replied, I see. The doctor urged, we should get moving now. He opened a spatial gate, giving instructions before it left. Flawn, let's go home. Go home. Shoo. And inside, to my utter astonishment, the doctor, oh my, stared at it without blinking. It was only then that he realized, is he summoning a beast? Unexpectedly, Phylong went to a farm and all the animals didn't understand what was happening. The worker froze on the spot. What's that? A sharp-eyed person noticed. The transport gate solved the question in everyone's mind. Oh, Phylong was seen spreading its wings surrounded by something. It roared fiercely, causing the pack of wolves to howl at the sky as well. Unable to believe the scene before them, the workers stood still, not daring to do anything. Oh my God, is that a wyvern? Yes. Yes, it is. I saw it on the news. It's fine. That's a livestock farm. So the animals there are like angels, right? The doctor was still shocked by Fong's appearance, never expecting to see it in person. At a glance, you can guess it's a Heil ranch. A ranch that can handle a giant creature like that must be at least level 3 or higher, Park Soo-ah suspected. You seem to know a lot. The car sped down the road, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. Of course, he is the hottest figure in the world right now. After all, as expected of a well-educated person, his quench is second to none. I've also been eager to meet you, Mr. Park Soo-ho. I'm very happy right now. His face was expressionless. Is that so? He was wary, not trusting at all. Hey, why do I feel like he's talking to me like a research subject? They drove on and on, but still hadn't left the ruined city. Looking down from above, it looked like it had been carpet bombed. Hey, someone else wondered, is there a research lab in this place? The doctor had accepted the truth. The London of old has been gone for a long time. It's truly sad. A map appeared showing the location. He introduced it again, taking the opportunity to show off his bunker. The new capital of England is New Dover. My research station is located in New Dover. He's already a handful and now I have to deal with this. Roundabout guy, then you should have told me to go there from the beginning. Why do we come here? people have their reasons for what they do. He explained, I was collecting materials for my research. While driving, he conveniently changed the subject. Helicopters dropped many bombs on the city with large explosions and black smoke rising. Not long ago, London was brutally attacked on a large scale. Thanks to that, I was able to collect quite a few mammoth samples and bloodstones. The doctor was also interested in the spacegate. Lately, we've been researching a transport gate that can teleport space simultaneously. It's quite similar to the transport gate you used to summon that beast. Still broadcasting like a public speaker while he fell in a deep thought. I'm thinking, does it have the same principle as the transport gates that Mammon usually appear from before succeeding? He had already envisioned the result with the dream of traveling the world in an instant. Wouldn't it be great if we could apply this technology? Even if monsters take over the sea and sky, thanks to this transport gate, it will still become a unified living area. He seemed bored, finally saying a single sentence. It would certainly be much more convenient. The chaotic image of winged monsters with dragon bodies flying everywhere in the sky, the sea and air routes blocked, was not a temporary problem. If we don't prepare carefully beforehand, before humanity can unite, we will soon be isolated and have to go through a difficult survival. It was only now that he realized he had been talking non-stop. I've been talking too much about myself. The doctor spoke softly. May I ask why you wanted to see me? He showed a displeased face again. Careful. The doctor with glasses was a bit bewildered. The car sped across the bridge. A crack appeared underneath, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Before he could even register it, the car had plunged down and collided with a giant mouth. The doctor gripped the steering wheel tightly. His first state after falling into the water was encountering a whale. A whale. Everything shattered. The system indicated humpback whale sea level 2 stamina 18. It thrashed in the water, opening its large mouth filled with sharp fangs. For some reason, he was still able to calmly say its name. It's a mega force epson. The impact scene as the car fell was shown again in clear detail. The car hovered in midair with a whale's mouth below. It fell. He surfaced and then again to stick his head in the water. A helicopter quickly arrived. The bridge was broken in one section. This showed that the construction was shoddy. In just a second, the information was transmitted to the units to proceed to the rescue. A civilian vehicle crossing the bridge has also fallen. I hope the pursuit team will do their best in their rescue mission. The team surfed on boards, each holding a gun. A voice came from an unknown source. Roger. Who's at the end? Musco, Gwyn, David, and Simba. Mrs. David was a powerfully built woman. Her combat stats were not ordinary. Checking signal reception. At a glance, he realized the car that fell into the river just now wasn't Dr. Caught LA's car. A red Jeep. The bald guy behind him wasn't sure. I think so. Very dangerous indeed. Mrs. David directed like a captain. Leave Totter to me. You go catch that squid shark. The black-head one is considered a brother. Thanks, bro. She leaped out of the water, preparing to dive down, her eyes shining like car headlights. It gently sank beneath the sea, bubbles rising in a line. Her eyes shone to light the way just like spotlights at a concert. It finally illuminated the car's position. It hadn't sunk completely. She zoomed in to check and oh my god, the person in the car had vanished. The car was empty. Just as she was about to turn to look elsewhere, something caught Mrs. David's attention. The bizarrely unique squid shark monster was swimming aggressively toward them. In an endless hunt, the humpback whale swam forward with all its might, feeling as if the current was slowing it down. Although it had missed its bite, causing its jaw to loosen, it seemed to be filled with even more rage. The humpback whale swam straight to the surface. The squid shark was a bit slow to react. But it quickly caught up right on its tail. It opened its mouth wide to take a bite. This thing clung like a hungry leech, determined not to let the humpback whale escape. The whale leaped half its body out of the water, sending water splashing several meters high. The support team thought there was danger and raised their guns to shoot. The squid shark didn't expect the humpback whale to leap up. It was left alone in the sea, staring up in astonishment. Unable to do anything, the support team told each other, "Megapose, John has arrived. Fire!" But unfortunately, the squid shark was opening its mouth, waiting for the whale to fall. Suddenly, someone stopped them just in time before they became a thing of the past. "Customer, wait. There's someone on the humpback whales." Fin. It turned out Park Soho and the doctor were sitting on the whale's back. He didn't dare look down, having no choice but to accept his fate. Oh. Oh. Oh, we're going to be eaten. Received information from the system. Mega Purple Laden D, Level 3, Gen 5647. Immature individual. Even with only a second left, he still tried to use his power to salvage the situation. Whirlwind. Dr. Totter was in shock. RGH. A stream of light like a silk ribbon wrapped around the squid shark. As the humpback whale was about to fall, the squid shark was turned into a spinning tower of melting cheese. Everyone was surprised. What the dash? The three youths seemed to have fallen from the sky. One of them recognized it. That's the whirlwind. I saw it on YouTube. Neezus David swam up. Knowing immediately that he had arrived, not expecting such a bizarre situation. That person is Night Dragon, he suddenly used his power. Frame Fairy, hot-tempered as he was, he wanted to incinerate the squid shark with one move. It fell freely past the white-faced moon. The fire blazed in the middle of the sky. The rescue team was still startled. The whale is falling. Fire! Fire! The helicopter recorded the entire scene. The doctor and he were no longer on its back, but were clinging to its fin about to fall off. Shifting from fear to bewilderment, he caught Megapose's zone with a fire whirlwind. I never expected to see this with my own eyes. He seemed to understand its feelings. You're happy you got revenge for your mother, huh? The humpback whales. Eyes glistened as if in thanks. And what was bound to happen happened. It dove straight down. Water splashed everywhere. The squid shark was like a test missile. Megapore's zone is falling. Finally, it was burned until only tentacles remained. A congratulatory message from the level cup system. You have unsealed the water type skill. A dawn in the ruined city. A small, well-equipped house was situated at the foot of the mountain, away from the gloomy, misty place. On the table were 2 cups of coffee and some pastries. They asked each other, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Thanks to you." Looking at the sea with its lapping waves right in front of them, Park Soho praised, "It's a beautiful place, isn't it?" The doctor agreed. Ho ho indeed. While peacefully enjoying the sea view, the humpback whale surfaced to Dr. Totter's astonishment. Sipping his coffee, he treated it like a close companion. That whale friend has also gotten thinner due to the attacks of sea monsters. That kid was lucky to have met you, Mr. Park Soho. It finally dawned on him. This really is the last village, huh? The doctor said that there were many scorpions lurking out there. England is in a state of closing its borders to push the monsters to the last land. It's a top-tier large-scale wall project, right? He put his coffee cup down on the table, still in awe, no matter what. Perhaps it's normal for you, but for a doctor who spends all day in the lab, it's natural to be frightened. I still can't forget that terrible night. Thinking back to the scene of him standing on Fong's back, breathing fire, communicating with a tamed beast also surprised me. The fire whirlwind, which I'd only seen on YouTube, I saw right before my eyes, and I even got to observe it twice.
He knew how to lead a conversation to a dead end.
Is that so?
He raised his hand to calculate, analyzing all the rare things that converged in him. Of course, until now, there has been no awakened who simultaneously possesses all 4 natural elemental skills: earth, wind, fire, water, and beast taming. He asked a question that left Park Soho speechless.
What kind of life did you live before you awakened?
He answered truthfully, I was just an ordinary person.
He burst out laughing. Huh, ordinary?
Then he added a confusing sentence.
I lived a slightly different life in the animal kingdom.
He quickly changed his subject to make it less awkward.
I mean, you created the spatial energy meter, right? The doctor was extremely proud of his achievement.
That's right.
I created it. Are you satisfied?
Not one for small talk.
He got straight to the point. What's the principle behind it? The doctor didn't think he would be interested. The principle? Are you curious about something?
He remembered the scene of himself lying on the measuring device. Outside, dozens of pairs of eyes were watching. Every time measured by that thing.
I feel like someone is watching me. That thing is something. Even its creator had never encountered this before.
He scratched his head. That it turns out it's because I'm worried about where I'll live and also because this affects the planet I came from.
He began to recount. In a desolate place with a dense forest.
A space that was once a planet cracked open to become a dungeon.
It's a part of a level 4 dungeon. The lizards have been working out, so they have 6 packs.
The thing is, they run on 2 legs, and it was the first time I saw swarms of lizards instead of the animal people who live there. It turned out he used to live with wild animals. He often wondered why he never aged. Felt it was unnatural, so he had to see the doctor.
What happened to my friends on that planet? Why did I live for 10,000 years without aging until now? Every time I check my spatial energy with that machine, who are the people watching me?
To find the answer, I came all this way to find you, the most capable doctor in this field. Totter still hadn't figured out, so he spoke hesitantly.
So that's how it is.
This is really.
If you don't know, just skip it.
It seems to have touched upon one of your concerns and the reason why I've been interested in Korean and Hangul lately. Park Soho sat silently, lost in thought.
The door to the secret basement opened.
He held his phone and led him downstairs.
See the light over there? Down there is the entrance to my research lab. Don't overthink it. It's this deep.
The doctor explained its function. It was designed to withstand a nuclear bomb.
They walked down an endless flight of stairs. It's a personal research lab, but it's also a government project.
You, Mr. Park Soho, are the first outsider to enter.
You'd have to do a handstand to see the door. Well, we've arrived. The doctor pressed the code. It was like a hidden mechanism. It slowly opened. The two stood outside.
Looking in at this place, Park Soho brought the mood down. The room was filled with modern equipment, papers scattered all over the floor. The doctor was embarrassed.
A bit messy, huh?
Park Soho replied, yes. The analysis boards of the mountain and cave terrain were incredibly clear and accurate. Even though it looks like this, the facilities are all complete. The machines were all categorized by function for easy inspection with experimental tools for analysis. And this is a set of testing equipment.
Modern means power-hungry.
The doctor boldly showed him the most special one. This amazing device can automatically visualize the design of any object when you input its code.
Hello.
As you can see, it also has voice recognition.
Small,
colorful ores were preserved in glass boxes. These are ores found in dungeons.
They're not just for decoration. We also use them for research. An equally strange thing was the English letters appearing here.
These drawings look familiar. These are photos taken from a dungeon over the past 2 months. He looked like he had struck gold. Surprising, isn't it? An earth language found in a dungeon. Not only that, the doctor surprised him even more. Korean, too. In all the dungeons we've entered in the past few weeks, there have been traces of Korean characters. Something that could startle him was no ordinary feat. What? He stared at the words. Multiple versions of a dungeon appeared. Dr. Totter adjusted his glasses. You have no idea. He showed him some representative images. This is a level 3 dungeon that appeared in Berlin, a level 4 dungeon in Oslo, and this is a level 5 dungeon in Athens. The large screen showed scenes from around the world. 8 in Europe, 2 in Africa, and 3 in Asia, including the recent one in Korea. That makes 4. He guessed it immediately. They're all different levels. He replied, yes, different levels and different appearance times. It was only now that he understood the situation. I was told that the connecting gate appeared near the Ritter knee. So, this happened because of the dungeon, not a new planet. He immediately shared what he knew. Is it a shattered planet that's being copied? He wasn't sure either. That's the most plausible hypothesis about the origin of dungeons. His curious nature resurfaced. Then, what happened to the animals that live there? The doctor sighed deeply. Honestly, I'm curious, too. The more he talked to him, the more bewildered he became. Huh? Asking someone who doesn't know is pointless. That's why I want to talk to you. He froze for 5 seconds. Park Soho finally reacted. What? He grabbed his hand as if begging. It turned out he had his own purpose. I thought that if I met you, I could find out the truth about the creation and destruction of the dungeon, which has confused us and led to so many that he didn't expect it. Oh, what's even stranger? Then one day, the person who wrote those Korean characters really wanted to contact me. The doctor knew how to appreciate talent. I've been looking forward to meeting you ever since I received your email. I've been waiting for this moment. No matter what he said, his expression remained the same. Huh? It seemed the doctor had warmed up. Let's find the answer together. Dragon Knight. He was a little worried, thinking his trip here was in vain. Damn it, him. So that means he doesn't know anything. Whatever he wanted, he got. The doctor invited him. You said you were curious about the spatial energy meter, right? I want to show you something. He opened a cabinet and rummaged around for a while. It's around here somewhere. Then picked up a large stone, found it. He was a little skeptical about it. He held it with both hands, seeming to cherish it. This is it. He asked, what is this? Showing it to him, it's called the memory stone. The name immediately piqued his interest. Memory stone. He instructed him on how to use it. Hold the stone in your hand and close your eyes. He did the same, placing his hand on the stone. It looked cheap, but now was glowing. Park Soho closed his eyes tightly to feel it with many pairs of eyes watching. The system notified him. You're being observed. Your information is being recorded. He quickly opened his eyes, panting. The doctor stood beside him and asked Han, so, did you feel anything? Holding the stone in his hand, he was more certain. Someone is watching me. Toddler gave a slightly different reason for this, but more sensitive awakeners all feel that a bit uncomfortable. Can you deduce that I created the spatial energy meter using this stone? The doctor admitted everything. That's right. But I didn't create this stone. He questioned his existence. You didn't create it? The doctor replied, correct. He recounted the event. The air thick with the smell of bombs.
and explosives as large explosions rocked the city.
On the day of the Great Cataclysm, it fell from the sky along with the gates. At that time, the stone lay in a ruined corner, glowing. It was a long time before we discovered the use of this stone.
But how? How could he believe this?
It fell from the sky. Natural science is playing with the supernatural. Although Europe suffered heavy losses from the Great Cataclysm, from a researcher's perspective, it also received a blessing.
It became the key to the multi-dimensional space industry.
After the Great Cataclysm, the researchers all became more interested in it, and the blue stone also fell around that time.
As a result, we became the pioneers in the multi-dimensional space industry.
After listening for a while, he still hadn't gotten to the main point.
So, what did you invent? A little music to lift the mood. A lot of information is recorded in that holy stone. We can create many devices. He took a device out of the cabinet.
This was the result of his creation. One of them is this, a stone box. I successfully analyzed the memory stone and combined it with a stone box.
He guessed its function.
That's what happened, he added. And it can provide the information carved into the memory stone.
Not only that, it had many other benefits.
The memory stone can exchange information with everything it touches.
It's still a bit limited, but based on that moment, the device can see the information.
He gave it to him to try touching it. He placed his whole hand on the screen.
The system needed time to load.
The doctor looked as if he had seen his results.
Goa, in just 3 months, you've surpassed the spatial energy of AB class. I don't know if he was complimenting or teasing him.
Even if you say it's possible because you're unusual, it's still an astonishing growth rate.
He knows everything. It's a portable spatial energy meter. Dr. Toddler expressed his thoughts.
That's right. I plan to continue reducing its size. Taking the opportunity to introduce a new product. I have a physical fitness measuring device in the works.
Do you want to try it?
He had never heard of it before, so he asked to be sure.
A physical fitness measuring device.
He pulled out a machine with the same structure as the previous one, but a different function. He showed him this one, also very cleverly made from that stone. It's true that researchers often have unconventional ideas.
That's right.
It's just that the stone boxes operate differently.
Analyzing a person's stats and detail through a scanner.
We realized this stone exchanges a lot of information.
After relentless research, we also found out that it's because it can see a person's physical information.
Why do you ask so many questions?
Physical information. The control panel will display strength, agility. The network is widespread. With this measuring device, we can see the strength and agility of an awakened.
If we can classify awakeners not only by their spatial energy, but also by their physical abilities. He started to feel something was off while he remained enthusiastic. We can form more effective combat teams than now. His eyes were a little blurry, so he squinted.
What do you think? Isn't it great?
His brain continued to process.
So that means no awakened has ever been able to see
not only their own physical stats, but also others. He just came right out and said he wanted to see his true strength.
I've completed the first prototype and the official launch is tomorrow. It would be an honor if you were the first to try it.
He agreed without hesitation.
Sure.
He didn't take his eyes off the control panel, but still wouldn't load the data.
Thank you. Both of them were getting impatient with huge question marks in their minds. After all that time, the third error finally blocked the screen.
The doctor, flustered, didn't know what to do, and hit the machine a few times.
Why is it doing this? There was no error yesterday.
He was in a state of confusion.
Please wait a moment.
Helpless, he touched his earpiece.
Director, it's me, Totter. It seems we have to cancel tomorrow's launch. Much. He gave the reason. It seems there's a problem with the device. Park Soho was also speechless. I give up on this case. A sudden error appeared. I don't know why. While he was trying to figure out what went wrong. Yes, I understand. He saw the hot news about himself. Park Soho and his trivial desires. Analyzing the man who carved wild thoughts on the cave wall. Why? I wrote an elegant novel. Why only focus on these things? I had to go back and study it again. Man. Mr. Park, I'm sorry. I wanted to continue our conversation, but something suddenly came up. He really wanted to know. Let me ask one question first. Do you know where all these stones come from? Giving him the information, the memory stone is in our mind from the planet Araruka, right? I don't know if he had ever heard the name before, but his face was very tense. Planet Aruka, a peaceful land with lush green trees. A group of children playing with scissors. A person dressed in black from head to toe held a sword. Only drops of it were visible. The island threatened the weeds. Gangu was silent while a novice monk behind him exclaimed, "It's blood." A man with long hair held two swords as if he had just come from the battlefield. A child and several novice monks said, "Ha." The boy spoke up. "Who are you?" His whole body was injured, and he asked me, or did I ask him? "So you're Gangu." Its name made Park Suwa curious about the planet Aruka. The doctor simulated an image of a rocky mountain with all the colors of the rainbow. It seems the memory stone is quite common there. Unless they're broken into very small pieces. They all have the same wavelength and energy. From his words, high elves also hold the stone in their hands. If blood crystals are like batteries, then memory stones are like transmitters. It is said that the high elves of planet Akora use these stones to communicate from one end of the planet to the other. Quite curious about the new concept, high elf, he made a bold guess, high elf in the literal sense. This made him take the time to explain the highest ranking elves on the planet, Akora. It was only then that the doctor came straight out with it. The spatial energy measuring device is actually a supplementary result. With such a big dream, achieving it is no easy task. What we are researching is the communication network that elves, especially high elves, can use. We were planning to simulate on Earth. Further down the line, we also want to create a teleportation gate that can connect the entire planet. He had to explain everything in detail as he spoke. Oh, right. This is classified information we obtained from some elves who occasionally visit Earth. The stone used by the Heil monster was extremely magical. They said that on Aura, high elves could use memory stones to see the spatial energy level of others, their rank, and other important characteristics. He was a little confused. He continued to cause public confusion. It means that when you meet a high elf, all your personal information will be revealed. Ha ha. In his head, he was filled with questions. Is the data I see similar to what high elves see? The system displayed that he was 0. Scientist with a specialty in physical stats, stamina 89, strength 120. The situation, like running on 2G internet, made the doctor ponder, still unable to scan. He thought he was unlucky. It's bugged again. Damn. It was only then that he realized he was talking more than a public speaker. Oh, I've talked too much again. He said goodbye to him to deal with the system first. Even if I have to stay up all night, I have to fix it. I'm probably not leaving the lab until it's fixed. He agreed with his point of view. Yes. Okay. Everything was carefully prepared when he confirmed his presence. You wait here a moment. The guide will be here soon. You should go tour the city. He didn't forget to remind him before entering the room. There are many delicious restaurants on the commercial street, but don't go too far. Let's talk again tomorrow.
Standing in the middle of the research lab, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. The large screen displayed the text. Time in all the above dungeons is twice as fast as on Earth. Based on the hypothesis that all dungeons originate from a single space. When the inscribed stone was collected and carbonated, the results showed a gap of about 200 years. It is estimated that the person who left these words is at least 200 years old. What the hell is this? The automatic logical analysis was confusing. Over 200 years old, it seems that's all they found out so far. That English sentence meant, I want to do it. I really want to do it. The machine could also understand emotions. There's a clear change in emotion over time with strong signs of helplessness. An emotional instability in the writing. He started to feel disdainful. How embarrassing. Saw many stones placed on the glass table. Still not surprised. If you want to try again, pick one up. The system got to work. The high elves of Aruka are observing. Should I trust my heart or listen to reason? The high elves of Aruka might know about the existence that is observing me. There might even be a secret behind the great cataclysm and the appearance of the dungeon. He decided to risk it all. I have to go to Aruka. A man entered from outside. Are you Park Soho? You got here so fast. Tour guide. He shook hands to greet him and at the same time he briefly introduced himself. Yes, I'm William, a guy from the Lawrence Corporation, a pioneer in the space industry. Dr. Toddler suggested I be your guide. Hello, I want to go to a place. He pointed at the screen. Can I go there? William hesitated. That place is in the end. He still had to Google it, his face showing tension. The Southgate E101 in London is the operational area of the 11th Infantry Division. I can't believe I ran into this troublesome guest. You mean you want to participate in the attack on the Dungeon Gate 101, right? He was determined. Yes. He just had to make people sweat to be satisfied. Oh, all right. Meanwhile, the doctor was hard at work examining the equipment. The board clearly displayed Dr. Toddler's physical stats. Strength 120, agility 52. He was also surprised. Really? He scratched his head thinking. My stats are fine. So why is Park Soho showing an error? Is it a glitch? He felt like he was about to explode if he couldn't find a cause. Why? Seriously, why did it suddenly bug out? Just as he was getting frustrated, a large figure opened the door and greeted him. Professor, are you here? He tried to calm down, otherwise he might get hit. Oh, Mrs. David, what's the matter? It was the one with eyes like car headlights who had dived into the sea to rescue him when the car fell. The Dragon Knight is visiting. Why shouldn't I come to see him? Where is the Dragon Knight? Sitting on a pile of messy papers. He was powerless. Something suddenly came up. So, I asked a guy to take care of him. It was a waste of a trip not to see him. So, he's not here now. The doctor asked her to try it out. That's right. Since you're here, could you put your hand here? She looked at him with curious eyes. What's this? But she quickly agreed and placed her hand on it. Oh, a new invention like this. The machine seemed to be racist. Strength 839, agility 159. He was moved to tears. Happy that it wasn't bugged. It's working. She didn't understand what was happening. Although a bit out of sync, it was understandable. Oh, are those my stats? The doctor praised her profusely. Goa is truly the ace of England. These are the stats of an S-class awakened who has maxed out their strength. She was overjoyed but had to remain humble. To show off, I need 4 digits.
Looks like I need to train more. Ha ha.
What I said has triggered some random thoughts in the doctor's head.
Ha? Wait a minute. I won't stay and bother you anymore. Goodbye. I'm off to find the Dragon Knight. I'll be back.
The doctor turned to say goodbye.
Okay. He kept adjusting his glasses to get a better look.
The air still silent. The moment of horror that the doctor felt.
4 digits. Impossible.
His hands began to type furiously on the keyboard.
The current limit is 999. The system still showed Park Soo's strength and agility as an error. Mr. Jun data on Park Soo-ho. What if I increase the limit to 9,999?
The hair on the doctor's neck stood on end. I don't know what on the screen made him spit out his words.
Holy crap! A monster was chained up and screaming in agony.
The car passed by and happened to see 4 cars inside using chains to restrain the monster.
And there was also an electric leak. The monster was so angry it wanted to fly out. William explained briefly that they were paralyzing the monster to study it.
It was eventually killed, so our company bought it cheap.
They arrived before he knew it.
We're here. There were many helicopters observing from above.
He put his hands in his pockets and walked in boldly, treating the guide's words as a passing breeze. This is a level 5 dungeon full of giant grasshoppers. There are 18 hours left until the dungeon breaks. He said something that made people ask questions.
The screen showed a brave warrior raising his sword to strike a monster.
I will kill this dragonfly. He didn't forget to call out, "Forward, warriors. The mad dragonfly is waiting for you here. Forward. Forward." William added to the knowledge. That's the biggest comedian in England right now.
Nowadays, guilds use a lot of celebrities to increase their dungeon revenue. The 2 confusing words were clearly written on his face. As the battle grew fiercer with a crazy monster breathing fire at the plane, it was rare to see him so focused.
Are they under attack? William reported.
Oh, more than half the area is a battlefield now, but that doesn't mean we can stop attacking the dungeon. The level repressed with each moment and both their faces contorted.
Moo.
All of a sudden, a green object fell from the sky right where the 2 were standing. The helicopter landing was very dangerous as it could explode, but the 2 were like a supermarket. The heroes stood still watching the show, not predicting it would explode,
causing the plane's wing to be blown off.
He knew William would have to scream when the plane wing was about to hit him. Fortunately, he blocked it just in time, looking incredibly cool. The 2 held on to the plane wing. White smoke and dust everywhere. Everyone was panicked. What the hell was that? A helicopter crashed. Did the rest fall into the dungeon? The clouds just met him and already judged. But who is that? That Asian guy? My God, it's the Dragon Knight. William followed him. Thanks, Park Soho asked back. Why? The guide couldn't handle this situation. What do you mean why? You saved my life. No matter how great the danger behind him. Anyway, the entry procedures are all taken care of. He was not afraid at all. Thanks, William panted. Oh, they're over there. A group of people in protective gear looking just like soldiers. According to the guide's introduction, that's the Phoenix team of our Lawrence Corporation. One of the strongest combat teams in England is the Alicast team our company has prepared for you. Everyone needed to get acquainted. This is the ace of the Phoenix team, Robert Cole. Go say hello. He briefly introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Park. I'm Robert Cole, captain of his second Phoenix team. His reckless, adventurous lone wolf nature resurfaced. He refused flatly, leaving the captain and the guide speechless. No need.
I'll attack the dungeon alone. He tried to call out, but it was useless. Ha! But Mr. Park, he shook him off for good. Don't follow me. He was already tired from escaping death. And now he was facing this slightly crazy guest. William, you've had it rough. Wait a minute. This is a level 5 dungeon. He resolutely stepped inside. Mr. Park, many pieces were in a disconnected state. Still not operational. How could he make it difficult for him to quickly find out? But the limit of a B-class monster is 1400. Seeing that, William screamed, Mr. Park Soho. Mr. Park Soho stood there with a majestic expression. Seeing this, William was extremely surprised, gaping and exclaiming, "Oh!" At that moment, he exclaimed in admiration and turned to ask Robert, that's crazy. What do we do now, Robert? Should we follow him in? Hearing this, Robert Cole replied, No, he told us not to follow him anymore. We've already followed him. Hearing this, the subordinate behind him started to gossip. One said, he's being a bit too reckless. Another said, how dare that tiny Asian guy treat us like this? Hearing this, another subordinate reminded him, watch your mouth. He's a dragon knight. The other subordinate heard this and replied, I know that, but is he really going in there alone? At that moment, William heard Robert's words and apologized sheepishly. I'm so sorry, it was so hard to invite everyone here. And yet, seeing this, Robert waved his hand and said, it's nothing. We were waiting for a mission anyway. Suddenly, William heard those people whispering and gossiping. Do all Koreans have this kind of reckless attitude? I heard their lives have been tough since they were kids. Hearing these words, he became very angry and muttered, those people are really something. Suddenly, a red car sped to this place. Seeing the person getting out of the car, William exclaimed, oh. Then he waved to the other person, is that you, David? She also waved back at him, oh, William. At that moment, David said, so, you're all here instead of catching grasshoppers. What are you all doing gathered here, Robert? Hearing this, Robert replied to her, Muscle King David Silva, our hero, isn't busy saving the world, but has humbled himself to come to this shabby place. Hearing that, David became furious, glaring at Robert with hatred, and said through gritted teeth, my lovely Robert, are you trying to show your hand to me? Hearing that, immediately, Robert retorted, am I stupid enough to challenge the world's top 9, the top 1 of England? Immediately, David sarcastically replied, I think you have a lot of intentions. Robert frowned at David and said, we have to prepare for the next mission. See you at the after party, sexy friend. Hearing that, David said, at this farewell party, will I have the chance to admire your but again, I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing David's words, the subordinates started gossiping. Listening to those two talk is so embarrassing. Oh, me too. That's so weird, right? I think I'm going crazy. Seeing David, William's eyes filled with tears. Mr. David, seeing him cry like that, she sat down to comfort him. Oh. Why is my lovely William making such a pitiful face? Where is Dragonite? Hearing that, he replied. He just went into the dungeon by himself. Hearing this, David was very surprised and asked again. He went in there alone. William then explained, everything happened so fast that I couldn't even stop him. William's face was sad and worried as he said, if something happens, what will I do? I'll probably get fired. Hearing this, David laughed. Laughed loudly. Buffet. Aha. David's face was full of pride as he said, that's just like Dragonite. Hearing this, he was very surprised and exclaimed, hey. David's face then exclaimed as he looked at William. So, you guys don't know anything about Dragonite? Seeing this, William stammered. Even so, this is a level 5 dungeon. At that moment, David pointed to the restaurant and said, I'll wait at that pink ice cream shop. When he comes out, give me a shout. William immediately agreed. Ah, yes. Suddenly, a noise made David turn around and exclaim, "Oh." Seeing this, William asked her, "What's wrong?" Immediately, David pointed and shouted, "He's out." William immediately turned his head. How could that be? Appearing before them was Park. Ho! William couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, "What? Can you believe it?" And a subordinate was checking the luggage at that moment. Number 4, luggage. Okay. Number 5. Okay. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. Of all the infiltration teams, 3 of them have had incidents. Another one spoke up. 3 teams. Yes. Another one said, "At this rate, we won't be able to stop them." At that moment, a subordinate exclaimed, "Oh, damn it." The subordinate then asked, "If that's the case, won't this place become the territory of those giant grasshoppers?" Another subordinate said, "But the Management Bureau is also calling for reinforcements from Gil Roland." Another one replied, "But it seems like Phoenix Team 1.3 is being sent to Liverpool." The other one had a question. "Suppose the dungeon opens. What will we do then?" The other one replied, "I don't even dare to think about it." Suddenly, the subordinate gaped and exclaimed, "Huh?" The one standing next to him turned to ask, "What's wrong?" The subordinate gaped, feeling uneasy, and said, "I'm probably not seeing things, am I?" The other one asked again, "What are you talking about?" At this moment, David said loudly, "Captain Park Soho is out." Hearing this, Robert gritted his teeth in anger and said, "What? How could that happen?" His face was sweating with fear as he said, "What? What is this?" And David at that moment was overjoyed and said, "Yes, Dragon Guy." While William beside him was terrified and screamed, "Park Soho." Park Soho looked at them and sighed. He looked at them and exclaimed, "Oh, that person is all muscle." Suddenly, at that moment, someone screamed, "The wild boar has escaped." The wild boar was charging madly towards David, squealing, "Arrogant." Seeing this, William was startled and exclaimed, "It's a wild boar." The wild boar was charging madly towards. Seeing this, David shouted, "How dare that beast come near my territory?" Immediately, she threw a punch and shouted, "I can't forgive this megaton fish." So, William was extremely horrified and scared. Parksua's face began to turn serious. The wild boar and David collided. David's punch shattered the wild boar's tusk. The wild boar was sent flying. The pig crashed to the ground and the subordinates scattered. Move your ass." Instead, the subordinates were amazed and started gossiping. "I knew it. That David is a total monster. He took down a pig that size in a heartbeat. Nothing suspicious about it." I witnessed the whole thing and had to exclaim, "So strong," at that moment. Someone walked towards him. David then came forward to greet him. "Dragon, we've met before, haven't we?" "I'm David Silva." The two shook hands, and Park Soho also introduced himself. "I'm Park Soho." Hearing this, David said, "After that day, I really wanted to see you again." Hearing that, he asked back, "What?" Seeing this, David explained, "Well, that day I got to witness you throwing a megaporon as food for the fish." Oh my. David at this moment greatly admired him and continued, "At that time, I had a strong belief that we were the same kind of people." Hearing this, Park Soho gaped and asked, "The same kind of people?" Immediately after, David showed him his muscles and said proudly, "Do you know how these muscles were made?" Seeing that, Park Soho bluntly said, "Do I really have to know?" Ignoring his words, David continued to show off, "They were made from bananas." Hearing that, Park Soho gaped and said, "Bananas." At this moment, David explained, "You must have seen the painting on the cave wall, right? The one with a boy lifting a huge bunch of bananas to train his muscles." "That's the one." Hearing that, he was very surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, really?" Because of Park Soo-ho's attitude, David began to talk about his arduous training process. It might sound a bit ridiculous, but I really sympathize with it because I also built these muscles by lifting bananas. Park Soo-ho then asked again, "Are you serious?" David immediately replied, "Of course." Right after, David showed him his phone. "Look, that's me from that super scary time." Seeing that, Park Soo-ho couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, on that phone was a picture of David lifting a banana tree as a weight, training, crying, and eating bananas." David then recounted, "It was really lucky that I got to work at a banana farm during that difficult time. Bananas were truly the fruit that gave me a lot of strength." At that moment, Park Soo-ho thought to himself, "Memories are coming back to me. He is like a living being." Park Soo-ho looked at David and thought, "I never expected that someone would sympathize with the cave that the world made fun of. I like you, friend." At that time, David said, "Not to mention the energy stats and all that. Isn't it true that just with the muscles you've built from lifting bananas, you're strong enough to take on formidable monsters?" At that moment, Park Soo-ho from Tuda said, "Of course, it's a piece of cake." Immediately, David flexed his muscles and said, "I want the honor of experiencing fighting monsters with you using these muscles. How about it? Let's go now." Park Soo-ho immediately agreed. "Approve. That's more than good." William saw this and tried to stop them. Wait. The Who ignored him and walked away. William at this point was gaping, not knowing what to do inside. The reporters saw this and started taking pictures to report. Right at that moment, the organizing committee station began broadcasting the news. At the top of the news was Dragon Kai, Baxel, and Top One on David. Working together to save England. The next news is that except for Gil Rowland, all the other guilds in England have expressed their gratitude to Park Soo-ho. The next news is that the Queen of England plans to knight Park Soo-ho. Right now in the office, the deputy director in charge of Awaken People's Side, after watching the news, said, "The Queen of England is knighting Park Soo-ho." He cried out in extreme distress at that moment. "Ha!" Seeing this, Kimu spoke up. But he saved a whole country. Instead, he asked her helplessly, "Still can't contact Park Soo-ho?" Immediately, Kim Misu replied to him, "That's right. We can't contact him either." Hearing that, he asked again, "Have they destroyed the Soo-ho dungeon yet? Did anything come out of the dungeon?" Kim Soo also quickly replied to him, "I don't see anything." Hearing this, he sighed. At that moment, she looked at him and asked, "What's wrong? Isn't it just a matter of paying and it's over?" Hearing that, he said sadly, a level 7 hell is about to appear. How can I still have money on my mind at a time like this?" He continued dejectedly, "It would be great if a miracle happened now and created 100 people like Park Soo-ho." "Oh well." Kim Mi-soo then spoke up. "What are you so worried about? Didn't you say that if a level 7 hell appeared, you would evacuate the people?" Hearing that, he replied, I just wanted to complain a little." "Can I?" Seeing that, he asked her with curiosity, "Why are you so patriotic today? Are you involved in something I don't know about again?" Seeing her sarcasm, he said indignantly, "Instead of nagging, you should think of a way to get Park Soo-ho back to Korea quickly. It will be better for you. How can he just stay there so calmly?" Hearing that, she said, "Don't worry too much. As soon as he gets online and sees the news, he'll come running back." He glared at her and asked back, "What do you mean?" She then told him, an hour ago, the Soho channel on YouTube just uploaded a video. Kim Misu looked at him with a contemptuous expression and said, "See for yourself." This time, Leong Woo was planning to make a big move. Immediately, he pressed his face against the computer with a very worried expression and exclaimed, "What is this?" Right now, the jet planes are firing at that dinosaur, and many explosions have occurred. While one side was fighting intensely, the other side was setting off fireworks, looking very happy. At that moment, at the fireworks display, people were singing and playing together very happily. Right then, the MC's voice came on and said, "Thank you all for participating in this successful dungeon raid celebration party. I hope everyone enjoys the party." Hearing that, two people were raising their glasses to toast each other amidst the loud fireworks. David at this moment smiled and said to Park Soo-hwa, "Dragon, today is a truly good day. It feels even better than when I caught that giant squid shark." Hearing that, Park Soo-ho replied, "Thank you. Your punch is also the strongest I've ever seen among the awakened." At that moment, David asked him, "Have you met Sylvia in Russia?" Hearing that, Park Soo-ho replied, "No, who is that?" Seeing that he didn't know who Sylvia was, David explained, "Tisk tisk. She's quite famous in the ancient taming society." David then continued, "She left everything behind and flew straight to Russia after hearing about you. Many tamers like Sylvia have also flown to Russia to meet you." Parko's face turned serious, and he asked David, "Why me?" Hearing that, David laughed loudly and said, "Because you're the Dragon Knight." David, holding a glass of wine, said in a clear voice, "There is no tamer in the world who can tame a wyvern." At that moment, Park Soo-ho was drinking wine and replied, "Easy." Hearing this, David's face showed worry, and he said, "But you still shouldn't have responded to the Champions Challenge, lunch." Park Soo-ho's face was extremely surprised as he asked back, "What?" Seeing this, David said, "You probably haven't heard the news yet." Immediately, David showed him the newspaper article about this. The headline read, "The Champions Challenge. I don't even need a punch to defeat Park Soo-ho. Will the match be held?" After reading it, he was so shocked that he exclaimed, "What the hell? This guy?" Seeing this, David asked him, "You don't know Hero Parko?" Park Soo-ho immediately replied, "No." Seeing this, David explained to him, "He's ranked first in the world, originally from Korea. His real name is Lee Sang-gu." Hearing this, Park Soo-ho said, "I don't know. I've never heard of him." David immediately replied, Okay. David's face then contorted and he warned him, "Anyway, this guy is a psychopath, a murderer. If you can avoid him, don't interact with him." Hearing this, Park Soo-ho was stunned and stammered, "Psychopath, murderer." At that moment, David recounted, "Lee Sunju was ranked first in the world. He has done many good deeds and is known as a hero. Honestly, I also wanted to be friends with him." After that, David continued, "Then one day, I got the opportunity to socialize with him in the match between the two. Lee Sang-gu was about to knock David out, but at that moment, David begged him, 'Cool, hard hero.' I lost." David was very weak at this moment. His voice was a whisper, "You're really strong. Even though I lost, this was still the best fight of my life." Lee Sang-ju's face at this moment was very scary, smiling sinisterly and saying, "Only the strong have the privilege to judge. A fool who doesn't understand the order of things is just arrogant." Lee Sang-ju's eyes were very dangerous at this moment and said, "I will teach you the price of arrogance." David heard this and was frightened. He stammered, Hiro? What do you mean?" Immediately, Lee Sang-ju rushed towards David. At that moment, David continued, "That day I saw the devil in his eyes." Then David showed his scarred arm and said, "Look, as a result, I had to have 8 major surgeries on my left arm." Park Soo-ho saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God." At this moment, David continued, "After that, many challengers also died in the ring. If you analyze the videos carefully, he killed them even though he was already sure to win." David's face was furious and he said through gritted teeth, even when they had surrendered, "Save me," he said. "That's murder." Park Soo-ho at this moment asked with curiosity, "Why did he do that?" David also said helplessly, "I don't know the reason either, but remember not to associate with Hero." Hearing that, he didn't understand and said, "But what grudge does he have against me to provoke me like this?" "Ha?" Suddenly, at that moment, he said the hot news in the newspaper, Foreign Affairs Department. Lee Sang-ju entered the country illegally.
Lusanji, the disturbance at Suhoiland was simply self-defense attacking Suhoiland. Reading this, Park Suho was shocked and said, "He attacked my territory." His name is David's face at this moment. Was very confused at that house at that time. Someone's voice was heard, "Really, why can't I contact you?" Park Suho at this moment was very angry, talking on the phone and shouting, "Shut up and listen to me, what the hell happened?" Dun Ho on the other end of the line was also surprised, his voice full of worry. That hero guy rushed in and said that if he didn't come out he would kill us all. The two wolves on patrol are dead, and hearing this, Park Suho was surprised and exclaimed, "Huh?" Park Su was so surprised that he exclaimed, "Impossible. If they were attacked, the alarm would have gone off." At this moment, the system showed no signal. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Damn it." Park Suo's face was lifeless as he thought. The warning bell didn't ring because the data window was faulty. His face at this moment was very hesitant, thinking, the team members are in danger. Where are the others? Can't they leave their positions or something? At that moment, Park Suho was very angry and shouted, "And what were you guys doing at that time?" Park Juno heard this and answered helplessly, "What do you want us to do to a hero? Don't you know who a hero is? He's number one in the world." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Hi, you bastard." The person on the other end of the line said, "Please come back quickly." Parko hung up the phone and thought, "When I get back, you guys will be put through special training until you're completely exhausted." David looked at him and asked, "Are you going?" Park Soho heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Park Suho then replied, "I have to go right now." Hearing this, David stopped him. "Don't go. His plan is too obvious." David at this moment said, "I don't know why he's picking a fight with you, but there must be a reason." Hearing this, he was surprised and asked back, "A reason?" David at this moment told him, "A champion provoking an unranked awakened is rare. Based on his actions, something unfortunate might happen in the match." At that moment, Park Suho turned to leave and said, "It's fine." "Fine. Say goodbye to Totter and William for me." David was surprised and called out, "Soho, son." David's face showed many numbers. Immediately at that moment, he shouted, "Wyver and summon." Suddenly, he stopped and exclaimed. Park Suho rubbed his hands several times and said in amazement, "Why is it like this elsewhere?" Professor Toto was watching him on a large screen and laughing. The old man was drinking water and said, "I want to keep him here a little longer. It's so annoying. Why did David have to bring that up?" The old man continued, surprised. "Don't worry, you'll be released soon." At this moment, the system displayed many numbers, leaving Park Suho extremely bewildered. Suddenly, at that moment, the system displayed a notification, "System has been maintained. SU Holland .356 intruder warning, security wall breached, repaired, purchased, returned. Nala Nzo Black is dead." Seeing this, he was very confused and said, "Mumaka Nzo Black." Suddenly at that moment, the sky lit up with blue lightning from the darkness. A dragon appeared which made everyone very angry. People had to exclaim that it was still there. And David's face at this moment was very surprised and he exclaimed, "Why?" And in the room, the professor drawing also had to exclaim, "Oh, Wyvern." Then the old man said, "Skill recovery time is exactly 23 hours, 28 minutes, and 14 seconds, just as expected." He kept looking at that rock and thought an artificial or created by combining a memory stone and Academy Arkami. Then he reminisced Earth that fire and water haven't appeared yet. Park Suho's spatial energy is almost identical to that of Hyle Elves. The old man continued. Think Park Suho's data window must have been bugged after touching Arkamaki. At that moment, seeing Park Suho standing there, the old man thought after being exposed to a Rukamite of this size, the data window will show an error. All skills that require spatial energy will be temporarily suspended for about 24 hours.
The old man looked at the stone and said, if the awakening and leveling up of humans is developing in the same direction as the elves, on planet Aruka right now in the big city. In the office of the director of the British Security Service, Zubos Genos was on the phone saying, "Oh yeah, David, you're with Pax Soha." On David's end of the line, he announced, he just left. All the information I could fit in the stone has been recorded.
Hearing that, Zuerzinus said,
"He leaving earlier than expected. Get to the security service headquarters as soon as possible." At that moment, suddenly the professor received a phone call. The old man picked up the phone and said, "Yes, director."
On the other end of the line, Zuerzinus asked, "What do you think? Was the test successful?"
Hearing that, the old man replied, "Yes, it went as expected, director."
On the other end of the line, Mr. Talon said, "Are you saying that if it works on Park Soho, it will also work on the people of planet Aruka?"
Hearing that, the old man said, "I believe so." Hearing that, the director laughed and said, "Good.
It seems it's time to teach those arrogant elves a lesson."
Hearing the director's words, the old man said, "Even so, the elves of Aruka are still our close allies.
They have taught us a lot about their technology. Shouldn't we be more cautious?"
Hearing that, the director said, "No ally lasts forever.
Professor Tatter, the elves of planet Araruka, could turn against us at any moment."
At that moment, Professor Tato said, "But there are still too many commercialization issues." Immediately, the director said, "Then you should hurry up." At that moment, Mr. Talon said, "The crime rate among the awakened is increasing, all over the world. Although we have no choice but to coexist with the Aruka elves, that relationship could end at any time." Hearing that, the old professor was about to protest, but the director, at the other end of the line, quickly cut him off. "The era where rank equals power is coming.
We need to find a way to correct them as quickly as possible." Right after he hung up the phone.
At that moment, he looked at the stone and said, "The problem is Park Suho's average physical strength is 8,000.
Is this enough to stop a monster like him?"
And at that moment, Park Soho had jumped on a dragon and flown up.
His face was extremely solemn at that moment as he thought, "How dare he invade my territory? I will destroy you, hero."
At this moment, everyone was sitting together.
Han Dong-su then asked, "What did Suho say?"
Part Juno heard this and said, "PH." The person in the blue shirt next to him then turned to ask, "What? What's wrong?"
Park Juno helplessly held up his phone for everyone to see. "We're done for." Everyone was extremely confused and bewildered at that moment. The guy in the blue shirt then said, "What?" The bald guy was also surprised and said, "What did he say?"
All three of them looked at the phone and exclaimed, "Oh my God." After that, the three of them were like lost souls.
Unable to believe his eyes, he screamed, "Huh? Why? Namo Buddha, what do we do wrong?" Han Dong-su sobbed, exclaiming, "What can we do against the number one person in the world? Who can fight an S-class person?"
At that moment on TV, they were reporting about them. The Soho Guild, a global disgrace.
Currently, many viewers are discussing this issue. Go to hell. So embarrassing.
Even if the opponent is a hero, it's still really embarrassing.
I saw that video.
It's truly a national disgrace.
Be nice. What can those weaklings do to the world's leader?
That fake monk missin got drunk
and fought in Myeongdong that day. Get out of Korea. Park Suho still hasn't shown up even though his territory is being attacked.
Is Park Suho scared?
Did Park Suho really fake those videos?
We need to investigate the beast tamer Park Suho. Reading this comment, the bald guy said helplessly, "Fake monk."
While Han Dong-su was terrified and said, "Ha, that's for my video." Facing him was Park Juno's helpless face. He sighed and said, "They're calling us weak."
He then said angrily, "Those are comments on the Hero Guild's forum. The guy in the blue shirt was equally angry and shouted, "People are the worst. Are they really Koreans?" At that moment, Park Dun-ho helplessly cried and said, "I know. No one is on our side when we are the victims." Right at that moment, the man in blue questioned Han-ong-soo, "Why did you post that video?" Hearing this, he replied helplessly, "To sue that bastard hero, of course." The bald guy then turned and said, "We can't argue with those comments. When in danger, you must always remain calm." Tis Hong-soo heard this and said, "The person who drank all night and fought with passers-by to the point of being dragged away by the police is talking." Hearing this, the bald guy could only sigh. The bald guy then recalled that night and recounted, "I only went there to support some small businesses and then I suddenly ran into some Azuras wearing human masks. At that time, the Azuras said, 'Let's go drink some more fake monk.' That fake monk isn't awakened. Report him." The bald guy then shouted, "Let's go, you bastard." Amitba Park Juno then said, "Anyway, we won't be safe when he comes back. I'm so angry." The guy in the green shirt saw this inside. The bald guy then said to everyone, "You guys can temporarily leave the guild to avoid this storm." Hearing this, Han Dong-soo quickly replied, "I'm starting to like you more and more, master." Suddenly, at that moment, Park Juno asked, "What about fear?" Han Dong-dee's face was helpless as he told everyone, "This article says it's a pity." Hearing this, the whole group helplessly screamed, "What? That's so annoying." The man in the blue shirt was furious and shouted, "A foreigner entered the country illegally and trespassed on our guild's territory. Not only that, he attacked us and caused damage, but they only said it's a pity. At least they should have arrested Hiro and made him take responsibility for his actions." Suddenly, Han Dong-soo screamed, "There's a news article saying that Hiro has returned to Japan." Hearing this, Park Juno and the man in the blue shirt were surprised and shouted, "What? They let him go like that?" And the bald guy heard this and recited a prayer. A Hamguan Buddhist Sattva. Instantly, the man in blue slammed his hand on the table and said, "I can't take it anymore. I have to go and make this clear." Seeing his impatience, Park Juno advised him, "Calm down. They'll probably say it's too complicated if it involves international affairs. We have to solve this ourselves." Hearing that, he asked back, "Hiro belongs to the Japanese National Agency, right? I don't think this can become a personal grudge." Hearing that, the bald guy replied, "The real disgrace here are the government officials. Officials who don't care about the hardships of the people are a disgrace." The man in the blue shirt couldn't keep his cool and shouted, "But there's not a single article on our side, even though we're the victims. Why? Why is our country like this?" Right now, Han Dong-soo is scrolling through his phone to search and says, "This article is from America. The Soho Guild should move to a powerful country that can protect them like the United States." Park Juno immediately agreed with his idea. "That's right. This isn't because we're weak, but because our country is too weak." The man in the blue shirt then added, "We should have immigrated sooner." Han Dong-soo's face was full of dissatisfaction as he said, "Anyway, the only person who can resolve this situation is Soho. You guys saw it, too. That bastard's eyes." Everyone began to reminisce. The guy smelled the blood and said, "Bring Park Soho here in 10 days or you'll all die at my hands." The group heard this and was terrified. Park Juno's voice trembled as he replied, We want to do that, too, but we can't contact him." Remembering this, the man in blue was both angry and crying. His voice filled with rage. "Damn it. Even though I was so humiliated, my body froze up. I couldn't even take a step." Han Dong-soo then said, "But if we hadn't held back and fought him, we would probably all be dead." Park Jun-ho agreed with his point of view. "That's right. If we all died at his hands, what would happen to him?" The bald guy also thought it was reasonable. "That's right. We did the right thing." And the guy in the blue shirt exclaimed, "God, when?" Han Dong-soo asked Park Juno, how is Gungu? The kid seemed shocked. Hearing this, he sipped his tea and said, Gu seems fine. Seeing this, Han Dong-soo said, well, the kid didn't say anything and just watched TV in his room. But that's good. Hearing this, Park Dun-ho replied, that's right. He used to want around a bit too much. Hearing this, he also agreed. That's right. Even the wolves would silently avoid Jenu when they saw him. In his thoughts, the boy Gango greatly admired Hiro. Hiro is so amazing. To think that someone like that would appear before me. Han Dong-soo gritted his teeth and said, just wait until Soho gets back. He'll definitely crush that bastard. Park Juno then said to everyone, we should also do a few things before he gets back. Dong-soo, he replied, yeah. A while later, the two of them were at some place to do something. Han Dong-soo at that moment complained, why me? Park Juno replied decisively. The others are all busy. At that moment, he said, I'm busy, too. Park Juno then said to him, I'm sure they buried it somewhere around here before they left. Hearing this, Dong-soo said, but it's still like looking for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, at that moment, the phone rang. Park Dun-ho immediately picked up the phone. Oh yes, hello. On the other end of the line was Kim Misu. She said to him, thank you for your cooperation. Thanks to your help, we were able to complete the dungeon exploration. Hearing that, he calmly replied, we have a contract. At this moment, she hesitated and said to him, please don't hold a grudge against the government for what happened recently. Right after that, he said goodbye to her. Yes, goodbye. Right after that, he turned to Han Dong-soo and said, Donggu, let's go to the beast farm. Hearing this, he was very surprised and said, no way in there. Park Juno's face was very determined as he said, those people definitely planted listening devices in important places before they left. I'm sure of it. At that moment, Dong-soo had an idea. But don't be too hard on Manager Miso. She's always taking care of us. Juno's face was contemplative as he replied, that's true, but the enemy is always the one closest to us. Hearing that, Dong-soo replied, well, that's true, too. It doesn't hurt to be a little careful. In front of the two of them, at this moment, many monsters appeared. Juno at this moment said, many halves. Dong-soo immediately replied, yeah. Suddenly, at that moment, the bear and the muscular rabbit were fighting. What? Feeling this way? Dong-soo was amazed and exclaimed, are they playing? When the cat's away, the mice will play. Where is he? Immediately, Dong-soo took out his phone to search and said, there's a new article today. He's riding a humpback whale in the South China Sea and caught 4 megapurse luridons with an ice vortex. Hearing that, Juno asked back, South China Sea? Dong-soo at this moment said, if he's there, he should be back soon. Juno was very curious and asked him, why are you at the beast farm? Why'd he tame a whale? Dong-soo then said he tamed beasts before the farm even existed. After that, he continued, but it seems like Soho has leveled up a lot while he was away. He even froze the sea to kill monsters. Suddenly, Juno said, I've never seen that before. Dong-soo's face was very surprised, and he exclaimed, huh? They were looking at 2 monkeys in a tree. Dong-soo at this moment spoke up. Aren't those Japanese monkeys? While Juno's face was very confused and said, are they? At this moment, the two looked at each other and shouted, Asuka said impossible. It must be. At this moment, the news is reporting that Park Soo-ho is attacking Tokyo. After reading it, the two were terrified and shouted, attack Tokyo and next time. At that moment, the fisherman saw it and exclaimed, it's white van over there. It's shooting. The dragon landed on the ground and everyone who saw it shouted, it's the Dragon Knight. The dragon at this moment roared, causing everyone to run in panic and scream, what the hell is going on, Monster Run? Online, people were liking Park Soo-ho's aerial attack on Tokyo. People were eagerly watching and commenting. Park Soo-ho has appeared in Tokyo. Paroho's aerial attack on Tokyo BRL. Did Park Soo-ho really use a wyvern to attack Tokyo? He hasn't attacked yet. Why is the title so strange? Is he going to kill Lee Sanji-yu? Hey, Hero is #1 in the world. Did he really go there to get revenge on Lee Sanji-yu? And Park Soo-ho at this moment shouted angrily. Hero, you bastard. Get out here right now. And the other two who were watching a live stream were also very shocked. Juno exclaimed while Dongsu said, he's so cool. At this moment in the office, everyone saw it and started whispering and gossiping, exclaiming, oh my god, is he really getting revenge? Park Soo-ho is so brave. And outside, Park Soo-ho was still shouting for him to come out. I said, come out, you bastard. The helicopters are updating the situation very quickly. Breaking news. The Dragon Knight has suddenly appeared in the middle of Tokyo and is hunting for Hero. They continued to report at this time. We have been informed that he entered the country illegally. Although this sudden appearance has caused some traffic congestion, there has been no major damage at that moment. A series of wanted vehicles pulled up. Oh, the Federal Awakened Criminal Pursuit Force has appeared on the scene. Suddenly, at that moment, they broke some rather shocking news. Is that Lieutenant Sasaki of Tokyo Team 1? He stepped out of the car at this moment and walked with great pride. The onlookers started cheering. It's Lieutenant Sasaki. At that moment, the breaking news reporter said, that's right, world rank 15, Lieutenant Sasaki of Tokyo Team 1. Saki's team is arriving on the scene. At that moment, people watching the stream started discussing. Sasaki is S-class. Wow, this is getting interesting. Sasaki has appeared. Park Soho is done for. The arrest rate of Sasaki's team is #1. I live in Tokyo. The tank just passed my house. A real tank. At this moment, they continued to update the information. We have just been informed that a new type of tank battalion is on its way to Tokyo. They continued to report. We have also been sent images of the unmanned drone squadron. Seeing this, Juno sighed while Dongsu said, it seems Soho is in big trouble this time right now at the Japanese Ministry of Defense at the emergency room. The person in the emergency room at this moment announced Type 10 tanks. Squadron. Ready, the other side replied from the combat drone team. Ready. The target has been aimed at that dragon. In outer space, the E3 Apocalypse combat satellite. The combat satellite has locked onto the target right now. In the emergency room, two people are observing the situation. The two of them. One, the Minister of Defense named Kurosawa, and the person next to him, the Deputy Commander of the Federal Awaken Agency, Daigo, asked, Mr. Kurosawa, Park Soo-ho is the person we're still trying to win over to our side. The minister at this moment said, Sasaki has also arrived. Let's just watch for now to see if he's worth us. Sasaki stepped out to the cheers of the crowd. Sasaki, at that moment, people watching the live stream started disking. ING. Look at Sasaki's charisma. Park Soho is done for. Aren't you guys underestimating Park Soho too much? Yesterday, he froze for me Southernthorlands. Sasaki is good at restraining and buffing. His whirlwind move won't work. Park Soho is done for. He's defeated by Sasaki, but before he even meets Hero, Park Soo-ho has to defeat the Korean #1 son, Jingu, before going there. Hero started it first. Park Soo-ho still didn't pay attention to Sasaki and continued to shout, Hero, you come out. Seeing this, Sasaki called out, Dragon? At that moment, he noticed and turned around, huh? Sasaki's face was very fierce as he said to him, you are under arrest for illegal entry, causing chaos and anxiety, and many other crimes. Park Soo-ho didn't care and turned to ask him back, are you High Roa? At this moment, Sasaki introduced himself. I am Sasaki Kazuhiro from the police department. You should get off the wyvern and surrender. Now, he wasn't Hiro. So, Park Suho gritted his teeth and replied, if you're not Hiro, then get lost. The onlookers around them were shocked and surprised by his words, exclaiming, what the hell? Is he crazy? How dare he disobey Sasaki's orders? At that moment, Siki saw him being so disrespectful and his face hardened, his voice filled with anger. You are a rude Korean. Immediately after, he unleashed his power. His strength made him take notice. The crowd around them saw him use his power and began to cheer wildly. Here it comes. Suzuki's binding rope. His binding ropes were wrapping around Park Suho, leaving him stunned. At that moment, Tensha Siki rushed towards Suho and shouted, don't move. It will only get tighter. Park Suho looked at his two hands being bound by the ropes, which made him very confused. After that, he jumped high up and prepared to unleash his power on his face and shouted, now I will subdue you with violence. At this moment on the internet, they started commenting and discussing, Sasaki will only need a minute to deal with him. If it were Hiro, it would probably only take a second. The government has spent so much money on people like him. It's all our taxes. But he's pretty good at clearing dungeons. People say he's not very good. Just uses a few magic stones. Goodbye. Park Suo's family. Suddenly at that moment, Siki's face was punched and deformed. Park Soho's punch sent Sasaki flying. This will make everyone around horrified and surprised, exclaiming, he was knocked to the ground, but he immediately got up and shouted, move, move. Sasaki's face at this moment was very confused as thought, what just happened? And Park Suho at this moment looked at him, broke all the chains, and said, good. If your territory is attacked, you must use all your strength to protect it. At that moment, the dragon flapped its wings and roared loudly. The wind from the dragon made everyone extremely confused and exclaim, so scary. Afterwards, Sasaki commented on him, he really is the Dragon Knight. You're as strong as the rumors say. But he was still very bitter and said through gritted teeth, if I hadn't activated my debuff, then I would have been torn to shreds. At that moment, Park Suo looked at him and said, that's right. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Immediately, Sasaki ran towards him and shouted, you will be charged with another crime. For assaulting an officer on duty. Seeing his stubbornness, he turned to look at him with contempt and said, so annoying. Siki's face began to contort and he shouted, you bastard. At that moment, he jumped up and prepared to kick him, shouting, die. Immediately, Park Suo unleashed his power. Air spin. That air spin sent Sasaki flying. The group of people who saw this were terrified and shouted loudly. The people in the office who witnessed this scene were also wide-eyed with surprise. They exclaimed that his spin sent him spinning continuously in the air. He was thrown and sent flying. His throw broke through the building. Witnessing this scene, the minister was so shocked that he exclaimed, oh my god. In another development, Juno and Donggu were overjoyed when they saw this scene and shouted. Juno said happily. He blew Siki away. Dongsu at this moment continued, this is our brother. At that moment, the dragon breathed fire and Park Suho shouted, Hero, come out. Don't send your soldiers out anymore. The subordinates who witnessed the scene were very angry and said through gritted teeth, that bastard, don't be rash. We only have the duty to protect the people. The people watching the live stream were discussing animatedly. The world's #1 Sasaki was blown away like a cockroach. Sasaki is dead. What are the members of Tokyo Team 1 doing? Those guys were so scared they froze. But even S-rankers can't escape Sasaki's binding ropes. What are Park Suho's stats? Why didn't the debuff have any effect? Sasaki must have been so angry he forgot to activate the debuff. It was delayed by 15 minutes. At that moment, Minister Kurosawa spoke up. It seems he's even more valuable than Hiro.
Hearing this, Daigo standing beside him said, previously, Park Suwa sent us an invitation. We were planning to reschedule the meeting as soon as the flight path was safe. At that moment, Park Suwa was still shouting, if you don't bring Hiro here, I will burn everything within a 1 km radius.
Everyone stopped. The two people around them saw this and panicked, running around and shouting, what's going on? Let's get out of here.
In the emergency room, an employee spoke up and announced, the citizens are in danger. We must destroy the Dragon Knight with a satellite. Minister at this moment smiled sinisterly and said, this is getting interesting.
Why are you so worried? Afterwards, the minister asked, what's next? Daigoan. Hearing this, Daigo said, Lieutenant Messiah is preparing.
Suddenly, at that moment, someone's voice was heard, stop. A sergeant stood imposingly before him, his posture impeccable. At this moment, the system displayed the other person's information.
Human Sean 23 Speed 2 Parkuho stood on the dragon and asked, who the hell are you?
The uncle's face at this moment was very scary as he introduced himself.
I am Lieutenant Mai from the police department.
You better stop here. Park Suho didn't care and said loudly, bring Hiro out here now.
I'll wait for you. For 30 minutes. Hearing this, Lieutenant Mai replied, Hiro can't come now.
Hearing this, he asked back why. Lieutenant Mai's face was furious as he said, he is attacking a level 7 dungeon.
Hearing this, Park Suho asked him back, he went hunting where? Hearing that, Lieutenant Messiah lowered his head, clenched his fists, and said through gritted teeth, you can't see him now. He won't be out for at least another 10 days. At that moment, Soho spoke up. A bastard who needs 10 days to clear a dungeon dares to challenge me. I can't understand it.
Lieutenant Massage heard this and broke out in a sweat, stammering, that's a level 7 dungeon.
Hearing that, Park Suho replied, you said 10 days. I'll be back then.
Sergeant Masai's face was very serious and he said, please do so, but you still have to compensate for the damages caused today.
Hearing that, Park Suho replied, it's your fault. Tell him that only cowardly thieves steal eggs when the owner is away. And the lieutenant at this moment looked very cunning and said, I will say.
Immediately, Park Suho rode off. The people in the room saw him leave and the minister said, we can't just let Park Suho leave like that. This will become a national disgrace.
At that moment, Minister Kurosawa ordered everyone, mobilizing the entire military to defeat an awakened person is even more shameful. Hearing this, the people around him spoke up like the minister.
The minister with a very determined expression
said, ahem, he said he would come back.
Send a coup in the F-35 to escort him until he's out of the air defense identification zone. At that moment, Park Suho was riding the dragon flying swiftly through the sky. Suddenly, his face froze as if he had seen something. On the ground was a very large red ball. At that moment, he spoke up a black gate. He at this moment was amazed and continued at the gate leading to planet Gutchin. At this moment on the internet, hot news is being reported. Park Suho challenges Hiro. Park Suho's group saw this news and were overjoyed.
They cheered. Great! Another newspaper reported on the fierce battle of the Dragon Knight Park Suho in Tokyo. People continued to praise Park Suho. That's our Suho. He made them pay on TV. At this moment, the MC was still hosting the show.
On the other hand, Lieutenant Siki, who lost consciousness after a single blow while trying to catch Parko, has been transferred to Iku due to a concussion. At this moment, Dong Su said, I watched that live with Juno. Hearing this, everyone cheered with joy.
Awesome! At that moment on TV, the news reported, the Japanese government considers this incident an attack on Japan and has requested the arrest of Park Suho.
If not, they will declare war on South Korea.
Hearing this, everyone was stunned and exclaimed, what? Declare war? I'm a babuda. The TV continued to report, the ministers have not yet made a statement and are attending an emergency meeting. At that moment on the internet, people were discussing animatedly. That guy even killed 2 wolves. He didn't hit anyone that hard, did he? He's a police officer after all. Lee Sanjiu started it first. What if there's a real war? Just hand Park Soho over to them. Isn't that right? Why should we hand Park Soho over to them? You crazy bastard. So, you want war or what? Hearing this, Dong-su at this moment spoke up. Thanks to Suho, there's probably going to be a real war. Now another person helplessly asked everyone, what should we do? Hanong-su at this moment spoke up. Let's take this opportunity and move to America. They can't declare war on America, right? Juno at this moment spoke up and said to everyone, let's wait until Soho gets back and have a serious discussion. Suddenly, at that moment, they saw something about to fly towards them. A very loud noise was heard, leaving everyone stunned. At that moment, the whole group panicked and shouted, Uncle, he's back. While downstairs, someone was talking, Dad, you're back. How are you, son? I'm fine, Uncle. I missed you so much. Suddenly, at that moment, Park Suho asked, where are Dad and my other uncles? The boy replied, they're drinking and watching TV in the office. Hearing this, the whole group's faces turned pale. At that moment, Park Suho opened the door and entered with a very angry look in his eyes. Be on your guard. And the group at this moment didn't know what to do and awkwardly greeted him. You're back. His eyes flashed with a very scary light and said, what are you guys doing? The whole group heard this and screamed and ran around in a panic. Run! Hakuho at this moment was furious and shouted, stop! The whole group at this moment was terrified and rushed out, breaking the glass right now at the National Assembly building. The high-ranking officials were having a heated discussion. We have to send him immediately. Why do we always have to give them everything they ask for? If that's the case, tell them to hand over Sanji. Right in the middle of the meeting, the South Korean Minister of Foreign Affairs shouted. Isn't it because you guys keep listening to him that he's acting so outrageous? Who does he think he is coming here and making a scene all the time? Immediately, the Minister of Defense stated his opinion. Lee Sunju started everything. Why do you only criticize Park Suho? Are you the father of the Japanese or something? Hearing this, the Minister of Foreign Affairs retorted, what? What did you just say, you bastard? At that moment, the meeting began to get tense. Everyone in there started arguing chaotically. I was just talking to myself. To myself, I heard everything. You old man, if you're so good, come at me. What? You want to fight? Then let's go outside and have a proper fight. At that moment, the security staff announced to everyone the president has arrived. The president at this moment sat down at the meeting table. The South Korean president at this moment got straight to the point, asking directly, do Sunju and Park Suho know each other? Listen. Hearing that, the assistant foreign minister spoke up. There is no evidence that they know each other. Hearing that, the president then asked everyone. Then why did he do that? Someone in the room answered, yes, sir. We tried our best to find the answer. Instead, the president thought for a moment and then continued, I heard that Lee Sunju was the one who started everything, right? Why would a traitor to the country like him start a fight with Park Soho? At that moment, the director of AB stated his opinion. We have 2 hypotheses. First, the director continued, because he is jealous of the current Park Suho, he wants to quickly raise his reputation in other countries. Today's newspaper, the Queen of England knights, Park Siho. Oh, is that so? At that moment, the Minister of Defense said angrily, I don't know what the world's #1 is doing anymore. He's acting so childish. Hearing that, the president asked back, if war with Japan breaks out again, do we have a chance of winning?
At that moment, the Minister of Defense explained, if it were 10 years ago, there would still be some chance. Now, with a higher budget, we might have a chance to fight back for 10 years. But the president at this moment gave his opinion, then said, give Park Suwa to them. Hearing that, the Minister of Defense reluctantly agreed. It should be so. In a meeting room at this moment, the two sides were still arguing and discussing animatedly.
That's the best we can do. If war breaks out now, we will all die.
That's right.
Shouldn't we ensure the survival of our people first?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs asked the director.
Director, did you hear that? Prepare to hand Park Suwa over to the Japanese.
Hearing that, the director frowned and said, first of all, Mr. Prime Minister, we believe the second hypothesis is more likely.
Hearing that, the Minister of Foreign Affairs asked, what is the second hypothesis?
Director AB spoke up, it's a plan by their government to spy on Park Sho.
Hearing this, he was surprised and asked, their government?
The president at this moment's face turned serious and said, if things happen as the director said, the risk of war is just a bargaining chip. Hearing this, Director AB stated his opinion. With the climate situation where both countries are struggling to prevent dungeons from breaking out, war is practically impossible.
This means they really want Park Suwa.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs at this moment spoke up.
Is Park Suho that strong? He's not even a regressor like Lee Sunju. So, how can that be? The director said Park Suho is a little different from ordinary people.
After that, Mr. Talon continued, the reason why not only Japan, but also countless other countries around the world are trying so hard to spy on Park Suho is because of the skills that only he possesses.
The president at this moment scowled and asked, what are the skills Park Suho possesses that make everyone so crazy?
Afterwards, the president continued, Park Suho is on his way to becoming a master of elemental magic, something that only high-level spirits from the planet Aruka can use. I heard that recently the number of people returning from Akura has increased after much difficult research, but no Awaken has been able to perform the magic of that place. Hearing this, the whole room was shocked. The director of the Bureau of Land Management, Infrastructure, and Transportation also had to exclaim, the native magic of high-level spirits. After that, he stammered, look here, director.
The native elemental magic of high-level spirits. Do you mean he achieved it instantly? Suddenly, the director laughed loudly and said, that's right.
Park Suho is like a lottery ticket that can bring us a huge prize.
The whole room gasped in amazement.
A huge prize. At that moment, the president gave his opinion. If it's a huge prize, we should protect him. Even if it leads to war, we should protect him with our lives.
Mr. President, at that moment, someone spoke up. Minister of Justice, put Park Suwa on the VIP list and prevent him from leaving the country.
In the director's head, he thought shrewdly, where there's money, there's a way. At this moment on the internet, news articles are reporting that the government has refused Japan's request to extradite Pakso. Pakso is the pride of South Korea. The friction between South Korea and Japan will be resolved through diplomatic measures. In another article, DGB is about to build a large granary and related commercial infrastructure on Suwa land. And right at this moment, a car was driving and said, in the end, it's all about money.
In the car, the director turned to Kim Misu and questioned her, why are you acting like that? Who do you think stopped him from being deported to Japan?
Kim Misu at this moment spoke up.
Did you talk to Park Suho before the news was revealed? Is there any reason for him to?
Refused when I put him in prison and offered him to make money together. Hearing this, the director thought for a moment and said, tell him that we will soon upgrade the Suho Guild to level 6 and they will have to focus on expanding the farmland to cover the Jangi area. That way, Korea will become the world's breadbasket instead of Aruka.
This is a way to show patriotism.
When Mitsu heard that, she then told him, Nak has just contacted us.
We have agreed to meet at Suho's place tomorrow. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised and asked, "It's decided." Afterwards, he continued, "Honestly, he can smell money from a mile away. I trust you, director of the Kim Nyo department." Hearing this, she said angrily, "You're the one who created the trouble, but I'm the one who has to deal with it. With everything." Hearing this, he said angrily, "Hey, why do I have to take everything for granted? Just do your best to get his attention. I'll take care of the rest." At this moment, the reconnaissance plane over the CuO2 area, a level 3 dungeon. At that moment, footsteps were heard coming from inside. At that moment, two more people, Hadang Su, who had just stepped out, also fell down. The man in the blue shirt right behind him also fell. He fell on top of the other two. Following behind was the bald guy who also fell down. Park Soo-ho, seeing his comrades like this, was extremely helpless. At that moment, Park Soo-ho shouted loudly, "Hey, get up. We still have 10 rounds to go." But at that moment, Park Dun-ho was so tired that he fell asleep again. Park Soo-ho saw this and was at a loss, saying, "Look at these kids." Suddenly, at that moment, the phone rang. Then he picked it up and said, "Oh, Nisa Sukja, what's wrong?" The old lady then asked him, "Did you let others eat during training? Those kids ate while you were away, so now they won't eat anymore." He felt very tired listening to her. The old lady then continued, "I'll give the phone to Miss Miso. You can talk to her." Immediately, Kim Misa took the phone and answered. "It's been a while. I heard you've been undergoing intense training for 3 days without sleep since you returned to Korea." Hearing that, Park Kuho also admitted and said, "Well, that's right. What's wrong?" She at this moment got to her point and asked him, "The reaction from Japan is a bit intense, right? We have a very good solution here." Hearing her Park Soo-ho stood silently for a few seconds. He was thinking at that moment, the human world has human laws. For a moment, I forgot that resisting them only brings pain. After that, he told her, "Then I'll see you at home right now at this building in the forest." All 3 of them were present here. At that moment, Kim Misa spoke up and introduced him. "This is the director of the SBFC's Asian branch, Mark." He then waved to greet him. "Hello." The director also greeted him cheerfully. "Oh, Mr. Park, it's a pleasure to meet you." Sitting down at the table, Park Soo-ho got straight to the point. "What does SBFC want from me?" His directness made the director exclaim. "Oh," his face looked very scary at this moment, he said slowly. "Not long ago, the champion hero challenged you to a nominal match. Remember, but Kyuso is nothing. I don't even need to use my hands to defeat him. How insulting of him, huh?" Park Soo-ho didn't seem to care much about this and said, "Is that so?" Kim Hee-soo sitting beside him was sweating profusely and asked him, "Don't you know?" Hearing that, he was very confused and asked back, "I know something like that happened, but why did that bastard do that?" The director at this moment calmly answered him, "Of course, it's all for money." Park Kuho heard this and said, "Money." The director at this moment continued, "If the match takes place, you can earn a huge amount of money. Don't think too much. Just accept it." At this moment, Park Soo-ho said, "Accept." The director still didn't give up. Still trying to persuade him. "If you agree, you will prevent a war from the current events and earn a huge amount of money." One arrow hitting 2 birds in Park Soo-ho's head at this moment. He thought, anyway, this guy is a master of psychological manipulation. If possible, I should not get involved with him. Park Soo-ho's face looked very dangerous, and he said, "So, I can legally kill him if I agree." The other 2 were helpless when they heard him say that, not knowing what to say. The director at this moment spoke up. "Yes. To explain the rules of the SBFC clearly, we will not record fault for any accidental deaths during combat, but we will not tolerate murder. No murder. No murder." Enemo at this moment told the director, "Mr. Mark, I will contact you again after talking with Mr. So. He immediately agreed. All right. I hope you make the right choice. After that, he left as she waved goodbye. At that moment, she turned to him and said, "If you don't like it, you don't have to agree. Anyway, the war won't happen." Park Soo's face at this moment became serious and said, "I want to do it anyway." Hearing that, she replied to him, "Japan's calculations are easy to understand to appease two types of cattle, you two." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "I don't care about their reasons. That bastard needs to be beaten. That's all." After that, he continued, "And because it's not against the law, it's even better." At that moment, Kim Bisa suggested to him, "What do you think about donating the money from the match to Japan? That would also help to appease Japan before the match." Ato immediately agreed. "Okay." Hearing that, she said, "All right, I'll report back to Mr. Mark." After that, she pulled out a stack of papers from her file and said, "There's one more thing, an official order from the government." Hearing this, he turned his head and said, "Official order." Kim Soo handed the file to Park Soo and said, "Every year, the guilds hold a grand convention. All the major level 6 guilds will gather there. I want to invite you there." He at this moment took the file and opened it to read. He was reading and said, "At this moment, me? Our guild is not even level 6 yet. What's wrong?" Kim Misa held up the trophy and said to him, "The Soho guild has officially become a level 6. Congratulations." Park Soo-ho took the trophy in astonishment. At that moment, she explained to him, "This is a commemorative medal issued by now." She continued speaking, "And the Wajang Bu area will be given to you. You will also receive autonomy over this region." Park Soo-ho heard this and said in amazement, "Wajang Bu." At that moment, Kimu said to him, "When the facilities are built and the people start to settle down, the government will transfer all the areas managed by the Soho Guild into the 3rd 18th district of Seoul." Hearing that, he froze and asked her back, "Are you telling me to move?" Immediately after in the room, Park Soo-ho showed the file to his brothers. After reading the file, Park Dong-go immediately shouted, "No way! Those people abandoned us when we were in trouble, and now they're back. What the hell is this? They're pushing this abandoned land on us and telling us to protect the country. We haven't even had any military training. How are we supposed to protect the country?" Park Soo calmly told everyone, "It's already decided. The government has to create that city first. The construction here is still a long way off." Park Juno at this moment was helpless and spoke up, "You're okay with this? What if they just want to take advantage of us?" Hearing that, he replied, "It's like being the commander of the demilitarized zone. It's much easier to expand the beast farm there." Dong-soo at this moment was very helpless and exclaimed, "So helpless? Taking the money and moving to America is 100 times better." Park Soo-ho at this moment pointed to the computer and said, "We will still use Namyangju as our main headquarters. And furthermore, I plan to divide this new area into several districts." Hearing that, Dong-soo was very surprised and said, "District, are we going to manage those districts?" Park Juno then turned to Park Soo-ho and asked if managing a district was the same as being a mayor. "Our 13th district of Seoul is as big as Gyeonggi-do. So it's like being a governor. You will be the leader of the district managers. So instead of mayor and governor, it's more like lord and master." I'd heard this and Dong-soo exclaimed with excitement, "City lord." The bald guy at this moment was scrolling through his phone and said, "The news says that due to the agriculturalization, South Korea will become the world's largest granary, and income will increase sharply." Dong-soo, at this moment, was surprised and asked, "Granary?" Immediately, Dong-soo continued, "But can we compare with Aruka's agriculture? There are many trading ports in the world. Aruka's goods are very expensive. And there are too few ports to meet the needs of our planet. So isn't it perfect for us?" He said with great enthusiasm, "Anyway, if this succeeds, Soho will become the lord of a land with huge profits and we will be the city lords who rule that land. After that he turned to Park Soho and asked, you signed a contract, right? You should keep 2 more copies so they can't go back on their word. Park Juno quickly said, I already said that everything has been decided. Park Soho heard what everyone said and said helplessly. Can't even protect my own house. What kind of city lord am I? After you're done eating, let's train.
Suddenly, at that moment, Dong-su cried out, my stomach hurts so much.
Seeing this, everyone was worried and asked him, Dong-su, are you okay? Does your stomach hurt? I'll go buy some medicine.
Park Soho at this moment was furious and gritted his teeth saying, these guys. Suddenly at that moment, Park Juno picked up his phone and shouted.
They said, hero is out of the dungeon. Hearing this, everyone immediately taunted him, welcome to hell. Lu Sunju, you bastard. You're done for.
At this moment on the internet, news outlets are reporting that the hero team has reduced the time to clear a level 7 dungeon to 8 days.
Another online article reported, hero responds to Pax Suo's challenge. I will teach you some manners. In many media outlets, they have photoshopped the two together and written the headline, the battle between Hero and Park Soho.
Some outlets interviewed some people and were shocked that experts believed in the experience of the champion.
Hero.
Afterwards, they interviewed Linos, a former world champion, who said that a one-on-one fight between awakened is very different from a hunt in a confined space, and the more experienced person, Hero, would win. After that, they interviewed Tipbright, a commentator for SBFC, who said that Park Soho has no experience in one-on-one combat with an awaken on a big stage.
Soon, Park Soho will realize that SBFC is completely different from street fights.
At this moment on the internet, people are also discussing animatedly. The betting odds for the fighters are out.
Park Soho 5, Losangia 1.2 Goa.
Why is there such a big difference?
Is it home country bias? The champion will definitely win in a second. Hero is much better. Give up.
Usually, you have to win over 400 matches and get into the top 50 before you're allowed to challenge the champion.
So, Park Soo is lucky, huh?
The guy ranked 1 in Korea is ranked 132 in D.
What about Park Soo? That's why people thought Park Soho would be crushed by the 15th ranked Siki. What was the result?
The guy you guys said was weak beat Siki in a flash.
Don't you remember? The experts said these matches are far different from street fights. You idiots.
Even though his personality is bad, Lee Sang-gyu is good at magic.
Park Soo-ho will probably lose. Spot News also reported 240 billion.
Fighter B, whose name is Soo-ho, has the highest betting amount.
Dong-soo read this news and screamed, wow, 240 billion?
That's our brother.
You could clear a level 5 dungeon. A H 100 times and still not get that much money. TSK. Suddenly, Dong-soo, who was happy, exclaimed in surprise, huh?
Seeing this, Park Dun-ho, who was eating, had to stop and ask, wait, scroll down. It turned out that another newspaper had reported that Bakoho had donated the entire 240 billion to Japan. This shocked the whole group and they shouted, Hidia.
Dong-soo finished reading and was furious. His face wrinkled and he shouted, really? What's wrong with you? Why did you give that money to another country?
Park Juno at this moment thought and said, to prevent war from happening.
The man in the blue shirt holding a bowl of noodles said, at least maybe the negative comments will disappear, right?
The bald guy at this moment was also
full of questions and said, but isn't the winner supposed to be paid in an instant?
Suddenly, at this moment, Dong-soo's eyes went wide, his voice stammering, wait.
The winner gets double the prize money.
Hearing this, Park Dun-ho was stunned and said, 480 billion. The man in the blue shirt at this moment was also very shocked and said, that much. Suddenly, at that moment, Park Soo-ho stood behind the group and said, what are you guys doing? The group at that moment was stunned and shouted, you.
Seeing him return, the group immediately rushed to ask him, You are risking your life. Seriously, why did you give them the money you risked your life to earn? Park Suho at this moment glared at the group and said, After you're done eating, shut up and get in quickly. I'm going to check out the Wajangu area. The deputy director in charge of the Awakened at this moment was excitedly talking on the phone. Ha ha. Of course, the reported betting amount has been reduced. Mr. President, that's right. Even if we divide 5 billion among each person, it's enough. After that, he continued, as a precaution, we also signed an agreement that forced him to donate all his winnings to the National Development Fund. With this money, we can prevent any theories of a civil war. Park Suo is very generous, huh? His face was very smug as he continued. This is just the beginning, Mr. President, when the agricultural project at Suhoi is completed. At that moment, Park Suho was riding the dragon, flying forward. At that moment, Park Suho was thinking about what Kim Misu had said. These were once the facilities of the 3rd Army Corps' main headquarters, which have now been moved elsewhere. But if you expand the building and renovate it, it can accommodate about 1,000 people. After flying for a while, he saw the area with some houses below and said, This must be the place. After that, the dragon he was riding started circling to prepare for landing. The people below saw this and shouted, He's coming down. Right after that, the dragon landed and roared to the heavens. The people who saw this were wide-eyed and exclaimed, Wow, this looks amazing. Has it gotten bigger? After that, Park Suho jumped off the dragon and then caught it. Afterwards, go to everyone. Seeing this, Kimmy Soo at this moment said, Welcome. How does it look from above? He immediately. It looks fine. Replied her. After that, he looked around and told her, Planting trees within a 4 km radius around here will be fine. At this moment, she told him, I will register for approval after you've marked the territory. Immediately, he used his power, the strength of Onam. It was so great that everyone standing around had to exclaim. The staff who witnessed this were extremely shocked and stammered. That is immediately Kim Misu told them. That's right, marking the territory. In another development, a live streamer on the internet at this moment reported, Hello all martial arts fans out there. This is the World Martial Arts channel, Sidekick. Gada at this moment continued to report on the match. In just 15 days, the match of the century between champion Hero and newcomer Park Suo will take place. We at Sidekick have interviewed both the champion and the challenger. After that, Gatada ran to Hero and said, This morning, we were able to meet Team Hero before the level 7 dungeon in Osaka. Let's go talk to him. Hero. Gatada approached Hero and started a conversation. How are you preparing for the match with Bakuso? Hearing this, Hero replied, I don't have time to prepare. After that, Hero continued. Soon the number of level 7 dungeons will increase dramatically. I don't have time to rest for world peace. Immediately, Hero's words were reported in the newspaper with a headline, Park Soho vs. Hero. No, 15 Hero. No preparation needed to fight someone like Park Suho. In another development, Soho's group was eating rice balls and talking. Part Juno at this moment spoke up. When was the last time we had hot food? The bald guy immediately replied, Last Monday. Dong Su at this moment sighed and said, Ugh, I want to eat Suja's egg rolls. The guy in the blue shirt heard this and said to his brothers, Just stuff some food in your mouths. We still have to clear the Taiwanese deer dungeon 3 more times to reach today's goal. Suddenly, at this moment, that guy appeared panting and said, Are you guys members of Team SHO? The ones called the 4 servants. Hearing him say that, everyone was very surprised and said, What? Ha? Is that a psychic? Hearing this, he boasted, You guys know about the psychic channel, right? Can I interview Park Suho? Dong Su heard this and said, Try going to Yuzeongbu. He's probably planting trees there. Right now, on the online newspaper spot, they're continuing to report that the challenger, Park Soo-ho, who has been missing for a few days, is planting a tree in Wujongbu. Immediately, many people commented on this article, planting trees today because you're afraid of being beaten to death tomorrow or what? But I don't see Park Soo-ho. Is it clickbait? Be careful of being eaten by wolves. If you go there, only good people can meet him. Park Soo-ho has turned into a tree, you idiots. Right now at a large building at this moment, access denied is displayed on the table. Aiko at this moment was still sitting and pecking at the keyboard. She tried another new password. Suddenly, at that moment, her face stiffened on the computer screen at this moment. At the personal information page of the Awaken Information Department, she was able to access Park Soo-ho's file, which was accepted. AKO was very surprised and thought, and it's okay. After that, a series of top-secret file folders appeared on screen. After that, she clicked on a folder. She acted very quickly at this moment. Her mouse clicks were extremely fast. At that moment, AKO was very surprised and thought. 1,000 years later, Changa Hero Express announces Okita Hero vs Aspak Soho 9. 85% of experts predict the champion will win. Current betting odds are 5.1.3. BBS TV reported that Humanity's Hope had reduced the time to clear a level 7 dungeon to 8 days in a lush green area. Trucks drove in. Gigabyte Construction began moving construction materials to Museum View to build Soho Land. On a tall iron pole, a sign reads, "Welcome Suo Len Jumbu." Worldwide Herald announced that 5 days before the match, tickets for the Tokyo Stadium, where the match will be held, are sold out. And it doesn't stop there. Worldwide Herald continued to post articles and photos of cars entering Soho Land with a headline "Do Park Soho has not yet arrived in Japan." With only 2 days left until the match, Park Soho is still in hiding in Soho Land. The newspaper News World headline screamed after a bold provocation. Park Soo-ho is now hiding like a coward. MSS Lee Sang-gu is preparing for the match. What about Park Soo-ho? CNS South Korea's shoes are shaking with fear. Newslight continued to update the situation, posting a picture of many people gathered together protesting in many areas of Tokyo. At the top city Tokyo Hotel, Okita Hiro and Akiko were sitting opposite each other. Aki asked him, "What are you thinking?" Hiro replied, "How should I kill Bakuso if he doesn't show up?" Ako put her wineglass passed down on the table and replied, "I don't think it will be easy." He didn't hear clearly what Akiko repeated, killing Park Soo-ho. Hiro didn't understand why she explained in detail. "I have checked the top secret information of the Korean Awaken Agency." According to the report, he returned here after 1,000 years on another planet. His face was filled with doubt. 1,000 years? Did he regress multiple times during that 1,000 years? Ako immediately denied it. "No, I don't think he used a regression stone like you." He rejected her opinion. Without a regression stone, it's impossible to live for 1,000 years. Ako's voice was steady. According to the report, he returned after 10 years on that planet. But on that planet, time is twice as fast as on Earth. You were able to regress 500 years on Earth. Living 1,000 years on a planet not connected to Earth is not impossible. She explained that it also explained why he had never met him despite having regressed 25 times every 20 years. Okita Hiro let out a breath and joked. If he didn't use a regression stone, did he drink from the fountain of youth or something? However, Ako remained resolute. "I have investigated. There's a rare item called the Hongshan Dao." He raised a question. Hongshan Dao, a red peach. The image of ripe red peaches appeared in Aiko's thoughts. She continued, "They say it's a rare fruit that appears on some planet every few thousand years and then disappears after a few days. A divine fruit that makes whoever eats it immortal and forever young." He slammed his hand on the table. "I'm getting more and more curious about him. Someone who has lived for 1,000 years without a regression stone. AKO's face was filled with worry. Sanju, I'm worried that Park Suwa has lived longer than you. Okita Hiro's face darkened as he growled. No matter who my opponent is, I won't let anyone interfere with my plan for immortality. She helplessly called his name softly. Sanj. The News Digest reported NHC Pacquiao has not yet arrived in Japan on the day of the match. Is he running away? MSS Puho is still in hiding. Sesif Pak Suwa doesn't show up. How much is the contract termination fee? The scene changes to a cool green place with a tree planted using superpowers. One by one, other trees also appear in the same way. Two young men were standing stunned in front of the lush green apple trees. It turned out to be Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo. His face was dazed as he muttered, "The apple trees. Should be enough." Han Dong-soo impatiently urged, "Bro, there's no time left." He ignored his words and kept getting lost in his own world. Next are the pear trees. The young man held up 3 fingers and urged Park Soo-ho, "You only have 3 hours left. You have to go now." Finally, he stopped planting trees to instruct him because my level is still low. I can't plant many types of trees yet. I'm leaving now. You go by the saplings I told you about. Han Dong-soo was silent and didn't answer. A few seconds later, the young man clasped his hands together and pleaded with him. "Yes, you don't have to worry about that. Please go now. I'm so nervous." Instantly, Park Suwa's casual clothes transformed from a circle of blue light into a majestic black suit of armor. Wyvern also emerged from that light, spreading its wings menacingly, causing Han Dong-soo to fall to the ground unprepared. He climbed onto its back and looked at the panicked young man, instructing him. "I'll be back soon. In the meantime, go raid some dungeons. If you're lazy, I'll deal with you. Got it?" Han Dong-soo sighed and replied, "Few lazy? You're really something." He soared high into the brilliant golden sky. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun, his gaze following him as he left. Wow. He's not worried at all. After all, he's fighting the world champion. And yet, he was planting trees 3 hours before the match. After complaining, he took out a controller and controlled the drones. He laughed gleefully and said loudly, "Whatever. I know what to use as a background." At the dazzlingly lit stadium, people from all over gathered to watch the competition. The commentator's voice boomed. "This is the Tokyo Stadium." The commentator in blue started the broadcast. The match doesn't start for another 3 hours, but the audience is already very excited. He lowered his voice and made a prediction. "I heard that Park Suwa has not yet entered the country. Is Park Soo-ho really planning to give up?" The commentator in black continued. "Even if it's just an exhibition match, he's still a newcomer. This is his first SBFC championship match. Anyway, the South Korean government still has to take responsibility for those investigations. Park Suwa and the South Korean government must take responsibility and apologize." On the comments section of the TV channel broadcasting the news, there was a lot of interest from people about this match. There is still 3 hours until the match starts, but it's already so lively. But if that's the case, didn't he really run away? Suwa channel hasn't reacted either. Park Suwa is still thinking of an excuse. I bet my arm that there will be an announcement that Park Soo-ho was injured during training an hour before the match. Huh? How dare he withdraw like that? That after causing trouble in Japan. If Lee Sang-ju calls him out, he's done for. If it were me, I would have wet my pants and run away. I'd bet on my patriotism. I'm dead. Wow, this bastard. I bet my whole month's salary. In the waiting room, AKO and Lee Sang-ju were watching the footage at the stadium. On TV. He asked impatiently, "Still no news of Park Soo-ho?" AKO replied immediately. According to Korean news, Soho Lin has just been expanded in Useongbo. This is the latest news. He gritted his teeth and thought, "We Jongbu." Lee Sunju remembered Park Soo-ho's face and concluded. That's right. He knew the future. The areas appeared on the map. South Korea's first level 7 dungeon opens in Woojangbu. The horror ing scene was recreated. A place with dark buildings engulfed in a sea of fire. The army that actively attacked the level 7 dungeon as soon as it appeared was completely defeated, causing South Korea to lose half of its S-rank awakeners and unable to stop the final wave of the dungeon due to the massive amount of bombs used to kill the level 7 monsters. War was burned to ashes. Humanoid monsters dominated everything. Immediately after, a series of dungeons would open up across the continent, and South Korea completely collapsed due to its inability to stop the monsters pouring down from North Korea. Lee Sang-ga continued to analyze in his head, the South Korean government wants to stop this by sending Park Soo-ho there. That arrogant bastard. At the same time, at the stadium, the screen displayed a countdown. The commentator in blue announced 7 minutes remaining. According to the rules, a competitor will be disqualified if they don't arrive an hour before the match. But we are still wondering if Park Soo-ho will arrive in the remaining 7 minutes. Suddenly, a very strong gust of wind appeared in the stadium, leaving everyone amazed. People were whispering, "Was that sound a monster?" All the spectators gasped in amazement when they saw the wyvern's wing fly by. Someone shouted that it was a wyvern. The Dragon Knight has appeared. Ako inside stood up and exclaimed, "He's here." A wyvern lands as the commentator's excited voice shouts through the stadium. Zach Suwa has appeared at the Tokyo Dome riding on the back of his wyvern. The live stream chat explodes with excitement. He's here. Here it's Zach Soho. The Dragon Knight has arrived. Awesome. With 5 minutes to spare. What an entrance. At home, 3 people in red uniforms watch the TV just as hyped. See, I told you he'd make it. He really loves the drama. His girlfriend must have a hard time. Overjoyed, a fan screams. Yes, let's go, Zach Suo. If you win this, the world is yours. As he stays glued to the match on his computer screen, the announcer's voice booms. I can't believe it. He shone up like this just 5 minutes before the match. He truly is the king of drama. The employees at Soho Land cheer in front of their TV. It's Zach Suo. Kill them all. Blow them away. The sound of footsteps is heard, but it's drowned out by the roar of the crowd. The blurry figure a girl appears behind some construction workers who are cheering wildly after hearing that the Dragon Knight, Zach Suo, has landed after ruling the skies. Her face is expressionless as she stands there watching in silence. But a few seconds later, she grinds her teeth and curses, "Damn it." Back in the stadium. Zach Soho plants 1 foot on the ground. He dismounts from the wyvern's back. The beast lets out a deafening roar. It then disappears into a spectacular portal of blue light. The audience is thrilled by the wyvern's departure. Whoa! The wyvern got sucked into a portal. Is it summoned so cool? Zach Soho looks around impatiently and asks, "Why are there so many people? Where's Hero?" He then shouts, "Hero, get out here." Seeing that Zach Soho is looking for Hero, the commentator announces, "Oh, it seems Zach Soho is searching for Hero." One by one, people start chanting Hero's name. Hero. Hero. Soon, the entire stadium is chanting in unison. Hero. 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 The commentator gets hyped. The crowd is going wild. Calling for Hero. At the same time in the waiting room, both Akiko and Hiroita are silent. But after a moment, he stands up and says, "I'm going." Ako quickly grabs his hand. Her voice is filled with worry. Hero. Hiroita gives her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll come back safe." the entire Tokyo Dome chants Hiro's name together. Hiro. 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 Hiro.
In the arena, only Zack Suwa stands waiting for him. Suddenly, he sees something materializing, a blurry, shadowy figure.
It then leaps into the air, forcing Zack Suwa to take notice. As the commentator in blue announces, Hiro has arrived.
He makes such a powerful jump that his coat billows behind him, and the ground beneath shatters into pieces.
The crowd roars with excitement as Hiro enters the arena. Zack Soho cuts right to the chase.
"You're Hiro, right?" Hiroita looks at him with contempt and declares, "Before I finish you, I have a few questions."
He asks the questions that have been burning in his mind. "You're one of the survivors of the apocalypse, aren't you?" Zack doesn't understand and asks back, "The apocalypse? What's that?" However, Hiroita doesn't buy for a second. "Your acting is terrible." Zack Soho pouts and mutters, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
Suddenly, Hiroita changes the subject.
"Are there any other regression stones? How many years can yours regress?"
Zack truly has no idea what he's talking about and frowns.
"Regression stone? What's that now?" The commentator in blue, seeing that they aren't fighting yet, wonders aloud, "Oh, are they talking? What could they be saying?" Hearing this, the other commentator chimes in, "Hiro must be giving his junior some advice. He's a man of both fame and substance." Immediately, the man in blue decides, "Well, then let's hear that advice, shall we? Drone cameras, please move in closer."
Instantly, the drones buzz in and hover close to where Hiro Kia and Zack Soho are standing.
Hiro channels his power while questioning him. "Must be nice, huh? Coming back to the past must make you feel like you're the master of the universe, right?" Zack calmly replies, "Me? Return to the past."
Two swords radiating dark energy appear in Hiro's hands. He responds grimly, "You're the one who chose not to talk." As soon as he finishes speaking, Hiro leaps high into the air. Swords aim straight for Zack Suho's head.
"I'll make you talk."
The commentator yells as Zack stands his ground, completely unfazed by the attack.
Hiro attacks.
The whole stadium roars, "Kill him!"
Both commentators are on the edge of their seats, mouths agape.
Chloe Choi is also watching on a small screen, her eyes widen at what she sees.
His guildmates are just as shocked as they watch.
The four young men who accompanied Zack Suho at Soho Land watch on a phone, holding their breath in disbelief. The vice director freezes for a moment, his face a mask of shock and worry. The girl with her hair in a bun watching at home while sucking on a lollipop, also filled with anxiety and fear. In a diner with a banner that reads, "If Zack Suho wins, free fried chicken and 500 cubic centimeters of beer for everyone." The staff and customers watched the match with stunned expressions.
The audience is utterly astonished. Even Aiko can't believe her eyes. It turns out Zack Suho had landed a devastating punch right in Hiro Okita's face.
The single blow sends him flying back.
Ward momentum carries him high into the air. The once mighty Hiro Okita ends up flat on his back, feet pointing toward the sky.
His back slams into the ground with such force that the arena floor cracks beneath him.
Zack Soho walks over to look at Hiro, who is lying motionless.
His face is pressed against
floor, not moving an inch.
A commentator shouts in panic,
"Hiro is down." It seems Hiro took a massive hit. He's not responding. The sound of Zack Suho's footsteps echoes. Zack Suho is slowly approaching. Hiro is in danger. Zack cracks his knuckles and scoffs. "Just another lunatic."
He gets closer to Hiro Oita and urges him, "Hey, get up.
"Are you dead already?"
Hiro's hand twitches slightly.
Zack Suho taunts him contemptuously. "Some champion you are. Get up, you bastard. You can take more than that." Hiro's eyes suddenly fly open.
Then Hiro Okita slowly pushes himself up from the floor. He places a hand on his knee and struggles to his feet.
Whoa! The champion is getting up.
The commentator announces loudly.
He's back on his feet.
The audience below cheers wildly.
Go Hiro, fight.
He wipes the blood from his nose and thanks.
What was that? A magic-infused blow. Zack Suwa lectures him. There are always bigger mountains to climb. You need to learn some humility.
Hiroita refuses to give up and charges forward.
Shut up, you bastard. But before he can even touch Zack Suwa, he's met with a counterattack.
His head snaps to the side as he thinks.
I couldn't even see his punch.
Before he can finish the thought, Hiro is pummeled by a flurry of blows to his stomach.
Zack Soho unleashes Vortex Kick. Hiro can only watch with wide eyes as he's caught in the technique. Once his opponent is completely defenseless, Zack then delivers a powerful kick. As Hiro Okita plummets towards the ground, Zack leaps high into the air, gathering magical energy for his next attack. Zack Soho roars, Flame Javelin.
A brilliant burst of fire erupts. The explosion sends debris flying in all directions. In the stands, the audience's faces are pale with fear. After the dust settles, only Zack Soho is left standing amidst the smoke, fire, and rubble.
Sweat drips down the commentator's face as he says, Hiro couldn't fight back at all. This is truly shocking. I can't believe it even after seeing it with my own eyes. He turns to his colleague for his opinion. Commentator Masuda, what are your thoughts on this?
Mr. Masuda's eyes are wide as he stammers.
That is. The entire crowd erupts, their jaws on the floor as they stare at the arena. Their shock is because Zack Suwa is holding Hiro Okita up by the neck with one hand, lifting him high into the air. The commentator in blue can't believe what he's seeing and screams, is Hiro unconscious? Zack Suwa growls impatiently, don't play dead. I know you're still conscious. Hiro remains unconscious as a health bar appears, showing HP at 25%.
Suddenly, Hiro's eyes crack open. Zack Soho glares at him with a deathly stare.
I wanted to ask you something, too. Why did you seek me out? Slowly, Hiro becomes more lucid and replies arrogantly as his HP continues to rise to 56%. Because I want to kill you. Zack still doesn't understand why. Hiroita's pupils begin to turn red.
His HP is now at 87%. Because you deserve to die.
Zack Soho frowns and asks again, huh? Why do I deserve to die?
Strange pink lines begin to appear on Hiro's face.
His HP has now reached 91%.
Because of you, my 500-year plan built on blood and sacrifice has been ruined. Zack keeps questioning Hiro, unaware that he just used a potion, and is now secretly preparing a skill with his hands.
500 years. What kind of plan takes 500 years?
At this moment, the health bar reaches 99% and at the same time, his face contorts as two sharp horns sprout from his head and he screams in his mind, descendant of a monster.
Zack Suwa finally notices the rapid transformation. A transformation? Hiro's mouth opens wide and he roars. I must save the earth. All Zack can see in front of him is a blinding red light. What? This lunatic hero is no longer in human form. He is partially transformed into a monster. God's wrath. Zakuo freezes for a beat.
Now Hiro Oita has completed his transformation as wings sprout from his back, bringing with him a massive source of power.
An immense force blasts Zack Suwa away.
The audience goes from one shock to another.
Red light shines down on everyone. This is followed by a shower of countless tiny glass shards raining down on the audience. A terrifying explosion occurs, changing everything.
In the observation room, two well-dressed men are standing.
One is weeping. Woohoo! The other laughs.
Kurosawa says with disdain, as stamina recovery potion, Daigo adds.
And what's more, that explosion just now. Zakuo's opponent is still a hero, but not in his human form. He's now a terrifying monster. Kurosawa remarks admiringly. And the ability to transform after drinking a potion, too. It seems Hiro learned some interesting things on planet Gyuton. The Tokyo Dome is no longer recognizable. It has been horrifyingly destroyed. Everyone is unconscious after the blast. A little boy is crying. Mommy. People in the seats are slumped over each other or have their heads down. In her room, Ako has also collapsed in her chair. Hiroita's feet are now large and grotesque claws. His body is like that of a hulking monster, standing imposing in the middle of the arena. His eyes glow red as he growls, "Ultimate skill, God's wrath." Hiro Okita clenches his fist and marvels. It's so powerful and fatal that a human body can't withstand it. That's why I had to take on a monster's form. I can't believe I have to use my trump card skill on a mere level 8 human. Suddenly, he spots something in front of him. Now what? Then the focus in Hiroita's eyes narrows. It's Zack Sua's hand bracing against a wall. He emerges from the rubble, touching his head lightly and complaining. Ouch! My head. Hiroita is stunned that he's still fine after being hit by his power. Zakuo's entire body glows with a green light as if healing itself. He glares at Hiro and scolds him. You startled me, you bastard. Hiroita's mouth hangs open and his eyes are wide with disbelief. He's still alive. That was God's wrath. Zack calmly walks towards him. Damn it. You can even transform. Hiro gradually loses control and demands, "What item did you use to get this strong? What the hell did you use to regress?" Zack Soho lowers his voice and replies, "I don't know what regression you're talking about, and this isn't an item. It's a skill called Blessing of the Forest." Of course, Hiro doesn't believe him, his expression turning bizarre. A skill? You're telling me a mere skill can replace an elixir? Zack confirms it again. That's right. This is an elixir-grade skill. It can restore stamina and mana within 5 seconds. Sweat pours down Hiro's face. Are you still smiling? Zack Soho stands there not quite understanding. Suddenly, Hiroa leaps up, preparing to strike him down. You think this is funny? A system window displays information about him. Monster Hero, rank you? Zack asks himself, rank you? Next, he lands a powerful blow right on Zack. Soho Hiro Okita relentlessly pummels him with one attack after another. This planet could be destroyed because of you. He raises his fist and screams crazily, and you can still smile. He immediately delivers a punch to Zack's face. I'm asking you, you bastard. Hiro rides and roars, die. Zakuo is completely unfazed by his attacks. He scoffs contemptuously and taunts him. Ranku isn't all that strong. As soon as he finishes speaking, he delivers a fatal counterkick, causing Hiro immense pain. He lets out a piercing scream with a cat. Visual demeanor. Zack Suwa interrogates him. So, your 500-year plan was ruined because of me, which means this planet will be destroyed. Hiro Oka is trapped by Zack's overwhelmingly powerful technique, struggling desperately. Zack continues to press him, so the destruction of this planet is my fault. And that's why I have to die by your hands. Mana continuously flows from his hands. Is that right? Hiro Okita is under relentless attack. Unable to bear it and squeezes one eye shut. He strains to resist the vortex. Even though he knows he's at a disadvantage, he remains arrogant. Now that you know, just accept your death. Hiro Okita clutches a purple stone in his hand. The stone begins to activate. He draws power from the stone and roars. You've destroyed everything. He reaches his peak fury and screams in desperation. Do you have any idea what I've been through to reach this level? How dare someone like you?
The past flashes back in a movie theater where young boys watch their hero defeat a wicked enemy.
Because good has triumphed over evil. The boys cheered joyfully. He won.
A bright-faced boy in a white t-shirt who was likely a young hero.
Okita is also ecstatic. Everyone in the theater chants in unison. Makano is defeated. The mystic hero is completely victorious. Hero Okita thinks to himself, my hero won.
He saved the world. However, the mystic hero on screen suddenly collapses.
The boys are horrified.
The hero's mouth is filled with fresh blood and everything around him has been turned to ash. A circle on his chest glows red as he tells himself, it's time to fix this. The boys all frown unhappily.
That's impossible.
The hero, slumped against a wall, mutters, everyone will forget the mystic hero, but that's okay.
As long as my loved ones can live happily on this beautiful planet.
His heroic sacrifice touches the sensitive hearts of the children. A young boy cries and shouts, no hero. His chest shines with a beautiful band of light, but deep within it is sorrow and loss.
The mystic hero's soul stone is turning back time. The children are dissatisfied with the imperfect ending.
No, if that happens, everyone bursts into tears, but only hero Okita is smiling brightly. He smiles with a satisfaction different from his peers.
It's okay, mystic hero.
Even if you're forgotten forever, this world only needs to remember one hero. The memory of that film snaps him back to reality. He is then knocked down by a kick from Zack Suwa, slamming his head
into the fractured ground. Zack says bitterly, just a lunatic.
He struggles to support himself on all fours, letting out pained groans.
Hero Okita painfully spits out a mouthful of red blood. He raises his sharp eyes to look. He stares at Zack Suwa's figure and realizes he's too strong. Even when I transform into a monster, I can't beat him. What is this guy?
After all this, Hiroita decides to go all in, and anyway, there's no hope left for this regression.
It doesn't matter anymore. I can just start over. Zack Soho loses patience and flies up to deliver a painful kick. What are you rambling about? Hero is knocked back, losing his balance. Without letting up for a second, Zack unleashes one attack after another.
Your plan wasn't ruined because of me.
From now on, I'll teach you what reality is. Hiroita's eyes gleam.
A smirk playing on his lips as if he's plotting something.
That's right. Keep talking. Tell me everything you know.
It turns out his plan is to use a simulation stone to copy all of Zack Suwa's actions. The simulation level is rising rapidly.
Now it's 79%. Good. Just a little more. A little more.
He tries to hold on to make a comeback in the next regression.
Your power will be mine.
His eyes are filled with hatred and rage from being outmatched.
Yet he doesn't back down, and I will absorb your soul.
Then as Zakuo attacks, he roars to counter, thinking, the hero who saves this world must be me.
Reality is much harsher as a look of clear difficulty crosses his face. Hero Okita's pupils dilate in utter astonishment. He seems terrified as his eyes dart back and forth. At the critical moment, Zakuo transforms into a black bear and throws a devastating punch at Hiroita.
The force sends him spinning.
He can't block it. Blood sprays from his nose.
Several teeth are knocked out and his face becomes grotesquely twisted. The former champion is sent flying into a wall, shattering it to pieces. The concrete wall is quite thick, but Hero Okita smashes right through it, proving the immense force Zack Suwa used. He tumbles several times in the river below. Witnessed by many people who came to watch, but couldn't get into the stadium. They are shocked when they recognize him.
Their faces filled with disappointment. That's Hero. Hero has reverted to his human form, but he looks more tattered and wretched than ever before. He whispers to himself,
What murderer? Hero Oka is still holding the simulation stone, but it's now shattered, no longer whole. In the dark sky, a blackbird spreads its wings and flies away. His eyes slowly close. That bird is Zack Suwa, spreading his wings and approaching him. Hero is still clutching the broken remains of his simulation stone.
Zack lands his feet in the water.
He kneels down where Hero is lying and places a hand on him. His deep voice rings out, filled with contempt.
Not human. What do you think? Ha? Hiro Okita furrows his brow and asks through gritted teeth. Have you seen the real world yet? Zack Suwa clicks his tongue and exposes him. Nonsense.
The reason you couldn't save the earth in all that long time is simply because you were weak.
Hiro immediately curses back. Shut up.
Pausing for a moment, Zack decides to give Hiro one last chance.
Don't ever show up in my territory again or I'll really kill you.
Refusing to give up, Hiro smirks and speaks a curse.
95% of humanity will die in the apocalypse.
You'll die soon, too, kid.
Zack Soho bellows in frustration.
Oh, you delusional bastard.
Why does your past have to be my future?
A look of disbelief crosses Hiro's eyes.
What? Zack firmly repeats, emphasizing his point. Someone who lives in the past like you has no future. Chloe Choi is still diligently watching the match on TV.
The commentator says, even though Hiro has fainted, Zack Suho is transformed into an eagle and is flying towards him.
She's upset, not understanding why.
She recalls her conversation with Zack Suho while she was in the hospital.
Why can't we?
He turns to look at her, then struggles to speak the harsh truth.
Because you're still too weak. She doesn't understand what he's trying to say.
Zack Soho states it plainly.
If our strengths aren't balanced, we'll easily fall apart.
Back in the present, she's looking down, thinking the bastard who said that.
An image of her and Zack Suwa smiling brightly together appears. Chloe Choi walks towards the door and says, "It's all nonsense."
The media captures images of Zack Suwa flying towards Hiro after his complete defeat, reporting on Zakuho's overwhelming victory.
Next is the desolate, ruined Tokyo Dome.
Over 48,000 casualties at the Tokyo Dome where the match took place.
Then, a picture of a well-dressed Zack Suwa holding a white box. An unofficial world. Zack Suwa donates all winnings to Japan. Worldwide Hero posts a picture of crowds flocking to a memorial. Families of the victims file a lawsuit against Hero. Is the SBFC still safe? The TI newspaper news section reads, Champion Hero remains unconscious for a week. Suddenly, Zack Suwa appears like a demon, threatening, "Don't show up in my territory again, or I'll really kill you."
Hiro Oito wakes up, his wounds bandaged. A layer of sweat covers his forehead from a nightmare. Someone who only knows the past has no future. He jolts awake from the terrifying dream. Damn it! Perhaps out of fear, he clutches a corner of the blanket in his hand. Hiro looks around and asks himself, a hospital? How long has it been? He then spots a phone on the table. He immediately opens the latest news. NHT Zack Soho donates entire prize money. MSS victims sue Hero. TCS public outrage. Ministry of Defense remains silent since Champion Hero still recovering after a week. Below the article, a flood of outrage comments. Japan is so humiliated this time. Hero is Korean. This was a match between Koreans. Japan never loses. Hey, it's just one loss. Don't overreact. It's just because Zack Suwa is too strong. Zack Suwa even donated all his money. We lost on all fronts. Shouldn't have let Hero immigrate in the first place. Yeah, that's right. True. I lost my home because of Hero's Planet Gyuten thing. These comments are disgusting. Have you all forgotten the times Hero fought for us? Maybe he was a South Korean spy from the beginning.
Hiro Okita reads everything and smiles with satisfaction.
He grits his teeth in contempt. Hypocritical bastards.
Just then, a tired Aiko pushes the door open and enters. Seeing him awake, she exclaims in surprise, "Hiro." He looks over at her.
Suddenly, she runs over and snatches his phone, shouting, "Don't look at that."
She clutches the phone tightly as if afraid it would run away and explains briefly. "They're just shocked because you lost. They're like this because their pride is hurt." He repeats helplessly, shocked. Ako lowers her voice to ask, "Are you okay?" Hiro replies, "I want to be alone."
Her face immediately saddens upon hearing his words.
Ako reluctantly heads out. "All right, but I'm confiscating this phone. You need to stabilize for now."
Now only Hiro is left sitting alone in the spacious room. He slips on his slippers.
Then he opens the window and looks down.
To his surprise, a large crowd is holding signs and protesting.
"Go back to Korea. Get out of here." They chant in unison.
"Take responsibility and compensate us.
Deport this North Korean spy. Apologize and leave."
He silently watches their attitude towards him.
Hiro finally speaks. "They used to follow me everywhere. No matter how much I contributed, it's all for nothing now."
Suddenly, the simulation stone appears before him. He reaches out to touch it and says with regret, "What a shame. If I had helped out a little longer, I could have copied everything from Zako." A few minutes later, Hiro raises his hand. Then he shouts, causing a red stone to appear.
Regression stone. The stone creates multiple models of Earth lined up in a row.
The simulation stone glows a blinding red.
He analyzes to himself. "With this stone, I can return to Earth 20 years ago.
Since it's already happened, I have no choice but to go back and eliminate Zaksua." He stares at the stone's data. "I can activate the regression stone in about 2 years if I can upgrade it to level 3.
Suddenly, 3 men walk in from outside. "Let's go." Hiro frowns and calls out, "Nobuk." The man called Nobusuk responds, "You're awake. Are you okay?"
He replies with some hesitation.
"I'm fine, but what's going on?" No gets straight to the point. "It's an order from the department." Hiro states clearly, "I haven't received any notification." The man chuckles. "I don't know. They said to bring you along."
Hiroita's attention shifts to the other 2 men.
"Toshiro AI, why are you 2 here?"
The first man speaks up.
"We were called to." The second one quickly adds, "We met on the way." Hiro remains silent, observing their expressions.
For a moment, everyone is in an awkward situation. He has his own calculations. All the S-class awakeners in Tokyo gathered because of a department order.
This isn't elementary school. How ridiculous.
He then tells them, "Wait outside. I need to get changed."
No agrees. "All right." Aki, impatient, grits his teeth. "Just shut up and follow us." Shimu and Roku are waiting outside the door. No suddenly shouts, "AI." Toshihiro reveals everything.
He's figured out, "Obisuk, it's too late to resolve this quietly."
Now, Hiro laughs mockingly. "Do the 5 of you really think you can defeat me?" Nobusuk hesitates and explains, "Captain, they said it's just a preliminary investigation. You just need to come for a little bit." Hiro narrows his eyes and repeats, "An investigation of me."
The 3 men are intimidated by his presence and step back.
No stammers.
Well, he has his own thoughts again.
On the day of the battle, the Ministry of Defense must have recorded the entire conversation between me and Zaksua. They must be curious about my items. Hiro Okita changes the subject. "You guys want to take my regression stone, too, don't you?" Planning to lock me up somewhere and torture me or something? No is alarmed.
No, that's not a captain.
It's because there were some missing items in the report.
Aki, standing beside him, can't take it anymore and yells.
You damn North Korean spy.
No sharply turns and scolds him.
Aki, be quiet. But Aki, still resentful, continues. If such a thing exists, shouldn't it be used to serve the people?
With that, Hiro begins to channel his mana, his eyes turning blood red as he shouts, "You've crossed the line.
Japan will be punished for today's mistake."
The three of them brace themselves together.
Get him. Horns begin to sprout from Hiro's head as he prepares to transform again. Shimizu and Ruo outside sense that something is wrong. Shmeza shouts, "Roku!" Ro grabs the doorknob. Boom!
A massive explosion from inside blows the door off its hinges. Both of them are thrown back by the force. Rokuto sits on the ground, terrified.
What the hell?
Before them is a horrifying sight, their faces contorted in shock. In the hospital room, Hiro has truly transformed into a monster. His tail has impaled and his right hand is crushing Saito Haro's head.
He growls. I lose just once and you think I'm weak. If any of you move, Saito's neck will snap.
Noisuk, splattered with his comrade's blood, hesitantly calls out, "Captain."
Hiro denies everything. Don't call me that anymore. Who gave you the order? No. Basuk confesses honestly.
It was the commissioner's order.
He analyzes. Commissioner 2 of the Superhuman Affairs Department.
A patriot who always favors his own people. He must have been uncomfortable working with me from the start. He hates Korea that much. His eyes darken. He was just waiting for me to make a mistake to quickly strike. No continues, Commissioner 2 said he wasn't sure about your loyalty to Japan.
An image of the angry commissioner with his hands on his hips is shown.
When Team Hero attacked the level 7 dungeon, a total of 9 people died.
When they died, did Hero transform into a monster or use any items to heal them? The items and skills Hero used this time have never been seen before. He then shouts in fury.
That means all the skill and item report from the first squad of the Ministry of Defense are inaccurate.
Who knows if he's hiding items that should be used to protect the country for personal gain? No's voice continues steadily. Commissioner 2 said that before opening a special investigation committee, he wanted to ask you a few questions first.
Not because he distrusts you, but to clear up any suspicions.
He scoffs. That's not it. No. Teiko just wants to take all my items. No's eyes widen in surprise. Hiro pauses for a moment, then glances at him, and he probably promised you the position of captain of the first squad, didn't he? He hesitates.
Well, the commissioner had clearly stated, because you were once a green, your loyalty has never been in question.
No bisec, we desperately need people like you. He sneers openly. Foolish humans. The scene of collapsing city buildings from his perspective.
I've seen the fall of Japan 25 times. I once wanted to rebuild this place because of its geographical advantages, but I guess I should abandon that. Your greed truly knows no bounds. Still holding Saito, Hiro's bloody head, Hiro slowly asks, "Let me ask you a question.
Does AKO know about this?"
No closes his eyes tightly.
Not answering.
He roars in anger.
Speak. He says with difficulty, "She knows."
Hiroida no longer holds back and crushes Saito Hiro's head.
Cursing Bakiaro, idiot, this is inhumane.
The shockwaves of his action ripple through everyone.
He once again expresses his feelings with utmost sarcasm. Thanks for your efforts, Nobasuk. Nook's eyes widen as he screams, "Captain."
Then an explosion filled with rage erupts.
Breaking news reports with a picture of a building engulfed in flames. Okita Hiro. after murdering 2 S-class awakeners has fled. 3 in critical condition. Below the article, a stream of comments vilify him. Crazy monster. Is he really a hero? Some hero he is. I saw him digging into the ground near the hospital. 5's class awakener is defeated. Life is truly unpredictable. A hero becomes a criminal in the blink of an eye. Unbelievable. There must be a conspiracy, right? My hero would never.
At the superhuman management department, Tu with his hands behind his back looks out the glass window and curses Hero.
Ungrateful bastard.
His face tenses as he grinds his teeth.
This is why you have to be wary of everyone.
In Korea, we took in an outcast and turned him into a hero. Yet, at the slightest threat, he bares his fangs and growls. He continues to mutter, he might have been a spy planted by South Korea from the very beginning.
Tu tells himself, well, this is enough to convince the Prime Minister.
He resolves, starting with this incident, I must eliminate all the spreading cancers across the nation. I can create many other strong heroes to replace this hero. He then turns towards a door and calls out, Katano.
Katano immediately opens the door and enters.
Sir, the commissioner orders loudly. Contact all television stations and the press immediately.
In 2 hours, I will report on the Oita Hero issue in the department head's briefing room.
The newspaper posts a picture of Zak Suho with a caption, Zak Suho, the strongest man on earth.
Next is an article about members actively training. Guard team membership skyrockets. Today's paper also reports news about W. John Bu. Seoul Area 13 designated site receives great interest.
YouTube.com posts a short video about W. Jangbu. Guard Guild focuses analysis on the Wijjiangbu area.
Next is a portrait of a man with glasses. Area 13. Guard Guild analyzes information on the proposed site.
They request Park, an investor who is also a pilot.
A picture of Zak Suho is also below. Dragon Knight Zak Suho viewing the realm of the gods.
Don Han sits in front of the computer, mouth agape, watching the news. Whoa, the young man exclaims.
The top 10 trending videos are all about Mr. Suho. This is amazing.
Suddenly, he pauses. On the Worldwide Herald page, it reads, after murdering champion hero, he has fled and is now missing. Another article shows a picture of him being punched hard by Zak Suho. Fled after murdering 2 S-class awakeners, the shocking fall of a hero. A TV news anchor reports the director of Japan's Superhuman Management Department, Mr. Tu, has held an emergency press conference in the briefing room.
Please stay tuned for the details.
During the briefing, he angrily declares several things.
Hero is a spy from South Korea.
A reasonable suspicion has become a reality regarding Hero's terrorist act this time.
We demand an explanation from the South Korean government.
The anchor emphasizes Blue House spokesman Bang Kim held a short press conference at the Blue House.
Director Tu's statement is baseless and the South Korean government deeply regrets Japan's unreasonable provocation and strongly protests it. Don Han is speechless watching the news. Wow! On the Worldwide Herald is an article about Hero. Hero, this crazy guy again.
Sau khi mà các bạn xem chuyện ấy, thì các bạn có cảm thấy là cái nét vẽ của tác giả và về những cái biểu cảm và hành động của nhân vật rất là ổn không?
The young man looks annoyed. The guy who got beaten half to death by Mr. Suho is coming back here.
He immediately dismisses his own thought. No way.
If he comes back for revenge while Mr. Suho is away like last time, then just thinking about it, send a chill down Don Han's spine.
He immediately runs out to find Zak Suho. Where is Mr. Suho?
The young man keeps running and enters the forest without realizing it. Sir, he runs forward without stopping for a moment.
Why does he always disappear at crucial moments? If he's near home, where could he be?
Suddenly, blue lights appear in the sky. He stares at it in astonishment.
Over there. I've seen it somewhere before.
The light gets closer, accompanied by a frightening groan from within the forest. A group of people runs out of the forest at full speed.
One person shouts, urging Don Han, run.
The young man is terrified, unable to believe it's happening so fast.
Could it be that lunatic has?
He joins the stream of people running with all his might.
Damn it, this crazy bastard. It's really happening.
In front of him, Jae Kong is running towards him.
He's surprised. Ha! Jae Kong is surprised, too. Don Han calls his name Jae. He asks back, Don, where are you going?
The young man reports, Hero, I think that guy is here.
Ha! Hero. Jae Kong refutes his claim. What are you talking about?
I'm on my way to the scene after getting a call from the surveillance team that a gate has appeared.
The crowd keeps running while the two stand aside talking. Asking a gate. That's it. That's right.
A new dungeon has appeared, you idiot.
Now he takes another look and nods. Ah, it really is a gate.
The dungeon is about to open, creating a sense of anxiety.
The tension is palpable for everyone.
Both of them look at the dungeon with confusion.
This feeling a highly dungeon. Dungeon scale level 7. Dimensional energy 7530. Dungeon gates 88. Time remaining 42. Don Han's group is horrified looking at the dungeon information. Level 7. 42 days. Jae Kong is extremely worried. That's too short. Can we even stop it? The last level 7 gate had 120 days.
Don Han scratches his head, in size.
Huh? Juno Park, standing nearby, also complains. This is ridiculous. Juno Park looks down deep in thought.
If Mr. Suwa were here, I was so focused on Area 13's development that I didn't consider a level 7 dungeon appearing. If the dungeon breaks, this place will be flattened and no one will survive.
Ha! What should we do?
Master Mong Jin, lounging on a nearby rock, chimes in.
What to do? Just move again before it explodes. Don Han furrows his brow. Jae Kong is helpless.
Jae Kong with his hands on his hips makes a judgment.
Would Mr. Soho just leave it like this? A level 7 is pretty tough. Don Han is unhappy. Are you saying we should go in and conquer it? Juno Park feels powerless. Is there any other way?
Don Han and Jae Kong are sweating with worry.
I'm only E-class. I'm just then Jae Kong mutters. Where did Mr. Soho go at such a critical time? Don Han turns away. I'll go find Mr. Soho and come back. Then Juno Park also wants to go.
I'll head towards the foot of the mountain. The monk agrees with them.
This humble monk will search to the east. Jae Kong adds, then I'll go to the entrance.
The four of them split up in 4 directions to search for Zack Soho when suddenly a weasel appears in their midst.
The weasel stands firmly on the ground.
The 4 of them glance over.
Their eyes are fixed on it. The weasel speaks. Why did we come here? Juno Park hesitates.
Because of the Area 13 development.
Don Han tiredly says, cut the captain-like tone. Jae Kong also wants to voice his opinion. Come on. The monk puts his hands together in prayer amidst the confusion. Namo, Amitabha, Buddha.
The weasel analyzes, no, that's not it. This place is a bigger hunting ground.
That's why it's hard to leave.
All 4 of them exclaim in unison, oh, aha. With its paws on its hips, it explains that the government's reason for designating this area is clear.
Because this is a region with immense potential.
This area is full of birds of all kinds and lush green trees.
Feel it. This sound of the wild. so they listen and feel everything around them. That's right.
The blue sky gradually turns purple. Now the giant prey has appeared right before our eyes with great enthusiasm.
The weasel asks, shouldn't we go hunting with a grateful heart? Don Han is still astonished.
Grateful, but at our current level.
The weasel questions loudly, are you going to be scared and run away when the prey has already revealed itself? It crosses its arms contemptuously. If you live like that, the only option is to flee back to the past.
The monk has a layer of sweat on his forehead.
The past. The weasel's eyes glow. Do you want to return to the past? All four of them shout in unison. Not at all. No way. Of course not. We must conquer this dungeon. Don Han rolls up his sleeves. Let's go, guys. This humble monk will go first. Suddenly, the weasel emits a blinding blue light. A dark figure appears. It's Zak Suo.
With a determined look in his eyes.
He smiles broadly and praises them. Well done. Since this is the first level 7, I wonder if it will take a long time. Now, they understand. That's right. That's right. To have enough time, we need to prepare a strategy. We also need to prepare food. Zak Suo delegates.
The number of new members has increased a lot.
And we also have to manage the construction. The first strategy is Jean, Mai and Jessica. You two follow me. Both respond enthusiastically. Ready? Yes, sir. Don Han sighs with concern. Oh, man.
I could have put my name in a vanguard team for the first level 7 dungeon in the Republic of Korea.
What shame, guys? Zak Soho nods. All right then, Don Han, you come too? He asked in surprise, huh? With everything settled. Everyone sets off excitedly. Zak smiles and leads the way. All right, let's go. Don Han follows. Hey sir. He reaches out and grabs his back. His back is like steel. Wait a minute. My stomach. Zak Suho, full of excitement, steps forward quickly and shouts, let's go in. Open. The group shouts in unison, loud and clear. Let's do this. Don Han slowly calls after him. Wait for me. A worker behind Juno Park asks hesitantly, are we just going into a level 7 dungeon like this? The monk sees this and chants, I'm at Baba Buddha. The three of them quickly set off, and he still runs slowly behind, calling, wait for me, too.
Lightning flashes, making the world seem to collapse.
And the three figures become blurry.
The image of him and the other two gradually becomes clearer.
Monsters begin to appear. Don Han's face shows pure terror. Land of the undead.
Zak Suo, the monk, and those around them are dumbfounded.
Mouth agape. Land of the undead.
A reporter seriously delivers the news happening today. After Japan, a level 7 dungeon has finally appeared in South Korea.
He adds an important detail. This is the 8th level 7 dungeon in the world and the 2nd in Asia.
An image of a massive sphere appears and the reporter's broadcast creates tension. Major foreign media outlets share the view that this is a highly anticipated event.
The situation is becoming more serious. International airports are currently in chaos.
As people race to escape, the reporter continues, let's take a look at the situation inside the chaos at the scene.
Reporter Kim Hyun-T, a man who has become angry out of panic, yells at the reporter. The tickets are sold out.
Alongside him, a woman screams over the noise.
The government needs to open a sea route to America.
The man grabs his hair and yells, oh God.
Fear shows on the reporter's face, but he continues to report in detail. As you can see, it is complete chaos. He keeps providing information because the awakened are holding an immediate meeting to decide on the next course of action. I will end this segment with the announcement that a group of 3 people including him has entered the dungeon. Someone's voice is heard inside a grand company headquarters. The TV stations are really productive today. The voice continues, it's as if they planted a listening device in our headquarters. The vice director of the awakened department asks, you're saying they entered right after the dungeon opened? The man in charge replies, yes. He continues to provide more news. Currently, Zach Soho, Don Han, and Jae Kong are inside. The man on the left quickly voices his doubt. 8D and an E class. The person next to him, also in disbelief, asks further, really? He took those 2 with him. The man speaks again. Don Han has the memory video skill. The director seems satisfied and praises. Good. At least they should record a video to serve as material for future rates. A person sitting nearby adds. Anyway, there are already tons of videos of foreigners clearing level 7 dungeons online. The person at the end chimes in with agreement. That's right, but those videos aren't suitable as reference material because what we want is he crosses his arms and asks formally. So, how is the combat team prepared? The young man with a beard answers hesitantly. All 13 teams under the department are ready for orders, but he slowly continues. Even with the strongest members, there are very few A-class superhumans. Most of them are B-class. Another man adds his opinion. Or maybe we should just tell them to find a way out. We'd be lucky if they don't desert. He seems to be avoiding eye contact as he says. Moreover, the time is too short. He continues his assessment. We have to clear that dungeon 88 times within 42 days if we want to prevent a dungeon break. The young man with glasses holding a notebook states grimly. Some Wu Li's team's record is 8 days. He continues, seriously, time in the dungeon passes twice as fast as on Earth, which means it will take us about 20 days to clear that dungeon. The vice director furrows his brow and says, so that means we have to clear it twice a day. The person on the left glances over and adds, no matter how similar the dungeon clearing skill of structure is. The person on the right continues, based on analysis data, if that's the least we can do, then we might as well leave Korea. The man with glasses quickly asks for everyone's opinion. Can we send a request for cooperation to other guilds to find a solution together? The person opposite him adds to the conversation. Everyone is already struggling to deal with the sudden increase in level 6 dungeons. And he continues, we also don't know where the next level 7 dungeon will appear. So the vice director, extremely stressed, scratches the back of his neck and sighs, annoyed. It's like jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. The person with glasses calls out, Commander. He presents his hypothesis. What if we evacuate the people on the peninsula to build a defensive wall? Preparing for the dungeon break, he calmly replies, if a level 7 dungeon appears in Seoul, everyone will die. The other man shouts, but we have to try everything we can. The vice director calmly rests his chin on his hand and continues, the guild's plant wall. He asks, isn't it quite strong? He still explains his reasoning. Even if we can lure the monsters behind the defensive wall, if another level 7 dungeon appears on our country's land, even the top guilds can't do anything. The information screen appears and he continues speaking. The result will be the same. He thinks to himself, this means that the level 7 dungeons in the guild's territory are well taken care of. It will become the safest place in the world. He says so. He cleared his throat and continues the meeting. The department director is in the guild's territory, right? He gives an order. Call her to check on the situation inside the view from a drone of a construction site. The people in the room are all focused on the screen and say, oh, another person continues. It's quieter than I thought. Someone asks. Looks like a construction site. Then another question follows. Didn't Deeb get the contract for the infrastructure construction? The workers shout, forward, forward. And then an urgent shout, no, back up a bit. Someone in the meeting asks, is that kid riding a wolf? Another person says, the workers are eating, so nothing has happened yet. Someone says, look over there. And then asks, are they having a mock battle? Everyone's jaws drop. Whoa. The person at the head of the table says, did you see that? A monkey riding an elephant and throwing rocks? Did you all see that? They can't believe their eyes. Is this really South Korea? He continues, it's like another world. The person next to him adds, the location is definitely Jangbu, right? The vice director ponders. Whom? He asks, Depart Director Miso Kim. The drone's view appears. Someone exclaims in confusion. Another comment follows. It looks like a military dormitory, doesn't it? Someone suddenly realizes and says, isn't that Department Director Miso Kim? The more they look, the more certain they become. It really is her. The scene of a woman sunbathing becomes clearer, leaving everyone speechless. The vice director sighs and exclaims, seriously. The person next to him adds, this doesn't match the previous scene at all. Miso Kim pulls down her sunglasses and looks up. She aims a kick at the drone and scolds, this pervert is asking for death. The drone shakes and her image appears as she speaks. Oh, the vice director says, are you imitating Chloe Choi? She replies to him, it's currently my lunch break, so I was just. She shyly puts on her jacket, looks down guilty, and says, I'm sorry. He changes the subject, and asks her about the situation there. He's expecting to hear the details. Give us a quick summary. She says shyly, excuse me, but the screen. Someone in the meeting orders the drone operator, hey, turn the camera back. Turn it back. He gets louder as he shouts, not that way, you idiot. Miso Kim begins her update. The situation was a bit unstable when the level 7 dungeon appeared, but she continues her report. After Zach Soho's team entered the dungeon, everything has stabilized. She continues to provide updates. 3 hours after the dungeon appeared, infrastructure construction is proceeding. As planned, she stands up, puts on her shoes, and continues her report. The vice guild master of the Soho guild, Juno Park, is overseeing everything on his behalf. She keeps reporting, and the members of the monks guild are training the new recruits. After finishing her report and straightening her clothes, she asks everyone, is there anything else you'd like to know? Someone in the room offers an opinion. South Korea is currently filled with anxiety and fear, but that place seems like a completely different world. The person sitting near the vice director adds, this means that the people there have complete trust in Zach Soho. A man opens the door and announces the Ministry of Defense has dispatched the 707, a special forces unit of Sanjinu, to Jangbu. The vice director praises. Excellent. No matter how great the risk, we must do our best to prevent a dungeon break. He smiles and replies, don't we still have a hope named Zaxo? He looks over and says, Chief Director, have someone bring my combat gear here? The young man standing there asks in confusion, Sir, does that mean? The vice director's expression turns dangerous as he says, from now on, I will be the field commander for the level 7 dungeon raid. Everyone present in the meeting falls silent and turns their eyes to the vice director. AKO is tied tightly to a chair. The door slowly cracks open. Inside, she's looking down at the floor. Commissioner To walks in. Are you awake yet? She glares at him and grits her teeth. You've messed with the wrong person. To scoffs with frown. This bitch still has the energy to talk. Want to try a little electric shock? AKO remains silent, ignoring him. He then places a bracelet on the table. She is startled when she sees the bracelet. How did you get this? So what now? His voice is low. You're wondering how he found it when you weren't even wearing it and even hid it so carefully, right? He lowers his voice to reassure her. No need to be so tense. We've already seen everything inside. AKO demands, what do you want? He praises her. The records inside are quite interesting. She tries to explain it's just a normal diary, but even Hiro doesn't know about its existence, right? Commissioner to exposes her. You cunning fox, aren't you good at gathering information? Hiro only trusts you because he doesn't know what you've done. She loses her patience and shouts in his face. Get to the point. He frowns. That diary contains information about the future. Who will become a hero? Who will be the villain? The time and place of upcoming events and even how this world will end. AKO remains silent. He explains because he knew the future hero gathered all the potential talents for his own benefit and pretended that he was the one who nurtured them. He brought those who were destined to become the future of Japan under his wing and made them serve him. An image of Hiro holding the simulation stone, smiling with satisfaction and then reaching the pinnacle of success. He became the hero of the nation. The foolish people lived under his deception, hailing him as a true hero. It was all thanks to the regression stone, wasn't it? AKO smirks. So, what do you want? He growls. Tell me where Hiro is hiding, and I will grant you any wish. AKO calmly asks, what do you really want? Commissioner to proposes, tell me where Hiro is hiding, and I will grant you any wish. AKO grits her teeth and replies, I don't know. He is suspicious. You don't know. Outside, an employee is observing the situation inside. I don't know. You're saying you don't know? He says with certainty. She's telling the truth. The commissioner silently looks at Aiko. Aiko looks back at him. Commissioner to says regretfully, it's a pity you don't know. She smiles mockingly and replies, and it's a pity for you that you decided to confront Hiro. Hearing this, he scolds her. Hi, you bitch. Commissioner to says angrily. I'll put you in solitary confinement for awakeners. Let's see how you survive then. AKO reminds him instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself. Maybe Hiro will want to see you. He angrily curses, you insolent bitch. Something crawls down the drainage pipe. An employee stares intently at the screen. He says, this is the last video. Because he went underground. Commissioner KO asks and then what the person next to him reports, we are currently trying to track him with drones. He orders angrily that bastard Hiro dared to plot to overthrow us by gradually bringing both awakeners and civilians from Korea to Japan. We must find him and make him pay no matter what. The person on the other side assures him. We'll definitely catch him, sir. Commissioner to thinks to himself. Hiro definitely still has the regression stone. If I could just get my hands on it. A white-haired man is eating while looking at his phone. A sound comes out. Breaking news. The headline on the news appears. 3 members of the Suwa Guild, including Zach Soho, are raiding the newly appeared level 7 dungeon in W Jangbu. The news report continues. We have just received the list of members participating in the level 7 dungeon raid with Zach Soho. He is astonished. 3 people, the white-haired man wonders, J. Kong, D-Class, and this Don Hangai E-Class, who are these 2? Are they just going to be burdens? He curses in frustration. This is no different from soloing a level 7 dungeon. That arrogant bastard. The white-haired man says expectantly. Okay, if you want to try, go ahead. Let's see how much your power can change the world. The ring on his hand glows. A notebook quickly appears. He writes, thinking to prepare for the next regression, I must gather as much information about him as possible. Ah, we've just received the latest information. South Korea's strongest squad, the 707 Special Forces, is on its way. To with Jung-Bu's 7007A. The white-haired man analyzes, that's right. Jin's son, wasn't it?
Once South Korea's #1 mercenary squad is wiped out, this country will surely fall into misery. A ball is suddenly thrown over to him. A child below calls up, "Mister, can we have her ball back?" He touches the ball. He then throws it back to the boy. After saying that, the boy and his friend turn to leave. The boy bows politely and says, "Thank you, mister." The white-haired man remarks, "A level 7 dungeon has appeared, but Bususan is still so peaceful." On the beach, people are happily playing volleyball. On the street, a family of 3 walks hand in hand. He thinks with satisfaction, that's right. Relax while you still can. Once the apocalypse eclipse begins, those smiling faces will be drowned in blood and tears. You people are about to writhe in agony. When that time comes, I will help you smile one more time. In another world, Niso Kim and Juno Park watch a military vehicle pass by. Juno Park is surprised. "What the hell?" Niso Kim replies. SF-707A unit. The last vehicle stops in front of the two. The director waves at them. Both ask in surprise, "Commander, why are you here?" The director replies, matter-of-factly, "What do you mean? How can I sit back and relax in the office when the country is in danger?" Niso Kim says nothing. The director approaches Juno Park and announces, "You're Kim Juno, right?" To ease the public's concerns, the Awakened Management Bureau and the Ministry of Defense have decided to fully support the Soho Guild. Niso Kim corrects him. He's Juno Park. "Oh, my apologies." Juno Park says hesitantly. "But Mr. Suwa doesn't want so many outsiders entering our territory like this." The director explains, I know. But the appearance of a level 7 dungeon isn't just a problem for the Soho Guild. He assures them it's a national issue. The Soho Guild doesn't have to take full responsibility for it. Juno Park scratches his head and replies, "Well, what I mean is the problem is Mr. Suho." Niso Kim tries to persuade him. "I'll try to explain everything when Zach Suwa comes out. We will definitely pay a fair price for using the dungeon." He says with difficulty, "What should I do?" An announcement is heard. Start setting up camp. The first team to finish gets to eat first. The director looks up and remarks, "It started to look like a real unit." Niso Kim asks suspiciously, "Tell me the truth. Why did you really come here?" The director asks back, "What do you mean?" He replies reasonably, "Faced with a national crisis like this, how can I sit still?" Niso Kim exposes him. "You ran here because you think this is the safest place right now, didn't you?" The director, having been found out, says, "Really, now? Who do you think I am?" He urges, "Stop with the nonsense and go prepare a seat for the commander. The chair you were lying on looked quite comfortable." "Yes, sir." The director announces, "Also, we will temporarily gather all available trump cards. Starts to join us, including Chloe Choi from the guard team." Niso Kim wonders, Chloe Choi, too. She must be at the barracks. The director asks doubtfully, and the defensive plant wall here, the one at the entrance, is it true that even a missile can't break through it? She suggests, "I don't know. Why don't you try it out? I'm curious, too." The soldiers say admiringly, "That's the SF-707A unit. It's Jean's son. I can't believe I get to see those monsters in person." They discuss, "What monsters?" "They're heroes. Don't you want a closer look? I want to get Haley Hahn's autograph." A soldier turns and calls out, "Master Mangan, let's finish training and go for dinner." Mangan is lying on a flat rock. He lectures aim. "There's a saying, if you can't control your emotions and give your heart to the wrong place, both your body and soul will suffer karma.
Ahem, one of the soldiers reasonably replies, but master, we can't starve. We have to live to have a chance to reach nirvana. Mangan sits up a chance to reach nirvana. Ah.
The soldiers chime in and bow their heads.
Perhaps the master's throat is still in the mortal world, and his stomach still has many desires.
We will bring you 2 cans of beer, so please allow us to go eat, he asks suggestively.
You're quite smart. Have you considered following the path of cultivation?
The soldier refuses.
My family is Catholic, so we'll bring back some beef jerky for you, too. Ba Mang Jin smiles happy. Why as Young Jin watches the soldiers leave, he says regretfully, it's a shame he won't consider converting. Ahem, I want to get Jin's son's autograph. It's true that Jin's son is number 1 in Korea, but isn't his world ranking a bit low?
You idiot.
For Jin's son, world rankings are just meaningless and a waste of time. Just like a sexy Haley Hong. Mang Jin stares intently at the screen. Class Dimensional Energy 348. Achievement point 782. New skill. King of Nirvana LV1 AP-1000. Can summon 20 zombies. He calculates. King of Nirvana. Ha!
I currently have 782 points, which means I have to kill about 12 level 1 dungeon bosses.
Mong Jin bites into a pie, a piece of beef jerky. The first level can already summon 20 zombies. He thinks this is something to look forward to. Juno Park wonders.
The headquarters still have plenty of empty rooms.
Why do you guys have to?
Jin's son says politely. We don't want to cause any more trouble.
If you'll allow it, we'll set up camp right here.
Here. Juno Park thinks to himself, Iron Fist, Iron Man, Jin's son, the man who refused an invitation from the Sela Guild to serve the country.
It's not that he doesn't want to be a bother. I think he's doing this because he doesn't want to accept any help. He smiles and replies, do as you wish. Jin's son walks away.
He suddenly turns his head and says, please separate the areas for soldiers and civilians. The soldiers might be a bit sensitive due to the upcoming raid.
Juno agrees. All right, the soldiers are having lunch.
Jin's son's men walk by saying, I thought this place was just a bunch of trash gathered together, including Zak Sua, but the food is actually pretty good. The person next to him points out, look at that old lady.
Lee Sukja is chopping vegetables with 2 knives in her hands. The tall man asks, whoa, what the hell? Is she an awakened?
The person next to him speculates. Maybe the food they prepared for 20 people wasn't enough, so she has to chop vegetables so enthusiastically.
A tray suddenly falls.
The other person quickly apologizes.
Oh, haha. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The tall man gets angry.
You useless bastard.
Were you just laughing?
The other person stammers.
The tall man asks angrily. I'm asking if you were just laughing, you bastard. The black-haired guy quickly denies it. No, it's not like that.
The man grabs him by the collar.
He shouts, do you want to die or something? Why are you being like this? A knife is slammed down hard on the cutting board.
Lee Sukja slams her hand down and scolds.
This brat.
The shout catches the tall man's attention.
Get out of the way, soldier. Sukja kicks him hard in the head.
The man quickly lets go of the black-haired guy.
His eyes widen in shock.
He catches the knife flying towards him.
Lee Sukja scolds angrily. Didn't I tell you not to touch the bread? What's wrong with this guy? Stop her. Park Dungu throws bread out the glass window. The monkeys quickly catch the bread. The boy grabs a vine and Park Bu swings out happily. The other man wonders, who's that kid? He's Zak Soho's nephew. He swings like a monkey, doesn't he? Lee Sukja clutches her back and scolds. These brats, my back hurts. The man asks angrily, is that old lady crazy or something? How could she throw a knife like that? His friend quickly advises him. Calm down. Calm down. He looks at his friend resentfully. Why? Didn't you see I almost got stabbed? The knife flew straight at me. The friend quickly asks, don't make a scene. Do you want to end up like that hero guy? The man is suspicious. What you mean? That old lady is part of Zach Suho's family. The friend confirms, that's right. All those guys from before are from the Suho guild, huh? The man curses. Damn it. What kind of family is full of low-class people like this? He wonders, but where did the others go? The other guy points and says, they're running over there. Did you bring the beer? Yeah, hurry up. The man runs off, cursing. His friend sees this and asks, hey, what are you doing? Let them go. You should apologize, too. The others hear the call and turn a look. Hey, the tall man demands. Stop right there. Hey, he yells from behind. I said stop. The thieves ignore him. He's chasing us. Runt. This guy's crazy. Nighttime. Director AB wonders. Why did you come here? Jean's son requests. We want to start the attack today. The director is surprised. Today? It's already late. He asks confused. You just arrived. You should let the soldiers rest for a day. Jean's son replies. They've had enough rest. The director informs him, we've just sent a request for cooperation to the guilds and are still adjusting the plans for the additional squad. Please wait one more day. Jean's son tries to persuade him. Don't you trust us? We don't need more people. SH. The director cuts him off. It's not that even Hero's world-class team suffered casualties. Our country lacks manpower compared to Japan. If there are casualties, it will be a great loss. He asks hypothetically, if you rush and cause casualties, how will you attack later? The director instructs, Zakuo hasn't come back out yet. He usually only takes 20 minutes to clear a level 6 dungeon. In times like these, we must be more careful. Jean's son wonders to himself, is he waiting for Zach Suwa to return? The director requests currently 4S rank and 12 Iran mercenaries are coming from Bususan. You must add them to your squad. He reminds him, don't forget that the 707A unit is our most valuable asset. Jean's son agrees. Understood. We will wait one more day. Goodbye. At the base. Chloe Choi is lying on the bed. A surge of power suddenly flashes past Chloe Choi's face. She bolts upright and says, who's there? Miso Kim walks in and asks, hey, you should come and say hello since you're back after so long. Why are you just sleeping? Chloe Choi lies back down bored and says, ugh, really now? It's no fun being back here. Go get something to eat. Miso Kim is suspicious. Really? Miso Kim leans over Chloe Choi and asks, are you like this because you're back after a long time and Zach Soho isn't here? Chloe Choi shoos her away. What does he have to do with me? Go away and let me sleep. Miso Kim suddenly asks, is that why you kept calling Zach Suwa while on a mission? Chloe Choi's eyes fly open. She sits up. Unhappy. Really? Why did you check my call history? Miso Kim touches Chloe Choi's forehead and asks, do you have any idea how chaotic the department was when you suddenly disappeared? No. Well, Haley Hong enters from outside. She asks doubtfully, do we have a guest? Haley Hong runs over happily. Manager Miso, why are you here? Chloe Choi wonders, did you buy chicken? Haley Hong shakes her head and says, of course. The food is quickly taken out. Here you go. Haley Hong lists them out: fries, dumplings, chicken, fish cakes, beer, kimbap, sausages. Chloe Choi exclaims, you're a master at hiding food. Haley Hong urges, let's eat. The chicken thigh is the best. Eat quickly. If we get caught, we'll be disciplined. Miso Kim prepares to bite into a chicken thigh and says, bon appetit. Haley Hong reminds her, eat up. Once we go into the dungeon tomorrow, who knows when we'll be able to come back out. Chloe Choi looks at Miso Kim and asks, why are you eating like that? Are you going into the dungeon, too? Miso Kim denies it. No, I have to eat like this so you guys don't feel awkward. Haley Hong suddenly speaks up. Oh, right. Zako, Chloe Choi, and Miso Kim both look up. Haley Hong laughs loudly and asks, have you guys seen the video of Sunny getting rejected by him? Ha ha. Oh my god. What will my life be without YouTube? Miso Kim is surprised. Rejected? Weren't Sunny and Zach Soho dating? I knew about this. Haley Hong explains Sunny revealed everything. Turns out she was rejected from the first time they met. And now she's studying for the Awakened Mercenary exam. She asks, mischievously, do you know why she was rejected? Kim Hee-soo is curious why. Haley Hong replies, because she was too weak. Miso Kim wonders. Chloe too. Chloe Choi suddenly starts choking. Miso Kim understands. Oh, so Zach Sua's type is strong. Haley Hong wonders. I want to ask Manager Miso a question. I heard you're Zach Sua's contact person at the apartment. Miso Kim replies hesitantly, huh? Ah, that's right. Haley Hong points to herself and says, I'm the #1 female fighter in Korea, the strongest woman in the country. Miso Kim also acknowledges, that's right. Haley Hong suggests, that's why I want to ask, can you introduce me to Zach Suo? Hearing this, Chloe Choi bites down hard on her chicken thigh. She looks down darkly and says, oh my thigh. Latest breaking news. 24 hours have passed since Zach Suo entered the level 7 dungeon. 38 mercenaries, including Shranks, have joined the Legion. The 30 soldiers of the 707 Special Forces unit are preparing to attack the level 7 dungeon. The atmosphere is extremely heavy. Captain Jean Sun states, we cannot treat the reporter's murmur. It's raining again. Don't people try to avoid entering dungeons on rainy days? I heard it's still bad luck. Park Jenu waves and calls out Chloe. Chloe Choi waves back in greeting. Juno Park looks to his side. He asks the soldier behind him, where's Master Mongan? Ah, the soldier recalls. Yesterday, he went into a level 1 dungeon with us and defeated the boss countless times on his own, but then he suddenly left on his own with a rather strange expression. Mong Jin, sitting in a car, says, you guys go ahead. I have to go first. After saying that, Mongan speeds off in his car. Juno Park wonders, where is he going? What kind of trouble is that monk causing this time? Did he bring his medicine? Jean's son shouts, attention. He says, the only intelligence we have about this place is that it's inhabited, so we will be acting as pioneers. Jean's son reminds them, first, we'll find a place to set up camp. Then, we'll draw a map, analyze the situation, and plan our attack. Don't forget that you're the strongest squad in the country. Do your best. The soldiers respond in unison. Sir Jean's son orders begin entry. First team go. First team entering. The Legion quickly enters. An observer urges. 27 people have entered. Team 6, hurry. Only 2 seconds left. The last 2 people are about to enter the dungeon. Run. They're suddenly stopped. The computer screen shows time's up. Time out. The two soldiers are thrown back out. The director shouts loudly, number 28 successfully entered, 2 failed. Level 7 dungeon, living land. Gate number 7, Zach Soho and 2 others. 0 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes, and 23 seconds. Gate number 12, Gene Sun and 27 others. 0 days, 3 minutes, and 45 seconds. Damn it. 2S ranks didn't make it in. The screen suddenly adds 3 seconds. Gate number 7. Gate explosion countdown. 3 minutes. Ha! An employee wonders, is it a glitch or something? No, wait, it can't be. The director on this side is also surprised. Ha! A group of people is about to emerge from the dungeon. Zach Suho's group steps out of the dungeon. People say in astonishment, it's Zach Suho. Zach Soho is back. I can't believe it. Don Han and Jae Kong collapse onto the ground exhausted. International news flash. Breaking news headlines. Zach Soho clears level 7 dungeon in just 24 hours. Main story. A miracle has happened. Zach Soho has returned safely. After 24 hours. Summary, Zach Soho, the man who swept through a level 7 dungeon. Who is he really? The time difference between the level 7 dungeon and Soho Land, the land of the undead and Earth, is confirmed to be approximately 3 times faster. Celebrity sports news. High level. The public rejoices as dungeon sweeper Zach Soho solos a level 7 dungeon in record time. A world record that no one can beat, says reporter Kam Ho-suk. Is this for real? What the hell? Does this mean we don't have to evacuate? Experts say that at this rate, clearing the level 7 dungeon is only a matter of time, reports Ian Suchayon. A photo taken by the Awaken Management Bureau shows director AB confirming. The future of South Korea lies in these hands. Director AB shakes Zuho's hand and says, "Please allow me to express my sincerest gratitude." He looks at the people lying on the ground and asks worriedly, "But are your team members still alive?" Zach Suho explains, "They haven't slept in 3 days, so they're just resting." Director AB bows his head in gratitude. "Oh, thank you so much. You've worked hard." Well, he suggests. "I'm sure you're very tired, but could I trouble you to write down your dungeon conquest strategy while you rest?" Zach Soho wonders, conquest strategy? Why? Miso Kim persuades him. Even just a map or details about the monsters would be a great help to the teams currently preparing for the next raid. He asks again, "Are there other teams?" "Yes, Zach Soho." Suspicious. "Don't tell me you're planning to send another hastily assembled combat team to my hunting ground again." "Are you?" Director AB replies suggestively. "Oh, we are currently in a national emergency to prevent a dungeon break. It's best to have another team participate." Zach Suho refuses. "No, there's no need for collaboration. I'm more than enough on my own." Miso Kim is surprised. Oh, she thinks to herself. For Zach Suho, a level 7 dungeon isn't a national disaster. To him, it's like a treasure island that has just landed in his lap. He doesn't see our team formation as an attempt to prevent a disaster. Instead, he just sees it as us trying to take a share of his treasure. Zach Soho looks at the crowd of reporters and asks. Also, why are there so many people gathered here right now? The director is worried. He turns to Miso Kim and says, "Hey, Manager Miso, I think we're screwed." Miso Kim reminds him, "I told you so. Just stay quiet." Damn it. He smiles and says, "Understood. We won't send any more teams." But one of the Special Forces units from the Ministry of Defense is currently on a reconnaissance mission. Hearing this, Zach Suho asks menacingly, "What am I hunting ground? Who gave him permission? Miso Kim points and stammers. Well, Juno Park admits, yes, that's right. It was me. I gave him permission. Zach Soho pinches his ear and asks, right, of course it was you. If not you, then who else? Miso Kim and the director watch this scene speechless. He pulls Juno Park and lectures him. Even if intruders show up, you just stand there. When others come to use our hunting ground, you just let them in like a fool. Juno Park cries out in pain. Ow. Ow. Big brother. Ow. My ear is going to rip. Zach Soho suddenly asks, where's Mong Jean? Juno Park stutters, well. A reporter behind him wonders why Zach Soho is suddenly acting like this. Mong Jean behind her opens his mouth. Park squints suspiciously. That monk looks like he's out of meat. Zach Soho squints and sees him. Mong. As Mong Jean opens his mouth to bite down, Zach Soho shouts an order, Mongan, bring Mong Jean here. The director wonders, what are these guys doing now? He watches the group enter the dungeon together and speculates. It seems like they're going right back into the portal. That's right. The crowd starts to buzz. Are they going in right now? Without even resting. If Zach Soho really intends to stop the dungeon break by himself, won't the Soho Guild become the first level 7 guild? It's too early to say anything. They'll have to clear the dungeon once every 2 days to prevent the break from happening. At the very least, we'll have to wait and see if they can reduce the clear time to 7 hours. Mong Jean is thrown directly into the dungeon by his comrades. Whoa! A reporter comments, that monk doesn't look so good. Just take the picture. The director asks, Miso Kim, the one with the broccoli hair lying there? He's the one with the memory video, right? Miso Kim confirms, yes, that's Don Han. He instructs. I'm going to take a break. When they wake up, gather some information from them. I'm still the field commander, so I need something to show my superiors. Miso Kim agrees. Yes, sir. Rest well. At the base, Don Han and Jae Kong are lying in bed. A doctor asks worriedly, are the machines working properly? He wonders, what? Aren't they space portals? They're all beer now. The person next to him looks at the report in amazement. What? But they were E rank and D rank when they went in. He exclaims, can clearing a level 7 dungeon raise your rank this much? The proof is right here. Don Han and Jae Kong suddenly sit up. The two doctors are stunned. The doctor looks at their fighting stance and asks, why are they acting like that? Don Han realizes. Bro, I think we're out. As so what? No. He looks at the two and asks, hey, you guys, have you seen our boss? The doctor honestly recounts. I heard he went back into the dungeon about 20 minutes ago with 2 other members of the Soho Guild. Jake Kong wonders, I thought we only needed about 30 minutes. What should we do in that time? Don Han looks at the screen and says, of course, buy items with all the money we have if we don't want to die without even a corpse left. The two ask in amazement. Whoa, what's wrong with my rank? International news flash. Breaking news headlines. Zach Soho has re-entered the dungeon without any rest. Photo. People cheer on Zach Soho's dungeon raid. He's going back in. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe it. People return after hearing news of Zach Soho's dungeon raid. Reports in Swan. Gimpo Airport empty after everyone has left. An interviewee says, now I feel a bit more at ease. I've received my residence permit and I'm looking forward to moving to the land soon. Soho Land in Nami Yangju completes residential stabilization for 3,000 households. The white-haired man watches the news intently. Experts say it all depends on how much Zach Soho can shorten the clear time. he asks in a punishment. What? This bastard. He conquered it in one day.
On this side, an employee's eyes are wide with shock.
Ha! Zack Soho steps out from the dungeon. It's Zack Soho. Headlines.
The Guardian of the Republic of Korea, Zack Soho, shortens the dungeon clear time to 3 hours.
The second clear took 21 hours. His comrades collapse exhausted. Ugh. Medical staff quickly run over. They check and conclude. No injuries. Stamina at 30%. Medical treatment needed for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Zack Soho wonders what are they doing. Miso Kim explains, oh, that's the Management Bureau's healing service. Healing service? We're doing this because we want to help.
Just let them take care of you.
He points and says, what?
I mean why are you doing such time-consuming things? Just go in there and sleep and you'll recover right away. She replies, oh, because time runs 3 times faster in there.
It's better to be safe.
Don Han and Jae Kong appear saying, boss, you've worked hard.
You've worked hard. Zack Soho points to the people being treated and requests. Good. You're here. Take them in with me. What? The two hesitate. If we all go in, the guild. That's right. Miso Kim assures them. Don't worry. I'll handle the supervision of the construction progress. Zack Soho is skeptical. I'm grateful. But why? Miso Kim explains.
Because our job is to help you focus all your manpower on conquering the dungeon.
Go. Don't worry. He says, reassured. Then I'll leave everything to you. If you have any other questions, talk to Ms. Sukja. She agrees. Yes. Zack Soho urges, let's go. Zack Soho's team quickly moves out. The 3 have entered the dungeon.
The news broadcast begins.
Headlines.
Zack Soho's team begins the 3rd raid of the level 7 dungeon. Everyone quickly cheers in response. In the dungeon, Zack Soho's group is lying exhausted on the ground. Zack Soho closes his eyes. His hand touches the ground and there's a sudden tremor. Don Han is confused. Jae Kong calls out, boss. Zack Soho's eyes are sharp as he says, wake the others. Don Han shakes Juno Park, who is lying on the ground, calling, bro, wake up Juno.
Jae Kong also calls out, master, meet me. Meet Juno Park. Moon Jin immediately sits up. Juno Park asks, PH, did we clear it? Don Han, holding a gun, replies, you killed it once, and now we're all back here again, huh? Juno Park wonders, so defeating the boss wasn't a dream? He sighed tiredly. Phew. Juno Park turns to Zack and begs. Bro, let us rest a bit. Have some humanity. We're not like you. Zack Soho looks at them and reminds them, you have 30 minutes to sleep. Juno Park scratches his head in disbelief. Isn't that a little short? He calculates. Juno is C rank, Jessica is B rank, Mong is B rank, and Dome is also B rank.
Considering everyone's level, sleeping in the dungeon for about 30 minutes without accounting for the time zone difference is more than enough for you to recover.
They quickly look at the system window. What? I'm sank now. It's true. We need to check our levels, too. Huh? How is this possible?
Zack Soho explains, your bodies are growing much faster and stronger, but your minds haven't caught up yet. That's why you still feel tired even though you've had enough.
Time to rest.
The group sits down skeptical.
Is that so? Really? I can see that I'm B rank, but it doesn't feel real.
Zack Soho demands in this state, you won't be able to protect your families, even if you reach rank. You will all have to endure this special training until those dead fish eyes of yours have some life in them. Hearing this, the four of them are stunned and say one after another, "Ha, dead fish eyes.
I'm a babuda," he shouts as a reminder. "Don't you realize you have to get stronger so I can trust you to protect our family when I'm away? There's an enemy behind you." The four of them quickly react and turn to look behind them. A group of skeletons is running towards them. Frost Lich Knight Jae Kong moves forward. Fight the Frost Lich Knight. Its head is quickly lopped off by his blade. Juno Park deals with the Frost Lich Knights one by one. The Frost Lich is quickly struck, entering the Void Realm. Mongan leaps into the air and slices it in two. On this side, Jae Kong is also fiercely attacking the Frost Lich. The group of Frost Lich Knights is quickly defeated. A group of monsters suddenly appears out of nowhere. Anoda Zak Soho smiles mockingly and asks, "They're approaching us on their own. Is it because of Mongan?" Mongan holds his spear and recites, "For those who cannot close their eyes since their death, the gate to the 6 paths of reincarnation will never open." He opens his eyes and shouts, "The only world that welcomes you is Opian, a place of countless temptations." Mangan slams his spear into the ground. The system screen displays Dragon Breaker LV7 LV2V LV2L0.
Mongan with great power, says Sky Dragon. Don Han on his side raises his hand high.
He aims his gun to capture them all. Ultimate Ghost Trap.
Don Han warns everyone try to dodge this attack. 108 Void Realms, he says decisively.
Fire. The monsters are quickly hit. Jae Kong, who is fighting, scolds. "What do you mean dodge? You bastard." Butchered 423. Savage Slaughter L3. Brutal Slaughter L0. Horrific Slaughter LV0. Divine Slaughter LV0. Pangaea's Annihilation LV1. Juno Park looks at the system window. Finally, he thinks emotionally, "I have a skill I can be proud to shout out." Juno Park charges towards a monster. Pangaea's Annihilation. The powerful blade slams down on the ground.
A surge of power is released. He glances over, stunned. Juno Park is sent flying by the monster's punch. They suddenly have their powers sealed.
"I've suddenly lost all my strength. My blade suddenly feels so dull." Don Han, controlling his gun, also speaks up. "I can't aim accurately either. Mong Jin is he suspects. Is this a curse?" Jae Kong glances over and wonders debuff.
3 banshees are flying towards them. The banshee lets out a shrill cry. Don Han calls out worriedly, "Soho, brother."
Zak Soho assesses the situation. This is happening faster than before. Scene change.
A group of staff members are talking while eating.
"This is stewed blue crab soup. Ha! I wish I could work here for the rest of my life.
I have to find a place to live in Namyangju.
So, come on. Come on. We need more time now."
Miso Kim looks at them and reminds them, "Eat up and get back to your positions to finish today's work."
She enters a room and asks, "Auntie, you called for me?" Lasukja smiles and says, "Yes, you're here, Miso. Go home and take a bath." Miso Kim replies, "Yes, Auntie. We're planning to build a sound of air."
She recalls, "Come here. You might not know this, but when you were little, besides the bathroom, needing a warm room with a red clay floor, you won't know what you've forgotten if you've never sat on that floor."
Miso Kim says anxiously, "Huh, what should I do now? I've already placed the order." She answers the phone. "Yes, this is Miso Kim. Lee Sukja sizes up my back. It's really old age."
The person on the other end requests, "This is a video from the analysis team.
Please come here. There's something you need to see." Jae Kong is fighting with all his might. He decisively slashes at the neck. The Banshee. an employee announces. Report ends. The video also ends here. The director looks at the screen. That's Miso. Kim quickly replies. It's a banshee, sir. She analyzes. Type of undead monster ranked on par with a sub-boss. Estimated and evaluated to be S rank. Its characteristic is a debuff that reduces the enemy's damage, accuracy, and speed. It can transform its hands into arrows to launch long-range attacks. The director wonders, but you said the banshee isn't the final boss. Why can't we see the rest of the video? An employee reports the incident. We tried to force extract the video while Don Han was sleeping in the infirmary, but he woke up in the middle of it. He assures them, we will make a request when he is discharged from the hospital. The director suddenly asks, besides Hero's team, no one has been able to clear a level 7 dungeon, right? Miso Kim adds, there's also Zach Suo's team. Other than them, no other team has been able to do it yet. An employee reports, VB Japan has refused to share information for some reason. We are receiving many requests for information on level 7 dungeons. The director asks further, our current priority is the safety of the SF-707A unit. How are they doing? There's a clip of Jae Kong, who had just reached Shrank at the time, receiving healing from Zako spirits after he nearly died upon entering the dungeon. We observed that it wasn't just healing, but also a power boost. Without Zach Soho's area of effect healing, I believe no team on this planet could defeat the Banshee without suffering any losses. The director wonders, how long has SF been in there? The employee replies hesitantly, 9 days on Earth have passed. Compared to Hero's team in the level 7 dungeon in Paro, we can say there's still time to rest, but the members of the team are weaker than Heroes, so it's likely they will fail quickly if they encounter the Banshee early and will suffer casualties. Hearing this, the director decides, we have to save them. Miso Kim asks helplessly, what can we do from the outside? He says firmly, we have to save them at any cost. A voice comes through the radio. This is the situation monitoring room. Zach Suo's team has come out. The director is stunned. What? It's incredible. The third clear time has been reduced to 13 hours. The director and Miso Kim say in disbelief. Fish 13 hours. I am possible, sir. They still haven't processed the information. Suddenly, the director's eyes widen. That's it. The director joyfully reminds them there's a way to save the SF team. Hold Zach Suo back for a bit. The director urgently shouts into the radio, I'm on my way there now. You guys hold Zach Suo back. The person on the other end quickly replies, but he just went back in, sir. He asked in shock, what? He's already gone back in. The person on the other end recounts, yes, as soon as they left, Zach Suo went back in by himself. The director is amazed. Alone? He went in alone? When? If we analyze Zach Suo's clear times for dungeons level 6 and below, by comparison, we can see that when he raids a dungeon alone, it only takes him half the time compared to when he's with a team. She analyzes. Based on this data, Zach Suo's fourth clear of a level 7 dungeon will take about 6 hours. The director holds his head in sighs. Ha! If I had known Zach Suo was this strong, I should have tried to prevent the deployment of the special forces. Miso Kim wonders. But director, you mention a way to save the special forces. What did you mean? The director calculates. The more you repeat something, the faster you can complete it. If Zach Soho forms a team with the Ring veterans, she understands. Oh, the news broadcast continuously shows the news. Breaking news. Zach Suo shortens the clear time of the level 7 dungeon to 5 hours on his fourth clear. 2 days, 1 hour, and 21 minutes. Minutes since the combined Special Forces 707A were deployed. What will be the fate of South Korea's strongest force? 707A. Only 2 survivors returned from the New Zealand team's level 7 dungeon raid. Experts express pessimism about the survival chances of the combined special forces. The poor command of the director of the Awaken Management Bureau is said to be the cause of the current situation. Breaking news, new world record. Level 7 dungeon cleared in just 4 hours on Zach Sua's 5th clear. At this moment, reporters are surrounding Zach Sua, who has just emerged from the level 7 dungeon. Zach Sua is bewildered. He looks at the person hugging his leg and asks, "What the hell? Who is this?" He looks like the director of the Awaken Management Bureau. The director looks at him pleadingly as "Save me. Is someone trying to kill you?" Miso Kim approaches and says, "There's something I need to talk to you about." She points behind her and suggests, "If you have some free time, let's go over there." The 3 of them sit on a flat rock. Zach Sua is suspicious. "Me? How can I help the special forces?" The director looks at him and replies by clearing the dungeon faster. Zach Sua answers matter-of-factly, "That's what I'm doing." He stammers in denial. "No, that's not what I mean." Zach Sua asks casually, "Besides, why should I help those thieves?" Miso Kim looks at her phone. It's been 3 days since Captain Jin's son led the team into the dungeon, which means 9 days have passed inside the dungeon. The director continues, "Fighting in a dungeon for over 15 days is said to reduce the survival rate to below 50%. We can't let the special forces sacrifice themselves in vain like this." Zach Sua gets angry. Who told him to go in there so carelessly? The director covers his face and blames himself. "Because of my greed, I made a miscalculation. It's all my fault," he says helplessly. "But how can I save people who are already inside the dungeon? They have to save themselves." Miso Kim speaks up. "There's a way for you to save them." Zach Sua is skeptical. Is there really such a way? She recounts, 5 years ago, there was a dungeon accident. It happened in a level 1 dungeon near the Namhan River in Yangpong. Because this level 1 dungeon appeared in an open field, the entrance fee wasn't expensive. Also, there was a high chance of finding items there. So many people knew about it. It was often called the lottery dungeon or treasure dungeon. Many people went there to try their luck. So, the number of 500 gates quickly decreased. The problem occurred with the last gate that was cleared. 5 dank mercenaries entered a level 1 dungeon with a capacity of 15 people. But one of the 5 mercenaries suggests, "Let's get this done quickly and go for a drink, guys." Sound good? The mercenary looks at his phone and says, "After this hill, there's a large rock. People say it's the best place to set up a base." He is determined. "If I succeed this time, I'll pay off all my debt. Wait for me, Myron." After saying that, the mercenary steps onto the cliff. One of the 4 behind him wonders what's he doing? He looks at the scene before him in amazement. "Wait, what's happening?" The 4 behind him quickly run over and ask, "What's wrong? What's going on?" The mercenaries are all stunned. What the hell? Someone killed all the monsters. The mercenary discovers the monster corpses don't have mana cores. They took them all. A flash of lightning appears in the sky at that moment. 2 mercenaries, still stunned, mutter, "Impossible." Is it? It's absurd. Soon after, the 5 mercenaries urge each other to run. The gate is open. Run. Zach Sua, after thinking, asks curiously. They haven't started hunting yet. But monster corpses are everywhere and the gate is already open. What happened then? The director continues. Suddenly, the gate explosion timers started counting down, and after a desperate escape, only 1 mercenary survived. He was a track and field athlete, so he was able to get out of the gate in time. He looks at him.
and says an investigation committee was formed and the investigation concluded that 2 teams had entered the gate consecutively due to a mechanical failure.
Soho wonders, is that even possible?
The director presents the plan. Because of this incident, we determined that it's possible to do this with the final dungeon.
However, while more people can enter, the dungeon's capacity cannot be exceeded. Miso Kim summarizes, let me sum it up.
As long as there are survivors in the final dungeon before the dungeon break and on the condition that the capacity is not exceeded, more people can enter the dungeon.
Soho understands and asks, so you guys want to clear the remaining dungeons as quickly as possible and then rescue the special forces in the final dungeon? Is that right? The director looks at Soho.
Pleads sincerely, please help us. You're the only one who can save those soldiers.
He looks at Miso Kim and asks, didn't they reach the maximum capacity when they entered? Miso Kim replies, there's still 2 spots left. He looks up and suggests, if you want a veteran to accompany you.
Soho refuses, forget it. There are about 82 clears left, right? If I clear 4 or 5 a day, I'll be able to meet them before the dungeon break happens.
The director stands up abruptly and explains, that's not good enough.
The longer it takes, the lower the survival rate. If the time in the dungeon passes 1 month, the survival rate will be only 2%.
You have to clear it as quickly as possible so that more people can survive. He wonders, huh? Then why are you still doing such a useless thing?
The director bows and says, I am sorry.
He pleads loudly.
I will ask the government to compensate you for the experience points and income loss during the rescue.
Please. Zakuo stands up and reminds them, no need.
Tell the others to focus on their individual training and stop messing around.
Miso Kim is surprised. The director is moved.
He slowly sits up and exclaims, sacrificing for the nation's benefit, but refusing any reward.
Truly, Misoko Kim assures him. Just let me handle everything while you're away.
A sudden gust of wind blows.
The dust makes the 2 of them cough. Cough? The director looks at his phone and asks, hey, did Soho just go to clear the dungeon? Miso Kim, still dazed, replies, I think so. He looks at the text on his phone screen.
Plan to rescue the Combined Special Forces 707A.
Let's see. The director smiles joyfully and asks, what do you think about 5 billion? 1 should be enough, right? He Miso Kim sighs few. Soho declares, I will rescue the Combined Special Forces 707A. Soho begins his 6 clear.
A reporter stands in front of the camera and says, I'm in front of the level 7 dungeon in W Jangbu, the territory of the Suwa Guild.
Soho,
who has shortened the clear time of the level 7 dungeon to 4 hours, has finally begun his effort to rescue the Combined Special Forces.
Soho entered about 10 minutes ago and is expected to finish in about 2 hours.
The reporter suddenly turns his head behind him.
The people around are surprised. Ha! That's Soho steps out from the dungeon.
The reporter quickly raises his camera and shouts, it's Soho is out. Ladies and gentlemen, something incredible has happened.
We are witnessing Soho leaving the level 7 dungeon after clearing it for the 6th time in just 13 minutes.
People are amazed as they see Soho continue to walk into the dungeon.
Ha! Oh, he's going back in right away.
The news quickly reports Soho continuously completes 15 dungeon clears with an average time of 20 minutes.
The extraordinary dungeon clearer Soho is also. Soho rests after clearing the dungeon for the 15th time. A news broadcast sound plays while the whole world is paying attention to Soho's amazing dungeon clearing ability. For days have passed since Jin's son's special forces entered the dungeon. And Soho has begun his 68th clear.
Despite Soho's ability to clear the dungeon in just 20 minutes, the information that the survival rate of the combined special forces has dropped below 50% has caused many people to gather in the square and light candles to pray for the soldiers' safe return. We hope they will return safely. Can the special forces return safely? As the people of the whole country hope, the sky is dark and rainy. Lightning flashes across the sky. The troops march forward steadily. The men complain. How long have we been walking? Just another 30 minutes and we'll reach the base. Damn it. I'd rather die here. Just get to the base and we can rest. Hang in there. Someone's hand raises, signaling them to stop. Chloe Choi's face becomes serious. One of them asks irritably, "What now?" DMS. Chloe Choi's sharp eyes announce. There's a phantom 140 m ahead. Ahead, a phantom glides across the river, surprising everyone. Phantom incense. The phantom shines a light down on the river. Chloe Choi ducks down and says, "It's a phantom. Hide." Haley Hong thinks to herself, "Why now? Right when a captain isn't here. If we get spotted, we're dead for sure." The soldiers' voices are heard. Is the gravity here? 3 times stronger, too. Damn, it's so hard to breathe. The phantom's footsteps approach rapidly. The phantom screams. It shines its light towards everyone. It sees us. It screams. A beam of light pierces through its head. A yellow light surrounds the phantom. A soldier holding a rifle says, "It's clear." Haley Hong says, "We have to go now." Chloe Choi's eyes turn yellow as she says, "It's too late." A voice announces, main team." This is the base. A large group of monsters is approaching your position. A soldier sitting in a room informs everyone. A pack of 40 OCs from 6-0. A herd of 20 ogres from 7-0. A group of 200 goblins from 3-0. When you reach the intersection from here, heading towards 11-0. The main team will have to fight. Haley Hong shouts an order, "Prepare for battle." 2 soldiers talk to each other. "Damn it, I only have half my mana left." The other replies, "I have 3 shots left. After that, I guess I'll have to bite them to death." A horde approaches. Here they come. A soldier's voice calls out. "If I turn into a zombie, kill me immediately." The person next to him replies, "Don't worry. I'll cremate you and scatter your ashes." Chloe Choi holds her sword, ready for battle. Enemy is 100 m away. The swarm of monsters gets closer. DM, there are so many of them. Attack lightly. A soldier raises his gun and fires. A red dot appears on the computer screen. The soldier is surprised. "Ha? What's this?" Another soldier behind him asks, "What's wrong?" The soldier replies, "Something is flying towards us at high speed." She turns to look and thinks, "What the hell is that?" A voice announces, "Main team, an unidentified object is approaching from the 12-0 direction." "Hey, Lee, huh?" A banshee monster flies in the sky. A voice says, "Analyzing monster from Aruka." "Get out of the way." A foot touches down on the water. "Hey," Hong raises her weapon and says, "What's the point of analyzing? Just kill it and be done." Chloe Choi shouts, "Wait a minute." She grips the sword tightly in her hand. A monster, noticing her distraction, attacks from behind. It knocks her far away. The soldiers attack the monsters. "Wait, don't break formation." "Damn, why won't these things die?" The soldier in the room hears them say, "Our mana and stats are dropping rapidly." We can't kill them." The soldier is surprised and thinks, "A curse?" It's a banshee. The banshee hovers in the air. Its 2 hands touch. They groan while fighting the monsters.
Our stamina is getting lower and lower. We can't hold on any longer. Retreat. Retreat. The two people in the observation room. One speaks first. We need to inform the reconnaissance team. Recon, this is the base. A stone golem will breach the barrier where the two are. The banshee flies in the sky. Haley Hong raises her weapon to attack it. The banshee looks at her angrily. Hai Hong looks at it and asks, "What's wrong, bitch?" An image of Zach Suho appears on the road outside. On the screen, people cheer and call his name. It's Zach Suho. Zach Soho is out. He steps out and hears people say, "Zach Suho is back." Zach Suho, who achieved the extraordinary record of attacking a dungeon 87 times in 6 days, has emerged from the gate. Don Han, sitting in a room, looks at his phone and says, he's out. He asks, "Should we go see too?" "Yeah." Jae Con, lying next to him, speaks up. "Don, you want to go back to that hell?" Don Han replies, "And no, of course not." Jacon closes his eyes and says, "Then lie down." He lies down and replies, "Yes." Don Han looks at his phone and thinks to himself, "Wow, he's really something else. What would have happened if there wasn't a great disaster?" Zach Suo steps out of the gate. He walks over to the two people standing there and asks, "Can I go in yet?" The man is crying and says, "This is the last dungeon. Please come back with them." Zach Soho looks at him and replies if they're still alive. An announcement is heard. Zach Suho, the guardian Zakuho, has finally entered the last dungeon. The man is crying and snotting. "Please come back alive." Breaking news. The Dungeon King Zach Soho clears a level 7 dungeon 87 times in 6 days. Experts are shocked by Zach Soho's average level 7 dungeon clear time 15 minutes. 67 countries have requested to borrow Zach Suho. Media outlets worldwide want to make a documentary about Zach Suho. Zach Suho re-enters a dungeon. After only 5 minutes to save people, what will be the fate of the mixed 707A team? The Banshee monster roars. Haley Hong grinds her teeth as she hears its roar. She leaps up and attacks it with her weapon. Blood splatters. The soldiers being attacked by the monster scream. "I'm out of energy. I can't attack anymore. Get to the rock. If this continues, we'll all die." Outside, it's raining heavily on a house. Jean's son looks at the house and says, "This is the boss's lair." He says, "Found it sooner than planned." A soldier asks, "What should we do?" He orders, "Set up a barrier. Order the entire team to come here and set up a barrier. We'll do this to isolate the boss inside and kill it." A soldier reports, "Captain, the base is under attack." Jean's son turns and asks, "What?" The soldier continues, "The main team is also fighting. The situation doesn't look good." They sit down to discuss. It takes 20 minutes to run there. We have to save them. A stream of black light approaches them. Jean's son takes notice. The stream of black light is still moving. The stream of black light separates them. Fall back. They look at the white barrier in front of them. This is. They watch as the white screen gradually fills up and say, "A trap. We're trapped." 3 hands emerge from the ground. The soldiers are stunned. Black knights rise from the ground. Black knights. They raise their weapons, ready to attack. It's the ex-boss from a level 6 dungeon. There are 12 of them at once. Kim Dong-won fall back. Jean's son looks at them and frowns. A trap. Haley Hong is knocked to the ground. She lies still on the ground. Haley Hong, unable to move, says, "Damn it." Haley Hong SBMina looks at the stat window and thinks, "I can't move. Is this as far as I go?" The heavenly sword is stuck in the ground and cries are heard. Chloe Choi lies still on the ground. The monsters on the other side roar. Chloe Choi looks at them. Ha! You scum! She opens her eyes wide. Chloe Choi remembers the scene of her slapping him and hugging Zak Suho. The scene of her sitting on him. Chloe Choi closes her eyes, tears streaming down her face as she thinks, damn it, why do I want to see that bastard at a time like this? She opens her eyes and sees a small fairy. More green dots appear along with the spirits. They hear them say, what the hell is this? I can see these fairies. Holy crap. I can see them, too, man. Have we all gone to heaven? Haley Hong is surrounded by monsters. She looks at the appearing green dots and her rising stats and thinks to herself, what is this? Why are my stats going up? And were these green insects? Am I dead? Chloe Choi is surprised. She sees him silent, ready to kill the monster. She thinks, Zak Soho. The stats bar rises to the maximum. The soldiers say joyfully, our stats are full again. We're brimming with power. Haley Hong lies still, looking at the monster's hand. Haley Hong's entire body is enveloped in a yellow light. The monsters are destroyed by the yellow light. Haley Hong kneels on one knee on the ground and says, that's refreshing. I'm fully recovered. A soldier kicks a monster's corpse and says, I'm overflowing with power. The other soldiers also charge in to attack the monsters. To die, you bastards, one of them says. Look over there. They look at the monsters flying in the sky and ask what the hell is that? Suddenly, they're engulfed in flames. The undead are all being burned to death. 3 monsters flee in terror. Zak Suho raises his hand and burns them. He turns back and asks, is everything here taken care of? Chloe Choi runs to him and hugs him. Zak Soho calmly asks, you blondie, why are you here? Chloe Choi lowers her head and cries, how did you get here? 2 soldiers see this and exclaim, holy crap. Did he save us? The undead are scattered on the ground. Footsteps approach. Hai Hong looks around confused. She walks around and wonders, what? Are they all dead? Where is everyone? A voice says, hey, Haley Hong. Ha! The soldiers gather together. Someone speaks up. I think that was Zak Suho. She's surprised to hear his name. What? Zak Suho. Chloe Choi still hugs him as the voices continue. Hey, aren't Zak Suho and Song Yi dating? That's just a rumor song. Spread. Haley Hong is surprised. Oh my god. Chloe Choi hugs him tighter as the voices continue. But why is Zak Suho here? If Zak Suho is here, it means this is the final dungeon. Unbelievable. Are you saying Zak Suho cleared all the other dungeons by himself? A soldier looks at them and asks. Aren't they being a bit too touchy-feely in public? The person next to him replies. This is too much. What does it matter if everyone here sees? Haley Hong is still looking at the 2 of them hugging. She recalls the scene of Haley Hong eating. Chloe Choi wraps her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Zak Suho pushes her face away as the chatter continues. Wait, isn't that pose a bit strange? It's more than just a couple's hug. It looks like he's pushing her away. Oh, why are they suddenly like that? Zak Soho turns to look at her clinging to his back and says. Seriously, I told you were too weak. Chloe Choi hugs his neck and says, alright, I get it, but just stand still for a little longer. He turns and throws her forward, saying, honestly, you're too weak to be my friend. Chloe Choi is thrown. Hey, the soldiers who see this quickly turn away. Hey, disperse. Hurry up. Just pretend we didn't see anything. Haley Hong asks, confused, friend?
She's thrown into a rock, causing it to shatter.
That disrespectful bastard. So embarrassing. Ow, my nose. Zach Suho approaches and asks, hey, Blondie, are you okay?
See, you'll get hurt if you're by my side.
She lies still on the ground.
He turns to look at the small spirit.
The soldiers gather and report.
The main formation originally had 21 people.
But 6 were killed in action.
All of them were warriors.
And now there are 15 survivors. All 15 remaining have gathered.
Communication with the command camp and reconnaissance team has been cut off.
We can't even find the bodies of those who fell here. Oh, want help?
The ground slowly cracks and hands emerge from the earth.
Everyone is shocked to see the hands.
These dead things are rising from the grave again.
Fall back. Are they going to keep resurrecting until the boss is dead?
These bastards.
A soldier standing next to her asks, what should we do now?
Haley Hong without looking replies, we need to return to the command camp first and then we'll find the location of the reconnaissance team's camp.
Zach Soho walks over to the two and says, you won't find anything even if you go back to the command.
There are a total of 5 people alive in the boss room, but things aren't looking good.
Ili Hong looks at him and says, if there are 5 people, then that must be the reconnaissance team. The soldiers standing next to her ask, where is the reconnaissance team now? Zach Sua turns and walks away, saying, follow me. There isn't much time left.
If we're slow, they'll all die.
He uses his power, causing rocks to fly up.
The soldiers raise their hands to shield themselves and say, damn, how are we supposed to follow him now?
OMG.
Chloe Choi runs off, shouting, if you don't want to be left behind, run.
Haley Hong turns to look at everyone and says, follow them. Wait, what? Monsters emerge from the ground. That's the direction of the Bogima area. Zach Soho runs quickly ahead.
Hong draws her weapon and says, prepare to engage.
The monsters open their mouths wide. Zach Soho shouts, summon.
4 large circles immediately appear.
A wolf leaps out from the circle and bites the monster's neck.
The beast from the circle leaps out and attacks the monsters with him. The soldiers are surprised.
That's the beast summoning I've heard about.
I don't think we need to fight, Haley Hong thinks to herself.
Ha! He's so hot.
Chloe Choi's eyes light up as she says, 11, 0 direction.
A strange object is flying this way. She looks over and asks, is it a bastard that looks like a witch?
Chloe Choi replies, no, it's different.
A monster is flying in the sky below. Below it are the undead. Zach Soho looks over and says, that's a lich.
The lich flies forward.
Zach Soho turns to look and says, hey, lich. The soldiers say in surprise, a lich is a lich. Its 2 eyes glow.
The strongest king of the undead, a lich.
Voices are heard as the undead approach. A wave of undead is coming. What should we do? A horned undead roars.
As they get closer, a soldier says, fall back. The person next to him says, damn it, don't be scared.
They're just S rank.
Jean's son frowns as he sees streams of black bones flying past him and gathering at the house behind him.
He falls into thought.
Black bones, a mud curtain, resurrection magic, and control over knights.
It must be.
Jean's son turns his head to look.
A lich.
He looks at the black bones gathering inside the house and thinks, so inside must be an image resembling a heart appears.
The lich's phylactery.
Jean's son says, if we destroy the phylactery, the lich will die along with everything it resurrected. A soldier stops Jean's son.
Captain, wait. You can't act alone. He turns his head and says to the soldier, now I can only do it myself.
I hope everyone survives until I destroy the lich's heart, he repeats.
He walks away as a soldier calls after him. Captain.
A soldier next to him says, even if it's a lich, it can't get past Jean's son's black armor. For now, we should worry about ourselves. A black knight leaps up to attack. Dodge. Haley Hong and the others look on in astonishment. Zach Soho flying in the sky watches the undead being consumed by flames. He says, "Are you in pain?" Zach Soho looks at the lich opposite him and asks, "Do you want to stop playing?" He holds out his hands and small yellow dots appear. "UG, I don't have time to play with you anymore. You should go home." A portal appears behind the lich, pulling it in. Open gate. He shouts, "Reflect." For circles of light appear enveloping the lich and burning it. He holds his hands out in front of him, creating a ball of light. Wyvern the lich screams in agony as circles of light appear and heads emerge. The four heads lunge out and tear the lich apart. The soldiers below exclaim in amazement. Wah! The lich disappeared without a trace. Did four wyverns tear it apart? But if he kills the boss now, what are we supposed to do? Zacko in the air looks down. He looks at everyone and says, "Follow me." Chloe Choi looks at him and asks, "Hey, isn't it over yet?" Haley Hong next to her says, "A lich doesn't die like that. Let's go." Soho flies away, leaving a trail of smoke. Chloe Choi runs off, shouting, "Run! Now!" Yeah! Damn it! Jean's son looks at the monsters in front of him. He gets into a ready stance and says, "Alright, this is actually better." Jean's son charges into the group of monsters, saying, "I hate getting help anyway." He punches the monster in the stomach. And the monster, making it spit blood, he continues to attack the monsters with his bare hand. Jean's son elbows a monster in the face. It's hit by his attack and blood splatters everywhere. Jean's son is surrounded by monsters. A monster grabs his leg. Jean's son, being held by them, says, "Iron Fist, bronze." A green light appears on his fist. Jean's son grits his teeth and looks at the monster in front of him. The monsters cling tightly to him. Jean's son says angrily, "Seriously, this isn't easy." Outside, a soldier is fighting a black knight. The soldier raises his sword to block the attack. One of their voices is heard. "I can't take it anymore." Three soldiers with guns attack, saying, "The guns are almost out of ammo." The person behind says, "It's not doing any damage." The other person also says, "I can't take it much longer either." The Black Knight suddenly draws its sword back. It swings its sword to attack, causing the soldier to fall backwards. The three men with guns shout, "Kim Dong-hwan." He clutches his shoulder in pain and says, "Ugh, damn it, my shoulder." He looks at the undead being held back by the white barrier. The soldiers are surprised and say, "There's another group of undead outside the white barrier." The Black Knight stomps its foot on the ground. One of the soldiers says, "Kim Dong-hwan, get up. Everything will be fine once the captain kills the lich." Kim Dong-hwan looks at the undead and says, "I can't do it. My body won't move. I think I'm done for." A soldier calls his name. Kim Dong-hwan, a black knight, rises up behind the three people. They turn a look. Damn. Look. Yellow lights shoot towards the undead. Two black knights are surprised. A wild boar charges into the sky. At their location, a soldier says, "Hey, what the hell is with that wild boar?" A bear appears and charges in to attack. The soldier is surprised. A bear suddenly appeared. Zach Suo appears in the sky. They look at him in amazement. That person." The one in the middle replies, "Zach." So he lands in their midst, spreads his arms, and uses flames to incinerate the Black Knight. They look at the dying embers. Oh, green lights surround them. "My body, I'm healing," they exclaim as they see the undead outside the white barrier being incinerated. All the undead outside the white
barrier are being burned too. Soho asks, is one person missing? They reply, Captain, he's already inside the temple, but why are you here? Without looking at them, he says, I'll bring him out. So, when a main team arrives, stay put and don't go anywhere. One of the three replies, oh. He transforms into a large eagle and flies away. He crashes through the white barrier, causing it to crack. They look at him in amazement. Park Soo-ho's eyes glow blue. His eyes glow blue. Soho flies straight towards the temple. His feet touch down on the ground. Soho raises his hand and a flame appears in his palm. The monsters are immediately incinerated. A monster roars. It charges towards him. Soho kicks in the face. He says, Carbonara. His legs transform into slender clawed feet. Soho's body transforms into a beast. One arm raised high. He punches with great force, creating an explosion behind him. Soho stops. He looks at Jin's son, who is wrapped in white bands. Soho notices the heart and thinks to himself, the lich's heart is still beating. I have to hurry. A stats window appears. Sunjingu HP 14%, MP 10%. Soho looks at the stats window and thinks to himself, is he still alive? No, they deliberately let him live. Sunjingu HP 12%, MP 9%, stamina 4%. He watches the stats drop and thinks. His life force is being slowly drained away. Soho holds out his hand and creates a ball of energy, thinking, if I had a little more time, it would have been resurrected. Unfortunately, you have to die here. He shoots a flame forward. It explodes and shatters into many pieces. Extra! The fire burns outside. The temple explodes into pieces. The soldiers exclaim in surprise. The rain temple exploded. They watch the undead disintegrate and say, the barrier is disappearing. The undead are turning to dust and vanishing. One of them asks, hey, what about the captain? A purple lightning bolt strikes from the sky. Thump! A beam of light strikes the ground. Chloe Choi is surprised. The countdown timer appears. 504. The people outside cheer. The gate break countdown. The countdown is started. A gate appears. The gate is open. A soldier points and says, Soho is back. They see him carrying Jin's son out and say, it's Soho, Captain. Everyone runs towards him. Captain, are you okay? Green lights swirl around Jin's son. Chloe Choi says worriedly, no way, Captain. Soho carrying him walks away and says, he's not dead yet. Let's get out of here. They say joyfully, that's great. Awesome. There's no way the Iron Man would fall like that. The countdown is at 3:13. A voice announces Soho is carrying out a rescue mission. For a dungeon conquering unit. An unprecedented event in history. Less than 1 hour and 40 minutes after Soho entered the dungeon to rescue the Special Forces unit, the gate break countdown has finally begun. The whole world is quietly watching and hoping that the combat team that bravely tried to conquer the level 7 dungeon with the desire to save humanity will be safely recovered. A voice says, come on. A few minutes have passed without any new news. When will Soho and the soldiers? He steps out carrying Sun Jin-gu. Finally, they're out. They've started. They cheer as they see him step out. The Suicide Squad we are so proud of has conquered the level 7 dungeon, saving the entire world from fear and confusion. The voice continues. Soho and the soldiers of the SF-77A unit are confidently stepping out. A cry is heard. Medic, the voice says again. Oh, but it seems some people are injured. Who is it? The beam of light closes. The dungeon has disappeared. The gate is slowly closing. The voice speaks again. The level 7 dungeon that made our country tremble with fear has completely disappeared. Oh. Captain Jean's son, who is unconscious, is being carried away by the rescue team, but it has been confirmed that he is not in a life-threatening condition. As soon as the casualty list, the reporters surround him and ask, Mr. Zaksua, how are you feeling? Will you share your dungeon conquest strategy? Is it possible that you recorded the dungeon con? What are your plans? The reporters watch in amazement as Zaksua sprouts wings and flies away. Well, Haley Hong says as she watches him fly away. He's so cool, huh? To think I'd meet someone like that in my life. She claps her hands together and says, this is fate. Chloe Choi says, what? What are you talking about? Haley Hong blushes and asks, Swan, do you like Mr. Zakuo? Do you have any feelings for Mr. Zaksuho? Chloe Choi places her hand on her chest and replies, me? I could never like a man like that. Haley Hong turns to look at her and says, your expression just now didn't look like that. Chloe Choi holds up her hands. Well, I have to be happy that the captain was saved. She says, let's just say that. Then I have one less competitor. Chloe Choi looks at her. Ha? Ha? Haley Hong, not looking at her, says, I think I've met my destiny. Goodbye and see you again. Miso Kim says, PH, that's really something. The newsfeed is filled with Zaksuho's name. Hiroita sits on a chair looking at his phone. What? 6 days? He thinks in astonishment, what the hell happened? Is he even human anymore? Hiroita purses his lips and thinks, is there still a skill I don't know about? What skill did he use to clear it in 2 minutes? He looks at the phone screen announcement. Hiroita puts down his phone. Damn it. This is a real waste of phone money. He falls into thought. All my bank accounts in Japan must have been frozen. If I sell the blood crystals in my storage, I'll be discovered. A note on the shop door reads, now hiring part-time staff, number 1, gender, anytime, day and night shifts, your choice. Hiroita says, even so. He walks and bumps into 3 people on the street. The black-haired man looks at him and says, is there something wrong with your eyes, pretty boy? Hiroita quickly apologizes. Oh, sorry. He looks at him and asks, isn't this bastard too rude? You're smart. He glances at the black-haired man. The 2 people with him say, hey, calm down. You're being watched. The black-haired man says, all right, phew. You should be grateful for your great luck today. Hiroita hears them talking to each other. Hey, have you read the news about Zack? So, of course, he conquered a level 7 dungeon. Ah, that bastard is really amazing. Hero is nothing. You shouldn't compare him to that arrogant bastard. He stares at the 3 of them and hears them say, they're from the same country. They're still discussing among themselves. I don't think you should say that. Big brother, this bastard. How can you compare me to that murderer? He used to pretend to be very kind, but now he's been exposed. Everyone hates him. Hiroita's eyes smolder as he looks at them, thinking I should use these bastards as the first sacrifices to upgrade my regression stone. A ball appears. It rolls out into the street. A little boy runs out to get the ball. A car speeds towards the boy who is picking up the ball. A voice calls out, Jangu. He picks up the boy. Voices say, there's an accident. That person died. Saving the child. Jean's son opens his eyes. He sits up and hears the person next to him say, Captain, are you okay? Jean's son holds his forehead. Without looking at the person in front of him, he asks, what happened? The person replies, I heard Zaksua saved you and the other soldiers. Don't you remember? Jean's son is surprised. What? Zach Sua, Don Han, and Juno Park look at the person in front of them, confused. Haley Hong, holding 2 bags of groceries, looks up and asks, "Is Suho AA not awake yet? We were supposed to meet today." The two look at her. Don Han replies, "Mr. Suho isn't awake yet." Juno Park adds, "He must have been very tired." Haley Hong then hands the two the bags in her hands and says, "Then, please help me give this to him. This is raspberry kimbap I made for your aunt." They take the bags of food and quietly exclaim, "Raspberry kimbap." After finishing her task, Haley Hong says goodbye and turns to leave. "When he wakes up, give me a call. I really need to see him before the main legion returns tomorrow." Don Han immediately agrees. "Of course, don't worry. We'll definitely let you know." The two of them stand there watching her retreating back. Don Han wonders, since when did Haley Hong start calling Mr. Soho AA? Juno Park is also skeptical. "I had no idea he was so lucky with women." Don Han speculates. "Maybe this is why he's so lifeless. It makes him more empathetic." Juno Park suddenly turns to the observation room. Now then, inside is a sleeping black wild boar. Don Han quietly exclaims, "If he turns into a dragon, this place is going to be destroyed." Juno Park asks hesitantly, "So, he transformed in his sleep? Should we wake him up?" Hearing this, he immediately stops him. "No way. He's a light sleeper. I tried to do that once when he was in his wolf form, and I almost got bitten to death." Juno Park frowns slightly in annoyance. "He can even transform in his sleep." Haley Hong suddenly appears behind them and shouts, "Appa, are you awake?" They are so startled they freeze for a few seconds. She casually walks into the room to see Zach, ignoring Don Han's attempt to stop her. "Wait, he's still." Suddenly, a blinding light flashes from the room. Inside is no longer a large black wild boar, but an adorable munchkin cat. When Haley Hong sees him, she screams with excitement, "Oh my god, so cute." Elsewhere, Chloe Choi approaches and calls out to Jean's son, who is standing in the hallway. Captain hearing her call, he turns to greet her, "Miss Chloe." Chloe Choi asks with concern, "Are you feeling okay yet?" Jean's son replies, "I'm fine." He speaks up and asks, "I want to see Mr. Zach Sua. Could you please?" She cheerfully agrees. "I'm heading there now. Just follow me." Back in Zach Soho's room, Don Han and Juno Park are stunned by the scene before them. Haley Hong is hugging him affectionately. So cute. Zach Sua wonders, "What? Why are you here?" While petting the cat, she replies, "Tomorrow, after the SF unit's deployment ends, I'll have to return to the guild. I won't get to see you for a long time, so I wanted to spend some time with you." He immediately says, "All right, then see you later." Haley Hong suddenly picks up Zach Sua and asks, "If I move to the Suho Guild, will you accept me?" He of course sees no problem. Well, there's no reason to refuse. The two outside the door hear this and ask each other in confusion, "Haley Hong is coming to our guild. Look at your brother lying there comfortably in someone else's arms just because she's a woman." Don Han suddenly realizes something. Juno Park asks confused, "What's wrong?" He shouts, "Mr. Sua, your transformation time is almost up." The two inside are still confused about what's happening. At this moment, Chloe Choi arrives and asks, "Is Suho awake yet?" Jean's son behind her says hello. Don Han and Juno Park are extremely panicked when they see the two of them. They curiously step forward to see. A blinding light flashes from inside the room again. Don Han and Juno Park shout in unison. Chloe Choi asks worriedly, "What's wrong?" Before them is the sight of a stark naked Zach Sua with his face buried in Haley Hong's chest. He is now awake and looks at the people standing in front of him. Chloe Choi is both surprised and angry, her brow furrowed. Haley Hong is still looking at the person under her in confusion.
Chloe Choi grabbed the nearby box and is about to throw it at Zach Soho, shouting, "You damn pervert." He gets hit in the head and cries out in pain. Haley Hon, bewildered, calls out, "AA." Don Han, watching this scene, is disgusted. Look at his superb acting skills. After hitting him, Chloe Choi turns to leave, not forgetting to curse. Damn bastard. As if no one would know. I'm the only one going crazy like this. Zach Soho tries to explain. It's not what you think. Miso, standing in the hallway, observes the recent chaos. UPA, are you okay? Perfectly fine, she thinks. What can a tiny little box of wine do to Mr. So? Unbelievable, bro. Wrap something around yourself, she asks him. She sighs softly. It's unclear what's on her mind. A little later, Zach Soho is lying on his back on the floor, and he slowly opens his eyes. Jean's son approaches and says, "Hello." Haley Hon sees him and wonders, "See? Captain, since when?" Juno Park answers for him. He's been here for a while. Zakuo asks flatly, "Why?" Jean's son replies, "Because I want to thank you." He tiredly closes his eyes and says, "It's nothing. You can go home. I have a headache." He says, "Frankly, thanks to you, I've learned that helping others isn't just about burdening yourself. I will definitely save more lives than you have." But Zach Suwa doesn't hear any of it because he has already fallen asleep. The people in the room are a bit speechless. He fell asleep again. It's dangerous here. Let's go somewhere else. Appa, the sun has set and darkness gradually envelopes the neighborhood. A woman is walking up the stairs, returning home. Behind her, a man in black is sneakily following her. Sunny Lee has noticed him. The man reaches the bottom of the stairs. She hurriedly enters the code to get into her house. Then Sunny Lee quickly opens the door and enters the room. She stands cautiously with her back against the door. Sunny Lee lets out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a man's voice is heard in the room. "Miss Sunny Lee." The man has broken into her room. Sunny Lee frowns slightly. "You're tall. Who the hell are you guys?" The opponent replies. "We're from the Special Task Force for Crime Prevention of the South Korean Awakened Management Bureau. A woman who should have died from a bullet to the head during the Slimdong massacre is still alive. And what is she doing here?" Hearing this, she grits her teeth angrily. "You're too nosy." The man raises his gun and threatens. "If you move, I'll shoot." The gun is suddenly disassembled and its parts are transported outside right in front of the observer. It immediately falls to the floor with a clatter. The man panics and throws open the door, calling for his captain. The sight before him makes him widen his eyes in horror. Sunny Lee's current appearance is bizarre. She is hanging upside down from the ceiling, still chewing on the captain's head. The man screams in panic, "What is this thing?" The city shifts into night. Director AB is sitting at his desk talking to his girlfriend on the phone. "Honey, hello." He laughs and asks, "Have you checked the 1.2 billion won I won from the dungeon bet yet? See, I told you more than 20 people would come back within 10 days. Director AB continues to chat. "I think I'll get a commendation this time." "Oh, right. Have you registered for a residence card for Suazland yet?" "Yeah, it's safer here than in the US." Miso Kim, standing behind him, has heard the entire conversation, including him blowing a kiss to his girlfriend. "All right, see you at the director's office later." After hanging up, Director AB happily says to himself, "Time for a nice hot cup of coffee." As he turns around, he sees her and screams in fright. "Oh, what the? You scare me. What's wrong?" Miso Kim reports the Special Combat Zone from the military has ordered the dissolution of the Union and the deployment of the SF-707A unit to the Level 6 dungeon in Area 5 of Seoul.
Hearing this, Director AB immediately agrees. All right, Seoul is also in a state of emergency now. She adds. Not just Seoul. The whole world is a mess right now. He leans back in his chair and sighs softly. So tiring. Saving the country is only effective for the first few times. This Miso Kim holding the remote turns on the screen and says, the executive committee members are waiting in the meeting room at the management bureau. I'll connect the video. On the screen appears a man with a very gloomy expression and behind him are his staff members. Chanting in unison, "Good evening, Director." Director AB raises his hand in greeting, "Chief Director Kim, long time no see." He wonders, but why you guys look so worn out? Did you go on a group pilgrimage or something? Chief Director Kim says tiredly, "Director, the situation is extremely serious. You must come to the General Department immediately." An article titled Level 7 Dungeon Break Threatens Australia shows Australian citizens fleeing from Sydney Harbour from Australia to the harbour. The content mentions that a Level 7 dungeon break is inevitable even with a clear strategy. Every country believes that betting everything on a Level 7 dungeon is a mistake. The number of high-level dungeon breaks is increasing rapidly from breaking news exponential. Another article brings even more shocking news. Brazil, 14 random level 6 dungeon breaks plunge the country into crisis. A picture shows surviving citizens trying to find a way out through the port of Rio de Janeiro. After reading, Director AB clicks his tongue softly. He complains with frustration and they still rush out to the ocean. Now, who knows what's in the sea? Suddenly, a voice from the other side is heard. "Sir, the situation in Russia is very urgent." Hearing this, Director AB opens the news page and sees the headline right on the front page. Part 1, Monsters Approaching Russia's AM region. Moscow analyzes the possibility of Russia using nuclear weapons. After reading, he exclaims in shock, "Nuclear weapons? Doesn't the Russian army have a stockpile of conventional weapons? Why would they do that?" The person on the other side quickly explains, the scale of the monster attack that started in Harbin is believed to have surpassed the capabilities of conventional weapons, but the problem is, he points to the map and continues his analysis. If the direction of the monsters heading north is changed by nuclear weapons, the monsters on their way to Russia will divert to North Korea. The subordinate marks the important points and then points out the army is preparing to deploy and station the 1st and 3rd armies at Pawon-dong-duki and along the Imjin River. But if those monsters join forces with the ones in North Korea and head south, it will be very difficult to stop them at the bay with our current firepower. Director AB is tired of hearing it, but still has to ask to get a clear picture of the situation. Are you sure they're not coming to us? And what about the dungeon situation in our country? After saying that, he leans back in his chair, frustrated, and thinks about life. Should I immigrate to another country? A subordinate immediately shows him an article with the headline, "New number of dungeons increasing rapidly in Seoul with the content level 6 guilds in Seoul are showing their helplessness causing public anxiety. Experts believe Seoul is no longer a safe place." They continue their report. Just today 14 dungeons have appeared in Seoul including 6 level 6 dungeons. Requests for team deployment are constantly being sent but the subordinates say in unison. Other guilds are also facing a shortage of teams, so there's no other way. Hearing this, Director AB is stunned. You're saying there are 6 levels, 6 dungeons? He rubs his aching temples and groans. This is a disaster. Chief Director Kim adds, also consider the serial murder case assigned to us by the police. He recounts. 2 agents investigating the suspect were killed and the suspect has escaped. Director AB is again frightened to death. Killed both of them and escaped. Who is this murderer? And awakened. Chief Director Kim replies. We believe it's a vampire. She has died and been resurrected 3 times. He exclaims in horror. What? A vampire? Another person brings up the challenges they are about to face. Since we currently have no ritual to EXP terminate a vampire, we need an emergency action plan. Director AB holds his head in helplessness. The dungeons alone are enough of a headache, but on top of that, a vampire, too. Finally, he has to make a temporary promise. Alright, I'll be back after the SF unit is deployed, so please wait for me. Elsewhere, a line of armored vehicles calls out with drones slowly moving deeper into the forest. Haley Hong puts on her armor and waves goodbye to the others. See you all later. Say hi to Soho for me. The group stands at attention and says back. Take care. Goodbye. Miso Kim tells Chloe Choi beside her, you should return to the investigation team too, right? She replies, sending me to the most urgent area. Miso Kim suddenly asks, what's wrong with you today? Chloe Choi doesn't answer, just thinks to herself, I want to become strong. Miso Kim hesitates for a long time, but ultimately says nothing more. She just quietly watches Chloe Choi, lost in thought. Back to the night before when everyone was still together, Miso Kim, Chloe Choi, and Haley Hong were drinking together in the tent. Haley Hong drunk lies sprawled out and mutters, bastard here. Miso Kim picks up her half-drunk beer can and curses, B. She then turns to question Chloe Choi. You said even if a man gave you everything, you wouldn't be interested, but Zach Sua must be an exception, right? Why are you so obsessed with him? Chloe Choi asks flatly, what do you mean by obsessed? She then slams the beer down on the floor. Chloe Choi suddenly reveals, I just think he won't die. Remembering this, Miso smiles softly. Alright, go ahead and tackle the difficult path. The next day, another sensational news update. Russia drops atomic bomb. Mommy, a boy on the border of the Amori region. Those who saw the news discuss it with unease. They finally did it. We have no say since they dropped the bomb in their own country. Director AB speaks up. Do we need to build a taller defensive wall around Seoul? A subordinate again draws out a map marking the locations of the dungeons and begins to discuss. Level 6 dungeons are continuously appearing in Area 2 of Seoul. That's the territory of the Sela Guild and the Goryeo Guild. A cooperation request has been sent from both guilds. The break time is unbelievably short and there's a shortage of teams. They continue to exchange ideas, but the only person who can solve this is Zach Suho. The number of negative comments targeting Zach Suho is increasing. I think it's time for us to act. Director AB wonders, is there a problem with Zach Suho? A subordinate replies, they say if he wanted to, he could solve all the dungeons in Seoul, but he's not doing anything. There are also comments from the guild union that the Soho guild isn't contributing enough to match the benefits they receive. Hearing this, he frowns angrily. Really, those bastards. Back to the Suho base. Inside the small house, satisfied cries are heard. So comfortable. Miso Kim is relaxing. She exclaims, all my fatigue has vanished. Lukja, lying next to her, says proudly, see, I told you so. She lets out a long, comfortable sigh. This is really nice. When you're tired, sitting on a hot, flat stone like this is the best. Suddenly, the phone rings, interrupting their conversation. Miso Kim picks it up and puts it to her ear. Yes, director. Right now, Park Suho was sitting with Han Dong-soo by the cliffside. He suddenly broke the silence. Is that enough? Confused, Dong-go asked back, what is? Suho explained, our home? It needs to be secure so we can travel without worrying. Han Dong-soo hesitated. Well, I'm not so sure. Soho turned to him, you're a rank, right? Han Dong-gu immediately replied, yeah, that's right. But maybe it's because we're leveling up faster than usual. I still can't quite believe it. Park Suho quickly changed the subject. What's everyone else up to? Dong-gu replied, Jessica is training the new recruits,
and Juno is overseeing the construction. Han Donggu added hesitantly, Master Mong Jin has been going out a lot. Soho's curiosity was piqued. Out where? Donggu recalled the master's tall, slender figure walking among the undead. He didn't say specifically, but it was something about saving the vagabonds. Soho was puzzled. Saving the vagabonds? Han Donggu confirmed. Yeah, that's what he said. Suho suddenly asked, but what are you doing here? Donggu clicked his tongue in frustration. Huh? Seriously? Park Suho's face turned serious. Seriously, what? Han Donggu quickly explained, I was busy making adjustments when you said you needed to recruit more beasts and told me to come to the DMZ with you. It finally dawned on Suho. All right. Park Suho then shared his thoughts. I think the animals are unhappy after Pitchchan was chosen for the 10th and final spot in the first rotation. Plus, Ingam, the little rabbit, and the little pig look so lonely. Han Dong-su remembered the two animals ganging up on the black bear and nodded in agreement. It's true. Maybe it's because they don't have mates, but they start fighting every time they see each other. Soho looked down at the beach and an idea struck him. I think we should build a moat right outside the outer wall. Donggu repeated, a moat? Han Donggu looked down and nodded. That would reinforce the city's walls. We could divert water from the Yongrang stream. He suddenly imagined a scene of happy crocodiles playing in the moat. We could put some crocodiles in the moat, right? Park Suho was astonished. Crocodiles. His face lit up with excitement. Crocodiles sound awesome. Are there any crocodiles in the DMZ? Han Donggu answered awkwardly. Of course not. Hop. A little disappointed. Suho stood up. What a shame. Let's head to the DMZ and recruit some beasts. Donggu pulled out his phone. His brow furrowed as he stopped him. Wait, Soho. I don't think we should recruit more animals right now. Suho wondered why not. Han Dong-su showed him his phone displaying the chaos outside. People were holding a candlelight vigil protesting his inaction while Seoul was in turmoil over the dungeons. Park So was a bit surprised. A candlelight vigil for what? Donggu added, 2 level 6 dungeons have appeared in Sector 2. But the break is only 27 days away. Suo shot back. Why should I have to go to a hunting ground in someone else's territory? Just then, a car sped towards them and screeched to a halt behind them. Parkuho asked curiously. Who is that? Han Donggu replied. It's the department director. See, we can't go anywhere today. Kimu stepped out and got straight to the point. There you are. There's a request for cooperation from the Awakened Management Bureau. Suho bluntly refused. A request? I'm not going. She was slightly taken back. What? Kim Misu remained calm and tried to persuade him. Please just hear me out. Without your help, there are countless dungeons we can't handle. Before she could finish, a laughing sound was heard. An explosion erupted. They cried out in alarm. What was that? Wasn't that the blood crystal power plant? Han Dong-su trembled, trying to reassure himself. It couldn't be Lee Sang-yun. Right. At the scene of the explosion, people were in a panic. Oh my god. Get the injured out first. There are people trapped inside. Part Juno stood there helplessly. We can't get in because of these flames. Damn it. Suenji arrived with his team. What happened here? He arrived to see the power plant engulfed in flames and smoke. Juno spoke up. I think one of the blood crystal generators exploded. Sunjan immediately said, shouldn't we put out the fire first? If we're not careful,
there could be another explosion. Suddenly, blue specks of light appeared in the air. Everyone turned to see Park Soo-ho with his arms outstretched controlling them. It's Park Soo-ho. He focused his mind and shouted, "Water vortex." Instantly, the blue lights merged, forming a swirling vortex of water. Under Park Soo-ho's control, it wrapped around the burning power plant. The crowd gasped in amazement. A water vortex appeared in the sky. The torrent of water poured down, extinguishing the flames. The people trapped inside the plant began to fall. The crowd below shouted, "People are falling." They screamed in terror as they plummeted through the air. Park Soo-ho quickly raised his hand, creating a massive aura of spiritual energy. Park Soo-ho shouted, "Flying dragon." Instantly, the spiritual energy from his hands shot out, enveloping the falling people. A gigantic dragon with razor-sharp teeth materialized. Those who witnessed the scene stood with their jaws agape in astonishment. The dragon soared down, its wings spread wide to catch all the falling people. They landed safely on its massive wings. Immediately, the giant dragon flexed its wings, gently sliding them off. The workers slid down a cascade of water to the ground. People rushed to help the workers. Everyone's safe. The flying dragon saved them. Where are the ambulances? Just then, ambulances and fire trucks arrived at the scene. People quickly ran out waving their hands. "They're here. Over here, here." Kim Soo and Han Dong-soo also drove up. What happened? Suho Juno looked back at the wreckage and speculated. It seems there was a problem with one of the blood crystal generators, but we can't be sure until we investigate. Han Dong-soo said with certainty, "I really needed to finish the adjustments today." Why did this happen? Kim Misu said grimly, "DGP's blood crystal generators malfunction occasionally, but an incident this big, we need to assemble the team leaders." Suddenly, someone interjected, but Department Director Park Soo-ho spoke up. "I want to build a large moat around the Soo-ho Guild's territory." Juno heard this and exclaimed in shock. "A moat? A huge moat?" Han Dong-soo stepped forward to explain. "Suho wants to bolster the Suho Guild's defenses in preparation for when he's away." Seeing their lukewarm reaction, Suho asked, "What's wrong? You don't think it's a good idea?" Juno frowned and reminded him, "You want to surround the outer wall from Weijianbu to Namiangju with a moat? Bro, we're losing money." Parkuho had no idea. "We're losing money." Juno nodded. "That's right. If we start a massive construction project like that, don't you think it will cost a fortune?" Hong Su agreed. "He's right. We donated the money from the SPFC and refused all profits from the level 7 dungeon to save people. There's no way we have the funds." Suho sighed. "Then I'll just have to go earn some money." Juno countered. "The profits from one dungeon won't be enough." Han Dong-soo added, "Not unless you find a treasure dungeon or something." Kim Mi-soo, who'd been silenced, suddenly spoke up. "There is a treasure dungeon." Everyone was surprised. "Ha? A treasure dungeon?" She revealed. "There's a level 4 scorpion dungeon in Gwangju, Jiangxi province with 12 days left before it breaks. It drops a lot of expensive items every hour. I heard each person can earn 4 to 5 blood crystals." Han Dong-soo's jaw dropped. "A scorpion dungeon? You mean the super rare kind they say only appears once a century?" Park Soho exclaimed excitedly, "Sounds great." Dongo suddenly realized something. "But there's no way a treasure dungeon like that would be open to people from other guilds." Suo asked, "We can't get in for free. We'll have to pay to enter, right?" Sun Jan chimed in, "For a dungeon like that, they'll say there's no room. Even if there is." Kim Misu smiled. "The Scorpion Dungeon is managed by the Goriel Guild in the southern part of Jiangxi province. But coincidentally, a cooperation request just came in from the Goryeo Guild. Han Dong-soo was flabbergasted. It seems they're really short on combat teams. Park Soho was still concerned. What about the construction? Kim Misu suggested the Goryeo Guild's parent company, Goryeo Construction, has 50 years of experience in dam construction. If you cooperate with him, we might get the construction done for half the price. Sun urged him, let's go. I want to use this opportunity to test out my new powers. Suddenly, Master Mong Jin appeared and cut in. If you want to test your strength, I think it's a good idea for each of us to team up with a new guild recruit. Everyone was surprised to see him. Master Maong Jin Junho shouted excitedly. All right, let's do it. I think this is a great opportunity in many ways. The soldiers behind them were confused. They're not going to take us, are they? How can F-rank soldiers enter a level for dungeon? Kim Misu enthusiastically pulled out her phone. While you're gone, I'll handle communications with Goryeo Construction. Park Suwa immediately agreed. All right, let's go. The explosion at the blood crystal plant was all over the news. Soho guilds with Jongbu branch blood crystal plant explodes. Investigation underway. Park Soho extinguishes fire in 2 seconds with a water-type skill. Park Suho's flying dragon rescues falling people. DGP claims it wasn't mechanical issue, but a flaw in the blood sea. At the same time, another sensational headline broke. Russia launches Mommy's Boy again. The previous monster wave heading towards the Hongxiang region has been diverted to Mongolia. Officials say Seoul is safe, but the situation will be closely monitored. Meanwhile, EDC24HL News broadcasted live coverage of the Suwa Guild's 5-man team. The Suho Guild finally on the move begins raid on Scorpion Dungeon in Gu, Wonju, Jiangxi Province. The comments section exploded. Is Park Suho finally making a move? I heard they're teaming up with other mercenaries. They're all tackling level 6 dungeons in the area. For a level 4, these sidekicks could handle it with their own teams. Why do you say that? All 4 of Soho stooges are a rank now. You really trust the skills of guys who got power leveled by Park Suho at rocket speed? I clearly remember these idiots getting beaten and kneeling before Lee Sang-yun. I remember that psycho murder, too. A video of the 4 stooges got uploaded. Really? Where's the link? Post it quick. Park Juno's tear-streaked face filled the screen. He yelled, "Destroy Pangaea." With that, Park Juno swung his sword in a powerful slash, sending the monster flying. They were beaten so badly they couldn't fight back. Sunjan also focused his special ability, incinerating the scorpion monsters. Han Dong-soo, with a gun in each hand, relentlessly fired at his opponents. A fearless scorpion charged towards him. Han Dong-soo raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy into a sphere. Form up. Then he decisively unleashed a deadly beam of energy, blasting the scorpion to bits. Elsewhere, Maong Jin, wielding a spear, took down a horde of monsters with just a few spins. He glanced back and saw a swarm of female creatures approaching. Maong Jin raised his hand and summoned a river. The current swept them into the air. Dragons rise. However, some stubborn ones managed to cling to the ground. He was slightly surprised, thinking, Dragon's rise isn't strong enough. Maong Jin clasped his hands together, creating a red circle. He murmured, "Summon undead, king of nirvana, first form." Instantly, red lightning struck the ground. Large craters began to form beneath. Maong Jin focused all his energy on this summon. The undead slowly rose at his call. Maong Jin commanded loudly, "Devour them." Viewers watching the broadcast were terrified, unable to believe their eyes. Is this for real? Isn't this the video of the Stooges? Is this photoshopped? This was filmed after they teamed up with others and entered the dungeon. It's real. Holy crap! I heard the number of necromancers in Maria is decreasing. Is it because of this fake monk? Damn! While they were panicking, Soho drove his dagger into the scorpion he had just defeated. Park Soho let out an interested "oh" as 5 blood crystals emerged from the 2 monsters. He picked up a blood crystal to examine it. This really is a treasure dungeon. Elsewhere, an artificial explosion occurred, sending earth and rock flying. Someone shouted a warning. Fall back. Fall back. Another explosion was triggered. Great detonation. Good. Good. An engineer holding a map asked for Kim Misu's opinion. Do we have to dig further here? She directed. The width on this side must be at least 60 m. He gently reminded her, this side is full of rock. More news updates poured in. Goriel Construction begins building moat for Soho. Is DGB's Bloodstone generator unit stable? DGB plant sued for causing fire and explosion. A Bloodstone generator plant explosion in Malaysia 5 years ago revealed to be caused by a DGB unit. Bloodstone generator researchers point to lack of professional personnel as the reason. Meanwhile, elsewhere, soldiers were eating in a hidden bunker while the rain poured down outside. Suddenly, they heard a tremendous noise. The soldiers immediately grabbed their guns. Damn it, what the hell was that? They crawled out of the bunker, cautiously looking around. Someone lamented, why did it have to be on Port Cutlet Day? Another soldier scolded him. Shut up. What is it? Another voice filled with doubt asked. Could it be a false alarm? They whispered, Shill, I can't hear it. Sounds like a lot of them. Hey, didn't they say the monsters avoided the nukes and headed for Mongolia? Abruptly, 3 flares shot up into the sky. The soldiers gasped. Signal flares. Before them, tens of thousands of grotesque monsters swarmed forward. The soldiers were in utter disbelief. How many are there? 1,000? 10,000? They panicked. Artillery support. Artillery support. They're coming. Fire. At the 3rd Corps Command and Control Center, a report came in. POW, the 2nd Infantry Division has engaged the enemy. A soldier hesitantly spoke up. Commander, the unit under the 1st Corps in Dondukian seems to have been wiped out. The commander heard this and cried out in horror. What? How could they be wiped out right after engaging in battle? They returned to the strategy table. It will be difficult to defend the border at POW. We can't delay. We have to retreat. We must abandon the area north of the river and fight at the sole defensive wall. A commander sighed. Connect me to the director of the Awakened Management Bureau. Currently in front of the Situation Room at the Scorpion Dungeon in Jiangxi Province. A group of people in full Western attire prepared to enter. As they walked in, they greeted hello. Someone inside asked, Who are you? The man introduced himself. We're from the Awakened Management Bureau. When do you expect Park Sua to come out? The person replied, There are 4 days until the dungeon break, but I heard he's going to spend time arming the final gate before coming out. Voices of complaint rose in the room. What? 4 days later? What is he doing? Playing around for 4 days in a level 4 dungeon? The bureau chief yelled into the phone. When Park Soho gets out, tell him the Soho territory in W Jangbu will be nothing but dust. He roared in fury. Tell him his entire family is going to die. Suddenly, something from outer space shot down towards the ground, creating a terrifying earthquake. The resulting explosion nearly destroyed everything in the vicinity. Everyone in the conference watching the recording exclaimed in fear. What is this? People replied. This is footage from the most advanced drone available. Someone asked, "Was that a meteor strike just now?" The briefer reported. 3 meteors with a diameter of 7 m fell behind the First Corps' operational area in Dongdukian, destroying everything within a 6 km radius. One of our best units, the 1st Division, has fallen. Whispers spread. So, the meteors were the cause of the First Corps' destruction. It's highly likely that those meteors summoned the monsters here. The man ground his teeth. What? So that kind of magic is real. Reality is just like a dream. Someone offered an opinion. When the meteorites hit the ground, a terrifying wave of dimensional energy could be felt. This needs to be verified, but the grimoire of planet Uruka records a meteor summoning spell. The president of South Korea frowned. But what kind of monster would use such a violent spell like meteor summoning? Then another video was played showing dozens of bizarre creatures swarming forward. Can everyone see the human-like creatures in a monster horde that broke through the Han River defense line and is advancing south? Can't you see them? Someone urged, zoom in a little more. After the image was enlarged, a figure in black could be clearly seen standing on the back of a monster controlling the horde. People murmured, "Oh, I see it now." Where is that? The screen showed a man with a ghastly green pale skin, a gaunt face, and a strange red glint in his eyes. They were immediately unsettled. That thing's not human, is it? North Korea predicts they are not awakened, but according to the information gathered, they are monsters, the reporter explained. Looking at this scene will make it clear. He then switched to the next image. It showed those grotesque people sprouting tentacles from their mouths, latching on as soldiers and sucking their life force. Someone exclaimed in fear, "What? What are those things?" Then came the sounds of speculation. They're vampires. Vampires. People recounted not long ago in Gaeon there was a level 7 dungeon break. It seems it was a vampire dungeon break. Do you remember the mass murder event in Seoul was also caused by vampires? This could be a part of that vampire group returning. The president of South Korea worriedly asked, "How do we kill them?" Capture them and drive a stake through their hearts. I suppose the high-ranking officials below continue to offer their opinions. According to reports, attacks using the power of the awakened are effective or to completely subdue them. We need SSS class or higher. According to intelligence gathered by the agency, Britain has used a special bomb made from urukamide to eliminate vampires with low-level awakened. The president of South Korea asked, "Urukamide you? What's that now?" The other person replied, "I only know it's a synthetic substance researched by Dr. Toddler. I will report to you immediately if there's any more information." He continued to pose the problem. What if they attack us back? The people below listed the obstacles. According to current data, they either turn normal people into slaves or kill them. The data on the awakened is still insufficient. So far, 2 awakened from the Special Cases team of the Management Bureau have been killed by their attacks. The president of South Korea frowned and asked, "So that means with our current technology in Korea, there's no way to stop the vampires and they're advancing from Gaeon to Seoul. Is that right?" One person spoke up, "Mr. President, we must seal all the gates in Seoul immediately." The president of South Korea wondered, if we only seal the gates, will Seoul be all right? The news updated with urgent bulletins for the citizens about the damage from the meteorite fall in the PU area. The First Corps' lower barracks suffered heavy damage and was surrounded and annihilated by the monsters. Subsequently, after the Third Corps' lower barracks retreated from the front to the Seoul wall, the front line, the screen switched again to images of a nuclear explosion accompanied by the steady voice of the anchor. A nuclear weapon attack near Urumqi, the capital of the Xinji Ongui Autonomous Region of China to stop the wave of monsters from Kazakhstan. Russia also began attacking Alita Mongolia with nuclear weapons. Next was an urgent news flash. Seoul declares emergency martial law. The citizens were urged to evacuate their homes whispering in confusion. What's going on? It's martial law. Someone complained angrily. If they can't stop the monsters, they should prepare shelters. These crazy bastards. The person next to him retorted. You mean stay home and wait to die? I don't think so. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Soho Guild. As Misu was surveying the construction, she received a call from Bureau Chief AB. Yes, Bureau Chief, I'm listening. We're at the public bathhouse construction site. A warning came from the other end of the line. Hey, if you stay there now, you'll all die. She heard this and questioned, what did you say? Bureau Chief AB, walking as he spoke, yelled into the phone, this is a national state of emergency. Even the 3rd Corps in northern Jiangxi has retreated to the Seoul Wall. They've already reached the front of Jiangbu by now. He warned loudly. You need to get there and come down here with them. If you miss this chance, you'll be surrounded by monsters. Bureau Chief AB continued, if the monsters gather in Jiangbu, the government will launch a large-scale bombing. Kim Il-lee asked, you're saying they're going to bomb this place? Are they insane? On the other side, he kept shouting, if you don't want to die, get moving. Not even Park Soo can stop this. A moment later, an announcement over the loudspeaker caused the workers to panic. What? The clear voice echoed throughout the construction site. Attention from the Soho Guild Territory Observation Post. All personnel, please gather the main square immediately. I repeat, all personnel, in this time of crisis. The restaurant owner, Lee Sukja, unaware of the situation, was calmly wiping some cups. She even hummed happily, the chili flower, the white chili flower. A soldier rushed over and saw this peaceful scene. He turned back and called for Kim Misu. Director, the welfare director is over there. Hearing this, she quickly ran over. Oh goodness, director? Kim Misu asked frantically. What are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Lee Sukja wondered. What's wrong? Are you hungry? She announced gravely, we have to leave this place immediately. The old woman was shocked. What? The government had sent a message to every citizen. Emergency disaster warning message. The Capital Defense Command. Increasing inspections at Seoul's entry points, prohibiting ordinary citizens from entering. We asked for your cooperation at the checkpoints. In the parking garage, a crowd of people was slowly moving out. Seeing the guards, they were confused. What's going on? Why is there a checkpoint all of a sudden? I heard the government declared martial law while we were in the dungeon. A soldier in a car was checking the news on his phone and said to the person next to him, looks like the rumor is true. The other guy asked, what rumor? The one about monsters landing. The guard denied it. No, the rumor that vampires are hunting people in Seoul. The other was stunned. Vampires? The specialized vehicle was parked neatly in the lot. The people inside stepped out with their equipment and asked each other. They said they felt dimensional energy. At Gate Bay. Mad Dog isn't here yet. Over there. Following their gaze, they saw Chi Soo-young standing on the median strip with her superbike. The soldiers saw her and waved. Captain, we're here. Chi Soo-young raised her hand to signal for silence. Shill. They were a bit surprised. Huh? What's wrong? At that moment, the guards were pulling out their equipment to screen the citizens. Next person, step up. A man carrying a sack of luggage explained. I was selling skewers at the treasure dungeon and had to close up shop in a hurry to get here, so I could only come empty-handed. After finding nothing unusual, the guard let him go. All right, next. Suddenly, a person with filthy bare feet limped forward. Seeing her, the guard immediately became alert. Ma'am, please step forward. The girl was wearing only a nightgown. Her entire body was grimy and her face was deathly pale. Choice watched her wearily. The girl slowly approached the guard. He seemed to notice something unusual and reached for his gun, but it was too late. She revealed her true form, latched onto the guard, and bit into his neck. Everyone who witnessed this panicked. "It's a vampire." The guards behind immediately opened fire on her, but the vampire instantly turned in a black smoke, merging with the air. They were terrified. She vanished. People rushed to the person who had been attacked, shouting, "Corporal Beck, call an ambulance." "Yes, sir." The black smoke began to convert again, but Choi Soo-yeon was faster, drawing her sword and slashing through her. Instantly, the vampire's true form was revealed as her head was severed from her body by the sword stroke. The vampire's body immediately disintegrated. Choi said, "Got you." Then the guards quickly burned her remains. The witnesses whispered curiously, "That girl caught the vampire. Who is she?" They finally realized that Choi Soo-yeon from the management bureau. At that moment, she was gripping her sword tightly. The name of this sword is the soul-severing blade. When it senses an unusual soul, it emits a sound. Choi Soo-yeon remembered when Park Soho taught her how to use the sword and eliminate an opponent in a single swing. She had asked curiously, "Is that a demon-slaying sword?" He had replied while stroking the blade, "Yes, it's a sword that destroys their very souls." Park Soho had added, "Although it looks Japanese, it was made by a Korean. It's a treasured sword known as the Heavenly Blade of Gang, made from meteoric iron that a man named Gang Sunpil from the planet Gutchin risked his life to obtain." Just then, a group of people approached, calling out, "Captain." She sheathed her sword and ordered, "Go set up the equipment around on the gate and wait there." They responded in unison, "Yes, ma'am." Then Choi Soo-yeon went to the guards and asked, "Excuse me, has anyone from the Soho Guild's territory arrived yet?" They asked back, "Were their names?" She replied, "Lookja Kim Misu." The guard checked the computer for a moment and said, puzzled, "Hi. Their names aren't on the list." Hearing this, Shi Sui-young took out her phone. She complained loudly in frustration. Seriously, the evacuation order was given so long ago, and these people still haven't arrived. Meanwhile, specialized vehicles were carrying people away from the Soho territory. Inside the apartment building, Kim Misu was still trying her best to persuade Lee Sukja. "Director, I told you we have to go now." The old woman stubbornly insisted. "My nephew and John Woo's father haven't returned yet. I can't just leave like this." Misu cut her off helplessly. "That's why we need to get to a safe place first." Suddenly, a squad of soldiers entered, calling out, "Director." The leader reported, "Everyone assigned to the construction site has left." "But we couldn't find John Woo anywhere." Lee Sukja scolded in frustration. "Where has that boy gone now? Seriously, if he's not at the barracks, he must have run off to the beast's rest area to play." Goodness. Kim Misa let out a long sigh. "I'm going to lose my mind." A soldier suddenly pointed toward the door and shouted, "Everyone, look. There's something strange in the sky." Everyone turned their eyes towards the door. They saw a cloud of black smoke, slowly rolling in their direction. "What is that thing?" "It's not a black cloud, is it?" "What? Why did it suddenly get dark?" Upon closer inspection, they realized it was bats. Everyone screamed in terror. "It's bats." Kim Soo finally reacted. She quickly shouted to everyone, "Quick, close the door." The men immediately ran to bolt the door shut. She ordered again, "Move back." The swarm of crazed bats slammed into the glass door, stunning everyone. They fearfully looked up at the monstrous creatures and whispered, "What the hell is this? Why is there a swarm of bats flying around in broad daylight?" The glass panes couldn't withstand the pressure from the bats and quickly shattered. The people in the room scrambled backward in a panic,
avoiding the flying shards of glass.
Kim Mi-soo screamed, "Get back!"
Suddenly, a car from the upper floor was thrown down. Chunks of the wall crumbled and fell with it, creating a chaotic scene. After a struggle, Kim Mi-soo managed to push herself up, panting heavily. On the other side, a soldier helped up Lee Suk-ja and asked,
"Are you all right?" She rubbed her back, groaning, "Oh my god, my back."
The guards were also badly injured. One man clutched his aching shoulder, crying out, "Ouch!" They suddenly saw a hazy ghost-like figure appear outside the door.
Over there. What's that?
They're coming towards us.
Kim Mi-soo immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone, get back."
Then she raised her hand, gathering spiritual energy to create a ball of lightning.
The vampires opened their mouths wide, revealing writhing red tentacles as they lunged towards her.
Kim Mi-soo summoned spheres of power from her spiritual energy and yelled, "Fireball!" The vampires took the full brunt of the attack, their bodies quickly and severely damaged. She continued to hurl fireballs
at the swarming bats.
A moment later, seeing them begin to scatter, Kim Mi-soo turned and said to the others, "Everyone get out of here.
Run to the beast sanctuary." They obeyed, carrying Lee Suk-ja and running. "Director, hold on tight. Run quickly."
The vampires whose bodies had just been torn apart had already fully regenerated. They staggered to their feet and remarked, "Ooh, that hurts."
"This delicious meal is surprisingly feisty."
Seeing this, Kim Mi-soo's expression grew even more grim.
"What, these guys?"
A vampire suddenly teleported in a flash, appearing beside her and landing a painful punch. The people who were leaving saw this and couldn't help but worry.
Director Kim Mi-soo was knocked down, thrown onto the floor. The vampires excitedly muttered, "She's down. She's down. She's down. She's mine. Mine. Mine."
Then they crawled across the floor towards the unconscious Kim Mi-soo.
"She's mine. I was here first."
The one who had hit her loudly asserted, "I caught her.
I was here first." Before he could finish, Lee Suk-ja smacked him on the head with a frying pan.
She scolded him sharply.
"Who do you think you're touching, you rotten bastard?"
This decisive action from Lee Suk-ja made the soldiers behind her stare with wide-eyed terror. The vampire angrily swatted her away, sending her flying. The people around screamed in horror.
"Director Lee!"
The vampire ground his teeth and cursed.
"Where did this old hag come from?"
But the other vampires were already crowding around.
Kim Mi-soo's body fighting over her.
"It's been so long since I've tasted such fresh, delicious blood."
"Don't you touch her. I was first."
The first one immediately kicked them away and cursed.
"I caught, are you bastards?" The guards witnessing this bizarre scene asked each other in amazement. They're fighting amongst themselves. "Hey, what should we do? Should we go get the director?" The one in danger is Director Kim.
The vampires grabbed each other by the collar, arguing loudly.
"You dare touch my food?
You have to share the good stuff. You selfish bastard.
I've lived longer than you. Let me eat first." They continue to taunt.
"Shut up and go eat those guys who smell like trash.
Eat them all."
Hearing this, the guards were stunned.
What did they say? "We smell like trash."
The blonde vampire quickly moved forward, lifted Kim Mi-soo and opened his mouth wide, wanting to bite her.
"I have to eat this delicacy first."
The other two cried out helplessly, "That guy, really?" Then they turned to threaten the remaining people.
"Hey, you lot, you want to die?"
Suddenly, they heard something and all turned around.
A large delivery truck brazenly crashed into the chaotic scene.
The group of soldiers saw who had arrived and cheered with relief.
"It's Miss Choi Suong."
The vampires didn't have time to react before her sword slashed through them, splitting their heads in two. The blonde one suffered the same fate with a blade to his throat. Struck, he instantly transformed into a swarm of bats, flying away in disarray.
Shi Sui-yang scattered them into clouds of black smoke.
She turned back and told the others, "Quick, take those two to the beast sanctuary."
They didn't hesitate any longer. Carrying the unconscious Kim Misu and Lee Sukja, they fled from the swarm of bats. However, the only exit was blocked by bats. It's the bats.
The blonde vampire hidden within the swarm growled, "You don't touch another's food." The guards cried out in panic.
The bats are turning into vampires.
Shi Sui-yang frowned in anger.
This is insane. Pain.
Behind her, another group of vampires suddenly appeared.
They howled, "It's food. Let's eat."
Cho Swan, holding her sword, slashed in a wide arc to hold back the bloodthirsty vampires.
Shut up.
The blonde vampire materialized again, blocking the group's path.
That one is mine. Out of nowhere.
A white wolf leaped out and mauled his face. The vampire was instantly consumed by blue flames. Seeing it, people cheered with relief.
It's Beku. The vampire bitten by Beku is disintegrating. A pack of white wolves ran out one after another. They attacked the vampires, protecting the remaining people. They cheered excitedly. It's the Beast Patrol.
On the other side, Shi Suan was still busy fighting off vampires.
The white wolves set them ablaze. The terrified vampires transformed into bats to escape. One clung to the ceiling and asked in a disbelieving tone, "How can we be defeated by those lowly beasts?" Just then, someone shouted, "Miss Su-yang, behind you."
Shi Sui-yang turned her head to see another horde of vampires rushing towards her.
She exclaimed in shock, "Just how many of them are there?"
Choi Su-young quickly raised her hand and unleashed her ultimate move.
Defense bomb.
Instantly, the vampires were blown apart into a swarm of bats.
However, that wasn't enough to defeat them.
In a flash, a group of vampires had surrounded her. One of them shouted excitedly, "She has the blood of a virgin, fresh and delicious." He had barely finished his sentence when a sharp blade sliced his head in two. Chuang was stunned to see who had arrived.
Park Soho was back.
He quickly dispatched the vampire. Everyone cheered with relief when they saw Park Soho.
The commander is here.
In an instant, the horde of vampires was decimated by him.
They disintegrated.
Leaving only dry skeletons behind, Park Soho stood proudly, watching them burn.
He frowned slightly, wondering, what are these things? Where Cho Su-young stood, a black vortex suddenly appeared, enveloping her.
Seeing this, people called out in panic.
"Miss Su-young, what? What is that?" Park Soo-ho glanced in that direction. With a light wave of his hand, he blew away the remnants of the recent battle. Park Soo-ho wearily eyed the being that now stood before him. Everyone could see it. A female monster with dry, shriveled skin appeared, holding the unconscious Choi Sui-young tightly. Park Soo-ho opened his system window to check and then spoke. "The Vampire Queen, why are you barging into someone else's house?" The figure opposite him suddenly said, "From now on, this place will be mine." He was taken aback. "What did you say?" She looked down at Cho Su-young and licked her lips greedily. "Such sweet blood. My poor children were killed by pathetic creatures like you. I will replace them with the blood of this child." Park Soo-ah smirked. "Looks like you're a psycho, too." With that, he raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy. "Then you could just die." The vampire Baccara quickly tilted her head, dodging the attack. Although she dodged, half of her face was still ravaged. Park Soo-ho seized the opportunity and charged forward with his dagger. Seeing that Baccara was still standing, he was surprised. She withstood that. She immediately conjured a black mist to block his path. Baccara saw her wound, wasn't healing, and ground her teeth in anger. This is Park Suho quickly swung his blade, shattering her defensive line. When he could see through to the other side, he suddenly froze. Park Soho had to dig his heels in to stop himself. Watching Bikar's retreating figure, he summoned fire sprites. Instantly, countless small specks of light appeared in the air, surrounding the entire forest. When Barera collided with them, they immediately exploded. Despite being injured, she tried to flee. Finally, Bakara transformed into a bat and flew away. She landed in the forest and quickly disappeared deep within. A sprite flew over to point the way for Park Suho. He quickly gave chase. Park Suho's speed was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen, the surrounding trees bending in his wake. The moment he saw Bakara, he managed to screech to a halt. Parko turned and called out, "Status window." When he saw the stats, he exclaimed in amazement, "Still in one piece, huh?" She was now holding Choi Suong, sitting on a rock slab, surrounded by a terrifyingly sinister aura. Bakara caressed her face and praised, "Indeed, such sweet blood. The wounds are healing quickly." Park Suho smiled, raising both hands to summon spiritual energy and taunted. "Still alive? I guess you're pretty strong." She pointed a sharp finger right at Choi Su-yang's face and threatened loudly, "I only need to move a finger to pierce her face." Hartso couldn't act rashly now. He stopped his attack. Continued to mock her. "You brought her all the way here just to do that. So strong yet so cowardly." Bakara suddenly introduced herself. "My name is Bakaravi, the last princess of the fallen vampire kingdom." Harku said dismissively, "I didn't ask for your name." She didn't care if he was interested or not, focusing on her own agenda. "In the last 10,000 years, not a single creature in this entire universe has been able to injure me." He was slightly surprised. 10,000 years? Looks like you've lived even longer than me. Do you happen to know of a planet called the Kingdom of Animals? Bakara took a moment to reply. "I do not." Park was a bit disappointed. "What a shame." She snapped. "Do not interrupt me." Bakara continued her tale. Over 1,200 years ago. According to reports from Ikin who visited Earth, this planet was a primitive world ruled by inferior creatures called humans, perfectly suited as food for us. Then she voiced her confusion. "How could a lowly human injure me? This girl and I passed through the sea of blades together, and there isn't a single scratch on her body. How can this be?" Park Suwa casually offered a half-hearted explanation. "Let's just call it selective justice. But you're the first one to survive an attack from my fire sprites." Ikaro was stunned, her mouth agape. "A fire sprite attack," he said magnanimously. "If you hadn't barged in here to fight over territory, we could have gotten along better. What a pity. Now stop hiding behind an unconscious person and come out here to fight me." She frowned and asked, "Just who are you?" Park Soho answered bluntly, "Park Suho, also the king of animals." Barakara heard this and burst out in contemptuous laughter. "King of animals, but doesn't matter who you are." He shot back, "Then why did you ask me?" She was at a loss for words. "Are you a bit stupid?" Barakara bared her fangs and declared with a grin, "No matter who you are, from now on, this is my land, and I will kill you." Hartsuo was confused. "What?" Bakara caressed Choi Suong's face and called, "Open your eyes now, my daughter." Instantly, she opened her eyes, her entire body enveloped in a malevolent red power. Park Suwa asked a completely irrelevant question. "Your daughter? How is a blonde your daughter?" Hearing this, she snapped in annoyance. "Stop asking stupid questions, you bastard." Parko once again opened the system to check. After seeing the analyzing text on the screen, he wondered to himself, is she being controlled? Bakara loudly commanded Choi Suong, "Cut that man's throat with your sword." As if mesmerized, she immediately drew the heavenly blade of Gang. Shi Su-yong began to move closer to Park Su.
He remained calm, waiting for the system to finish its analysis.
Chi Su-yang's eyes suddenly flew open, more alert and no longer lifeless as before. The system finally finished its analysis.
Park Suo smirked slightly.
You're back, aren't you, Blondie? Bakara, still unaware from behind, commanded loudly, kill him. Kill him. And all the creatures here, then offer their blood to me. When she saw that Su-young wasn't obeying, but was instead turning to look at her with hateful eyes, she shouted in astonishment, "What are you doing, you bee?" Cho Suong bowed her head, then suddenly spun around and slashed Bakara with a decisive stroke.
Still not understanding what had happened, she stared at Su-young with wide eyes.
Bakara's head was severed from her neck. She couldn't believe it, uttering, "How is this possible?" Barakara's head was engulfed in blue flames and soon rolled onto the ground. Park walked over and asked Choi Suong, Hey, Blondie, are you okay?" She asked back, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Bakara, though gravely injured, continued to ramble, "It seems you don't know.
That sword was created by a god."
Chi Su-yang was confused. "What?" She warned. "If you can't control it, you must destroy it."
She indifferently kicked Barrera.
What is this crazy woman muttering about? Park Soho suddenly noticed something.
Barakara's body, though burning, remained in the same position. Her finger pointed to the sky, emitting a bizarre column of demonic energy.
He followed its direction and looked up.
Suddenly, a meteor appeared in the sky, hurtling towards them.
Chi Su-yang's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Is that a shooting star?" Bakara threatened loudly. "This is only the beginning.
The wrathful angels will kill every living creature in this place." The meteor drew closer to the ground, about to incinerate everything.
Choi Young
was overwhelmed by the sight before her. Park Suho bent down slightly, then braced himself and unleashed an immense surge of power. Bear number 1, the power he released was so strong it blew away everything around him. A gigantic bear paw appeared, catching the meteor. The brown bear strained, holding back the immense pressure from above. The tip of the meteor shattered under the immense force. Both Choi Su-young and Bakara watched this scene with their mouths agape in shock. Park Soho was somehow able to withstand the weight and heat of the meteor. He raised his other hand, summoning a vortex of cool water. Instantly, Park Suho's spiritual energy enveloped the massive object before him. In a flash, his vortex flung the meteor fragments back into space. They flew out and collided with each other, destroying a satellite in the process. At the same time, in the Japanese Ministry of Defense office, frantic voices were heard. "Combat satellite MSC-1 has lost signal." "What?" "The cause is under investigation." Back with Park Suho, the sky had returned to its clear blue. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and looked up. Park Supo wondered to himself, it probably flew away. Something seemed to explode up there. Cho Su-yang, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was endlessly amazed. "What am I even seeing right now?" Bakara also couldn't believe it. That divine power, could that man be? Before Bakara could finish her sentence, she was stabbed through the head by Choi's sword, causing her entire body to disintegrate. At last, the final princess of the vampires died by the blade of a human she considered inferior. Choi Su-yang stared at the burning tip of her sword for a moment, then reminded Park Soho, "Next time with vampires, you have to smash their mouths first." He asked a little hesitantly, Are you really okay?" She was confused. "Why wouldn't I be, but look sick or something?" Parko gave a faint smile. "It's just you're already crazy, so you probably don't need any medicine, right?" Hearing that, Chi Su-yang frowned in annoyance. "Why are you picking a fight with me again?" He turned away, pretending not to hear. "This time, I need to prepare a hammer." Suddenly, Park Suwa said, "Anyway, thank you for saving my family." She was a bit flustered. "I was just that." Suddenly, from the top of the hill, Han Dong-su's group came running, shouting, "Soho!
Boss!" Everyone ran up to him. "Gildem, would you just blow up into the sky? If I'm not mistaken, did you just punch a meteor back into space? I should have recorded that." They went over to Cho Soo-young. "We heard you got captured, sister-in-law. We were so worried. Anyway, it's a relief you're okay." She was puzzled. "You say I was captured? Who captured me?" The group, not expecting Choi Sui to have no memory of it, quickly changed the subject. "As long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters." Park Kuho asked, "Is everyone else all right?" Juno replied, "Sokja and the department director have been moved to the army medical station. They're recovering. John Woo was taken to the barracks." He added sincerely, "You did well." Han Dong-su suddenly spoke up, "But boss, an evacuation order has been issued here. They said tens of thousands of monsters are heading this way." Everyone urged anxiously. "That's right. The department director also said they would launch a large-scale attack here soon. Boss, we have to retreat." Now, Park Zoho was slightly surprised. "A large-scale attack on me?" Cho Soo-yang suddenly heard something and turned to check. Her eyes lit up as she began to meticulously scan the area. Park, meanwhile, squatted down and placed his hand on the ground to feel the vibrations. His hand shook. With the movement of the earth, Chi Soo-young saw countless monsters running in this direction. She announced 6.1 km from the outer boundary of the Soho Guild territory, approximately 1,200,000 monsters are approaching. Mayong Jin's jaw dropped in shock. 1,200,000. Han Dong-su said fearfully. "Boss, the army has already retreated. We should go, too." Park So on the contrary remained calm and said to Juno, "Juno, make a call now. Tell them not to touch my prey." Choi Sui-young suddenly frowned. "It seems we're too late." They looked towards the deep forest, which was trembling from the monster horde, and took a deep breath. "It's starting, isn't it?" Juno while on the phone reported, "Bro, they said they've already started automatic fire. There will be bombers, too." Without a word, Park Suho transformed into a bird and flew off. Seeing this, everyone panicked and chased after him. "Let's go." Han Dong-su called out, "Soho." They said to each other, "Everyone run." Are we really going to fight a million monsters now? At this rate, Han Dong-su thought to himself, "I guess I have to live dream this." No sooner said than done. While running after everyone, he pulled out his device and started streaming. "Hello everyone, it's Dong-su from the Suho Guild TV channel back again. Folks, do you see the F-15S up there? Right now, we are ahead." The vanguard of the monster horde was blown to pieces by explosion. The commanders in a strategy room monitored the battle from afar. They were informed the Apache fleet has begun its attack. Reports came in continuously. Aircraft number 4 of the Apache Delta fleet is down. Aircraft number 3 of the Foxtrot fleet is down. The 3001 Este fighter squadron is under attack. The commanders were horrified. What is this? These monsters have anti-air capabilities. Even when hit by K9 automatic cannon fire, they're still intact. The aircraft continued to drop bombs, attacking the giant monsters. Suddenly, a strange blue one emerged from the horde. They once again surged forward, causing heavy losses for the military. Aircraft number 5 of the Foxtrot fleet is down. Inside the blue houses is National Crisis Management Center. Officials were engaged in a heated debate. We still haven't deployed all of our available firepower, have we? The monster army's casualties are minimal, and their advance has only slowed slightly. Were we supposed to do against such a strong enemy? One person suggested, we have to order an evacuation of Seoul. If they launch a wide-scale meteor attack on Seoul,
then the president of South Korea immediately objected. "No, we have to stop them no matter what.
Do you know how much has been invested in Seoul?"
Someone suddenly entered the room and announced, "Mr. President, the US has approved a nuclear strike."
They said, AB 1B Lancer has already been dispatched to Guam. The people inside cheered with joy. "Oh my God, we're safe." Having received from the US, they changed their strategy.
The authorized missile is a 10-kiloton Amazing Goodman nuclear missile.
ETA for drop is in 1 hour and 40 minutes. The drop point is near Gangbuk. Detonation altitude is 500 m.
The expected shockwave radius is up to 4.26 km.
The president of South Korea asked, "If it's 4.26 km, will Seoul be safe?"
Someone quickly answered, "Although it's outside the direct blast zone, in the long term, we cannot guarantee safety from radiation contamination." As for the Soho Guild territory in Gyeongbu, just then the military announced the B-1B Lancer fleet has just taken off from the Guam base. The president of South Korea said coldly,
"Right now, the country is hanging by a thread. Is the Soho Guild's territory really a concern? After all, isn't there reason for existence to defend Seoul? Tell them to deploy the iridium shield at the Seoul outer wall and eliminate everything. We can't hold out much longer."
In the Suwa territory, the Zerg-like creatures were being torn apart by bombs and bullets. A pilot focused on flying his aircraft heard the announcement.
"Apache fleet withdraw." He looked outside and saw something. Did something just fly past?
A pillar of light shot down from above. The pilot looked up and realized in astonishment, that's he followed the soaring bird-like figure with his eyes, stunned, "It's Park Soo."
The pilot wondered, what is he doing?
Park Soo-ho landed in a clear spot. The pressure from his descent, so immense it sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere.
Park Soho chose to directly confront the grotesque swarm, which was growing larger by the second.
He gently placed his hand on the cold ground.
The monsters, not understanding what was happening, continued to surge forward.
The pilot, observing from above, surmised the wrath of the land.
Park Suho's entire body emitted a blazing aura that could incinerate anything. He spoke softly. "Rise."
Instantly, the ground beneath Park Soo-ho's feet cracked under the immense pressure.
The spiritual energy he channeled into the ground spread towards the horde. They were quickly thrown into the air along with large chunks of earth. The pilot was utterly astounded by this sight. The horde was buried under earth and rock.
With a single move, Park Soo-ho had successfully created a rampart burying the monsters.
Chi Suong's group arrived and saw the rampart, exclaiming in disbelief.
They were all swallowed by the earth.
"Unbelievable," Han Donggu asked doubtfully. "Is it over?"
However, they had underestimated the stubbornness of the giants. A blue one broke free from the thick layer of earth and rock, clawing its way out. Following it, others also dug their way out. Han Dong-soo continued speaking to the viewers on his livestream.
"The Zerg are back. Thorny branches accelerated growth. Park Soho unleashed another technique. Thorn spikes. A mass of thorny vines quickly grew, tightly binding the creatures. The onlookers were amazed. The monsters are being torn apart by the branches. Pushed to their limit, the Zerg unleashed their final attack.
They opened their mouths wide and spewed out fireballs. Han Dong-soo's group was bewildered.
What's that now? These disgusting things still kicking even after they're dead.
Seeing Park Soo-ho sitting calmly amidst the sea of fire, they shouted worriedly, "Boss, get out of there." His eyes lit up, his mind calculating something.
The battle continued to rage intensely.
Earth, rock, and fire flew everywhere, posing extreme danger to everyone.
Yet, Park Soo-ho remained calmly seated.
Gently touching the ground, he slowly sensed it. Soo-ho's eyes blazed with determination.
Soho leaned down. Murmuring, "Fire. Sprites."
The moment he finished speaking, all the earth and rock around him exploded under immense pressure, shattering into 100,000 pieces. The Zerg monster roared in agony from the attack. Its roar shook the heavens as it suffered heavy damage, greatly diminishing its combat strength. Suo's assault was far from over. This time, he intended to deliver the final blow. He attacked, Fire Strike. The destructive power of the Fire Strike was immense, devastating everything in its path. The raging flames incinerated everything around. Everything was engulfed in a blazing sea of red fire. The Zerg monster was no exception. It was consumed by Suho's counterattack, turning to ash and dust. After the attack, Suho remained seated calmly, without a hint of concern, carrying himself like a valiant warrior. At this moment, the high-ranking officials in the Blue House were beyond surprised, sitting in the National Crisis Management Center Situation Room.
Everyone who witnessed Suo's battle through the small screen couldn't stop marveling.
Murmurs of awe and praise for Suho filled the room. The president of South Korea still couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. He stammered.
What am I watching after creating an earthquake? Park Suho now causes a fire.
He trembled as he held the tablet, his heart filled with panic. The congressman who witnessed the scene also chimed in.
One seeing the extraordinary sight asked, "Is it the magic we've heard about?" Another congressman expressed his apprehension, fearing Suo's uncontrollable power. Even though he's on our side, isn't this too overwhelming?
An old man, his face pale, hesitantly replied, I didn't expect it to be on that scale.
True. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary person like Suho possessed such immense combat power? A call came in reporting on Suho's situation to everyone in the office. Mr. President, we have a report that the monsters heading south are being annihilated.
Everyone sitting there felt like they were watching a sci-fi movie because it sounded so absurd.
What? All 1.2 million of them have been annihilated. What the hell is going on?
One man against 1.2 million monsters.
It's terrifying.
Hearing this, the president of South Korea hastily issued a new order.
What is this? Tell the nuclear bomber to turn back immediately. He decided to reverse course at the last minute.
In Suho's battle, the monster that was attacked seemed to be on the verge of death. But its will to live was extraordinary, and it crawled out of the wreckage. Suho's comrades saw the monster stirring and shouted a warning.
There's still one alive.
Their voices were desperate.
Soho!
They all screamed to warn Suho, but for some reason, he remained motionless, but Suho isn't moving at all.
They sighed, didn't react.
They were all extremely surprised.
Jessica, watching from a distance, asked Han with concern. Did he overheat?
At this rate, he's going to pass out.
Choi Su-yang was also surprised. Ah, so it's not a trick.
It seems she had overthought it.
Suho couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, curling up on the cold, hard ground. Su's comrades saw this and cried out.
Soho, it's dangerous.
They all shouted in unison, Boss. Witnessing this, Zeshik couldn't keep his composure.
He grabbed his sword and charged forward, sobbing.
His comrades were surprised, then terrified. Han Dong-su, seeing Zeshik's reaction, also rushed after him.
Here he comes, the screaming butcher.
Shi Su-yong ordered, everyone run.
Han Dong-da yelled, Oh God, everyone just get out of the way. Everyone charged forward to attack, determined and without mercy. But alas, they only attacked while shouting chaotically, Rant! In the city center beneath the towering skyscrapers, life and soul went on as busy as ever.
At the convenience store where Lai Wu worked, the customers had paid and left. Lee San-woo
also gave a fake sincere thank you.
Have a good day.
As the customers walked out of the store, they started whispering. I heard there was a murder in Don District.
A friend chimed in. I saw that. They said they found the body of a man in his 20s who died suddenly. But there's also a rumor that vampires did it. The guy who blurted out thought about it again. Man, that's really scary. Freaking scary. Leon Wu, hearing the two customers who just left, smirked coldly. Vampires, huh? Liang Wu observed his plan. Living as Liang Wu was still beneficial for upgrading the regression stone. Better to be safe than sorry. He opened the analysis panel. Only the blood of 298 people left for the regression stone's upgrade. He opened his phone, waiting for the news. And now it's time for the long-awaited news to appear. Liang Wu thought smugly that his plan was perfect. Seoul will become a city of ashes because of hundreds of thousands of vampire monsters. The Great Exodus from Seoul. Liang Wu had been looking smug all this time. But what was this that hit his eyes? When the world was happening before his eyes. Where was the news he was waiting for? Liang Wu's face fell. It turned out all the newspapers were reporting on the battle between Park Soho and his friends. Liang Wu was furious, his voice trembling. What? What is this? Liang Wu stared at the news, unable to contain his exploding anger. Annihilated 1.2 million monsters. Suddenly, Liang Wu realized something. Wait a minute. An earthquake and fire in his mind now were a series of images of burning flames. Overwhelmed, Liang Wu realized with a shock, earth plants, fire wind, he wondered, could this be the power of a god? Liang Wu broke out in a cold sweat. In a distant land, a blizzard raged, blanketing the entire region in white. This was the city of Kidala. In a somewhat old wooden house. Inside the house, the fire from the hearth flickered as a mother knelt in prayer. You've heard the rumors, haven't you, my son, that a god has appeared in the east who will save us? Hato replied to his mother, so, a god has finally descended into this hell. Hato thought to himself, a god? He went on. He remembered the prophecy that a whirlwind would blow. The earth would shake, vanquishing demons, bringing forth yeast and daily bread. The one who saves weak humanity from evil is a savior with a long scar on his face. Hato smirked faintly. His voice sounded as if he wanted to give up on everything. A god who saves the dead world, even if it's an illusion, clinging to a thread of hope. It's not surprising for people to go mad in this world. Hato's friend pushed the door open, reminding him as a snowy wind from outside blew in, chilling them to the bone. His friend reminded him, Hato. His friend quickly said, we have to go now. The vampires have come here. Suddenly, a vampire appeared from behind. That was the 21st regression. All the memories of that night flashed through Li Songwu's head. He began to suspect. Could the old woman's delirious words be true? If it's a long scar on the face, it might not be Park Suho. After all, there could be many people who use divine power. If so, there must be an item that can awaken the power of a god, right? Suddenly, Liang Wu realized something. Elsewhere, Liang Wu remembered Ako's words. She had said, I heard it's a rare item that only falls to planets once every 1,000 years, and it disappears within 10 days. It's the food of the gods. Eat it and you won't grow old, nor will you die quickly. Liang Wu was startled as he realized it's the ambrosia, the item that awakens divine power. He remembered Park Suho's challenge. It's because you're weak. Liang Wu ground his teeth. Cursing that damn bastard, that lucky bastard who awakened with that item. But then Li Songwu managed to control his impulse and reconsidered. Wait a minute. He suspected, how did Park Soho get that ambrosia? He realized that's right. If I go back to before the change, if I go with that guy, won't I be able to get the ambrosia in my hands? Liang Wu calculated. Finally, Li Wu connected the dots and found the answer. Of course, the answer lies in regression. On Ishigaki Island in Okinawa at a seaside villa, laughter echoed. Oh ho ho, indeed, indeed. Another voice asked, "What is it, sir?" Ikisa, the Vice Minister of Defense, held a glass of wine in one hand and scrolled through his phone with the other. The Pacific Fleet's aircraft carrier group that was going to rescue the fleet fleeing from South America ended up being completely destroyed by monsters. Zakio, the director of the administrative department, heard this and commented, "Why would they do something so reckless and pointless?" Observing the photos sent back, they concluded, looking at the recent photos, the monsters seem to have gotten stronger. In any case, the fact that the US is pinned down on the mainland is good news for us, he said with a smile. Zakio added. But approaching Park Suwa will become even more difficult. They surely won't let go of a man who can punch a meteor out of the sky. Akisa said, "If they have no intention of handing Park Suwa over, why don't we just attack the Koreans?" Zakio, hearing the Minister of Defense say this, feigns surprise. "Oh, is that even possible?" Akisa continued. "The South Korean government is also in tatters right now. They are struggling to defend Seoul from the monster's full-scale attack. So everything will depend on Park Soho, Bususan, to Gwangju, and Ju will surely want to be protected and sign a defense treaty with a stronger government." Jocko realized that's true. Bususan is currently the most active. They will soon declare independence and sign a defense treaty with Japan. The mayor of Bususan, Mr. Son Jong-mu, is the one who paid a visit to Yasukuni 5 years ago. Jakeo finally understood the deep-seated intentions. Oh, so there are outstanding people like that in Korea, too. Akisa added, "If our forces can enter Bususan, occupying the other cities is just a matter of time." Isn't it? As a businessman, Zakio expressed his interest. "Personally, I really like the Asian connection gate of Azuka in Seoul's Jipo." Akisa sipped his wine, asserting, "It won't be long before Bususan and Ixon open the Gyutan gate." Jakarta was surprised. What? He was shocked. You mean they will help the Zhongyuan people from planet Gyutan enter our mainland? Confronting the Mammon race is already difficult enough. Why? He didn't get to finish. I explained, it seems the Zhongyuan people are very interested in Korea's traditional sword-making techniques, but when it comes to sword-making, isn't Japan #1 in the world? I heard that the swordsmith of a Namgong family in Zhongyuan is actually Korean. Jocko was still puzzled, not quite understanding Akage's meaning. So he asked, "General, what you mean is," he explained, "in any case, if we and the Zhongyuan people join hands with the Korean cities, the city of Soho will have no choice but to sign a defense treaty with us. Whatever the cost, we must get them to enter the mainland soon. The volcanic eruption at the Azu seabed is only 5 years away." A strange light flashed by. Rikio realized it was a connection gate. A man appeared, waving hello. Who? Akisa recognized the two men and cheered with delight. "Dr. Toddler, Director Zibbet, I thought you would be arriving by plane. Why did you suddenly use a gate?" The Director of British Intelligence, SITE, heard this and was flustered, apologizing profusely. I'm very sorry for surprising you." Sorry. Dr. Toddler grinned. "I'm sure everyone will be very happy." Ha ha. The two of them came to shake hands with Ikisa and Zakio. They were overjoyed. Ha ha. So, you finally succeeded in creating a gate generator. Zakio shook his hand. Congratulations. Akisa also said, "This is the result of everyone's hard work." Dr. Toddler turned to Zibbet. "It seems this gate is still limited to 2 people. If there are 3 or more, the coordinates will be flawed." Akisa offered his praise. "In any case, it's wonderful." Dr. Toddler replied, "Azuka has no reason to choose America's Tiddler as a strategic partner over Britain's Jonan." Jacob also chimed in. "We believe in that." Zibbet expressed. "All of this is thanks to the support of the Japanese government." Ezel showed his cunning face. "It's time for us to forge a new world order for humanity." Dr. Toddler was curious. Things like Parkso, the regression stone, a new weapon that can clear a 7th level dungeon. This is going to be very interesting, he smirked. In the northern region of the Suwa territory, dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the path, making it impossible to find a way out. They held up the bloodstone and sighed. Huh, I can't believe there's only one bloodstone this big. A scorpion dungeon sounded nice, but Manhwa hesitated. Juno also replied, I know, right? How long do we have to keep this up? My Jean complained, my back already hurts just thinking about it. Juno lamented. To replenish the guild's depleted budget due to unplanned spending, we have no other choice. Government support is also limited at the moment. DGB, our partner, is also downsizing its business. Their stock has halved and capital is hard to move. In short, during this time, everything is extremely difficult. Dong Su added, the Nami Angel Granary is full. Couldn't we make a lot of money selling that? Dong Su didn't understand why it was so unusual. Usual Sua hearing Dong Su explained the world is on the brink of collapse now, which country would spend money to buy that? They think it should be provided as free aid instead of sold. That's why we have to work harder. Suddenly, Juno called out, Dong Su. Juno reminded him, when you upload the video, remembered to edit my part. I'd be so embarrassed if my son saw it. Dong Su was curious. Why? The Screaming Butcher is so popular. It's like a genie, he asked. But why were you crying? Juno replied, would you understand if I explained it? An old man's tears accumulate over the years. Dong Su turned to ask Myong-jin, but where did you sneak off to back then, Master Myong-jin? The reason all the necromancers in the country are getting thinner is because of you, Myang replied. I made it clear that I went to save the students who had lost their way. Those things again. Dong Su broke the gloomy atmosphere. Let's just take it easy today. In a hospital ward, a sudden cry rang out. Oh my god, where did this grumpy old woman come from? Lee Sukja wailed loudly. Sprawled on the hospital bed, ceaselessly cursing. Who you bastards? Kim Soo, seeing this, was flustered but decided to ask, why are you crying, ma'am? Soja replied, because of old age. My eyes are blurry. My back hurts. There's not a single place that doesn't ache. Kim Soo placed medicine and water on the table, reminding her, take this medicine 30 minutes after meals every day. Don't forget, she added. And I found a caregiver for you. She'll start tomorrow. Sukja sighed. Bringing me the bottle of raspberry wine left in the cabinet would be better than bringing medicine. Misu asked about the red bottle. Sukja retorted, I might as well try flipping this bedpan over. Misu left the room and joined the others who were eating, sighing. Ha! Suwon saw this and looked over. She asked about Sukja. Is she all right? Misu asked in surprise. Didn't Soho heal her injuries? She's recovering very slowly, she recounted the situation. Suwon guessed, it seems to be a psychological issue. Misu asked again, but hasn't Park Soo-ho come yet? Suwon replied, he's with the guild members clearing the northern city wall. Suddenly, Soo-ho's voice rang out, catching Suwon's attention. Looking for me? Everyone welcomed him. You're here, Jaw cheered and waved happily. Uncle Mrs. said, the government has sent a document. Soho was surprised again. What document? John Woo finished eating and quickly stood up. I'm done eating. The monkeys also jumped around wildly. Xian Wu ran off with the monkeys. Let's go. From now on, we'll fight the Aguchim gang. Everyone was amused by his antics. Soho was surprised. The awakened monkeys are following John Woo. That's amazing. The contract lay on the table. 0 guild defense contract. Soho picked up the contract. Surprising 0 guild. Su Young placed a hand on his shoulder. Misu explained, if you sign this, the Soho guild's rank will be promoted to Ju. The Soho territory will no longer be Sector 13 of Seoul but will become the city of Soho. Soho was surprised. City of Soho. Misu explained further. That's right, the city of Soho. Did you know that South Korea is a federation of 4 major autonomous cities including Seoul, Bususan, Gwangju, 2, and 3 medium and small cities, Pahon, Jeonju, Incheon, and the special autonomous region of Ju. Now there will be the city of Soho as well. Suwon wondered, so what's different from now? Misu explained further. The city of Soho will have autonomy like a major city and will officially sign a national defense treaty with the South Korean government. Soho was surprised. A national defense treaty? Suwon added. It means don't go abroad but protect South Korea. Suho was stunned. I can't leave. Su Yang, annoyed by Soho's naivety, said, seriously, at times like these, you have to keep going out. You know, you idiot. Soho still didn't understand. I know. Mrs. said, yes. The government is concerned about a security breach when you, Suho, are not in South Korea. Su Young said, you might get called to various places. Are you okay with that? Suho said, if I just stay home, it's fine, but Misu added, it's not free aid, but full compensation. The city of Suho still needs national aid, right? I don't think there's any problem with this kind of mutual help. After all, we're neighbors. Soho picked up the pen about to sign. Sign here, Su Yang annoyed pointed again. Not there. Right here. Misu was surprised. But shouldn't you read it before signing? Suwa replied, I've heard everything she said. What else is there to read? Let me take a quick look, Misu added. I have one more proposal. So about to sign. Pause. What proposal? Misu proposed. Hire me. The other two. Hearing this, their faces fell. What? Suwon was surprised. Really? You know, Mrs. said frankly, I am an ambitious person. Suwon also nodded. Yeah, great. And I work at the Awaken Management Bureau. If you hire me, I will do my best to add high-quality personnel to the city of Soho after its upgrade. Suho, chewing on his pen, agreed. High-quality personnel. Sounds good. Misu was overjoyed. Thank you. I'll officially start next week. Su agreed. Okay. Suwon was speechless. Ha! This is just unbelievable. Misu said. And choice. Su Yang. You're ordered to return to the Management Bureau's Vampire Task Force. Swan was surprised. What? The Vampire Task Force? Weren't they all wiped out? There were so many. Misu explained. There are still many murder cases believed to be caused by vampires in various parts of the city. So, the team's equipment and personnel are currently being expanded. You said you want to go where it's tough. Is this enough for you? Su Yang hinted. Ha? Am I going to be sent to the countryside again? Misu replied. For now, it's in Seoul. Sway. Ong stood up. Then I understand. It's getting late, so I should go. I'll report to the team tomorrow. Suho asked with concern. Are you sure you're okay? Why don't you rest for another day? Swan refused. Don't worry about it. With that, she left quietly, leaving Suho staring after her in surprise. Suho felt pity. She's still in pain. But in her room, after taking off all her clothes, she stepped into the bathroom. Hot water streamed over Soo-yeon's body. Body aches all over. She scoffed at herself. Ha! And awakened with body aches. How embarrassing. Warm water flowed over Soo-yeon. Suddenly, there was an urgent report. Jean, vampires have captured the Minister of Defense. The vampires attacked, cornering the minister on the edge of the balcony. Everyone was in a panic. What do we do now? If normal bullets don't work, what should we do? When will the Urukamide bullets arrive? A senator asked. Right before the document was approved, the Minister of Defense ended up like this. Soo-yeon leaped down from the rooftop. The vampire lunged directly for the minister's neck. Soo-yeon descended with a single sword strike. She dealt with the vampire, blood splattering everywhere. A warning came that the Minister of Defense would lose his life. The news reported National Assembly member Kim Mulligan was attacked by a vampire at his private residence. Report, Lydia E.G., President of the Seoul People's Court, was attacked. Minister of Environment and Resources attacked by a vampire. A series of reports about ministers and officials being attacked by vampires. He began supplying Urukamide bullets to allied nations. Seeing this, the public protested. This is a conspiracy by the rivals for succession this time. It's a trick by that John C. Lang after the son of DBGA chairman owner Ho Chan was arrested for corruption. They even ordered the cameras to be turned off. At the Awaken Management Bureau, someone called for Miso. Miso, a despicable old man, was clinging to Miso's stocking. Miso angrily snapped. Ah, seriously, stop pulling on my stocking. The old man had no intention of letting go. If you leave now, what am I supposed to do? Miso was annoyed. What do you mean what to do? Just do whatever needs to be done. He pleaded. Can you please reconsider this? After all, you're the next one to sit in the director's seat. Where on earth are you going giving up such a good position? Miso confidently replied, to the city of Suwa. The old man was shocked. He exclaimed, What? On the highway, a car was driving at breakneck speed. Inside the car, Misa was on the phone with her superior. Mr. GLN, this is Captain MSU. A voice came from the phone. Hello, Captain. There was some trouble in the team related to search, control, and capture, but the construction site is still operating quite well. The other side replied, Is that so? But I heard the use of substandard materials was entirely intentional to remove Mr. GN from a team. Mr. Joan laughed loudly. Ha, you have quite a sense of humor. We've handled the issues at the power plant facility for now. That is, but we can't rule out another explosion happening soon. Mr. Joan replied, and unfortunately, there's not much we can do with our technology at this point. If you contact Tesla in the US, it might be faster, Mr. Joe suggested. Misu then asked, wasn't it the S-Point? I-Point Loint Law Corporation that built the Bloodstone power plant in Seoul. The driver replied, initially, yes, but Tatla's facility team supervised the overall guidance. Misu nervously bit her nails. We had a few collaborative projects to enhance our expertise after paying them the invention fee. Hearing Tsunumi say that, her friend added, this is extremely expensive and within a very limited time frame with no technology to transfer. Sumi pouted, UG, what a crappy cost efficiency. She asked, is Dr. Zichak still the leader of Tatla's facility team? The girl replied, yes. Misu hummed, calculating, for the city of Soho to be technologically independent, it first needs a core engineer to lead the development of dimensional energy technology. In addition, there's the use of necessary equipment. Many engineers in various fields and even research students. An inventor is a returning soul who could be compared to Dr. Toddler of Britain's Jolin or Dr. Zichak of America's Tatla. Misu asked her subordinate again, have you gotten the list of returnees from the RCD database? The assistant replied, "Yes, Captain. I just sent it to you via message." The list sent was divided into categories: unassessed, potential rookie, list of returning souls, first-class returning souls, second-class returning souls, third-class returning souls, and fourth-class returning souls. She tapped on the tablet, invention, development, and returning souls related to the research field. Misu recognized the name Suwonbwa Gang. The assistant announced, "We are approaching the 34th gate." From a distance, they saw Juno waving. "There's Juno over there." Misu expressed her thanks. "Thanks for the ride, Sujin. You'll be joining the city of Soho soon, right?" Sujin replied quickly. "I plan to go there in about a month." Misu complimented, "You've got it all planned out." Her former colleague spoke up. "See you later." "I'll miss you." Misu also gave a bright smile in return. "Thank you for everything." On the battlefield, the majority of South Koreans have been invaded by monsters from the north. The mysterious disappearance of the Siru Bridge. Hoibsuan knows everything. A level 6 dungeon is about to erupt in District 2. Villa Guild requests help. We have no warriors left. The image you're seeing is from the Silla Guild. Minhyo K. Kong suffered a fatal bite from a crocodile during a level 6 raid in District 2. The shortage of soldiers in the S-Point I-Point Loint Law Guild becomes more severe. Dong Su, lying around scrolling on his phone, suddenly noticed something. He sat up abruptly. A crocodile. People were arguing. Come on. 2 hours is too long, Suho complained. Why is this construction moving so slowly? The people seeing him nudged each other. It's part Zuho. Let's go. The workers hastily promised. We're trying to work as fast as we can, but the machinery keeps shutting down because the power keeps getting cut. This power issue is because of unstable equipment from the Bloodstone power plant in the cafeteria. Suho went to investigate. He told everyone step back. Listening to Suho, everyone stepped back. Suho jumped down directly to assess the situation. Even from such a height, Suho landed safely and with ease. All the workers there had to marvel in surprise. Suho placed his hand down and began to exert force. Suho directly pushed with a strong force. The wrath of the land, the earth under pressure compressed and then exploded, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere. The workers who witnessed this couldn't help but be wide-eyed and open-mouthed. It was so extraordinary. So that's Suho's famous seismic skill. Another one corrected, "It's earth burst, you idiot." Suwa turned and reminded them, "Calculate the distance and then subtract the total repair cost for me." A representative stepped forward and stammered. "Yes, of course, please don't worry about that, sir." "Yes." Juno, seeing Soho do this, ran over to complain. "Bro, are you planning to collapse again?" Suho, seeing Juno's worry, reassured him. "But I need to quickly fortify the security of the outer area so I can feel truly at ease when I'm away." Juno asked his brother, "So, you really intend to go to planet Isuka?" Suho affirmed. "Of course, I will go and find the answers myself." With that, Suho and Juno walked off together. Juno saw the supervisor's car from a distance. "That's the department director's car." Misu was delighted to see Juno. "Here. There you are." Juno was surprised that Misu was looking for him. "Why? Is something wrong?" Misu relayed the message. "We receive an urgent request from the Sila Guild." Suho asked, "Back in a dungeon, but I'm busy right now." Suddenly, Dong Su jumped down from nowhere, appearing in front of everyone, making them all jump. Juno yelled, "My heart just skipped a beat, you bastard." Misu asked Han with concern. "Are you okay?" Dong Su cried out, "Oh, this height is still too much for me." Suho wondered, "Why did you come down?" I told you to keep an eye on that OC village from the hill. Dong-su quickly explained why he was there. It's because I saw a crocodile. Hearing that, everyone's expression hardened. A crocodile? Where is it? Dong-su quickly showed them the news article on his phone in a dungeon inside the Sela Guild's district. It's super strong. Really? The Sela Guild's key figure Min Hookong even got his leg bitten and was seriously injured. Soho looked at it. Then it must be really strong. I think so, Dong-su said quickly. Of course, Min Hookong is an S-ranker. Misu was excited. Ah, then that's really good news. That's the dungeon they were about to withdraw from. It's about to break. Misu was equally thrilled. Soho was excited. Then we have to hurry. But Misu stood in front of them, stopping them. Wait, she explained. The Silic Corporation includes engineers and equipment related to the Bloodstone power plant facility. I've asked to take that equipment in exchange for helping them deal with the dungeon. Everyone was surprised by Misu's move. Ah, you've already done that? Misu proposed. So, let's join them right after I finish signing the contract. Suwa asked in surprise. I thought the dungeon was about to break. Shouldn't we worry about that first? Misu replied, that's a calculation from the Silly Guild's perspective. The dungeon break is still 8 days away. Plus, we have 45 other dungeons to deal with. Dong-su scratched his head. Ah, Soho, this must be a piece of cake for you. Misu asserted. Yep. The Sela Guild is in trouble, not us. Let's just wait until they contact us. Suho agreed. I understand. Juno also praised her. She really is a master of negotiation. Dong-su also chimed in. I'm telling you, our guild needs at least one smart person like her. Juno was happy. I'm glad you're on our side. I mean, I used to think you were just a weirdo. But still, Misu laughed. You used to think that. I don't even know why. Ha ha. Suddenly, a helicopter flew towards them. Everyone gasped in awe. What's with this cool helicopter? It has our guild's name on it. Misu said, DGB sent you guys one as an apology. A person stepped out and greeted them. Hello. The helicopter gradually landed. The young man from before continued to speak. I think I've seen this person somewhere before. Misu said, you must have raided a level 4 dungeon with this person back in Sahan and Namiangju. His name is Min Seo, and he's in charge of the gate guard for the team. At RCD. Dong-su realized it was the guy with the video recording skill. Mensu, seeing everyone's excitement, said, long time no see. He introduced himself. My name is Minsu, CEO, and I will be the commander of the material management team at the gate for the Suwa Guild from today. Su welcomed him. Welcome to our guild. Thank you. Everyone was impressed with the helicopter. This is a new model. Is it expensive? Misu received the letter from. It's indeed a letter from Sela. Their chairman just gave him permission to move. Dong-su was excited. Yeah, Juno was just as happy. That's great to hear. Suho urged, so, can we go now? Misu led the way. This way. Please, let me lead you to the dungeon. Suho ordered, start filling the moat with water. To the construction site. I'll use this place as a trap for the crocodiles. Juno reminded him, all right, brother. Stay safe. Misu also said, be careful. MSU reassured them. Don't worry, everyone. When it comes to helicopter piloting skills, I'm on S rank. We'll be back before you know it. The helicopter took off. Dong-su asked Misu. That guy, he's still a do rank, right? Misu replied, I think so.
Juno also commented, his cheerful demeanor really breaks my heart.
Oh, by the way, have you heard from Zeshik since he returned from Jianzhou? Master Swordsmith, Sun Bong. I've always wished for the honor of meeting you. Please send me there.
He still hadn't found him when I talked to him early this morning.
Ha! He's the one who went to GLNU 4.
First time and his heart was broken again. He has to go through hardship on his own again.
In GLNU, Zeshik was feasting.
Well, now that I'm in Jianzhou, I should treat myself to the famous Bibbon Bap here.
Excuse me, miss.
One soldier, please.
Juno also expressed his concern.
But now that we have a pretty good contract with the Scylla Corporation, do we really need to go through all that trouble all the way to Glowing You to find one person? I mean, swordsmanship doesn't have much to do with a bloodstone power plant.
Misu explained,
but the swordsmanship of planet Hades is completely different from Earth's. And the most important factor is that Mr. Sun Pill Gang's awakening skill is invention, just like Dr. Toddler's.
Juno was surprised. Invention?
He received the title of Master Swordsman
from planet Handex, where it might take more effort to achieve the skill.
That alone is enough to speak to the importance and weight of the skill he possesses.
His talent might even surpass Dr. Toddler's. Dong-su exclaimed. So, he might be one of those legendary hermits you only hear about. Misu smiled. Ha ha. You're not wrong. I believe you will be the best research director in the city of Soho. That is if we can solve this one variable. After eating and drinking, Zeshik staggered down the street. This place is full of delicacies.
Zeshik's face was flushed from drinking too much. The helicopter flew across the vast sky, taking Suho where he needed to go.
Suho sat silently, observing everything from above. Mensu, seeing Suho's silence,
started the conversation.
The Soho region is beautiful, isn't it? Suho smiled and affirmed. Indeed. Mensu lamented.
Earth used to be this beautiful.
Now it's like it's become a giant dungeon.
Watching the news these days always breaks my heart.
Suwa pondered. Earth is a giant dungeon. MSU continued.
Yes, monsters and dungeons are pushing people out of their lives and establishing their own villages, transforming Earth's environment to resemble dungeons, and the lands of South Korea are no exception.
Soho wondered, Earth becomes a giant dungeon.
To deal with the current situation, we first need to find out why this is happening to Earth. Perhaps the High Elves of Isuka will have the answer about what caused this disaster and the reason for the dungeon's appearance, along with the location of my lost friends and the secrets related to myself.
Mensu asked, where is the passage to planet Azuka?
The Isuka Passage in Asia is currently located on Jipo River, Juju.
Soho was delighted. Zuka, this is great news. Misa said, that's top secret information only available to top government officials and GCD equipment technicians. I mean, imagine what would happen if people found out. Soho thought, I should go to Isuka as soon as I deal with enough crocodiles to complete the new moat.
The plane continued its journey at the convenience store where Lai Songwu worked.
Oh my goodness, what happened?
40 people died in Bususan, but they still haven't found the culprit.
You have to come home early. You hear?
A mother reminded her daughter. The girl reassured her, Mom, don't worry. On the news, they're expanding the special forces to deal with the vampires.
Suddenly, she turned to look at Lee Songwoo. Lee Songwoo was caught off guard. Walking out of the store, she said to her mother, Mom, did you see that handsome guy? He looks just like Swe.
The mother was surprised.
Song Woi? You don't know him? He's the world's top returning soul. He murdered people in Japan and then fled.
He realized, damn it, the replacement shift has arrived.
Hey, sorry I'm late. I missed the bus. He smiled. It's fine. See you tomorrow. Stepping out of the store, he was startled to see two police officers in front of him. He calmly walked down. I think it's time to leave Busan. The United States will be the ideal destination. There are many isolated survivors there.
Compared to South Korea or Japan, it will be much easier to upgrade the regression stone there. A few of their cities still have enough strength and intellect to deal with a level 7 dungeon break and a monster waves for at least another 10 years. If I can use the future diary as bait to approach their intellectuals, I'll get more information about Park Soho.
All right. Right. Let's go to America, Leon Wu decided. In the forest, Wu entered. Men Su was startled. See, Captain, I was supposed to drop you off when we arrived, but he stammered. Suo felt a sense of familiarity with the place. MSU was surprised. Excuse me, suddenly, something fell, pushing Mu. MSU looked up. Zuho also turned to MSU.
Minsu cried out in fear. His face a mask of panic and worry.
A horde of monsters was attacking them. Many monsters flew out from everywhere.
They were about to attack, but Soho easily blocked them.
MSU screamed and fell to the ground. Zoho single-handedly took on the horde. He was surprised that MSU couldn't kill them. What's wrong? Kill them, Zuho demanded. MSU scrambled to his feet, terrified but obedient. Yes, Captain. MSU stood up with his sword and counterattacked.
The monsters tried to bite back, but MSU was faster, killing them all with one sword strike. One was beaten out of shape by him.
MSU said, I'll do my best.
But he had already dealt with the monsters. He turned to ask Soho.
Did I handle them all?
He yelled, Captain.
A series of monsters died like falling leaves. Suho calmly said, I finished them all. Kill everything in your sight. MSU obeyed. Yes, Captain.
He thought to himself, so, this is the famous Suho machine.
Soho nodded. MHM standing before a tree with a large crack. Suho thought, this is good mark, but this used to be my territory. Why is Gudo's mark here? Strange. I'm sorry. After dealing with it, he went to Suho. He was out of breath. What's wrong? Suho said. This place used to be my territory. He didn't invade my territory for 100 years. At least not before I left. MSU asked in surprise, so, who is he? Suho replied. Good. MSU asked further. Yeah, I know. But who exactly is Lord Gudo? Zuho thought back.
Myself and him were the only rivals.
It seems Gudo left this mark after I left. Was he looking for me?
It hasn't even been a year since I returned to Earth.
What happened in this forest during that time? Suwa bent down to the ground to feel it. MSU was surprised. Captain.
He closed his eyes.
Maybe the skill will show me something. The memories of the forest.
The source of power gradually spread. All the memories of the forest were replayed in Suho's mind. A fierce battle took place.
Countless beings joined the chaotic fight. The monster's eyes widened. The monster knocked everyone down. It stood up, its eyes wide and bloodshot. Its fangs were
thick and sharp. The surrounding earth and rock exploded from its pressure.
Fragments of memory appeared clearly before Soho's eyes.
Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Then he was lost in thought, silent for a long time.
What's wrong? I feel like I saw something.
I'm sure I saw something, but I can't remember.
Is the skill level of memories of the forest still too low, so I can only see that much? Menu cried out, "Captain!" A monster appeared. It was about to attack him from behind. Park Suho grabbed the beast's neck. The system panel appeared. Lizardman's armor. A steel armor crafted by a skilled artisan. Park Suho sneered. This isn't a suitable place to wear armor. With that, he unleashed his power, incinerating it. Seo Mensu's jaw dropped in shock. Gua gua. The beast quickly vanished. He picked up the gem. Parkuho tossed the gem to Seo Minsu. Do you want to take a look at the world I used to live in before returning to Earth? Seo Minsu agreed. Yes, please. He expressed, that would be an honor. Seo Minsu cried out, ooh, ouch, hot. The two approached the tree. Seo Minsu exclaimed, that tree is huge. Hartsuho explained, it's been a long time, he continued to introduce. To be honest, it's the big boss of the trees in this forest. Oh, the big boss tree. Park Suho led the way up the tree. Hey, Seo Minsu wondered, Captain, why are you suddenly climbing that tree? Park Suho said as he jumped, follow me. My house is up here. He struggled to climb up, replying, okay. Seo Minsu said his thoughts out loud. I never imagined there would be a place like this on top of a tree. He was amazed by the sight before him. Wah! Seo Minsu marveled. What a majestic view. I used to come here to rest whenever I wanted to escape that primitive life. He noticed something. Wow, these are artifacts. Park Zoho was puzzled. Artifacts on a stone slab. Lay several stone weapons. Koemsu assessed, this is a very well-made stone knife. It looks like a Stone Age artifact. Seeing these things makes me nostalgic. The system panel appeared. Primitive dagger. A stone dagger crafted before the age of civilization. Primitive axe. A stone axe crafted before the age of civilization. Primitive bow, a wooden bow crafted before the age of civilization. Park Suo wondered, before the age of civilization, but I'm the one who made these. He suspected, wait, does that mean I was in a world that existed before civilization? But then, the armor of that lizard man was definitely crafted after the age of civilization. Park Suo speculated, so, did I travel through space and time to a random planet in the past? He was sad. So then does that mean I won't be able to see my friends again? Seimu observed him from behind. He thought with concern. I have a bad feeling. The last time he looked like this, he suddenly ran off and jumped off a cliff. It's probably going to happen again. Seo Minsu was determined. I have to stop that from happening at all costs. He pointed and said, Captain, I see crocodiles in the river over there. You should go catch them. Park Soho looked in that direction. Crocodiles? Where? There are no crocodiles in sight. The two of them peered into the bushes to investigate. Park Soho spoke up. There's nothing here. Ko MSU suggested, do we need to use bait or something like that? Park Suho praised, you're definitely a genius. He replied with a nervous laugh. Ha, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Park Soho hung MSU upside down from a tree. All right, let's get moving, he said in fear. Say, Captain, this is a bit much. Park Soho deliberately teased. Oh, I think I just saw something move in the water. Should I dip you in? See, Minsa shouted, Bono. Captain, wait. A crocodile slowly emerged. It opened its mouth, wanting to snap up Seo Minsu. Just then, a spear flew into its mouth. Seo Minsu was terrified. His body swayed continuously. Park Suho holding the bow remarked, it's still usable. Seo Minsu shouted, Captain, now he urged, please hurry up and tame it.
Aggressive crocodile, rank B, dimensional energy 546, stamina 94%, nature ferocious, will tear apart anything in sight, Park Suo said with interest.
B rank, nice. I can tame it right away. I like ferocious things. Sayo Minsu was anxious. Captain, please. Now is not the time to be gawking. Park Soho wondered why not. He urgently reminded him.
Just there's a whole herd of crocodiles swimming towards us. On the other side, the crocodiles swam aggressively towards them.
Park Suho was delighted. Whoa, you're right. A whole herd. He wondered. You can also sense hostility from a distance. Ko Msu denied it. I am not sure. I just.
Park Soho unleashed his power.
Fame.
The crocodile's eyes changed.
It quickly became obedient, serving as his mount.
Please be careful.
Park Soho was thrilled. Look how wide his back is. It feels so sturdy.
The herd of ferocious crocodiles charged forward.
Sayo Minsu suggested, Captain, I don't think I have a role in any more. Can you let me go now?
Park Soho requested.
I think you'd be safer hanging up there.
He wondered, wait, why? He explained, because there's another group crawling out of the forest.
Sayo Minsu was horrified.
Park Suho spread his arms and said, water sprites. The crocodiles gathered in one place.
Water vortex.
The crocodiles were swept away by the vortex, spinning in the water.
Ko Msu reminded him, Captain, don't. You won't be able to tame them if you do that.
Park Suho was surprised. Oh, that's not how it works, he said urgently.
The vortex.
Use the vortex.
Park Suo understood. I see. You're really smart.
He unleashed his power again, yelling, Vortex! 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 The crocodile spun around.
And around. Sayo Minsu said precisely, right now, release them and then tame them. The crocodiles flew high into the air. Tame. Sayo Minsu was worried. They're going to get hurt.
Park Soho shouted, portal. A portal opened in the air. The herd of crocodiles gradually disappeared.
Sayo Minsu was in awe. Whoa! Outside, people said in shock, what is that? Are those portal gates?
The crowd screamed in terror.
It's a crocodile.
Crocodiles are raining down.
Run! Park Suho and Sayo Minsu were surrounded by crocodiles. Captain, a notification panel appeared. A ranked crocodile taming failed. To successfully tame, the target's health must be below 20%. Park Soho understood immediately.
So, some of these are even higher than a rake. He held the crocodile's mouth shut tightly. On the other side, another crocodile opened its mouth, preparing to bite Sayo Minsu. Just then, Park Suo used the crocodile in his hands to slam it against the other one. He threw the two crocodiles far away. Sayo Minsu, watching Park Soho leap off the crocodile, wondered, where are you going, Captain? He said urgently. Why you have to get back here quickly? Park Suho ran in the direction of the two crocodiles. The two crocodiles quickly landed. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Park Suho stopped at the spot where the two crocodiles were. He said menacingly, all right, now let me help you live together. You're welcome. The crocodile shed tears of pain. What? Park Suho threw the two crocodiles out of the dungeon gate. It landed right on the excavator outside. More crocodiles. They're wrecking our excavator. Outside, a questioning sound came from the building. Why can't they get out? The staff inside were constantly complaining. Are you sure we can trust these people?
Do you think they can stop a breakout with this kind of progress?
The person checking the computer said, "That's Soho Park over there." The other staff member asked, impatiently.
That's what I mean. It's Soho. Why is he working so slowly? He should be able to conquer a level 6 dungeon in just 1 minute. The checker looked at the screen and replied, "We received a message from the Soho Guild saying, it's taking so long because of the crocodiles." The staff member was stunned. What? What crocodiles? The checker announced, "Soho Park is back." What?
Where? Where? He looked at the computer screen and said, "Here, he's coming out of the gate, but he's going back in again."
Crocodiles kept falling down. Move out of the way. This has to be a joke, right?
On this side, Park Juno spoke into the phone.
For the love of God, tell Soho not to bring any more crocodiles over here.
This place has turned into a battlefield.
There are over 800 crocodiles lying around. Around here. The news report came on. Breaking news. Soho Park has successfully conquered a level 6 dungeon in District 2 of Seoul just 4 days before it was at risk of a breakout.
What's even more impressive is that the man who accompanied him, Minso, who is believed to have been stuck at Durang for several years, managed to advance
a rank in just 4 days. Kong Minhuk wondered, Minsu's CEO? He wondered.
Minsu works with the GCD.
What's he doing with someone from Soho's side? Come to think of it, Mrs. Kim is the same. Are they really government people? Kong Minhuk cursed under his breath.
So, the rumors were true.
These damn government bastards.
A startled voice rang out.
What? Sihi, you can't leave right at this moment. The man asked angrily. What is this nonsense? Hong Se-hee said firmly, why not? I'll leave if I want to. He looked at Hong Se-hee and questioned, do you think our contract is a joke or something? She quickly replied, I already told you.
I'll pay the breach of contract fee.
The man asked seriously. Do you have any idea how much that is?
Hong Se-hee held up her phone and said, then tell me how much I'll transfer it to you right now. He scratched his head and sighed.
Huh?
You're the ace of the team, say you even have a company backing you.
So why do you suddenly want to quit? It makes no sense. What's your real reason? She said honestly, I'm going to the Soho Guild. He wondered, did they invite you to? Hong Se-hee was suspicious. Me too. He asked her opinion.
There's a rumor that most of the money earned by the Soho Guild is being transferred to the government.
What do you think about that? She thought and said, the government is playing a big game, aren't they?
The man shouted excitedly.
That means the Soho Guild is the government's secret hunter team, and now they're going around recruiting all the talent in the country.
This will cause the hunter companies to gradually lose their
prestige and power while strengthening their own influence. That's what it means.
Hongi expressed, oh, but I'm just going because Soho is my idol.
He was stunned. Your idol? She requested. So, please let me go.
He covered his face in frustration.
Oh, God. He said, a condition. All right, you can go. I'm not going to stand in the way of your love life. But on one condition, Hong said he wondered. A condition? What condition?
He said, seriously, LY once our team has 5 S-rank members, I'll let you go freely, no problem.
Hearing this, she said with difficulty, so, you want me to find hunters for you?
That could take several years, even if we do level 5 dungeons.
He spoke up. Level 6. Hong Se was doubtful.
Level 6, he continued.
We have the right to enter a level 6 dungeon thanks to ED1. She calculated in her head.
If I choose a few rankers with potential and focus on training them, a level 6 dungeon won't take too much time.
He asked, since your love is the reason for the gap in our defense, don't you think you should patch that hole before you turn your back and leave? Hong said he agreed. All right, but don't you dare go back on your word after I'm done. Scene change. A continuous sound is heard. Hello everyone, it's Dong Su here. Today we'll have another stream. Today I'll be answering some of your questions. Han Dong-su sat pressing the system panel interacting with fans and said, "Wow, Throne of the Poor. Thanks for the 1,000 coin donation. Here's a kiss for you." Oh, 100,000 viewers are leaving. Patient. Prince asks, are the two Monkey King armors of Mr. Mon Jin about trolling? Ah, well, actually, he explained, it's like this. What about long-range weapons? They're really not worth the money, but you do need something to hit the enemy from afar, but you don't get as much dimensional energy as when you use melee weapons, so just remember that. Heart John Woo jumped from above. Oh. The boy fell with a splash into the lake on the other side. There's an explosion. The ground quickly cracked and broke. Water poured down like a waterfall. A warning shout was heard. Careful of the splash. The people above cheered. We've connected to the Yeongnam waterway. On the first try, no less. The water continued to flow swiftly. The people said happily. It's finally done. Park Joon-ho standing next to him said, "You've worked hard, Suho." Park Suho looked at him and asked, "Is it time to celebrate?" "You're one step ahead of me. We'll have a barbecue party in the village." He gently realized something. Cho Su-yang was riding her motorcycle past. Wait, I know that person. That's Su-yong. Choi. She stopped in front of him. Choi Su-yang took off her helmet and asked, "How have you been, Park?" Juno and Park Suho replied one after another, I'm fine. Long time no see. Have you killed all the vampires yet?" She requested, "I quit my job at the GCD. Let me join you." Both of them were stunned to hear that. She put on her helmet and said nonchalantly, "I'll take room 3005 at the headquarters. I'm coming in. I'm tired." After saying that, Shi Su-yang sped off. Wow. Holy crap. Park Juno wondered. Do you think we should report this to Misu? Nah. She probably already knows. You think so? Park Juno asked. Are you going to Rookie now? Park Kuho said uncertainly. Probably. Do you think you can watch the house? He was worried. It's our home. I'll protect it with my life, but I'm really worried about Sukja's health. He asked suspiciously about her health. Park Juno recounted that she still hasn't recovered from the incident with the vampires. Park Soho understood. That at the city hall, a map was displayed on the screen. Kim Mi-soo said worriedly, "How am I supposed to find everyone now?" Someone from outside was about to enter the room. Sajin, holding a coffee, said, "I brought you some coffee." Oh, thanks. Kim Soo asked about Sukja. How is she now? Still in her room, she suggested. I think we'll have to take her to the hospital. Is the main hall still operating okay? You don't have to worry about that. They all know very well what they're doing. Lee Sukja entered. I swear. She yelled angrily. How can an old person sleep when these rats are running around like this? Give me some arsenic. Now, after saying her piece, Lee Sukja slammed the door and left. The people in the room looked at each other in confusion. Did you hear a rat? No. But where does that dialect come from? 20 years in Gyeongsang Province. 20 years in Jeolla Province. 5 years in Chongchong Province. And 20 years in Gyeonggi Province. Kim Mi-soo requested,
the final part for the production team will be delivered from the Sela Guild within 2 days.
Please go and double check so everything can proceed smoothly.
Yes, Shan recounted. Ah, and I heard Su Yang also joined about that.
Misu wondered, was she fired?
Ah, Shan recalled and replied, she accidentally killed the Minister of Defense during the last vampire hunt. But still, they just fired her like that.
She's the one with the best sensory skills in the whole country. The GCD is getting a bit arrogant now.
On this side, the bureau chief was on the phone saying, politics is full of troublesome people.
Oh yes, Mr. Prime Minister, I apologize. Is that so? I will certainly prepare thoroughly for the president. Ko MSU entered. I'm back. Kim Misu exclaimed, you're back so quickly. And Sue, did you get what I needed?
Yes.
She looked at the memory stone and said, wow, isn't this a memory stone?
Oh, you really brought it here. Well, I used to be in charge of the gate operations at the RCD. He scratched his head and replied, I managed to get the manager in charge of operations to lend it to me for 2 months.
Kim Mei-Su praised, you did well.
You should rest and regain your strength.
She answered the phone. Soho Linsa Management Office. This is me, Su Kim.
Zeshik on the other end replied.
It's me, your boy Zeshik. He announced, I found Sun Bone. Go on.
Bright fireworks lit up the sky, sparkling like rainbow colors right above the tall George Ford building of Su Horse Steam Construction. The scene was like a living painting with the fireworks reflecting on the water below.
The sparkling lights filled the night sky. 2 men were talking. Parsuho smiled and took a sip, but before he could say another word, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out, his voice calm as he answered, yeah, it's me. What's up? We're in the Purple Village.
His face suddenly changed as he replied to the other end of the line.
All right, I'll be there right away. In a small room of the house. The light was on.
The person inside was surprised.
What? Soho Park is coming here now. Oh then. Zeshik said. Yeah, I just called him. Gang Suanbwa sighed. What am I going to do with you?
Zeshik reminded him.
You have to keep your promise once Suho gets here.
Gang Suanbwa laughed loudly, his laughter echoing through the room.
Ha, he replied. You little brat. You think I'm that easily fooled?
Zeshik laughed along, but there was a hint of mischief in his smile.
Ha ha. But I have no intention of fooling you. Now then, Gang Suanbwa still didn't believe it. If you're close to Suho Park, then I'm Scully's father.
In another scene in the garden, 3 people were sitting on a stone bench.
Juno asked, so Jessica found Sunpa? Soho asked where? Kim Misu replied. He was found in a market in Jianju.
Hearing that, Juno said, seriously, that Jessica guy, he really want to go there, but I guess it was worth it.
Soho asked, how did he find him?
Misu replied, according to Jessica, taking a sip of water, she continued.
He received intelligence that Sunpa really likes to drink.
So, as soon as he arrived, he started searching in the drinking areas. A flashback shows Sunpa walking down the street muttering, if you're in Jianju, you have to have some bib and bath. In the tense atmosphere of the market, a shout rang out, startling everyone around. You bastard! Zashik was startled, his eyes turning towards the source of the sound. He frowned slightly. In a corner of the market, Gang Suanpa was pointing directly at a man's face, his eyes full of anger.
Who do you think you're calling a bastard, you thug?
The man opposite him, the manager, stood there dumbfounded, replying with a voice full of discontent.
Thug.
But Gang Sunpua didn't let him say another word. He continued to point his sharp words like a knife stabbing into the manager's pride. With harsh words, he spat out, you can't just go around pushing people like that. The manager, clearly provoked, angrily pointed straight at Gang Suunbo's face, his voice tight as he tried to control himself.
Come on, I've let you run up such a huge liquor tab and you still want to cause a scene here. However, instead of calming down, Gang Suunbo got even louder, showing no signs of remorse. What are you talking about? If that's the case, I'll pay next time. The manager, fuming, went inside and warned. You won't get another drop until you pay off your debt.
And if you come here next time and try to start another fight, I'll report you to the police.
Zeshik thought. The legendary returner caught in a whirlwind of liquor. Master Swordsmith's son, Peigang.
Then he walked over to where he was sitting.
He was still cursing. That's how you treat people in Jianzhou, huh?
After arguing until he was out of breath, Gang Sununbo was so tired he coughed violently. His face was red from both alcohol and anger. Even so, he stubbornly uttered a defiant challenge, his voice cracking.
Anyway, I don't want to drink here.
He bent over, hands on his knees, his voice a whisper as if talking to himself.
My God, my heart is pounding like I'm about to die.
Though drunk, Gang Spa kept muttering, I can pay off the debt. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him, making him look up, his eyes narrowed, huh?
Standing before him was Jessica with his usual calm demeanor. He smiled and said politely, his voice full of respect, it looks like you could use a drink to cool down. Want to have a drink with me? Hearing the invitation, Gang Suunbo was overjoyed. He asked for information. A drink? Zeshik replied, yes. He smiled brightly. That would be great.
Then he reached out and took his hand. In a moment that terrified Mr. Gang, he fell backward in front of stunned Zeshik.
He asked in a panic, who are you? Get away. This reaction surprised Zeshik. For a moment. Back in the garden, it was now dark. Juno wondered, why would he do that?
Soho said, really?
Kim Misu said confidently. That's what we're going to find out. Suho asked, is he really capable? Juno added, he seems like some kind of scumbag. Kim Misu explained.
He spent 8 years of his life on planet Hadia during the Cataclysm, and that's where he earned the title of Master Swordsmith.
He is a very experienced returner with creative abilities.
She continued, perhaps he holds some of the answers to the questions you're seeking, Captain Park.
Juno didn't know what to say. Well, Park Suho asked in surprise, do you have a memory stone?
She pulled out a small case. Here, the RCD has allowed us to keep this for 2 weeks. Park Suho held the memory stone in his hand.
The stone glowed.
He examined it carefully. Then he clenched it in his hand and closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, tens of thousands of red eyes opened and closed repeatedly, emitting terrifying sounds.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
The largest.
I stared intently. Information appeared. Is observing you.
After that line of information, his eyes shot open.
Juno asked worriedly, what's wrong? Are you okay? Soho didn't answer.
A moment later, he turned and called out, hey.
Juno replied, what? He said, can you stand guard here? Are you really going? I want to meet this person face to face. Hark Juno clenched his fist at shoulder level, showing his determination.
He said, don't worry, Sui Young is here, too. The sound of footsteps approached from a distance.
Shi Su-yan woke up with a long yawn.
She stretched her eyes and asked, how long did I sleep? She opened the door and entered. That blonde girl who was sleeping.
Sajin smiled cheerfully and said, oh, isn't it our teen captain? Hello. Choi Swan looked at her and said, I'm not the captain anymore. Sajin replied awkwardly, aha. Well, I guess I have to get used to that. That brought you to the Tax Management Administration office. Choi Su-yang asked, is everyone out? Where's Misu? Sajin replied. She went down to Jianju with the boss. Ganju, she replied, yes, they have some business to take care of. Choi Soo-young continued, do you know if there's any place around here that sells good coffee at Bora Street? People were bustling about. Chi Soo-yang sat alone on the rooftop enjoying a song. A voice from downstairs called out, Mom, pancakes for me. She thought to herself, this village hasn't been around for long, but it's already so crowded. At the same time, the waiter brought her water and casually replied, well, a lot of people have moved here to live, and now that martial law has been lifted, many people are flocking here to visit. Choi Soo asked tourism where to someone's voice came over a loudspeaker hello and welcome to Sahan. Passers-by looked up and exclaimed look it's them. Another said it feels like we're in a fairy tale. There was a signpost here Stream Village Purple Village. Blue Village, Yellow Village. A tourist exclaimed, look at those trees. I've never seen anything so beautiful. A tourist with a backpack looked at the map in his hand and said to himself, it seems the best restaurants and cafes are in the Purple Village, and there's also a coffee street near the Yongnam River. Suddenly, a deer ran by, and the curious children chased after it. The children shouted, a strange deer. Whoa! The guard reminded them. Don't go too deep into the forest. Stay on the path. Remember to follow the safety rules. Thousands of tourists visited this place with great interest, all amazed by the scenery. Ah, Dad, catch that fairy in the tree. The guard tirelessly reminded them. No climbing on the trees. A loudspeaker announced. If you're interested in the DGP horse-drawn carriage tour, please come to. Before he could finish, a procession of dark brown carriages with a classic look passed by. The children were delighted. Mom, look. A wild boar is running. A spotted deer to the sound of melodious music holding a cup of coffee. Miss Choi realized. So they want to bring more tourists here by reopening the Adongo station. Am I the only one who feels like something bad is about to happen? Just as she finished her thought, she heard a terrified scream. In the forest, there was an orc warrior holding an axe with smooth green skin. Its eyes were black and indistinct. Suddenly, something touched it, startling it. At the green monster's feet was an orc rider lying on the ground in the bushes, gnawing on the fabric wrapped around the warrior monster's leg. This one roared loudly and long in anger, then bared its sharp teeth. It raised its axe from the bushes. More orc riders rushed out, clinging to and holding the warrior monster, temporarily immobilizing it. It still swung its axe down to the ground, chopping the other monster, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The rider on its back bit it while another was in front. This drove the orc warrior mad, its eyes turning red, terrifying veins bulged on its body. Nayan Jin from the grassy bushes clasped his hands in front of his chest and commanded, summon. Then the ground where the warrior stood turned into a black hole. It and the rider monster fell into the endless black hole. In less than a minute, it was swallowed by the black hole. The system displayed the information, vagabonds 6,287 necromancer zombies, 65 goblins. My Jin stood majestically, gloating over his recent action. The more I upgrade the necro zombies, the faster the contamination spreads. He said, now it's time to return to the orc village. An aircraft flew over his head. Inside the plane were Park Soo-ho and Kim Misu. Park Soo-ho asked, where did Mong Jin go? Misu replied, he's probably off helping those who are lost. Soo-ho nodded and said, sounds busy. Misu just looked at him without replying. After a few seconds, she said, but what happened to Sukja? Has she awakened? He stammered as he recounted off. Then, when we first arrived in Nami Yangju, he remembered one evening at the large house. Hearing a noise, he stepped out. He saw her and asked, Grandma, what's wrong? He didn't get a response. He moved closer and called out, Grandma. Grandma Lee stared down below, her face covered in sweat, but she still said that damn thing. Lee Sukja's face was full of sadness. She sighed softly, her voice carrying the weariness of old age. Oh dear. Walking in from outside, Park Soho heard her and approached, his eyes filled with worry. He asked, "What's wrong, Grandma?" Grandma Lee held up her finger with a bleeding cut, her face downcast as she said, "It's so frustrating. I didn't expect to cut my finger while chopping vegetables." Seeing the wound, Park Soho frowned and moved closer. He knelt down, his eyes full of concern. "Does it hurt?" Grandma Lee looked at her bleeding finger and shook her head slightly, but her expression grew even gloomier. She sighed, her voice trembling slightly. "Oh dear, I think it's time for me to die." Park Soho's eyes widened in surprise. But before he could say anything, Grandma Lee continued, her voice carrying unconcealed sorrow. "I've been feeling so old these days. My eyes are getting blurry. My hands are unsteady. And my back hurts, too. I always feel tired." Park Soho looked at her with pity. He said nothing, just raised his hand. Blue rays of light began to gather in his palm, forming a brightly glowing sphere. He smiled and said comfortingly, "You should rest whenever you feel tired. We could take care of ourselves. There are plenty of restaurants here. You just need to take care of John Woo." She replied, "No, we should eat at home." Seeing a yellow piece of cheese on the table, Park Soo reached for it. He asked, "What is this? Can I eat it?" Lee Sukja quickly stopped him. "That's not food." The golden cheese looked appealing but gave off an unpleasant smell. Lee Sukja frowned, her voice full of disappointment. She continued, "It looks good, but it's spoiled." Lee Sukja's face was grim. She raised her knife, preparing to continue her work. "There's a bunch of cockroaches and rats scurrying around here. I'm going to kill all those pests." Kimmy Soo and her colleague were eavesdropping on the conversation between the grandmother and grandson. She turned to her colleague and said, "Rats and cockroaches." The male colleague nodded slightly and replied, "Yes," he added. "I don't remember exactly when, but a woven basket of clothes was brought out with a hum." Lukja carried one basket of clothes in her hand and another on her head, her face beaming with joy, which puzzled Park Soo-ho, who was behind her. Suddenly, Park Soo-ho spoke up. "You look so healthy. Did something good happen, Grandma?" She had to stand on a chair to hang the clothes. "It seems the medicine John Woo's father gave me is working." Park Soo put his hands in his pockets and replied softly. But before he could say more, a glint of suspicion appeared in Grandma Lee's eyes. She saw a figure hiding behind a nearby wall. She stopped, slowly stepping down from the chair, holding a laundry basket as if she were just busy with her work. But a second later, her other hand waved slightly, summoning bright energy rays around her. She leaned forward, her eyes as sharp as a hawk's, and with lightning-fast movements. She threw a series of small silver knives straight at the hiding person. The hiding group panicked when they saw the knives above their heads. The bear and the rabbit dropped all the stolen food. Her face was stern. "You pests. I remember telling you to stay away from my kitchen." A skill description panel appeared. Sook Jolly Skill 1, Poison Crafting Skill 2, Iron Needle Dagger. Skill 3, Keen Hearing. Skill 4, Keen Sight. Kim Misa looked at her colleague and said, "You don't mean..." Parkuho's mind flashed with the image of the spoiled cheese. "Rats and cockroaches." He replied, "It seems one of the rats or cockroaches she poisoned has awakened." Kim Misa heard this and replied, "Ah, I see. I didn't know she had awakened." An image of the vampire attacking Grandma Lee appeared. Park Soho added, "If Grandma Sukja hadn't awakened, she probably would have died when that vampire attacked." His female colleague, Misu, replied, "Oh, I hadn't even thought of that." She asked further, "So why is she getting weaker?" "You healed her, didn't you?" Park Soho smiled and said slowly, "That's because of my healing." An image flashed back of Grandma Lee Sukja lying on a hospital bed being healed by him with a radiating blue light. She was groaning, "Ah, my back." Park Soho's face was grim as he asked with concern, "Does it hurt a lot, Grandma?" "You'll feel better as soon as I'm done." Grandma Lee Sukja whispered softly, "My beloved husband." For a moment, Park Soho was speechless. In a flashback, he said, "I think she'll get better if that's how fate wills it." Kim Misu wondered, "Fate wills it?" The pilot's voice cut through the conversation. "We will be landing at Jeonju City Hall in 5 minutes." The plane soared through the clear blue sky, creating a soft hum in the air. The morning sun streamed through the windows, casting faint shadows on the seats, reflecting the vibrant images of the world outside. Below, small houses were clustered together, stretching out like a colorful carpet, bright red tiles interspersed with weathered silver tin roofs. Narrow roads wound through the residential area like small, quiet streams flowing through a rural painting. Ahead, the scenery opened up spectacularly to a majestic mountain range reaching for the sky. The peaks were covered in a layer of mist, creating a mystical feeling. Lush green trees covered the mountainsides, interspersed with sheer cliffs that challenged every gaze. A terrified scream rang out as a vampire bared its fangs, about to bite a red-haired girl. "Ah, there's a vampire here. Help!" Su Yong appeared out of nowhere. She delivered a kick straight to the vampire's head, saving the girl. It cried out, "Ark!" while the girl was still screaming in fear. As the vampire fell, Choi Sui landed on the ground. She stood tall, her gaze serious, preparing to draw her sword. The crowd around them roared, "It's Sui Yong Choi! Choi, Su Yong!" The vampire from before held his head and yelled, "Ow! My head hurts." Seeing the tip of the sword pointed at him, he was startled and fell silent. Choi Sui-yong asked him sternly, "Who are you?" Hearing this, he knelt on the ground, his hands clasped together in supplication, and replied, trembling, "Don't kill me. I'm not a vampire." Miss Choi replied, eyeing him curtly, "That's why I'm asking what you are, you ugly thing." The man scratched his head and replied slowly, "Actually, we are." A voice called from behind, "Look over here." Choi Soo-yeon was startled and glanced over. The red-haired woman held a camera and said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Unmi from Unmi and Teju TV serving up another viewer request." The man from before also held up 2 fingers in a V sign and said, "I'm Taijo." The crowd gathered angrily, saying, It's those no-tubers again. They almost gave me a heart attack." Chuang frowned and said, "You've got to be kidding me." From a distance, a group of men in black stood solemnly, possibly conducting some sort of transaction. The leader said, "Welcome to Jeonju." The other person replied, politely, "Thank you." On TV, a program showed Park Soho shaking hands with a caption at the bottom of the screen, "Welcome, Soho Park." The newspapers were buzzing. What is the reason for Soho Park's visit to Jeonju? Below was a picture of him dining with people with a caption, "Soho Park's bib and bat. Reminds me of my mother." Another article reported YouTube creators Unmi and Cho were expelled from the Soho Guild territory after staging a scene. Below a picture of Chi Suwon kicking Cho was the caption. Unmi and Teju TV confesses that our viewers wanted to know how safe the Soho Guild's territory is. The scene changes. A wide road with clear white painted lines, but no bustling traffic. Only a few cars pass by sparsely there. Wheels rolling on the smooth asphalt, leaving behind small, quick sounds that quickly disappear into the space. On both sides of the road, green trees stand silently, their leaves rustling gently in the light breeze. Inside a car, a voice cries out, "Oh my God!" Kim Hee-soo told Suo, Soo-young is on the news. He looked over in surprise and asked, "What? What is it?" He continued, "Isn't this the Purple Village? I don't understand why she's with that kid." Nissa held out the tablet and explained, "I know we need money, but I'm starting to worry about how many people will get involved. It's not really an opportunity. I think we should make Sway the head of security. Park Soho nodded and said, Head of security? That's a good idea. The car stopped. The driver with glasses told them, We arrived. Park Sho looked out the window and asked here. Misu wearing a hat replied, We need to go to the trail on God Mountain. Park also put on his hat and asked, Do we need to be this careful? Misu replied, If information gets out that you want it, it will become extremely expensive. We'll never be able to afford it. Secrecy is crucial. As the two got out of the car, the driver said politely, Stay safe. Park Zuho said, I'll never understand this world. Let's go, Mise urged. The car drove away. The two walked straight into the forest. Suddenly, Misu stopped, having noticed something. Mise turned to him and said, I see Jessica over there. Zeshik waved his hand happily and called out, Suho. Gang Suanbua stood there with a scruffy beard and messy hair. Zeshik walked ahead cheerfully and said, You came to say hello? Misu greeted politely, Hello. Mr. Park Suho remained silent. Gang Suanbua thought with a start, It's really Soho Park. He's standing right in front of me. They stood facing each other. Zeshik spoke up. So, what do you think? He didn't answer. Zeshik introduced them. As I said, this is Suho and the executive administrator. Misu politely continued. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Misa Kim, the executive administrator of the Suho Guild. We've come a long way to see you. Mr. Gang said nothing. He turned around abruptly. I've been waiting for you all for a long time. Come inside. Let's go. This command made all three of them, especially Suho and me, gasp in surprise. Misu asked. We came to recruit him, but he was already waiting. This is going better than I thought. Zeshik invited them. Go inside and talk to him. I'm going to the market for a bit. Once inside the house, Gang Suanbua stared fiercely. This action made Suho also adopt a serious expression. To see what he would do. The system displayed information. Sunpa Dank Blacksmith Skill 1, Sword Crafting Skill 2, Invention. Skill 3, Research Skill 4, Analysis. Parkuho looked and judged. I thought I'd meet a drunkard, but his eyes are still bright. Suho finally spoke first. You said you were waiting for me for what? Gang Sunpa replied slowly, because that day I saw Hope. Surprised by his words, Park Suho asked again, Hope, do you want something from me? He replied, kill someone for me and I'll join your guild. Gang Sunpi leisurely drank his wine, surrounded by curses. Why isn't he here yet? Did that coward Suho really run away? He's a disgrace to this country, not far away. The people in the restaurant were shouting excitedly, It's Soho Park. Soho Park has finally appeared at the Tokyo Stadium. Another person said, Han Sungu is here. Kill Sunu. The crowd looked up at the TV, gossiping. The man in white said, Soho will never be able to beat him. It's impossible. The man in blue said, Are you kidding me? How could Soho possibly win? Gang Suanbua sipped his wine, complaining, You heartless fools. The master swordsmith from Hades thought, The awakened here may think they're powerful on Earth, but they probably wouldn't even be second-rate martial artists in the Central Plains. They are far from true heroes. Yet, they're here boasting about being rankers or whatever. What a pathetic bunch. An image appeared of two people fighting ferocious demons. Their entire bodies covered in brown earth and stone armor. He thought once the people of the Central Plains and Mammon returned to Hades in the war and rebalanced the collapsed power structure, they could come here and rule the entire Earth in the blink of an eye. Putting down his wine cup, Gang Suanbua continued, and to let those bastards have this place. Suddenly, the sound of fighting from a distance interrupted his words. The crowd shouted in chaos. What was that? What just happened? Gang Suanbo just looked up calmly. The TV showed the champion and Soho fighting.
The announcer said, Soho Park is putting pressure on the champion.
The crowd cheered each other on. Kill him.
Tear that traitor's throat out.
Seeing this, Gang Suanbo was lost. Thought he's winning against Sunu.
He remembered the name Sunu, a man with long hair and cunning eyes.
He thought Sonu was an anomaly who managed to survive and return from the demon's territory on planet Hades.
He's a formidable figure even in the Central Plains. At that moment, the entire restaurant was cheering for Soho.
The announcer said, I can't believe it. This is amazing, folks. The champion has transformed into his demon form. But Soho Park is still landing blow after blow as if he's just toying with him. Boom.
The two of them clashed, creating a massive blue shield of light.
Gang Sunpa could only stare wide-eyed in astonishment. Back in the present, Soho asked, You want something for me? Gang Suanbo said slowly. Help me with this person.
Both Park and Ms. Kim froze.
Jaws agape.
He slowly uttered one word.
What? Gang Sunpa repeated firmly.
If you kill him for me, I'll join your guild. At this, Soho fell silent. Miss Kim spoke up, her words hesitant.
Sir.
Suddenly, Park Soho stood up and said, Let's go.
To the astonishment of Kim Misu. What?
His face unchanging, he said, I don't need this kind of person. Kim Soo tried to stop him.
Wait. Seeing him about to leave, Gang Sunpa shouted, He killed my wife. Parkuho frowned and glanced at him, asking what? At this moment, Gang Suanbo was crying. That bastard. His face contorted, tears streaming down his age.
He began to recall that day with calls of Sohyang.
No, Song. There were 3 people, their faces unclear, but they held swords, their bodies exuding a murderous aura. So Hyang lay under the blade, struggling to breathe, her weak gasps reminding him of something. You?
So Hyang lay there, her breathing weak, her thin body trembling like a candle in the wind. Her pale lips barely moved, each word falling from her mouth slowly, as if gathering all her remaining strength to speak her last words. Her voice was, each sound like a knife cutting through the air, heavy and painful. Her eyes filled with tears. Hot tears streamed down her pale cheeks, mixing with the dark red bloodstains at the corner of her lips. Her hand rose weakly, trembling as if to touch something distant, then fell helpless. A final teardrop fell, merging with the remaining bloodstains, creating a heart-wrenching, tragic image. So Hyang pleaded, Take care of Chua, please. As she finished, tears welled up in So Hyang's eyes. She closed them, ignoring her husband's calls. No, so Gang Sun Per was utterly devastated, he had lost his wife. Lying in a pool of blood, he struggled to reach for his wife's cooling hand.
He cried out her name in agony.
So Hyang Gang Sun's scream echoed, tearing through the silent space filled with pain and despair. It seemed to contain all the grief of a man who had just lost the only light in his life. He continued, Since that day, I've been haunted by nightmares every night. Mr. Gang remembered the times he was sick, muttering, No, no. In his delirium, he remembered that night again, how he had miserably knelt in the cold snow, begging them to spare him. You can't take Chuya from me. Let the child live. Gang Sunpa crying, hugged his leg. I'll do anything. I beg you. No, it was at the weapon forge. Gang thought. I couldn't lose Chuya. I did whatever they said to protect her. I forged thousands of swords for them. The blonde leader held up the sword Gang Suanbo had forged and examined it. At that time, Gang Suanbo knelt there and begged, Why didn't you bring the child today? Is she seriously ill? Please let me see my daughter. Despite Mr. Gang's pleas and tears, the leader remained silent. Gang Suanbo scolded. You promised you wouldn't harm her.
I've done everything you said. Give me back my daughter. Waking up from the dream, Gang Suan's tears flowed from his heartache.
The room was empty and pitch black. He sat up and picked up a yellow kettle, taking large gulps. When he put the kettle down with a clank, he remembered his late wife again. His eyes were filled with sorrow, her name echoing in his mind.
So Hyang, I'm sorry.
He blamed himself for not being able to keep his promise.
His bloodshot eyes lit up.
He vowed, but I swear I will kill those bastards. After the story, the three of them were silent.
Gang Sunpa continued. Since then, I've thought of nothing but revenge. And I've developed post-traumatic stress disorder. I have a phobia of seeing swordsmen. Gang Sunpu remembered the image of his hand holding Jessica's.
He froze. His hand is full of calluses. Then he fell backward, much to Jessica's confusion.
Misu asked, Is that why you left planet Hades and have been living in seclusion ever since? Gang Sunpa confirmed, yes. He continued, He's still hunting me.
Nothing can protect me from him. Suho's eyes were strangely calm.
He then asked, Is he that strong? So, who exactly do you want dead? Gang Bo replied, Namgong Jang Chan.
Hearing this name, Kim Mo's eyes widened as if she had met him somewhere before.
She repeated the name and Namgong Jang Chan. Park Suho asked again. Namong Jang Kyan. That's a strange name. Gang Sunpa continued.
I was pretty sure after I saw the fight between you and Sonali that you would be able to kill Namong Jangchan. Suddenly Kim Misu shouted, he can't. Which made Park Suho confused.
He asked, why can't I? Kim Misu explained fearfully.
Namong Jing Kyan is the patriarch of the Namgong family.
He asked, so what?
In Misu's mind was the terrifying image of that leader. She said, the Namong family is one of the three great families that lead the people of Hades' Central Plains.
Killing the Namong family's patriarch means going against the entire Central Plains power. Gang Sunpa suggested, you could disguise yourself as another species if you sneak in and assassinate it. No one would know it was you.
Park Soho said cheerfully.
You don't have to worry about that. It doesn't matter if they know or not. Kimmy Soo tried to stop him. Wait, Captain. This is not a simple matter. Park Soo-ho quietly reminded me Soo.
A captain needs to protect his team members' families. Once you prove your worth, I'll help you get your revenge.
Gang Soo said my worth.
Kim Mi-soo held her head in her hands, helpless.
He summoned a blue light as if preparing to take something out.
A sound rang out and Misu looked over. What he took out was a bow and arrow.
He placed it on the ground. Gang Suunpa looked at the bow and arrow in surprise, not knowing what Park Suho was going to do. Gang Suunpa asked about the bow. Park Suho said, analyze it. Mr. Gang picked up the bow, an arrow, and examined it for a while. He said, it's a handmade wooden bow. It's quite rare to find one like this.
Suddenly, he froze, his eyes wide, his mouth agape.
Ha! Gang Sump's expression made the two of them confused. He asked, where did you get this?
Park Suho replied, I picked it up in a dungeon. Fondling the bow and arrow, he continued, this is not a bow from the modern world.
He asked, do you know how long ago it was made?
The image returns to a place with 3 fiery red volcanoes about to erupt. Gang Sunpa replied, my skill tells me this thing is about 300 million years old, but I can't be exact.
Hearing this, Kimu was very surprised. She said, so, you're saying this thing was made 300 million years ago? The bow.
Mr. Gang confirmed, yes, the image that appeared was of a large ancient tree covered in mist in a mountain valley. He continued, this is a wooden bow made by an ancient civilization that existed on this earth 300 million years ago.
These words made Park Suo disbelieve his own ears. Kim Myo said in surprise, 300 million years? Someone made a bow on this earth.
Looking at the bow in his hand, Gang Suwonbo replied, I don't know if it means anything, but that's my analysis. Park Soo-ho wondered himself.
The planet I was on, was it Earth?
Kim Soo looked at Park Soo-ho silent. Park Soo-ho added, usually ancient artifacts and gems from dungeons originate from Uruka or some other planets, but you can't fool the eyes of a returner planet Hades.
Seeing this, Kim Misu turned and asked, Captain, were you the one who? Soho remained silent, only glancing at Misu.
Gang Sun said in a firm, commanding tone, if I can level up my skill, I'll be able to give an even more accurate result.
If you can guarantee my safety, Park Soo-ho asked back, guarantee your safety? In some research area, there are 2 large antennas covered by the forest gang.
Sun Pub continued. Back during the catastrophe when they were still surveying and researching dungeons, the Ministry of Science and Technology along with the GCD destroyed all research facilities and information and then silenced those involved.
I'm sure you know why. Kim Misu looked away and said, that happened before I joined. Gang Sunper remembered the image of himself and everyone else with backpacks.
He continued, all the key dungeon researchers and facilities disappeared and dungeon research was completely banned. I was a low-level researcher at a rural facility and at that time I was lucky enough to escape to planet Hades right after hearing the special announcement.
Park Soho asked, what is the government trying to hide?
Kim Misu stood firm with her opinion, saying perhaps there is external pressure or an international agreement with other countries. Although in that case, they might call a treaty considering they're still conducting research in the US and the UK.
It seems likely. Park Soho asked, the UK toddler didn't know anything about this? Kim Misu replied helplessly. Even if he knew, what makes you think he would tell you? Are you sure he wasn't doing some strange experiments while you were there? He thought for a moment and said, I wonder. There was something a little strange about him. Park Soho continued, should I take him out? Misu frowned and replied, hey. Gang Sun said, I'm different from those bastards. Just leave it to me. I'll analyze anything you give me with a little time. Once again, the blue light appeared. Gang Suwonbo's eyes narrowed in surprise.
This time what was summoned was a platinum-colored stone that looked very precious. He held it out in front of Gang Sun B. He held the stone in his hand, his face filled with surprise. Park Soho said, analyze this. I'll guarantee your safety. Gang Sun's eyes glowed with golden light. Focusing on the small stone nestled in his hand, holding the stone firmly, he said, this is a memory stone. Even I know this. His voice was deep but powerful, carrying the weight of an experienced man. He continued, his gaze distant as if filtering through memories. There's a saying that warriors of the Central Plains often use. The brave warriors raised their swords in unison and shouted, we will write our name in the annals of history. Our names will go down in history. Kim Misu standing nearby frowned in annoyance and muttered, that sounds so cheesy. In contrast, Park Soo-ho felt, that's so cool. After examining the stone for a moment, Mr. Gang continued, this stone carries the wishes of the people of the Central Plains. They call this historical evidence. Park Soo-ho asked back, historical evidence? Gang Sunpa nodded, his eyes gradually sinking into reminiscence. A hazy image appeared in his mind. Ancient warriors with an aura of power, a stone floating in their hands, emitting a mysterious light that controlled the most powerful forces. It is a fragment of a planet, but at the same time, it is also the soul of the planet on which people have inscribed their heritage. Legend has it that the mages of the Central Plains could use this to witness the great achievements of history. Park Soho thought silently, the planet remembers, so that means the planet is watching me. Gang Suwonbo placed the stone on the ground and said slowly, my analysis is complete. Park Soo-ho picked up the stone and clenched it tightly. He used a blue source of power to store the stone away. His eyes closed as the stone vanished. At this moment, strange sounds echoed. Vom vom say flash flash. Those sounds appeared along with red eyes in the space, looking truly terrifying. The sounds flash and countless red eyes opened and closed with a message.
Is observing you. The 7 Earths are observing you.
Park Soo-ho's eyes remained tightly shut as a notification appeared.
Your information will be saved on the 7 Earth server.
The flash sound echoed again, but this time Park Soo-ho opened his eyes. The 3 of them sat in silence in the room. Suddenly, Park Soo-ho asked. The 7 Earths or the 7 Earths? Gang Sunpa replied, I'll look into it, just give me some time.
Park thanked Gang Suunbwa internally.
Thanks to Suunbwa, I finally know that annoying thing is something called the 7 Earths. After that, he said cheerfully, good, I'll rely on you as the head of the Soho Guild's research team.
Gang Sunpa said gratefully and politely, thank you.
With that, Pardo stood up and said, now, let's get our revenge.
Call everyone here.
Gang Suunbo smiled happily and said, you really know how to work efficiently.
Kim Soo said with some fear, Captain, shouldn't you take some time to think about it?
Suddenly, Jessica, carrying 2 large bags of food, pushed the door open. He smiled and said, let's eat something first, then we'll figure it out. The scene appears like a peaceful painting where every blade of grass, every flower cluster radiates a strange vitality. Expanses of lush green grass are dotted with tiny wildflowers, shimmering under the faint light of small creatures. They look like specks of blue light flying slowly in the air like stars fallen to earth.
A magical path in a quiet land.
The space here is so silent you can hear the rustling of the wind through the leaves, the gurgling of a small stream hidden in the nearby bushes. The morning sun dances on the water's surface, reflecting and creating sparkling crystal all like rays. It feels as if time has stopped, leaving only peace.
And a touch of magic lingering in the air. In the distance, there are all sorts of animals.
An elephant with a monkey on its head, a fox, a bear, and other friendly animals making sounds.
You gore as they approach.
In that peaceful scene, 7 people gathered in a circle talking and drinking.
Gang Suunbo looked around the scene for a while and then spoke.
This place feels so strange.
The deeper I look, the more impressed I am.
Hansu, holding a can of water, smiled and said, Siho created this entire place.
Parkuho said, I don't see the blonde anywhere.
Kim Soo looked at him and replied, Suong has been drinking a lot lately, so I told her to take today off to recover. In her room, Shi Su Yang was sleeping on a small bed. Her clothes scattered on the floor.
Park Soho didn't mind. He said, I'm planning to go to planet Hades.
Han Dong-su asked worriedly, Planet Hades, but without a guide, that place is very dangerous. He remembered the one-well map of Planet Hades and said, Planet Hades is an endless battlefield. The war between the demons and the people of the Central Plains never ends. They don't divide the land in 2, with each side ruling one part, but instead divide themselves into tribes, each with its own territory. Han Dong-su then remembered the image of the Mammon demons with strong horns, glowing eyes, and red skin. They roared with terrifying sounds.
He continued, the Mammon demons are too savage to visit their camps.
Then he remembered the image of the people of the Central Plains and said, and the people of the Central Plains are too fierce and often live very reclusively.
So if you want to visit that place, you need someone. Cutting off Han Dong-su, Park Soo-ho said, I have a guide right here. Park Juno wondered, but why do you suddenly want to go to planet Hades? What about Oroka? Gang Suunboy explained, to repair the bloodstone plant, we need an ore from planet Hades known as meteoric iron.
But it's a mineral used to make countless weapons, so its export has been banned. The man dressed like a monk with something in his mouth said, Oh, I've heard of meteoric iron.
Zeshik said, so if its export is banned, does that mean you have to steal it? Handu also agreed. That sounds good. Misu still asked worriedly. Is there really no other way?
Gen Sunpa, remembering his years of work, replied, I've looked at the bloodstone power plant and the reason it keeps breaking down is that the alloy ratio used in the main shield is off.
In a flashback, Gang Sunpa turned to the group of men in hats and asked, Is it okay if I open this?
They replied, opening it also means breaking the contract. At the end, he said, sadly, the core components are also quite suspicious. If you really want to fix this problem, the best option right now would be to replace it with parts made from meteoric iron from planet Hades. The words Gang Sunpa said made the other three fall asleep. Kim Misa gave a helpless forced smile while Park Suho frowned and cursed under his breath. These bastards, he shouted, waking the three of them up. Wake up! The man chewing on a blade of grass stood up and declared loudly, I will join you. This action made the atmosphere suddenly silent. Soho spoke. He said, I heard planet Hades is filled with martial arts masters that Earth's rankers can't even touch. If I could find even one martial arts book in their village, it would be worth the risk to go there. Hearing this, Zeshik also asserted, I want to go, too. Planet Hades is a holy land for swordsmen. Seeing them go, Han Dong-su also spoke up. Me too. Park Koho asked, why do you want to go? Han Dong-su replied, I think I have a talent for stealing. Misu chuckled softly. Ha? Park Suho said nothing. He thought to himself, so, he's not going to tell them he's planning to kill someone? Suho turned to ask Juno. Don't you want to go? He replied, I need to supervise the construction. Park Suho turned to Misu and said, I guess I could take a few people with me. What do you think? Misu replied hesitantly. Well, as long as you don't start a fight, it's fine. Soho smiled smugly and said, perfect. I'll give you a problem. The first one to solve it gets to go with me to planet Hades. The three of them jumped up and down in excitement. Awesome. I'm good at solving puzzles. Soho's eyes were serious as he posed the question, find a way to contact me when I'm on planet Hades. For a moment, the three were silent. After a while, Hondansa said, a way to contact you? Park Suho explained further, if something happens that you can't handle while I'm away, you'll need a way to contact me. Han let out a grunt. Han Dong-su said. So, whoever finds a way gets to go with you. The man in gray said, you won't go back on your word, right? Zeshik jumped up and down, saying happily, you promised. Harshoho replied, I swear on my name. Let me know when you find a way. Then the four of them left, leaving the three to ponder the answer. Juno opened the car door and turned back to them. I'm going to check on the construction of the Yeongnam River Bridge. The three of them waved goodbye. Soho said politely, see you later. Misu also smiled and waved goodbye. Then the car sped off. Misu called, Captain. He replied, yes. Misu still tried to dissuade him, saying, it's really dangerous out there. You're not going there for a vacation. Why do you suddenly want to bring along a guild member who's just barely entered the A rank threshold? The other three huddled around a phone discussing. They said, that's not going to work. What do you mean no? Oh, you guys. Soho looked at them and calmly replied, it'll be fine. None of them will be able to find the answer to that problem. Misu exclaimed in surprise, oh. He walked away, saying over his shoulder, let's go get something to eat for breakfast. Suenbo replied, sounds good. At a bustling street. Standing in front of the store, Park Suo exclaimed, wow, I haven't had a meal like this in almost a year. It seems this place is very famous for their dishes. My mouth is watering. The dishes displayed on the table looked very appetizing. He continued, I thought you said you liked to drink. Aren't you going to have any? Gang Suenboy replied, now that I have an important role in the guild, I think I need to stay sober. Soho was happy and didn't press him. All right, I'll get you a large soda. Then holding a bottle of Coca-Cola, he took a large refreshing gulp. He slammed the soda bottle down on the table with a thud. Mr. Gang said, on Earth, they call the energy obtained from monsters dimensional energy. Right, Park while eating replied, that's how people awaken and level up.
Gang Sunpa said, there are 2 ways to level up on planet Hades. Park Soho while chewing asked again, 2 ways? Mr. Gang said, first is to kill the mammon.
The people of the Central Plains call that she-powered.
Holding the bowl with a look of indifference, he asked, shower? He replied, the other way is to train your skills. He remembered how people trained and said, that's the most basic way to control the energy inside your body.
They call it cultivating internal energy, I think.
With his mouth full of food, he said, internal energy? I don't really get it. Gang Sunpa's face darkened as he asked, do you want to see the power of internal energy?
Then he placed the water bottle from earlier on his hand. The water bottle then started to shake and it shook more and more violently.
With a bang, the water bottle exploded, sending water flying everywhere. Park Soho's jaw dropped in amazement and his eyes lit up. Wow, Park Soho asked. What was that just now? Magic, right? Gang Sunpa replied. That's internal energy. The higher the level, the more the external force is multiplied. Just by diligently training internal energy, you can reach Dank without having to hunt just like me. Soho hearing this just said, oh.
Looking at the crushed water bottle on the ground, he said, once you can control internal energy, special abilities are no longer difficult.
Surprising, huh?
Gang Sunpa recalled what the people of the Central Plains said, a Dank awakened on Earth would be considered a normal person on my planet. Those who are Dur from everywhere. An image appeared of the people of the Central Plains fighting Mammon, he continued. And the highest level experts are equivalent to SS rank, and there are dozens, even hundreds of these people in each family. Park Soho marveled. I'm so jealous. I don't have to worry about my house when I go out to play. He continued. Nam Gang Jingchan, the one the captain has to face, is a martial arts master, a supreme expert, he asked. A martial arts master, a supreme expert? Nam Gang Jing Kian trained his skills on a tree. He continued, he is extremely skilled in both internal and external martial arts. Nam Gong first touched the tree trunk to feel it. Then a punch was delivered, causing the entire space to tremble. He punched with increasing ferocity like a beast. His punch caused the earth and rock to crumble. After hearing that, Park Sua's jaw dropped. He exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. Just one punch has that much power. Gang Suanbo was silent, but his heart was in turmoil. He thought, he's really not afraid at all. Park Soho asked. So what level would a martial arts master be? Gang Suanbo said hesitantly that Gang's eyes were firm as he said. It's really hard to compare because the world has yet to find an awaken with that level of ability. But I think it must be on par with Triple S level. Information appeared. Hero Hybrid Demon level U. He thought a triple U level is equal to a hero. He said triple U. He remembered in the dark of night an intruder threw an arrow at a bald man who cried out a gang. Sunpa continued, no need to worry. Even if he's called a martial arts master, a supreme expert, it's not like he can't lose because on planet Hades, even a level 1 can die a stupid death from a poison needle. Park Sua smirked, stroking his chin and replying. True. Even the strongest demon can be killed by a poisonous bug. Then he said confidently, just you watch. This statement made Gang Suanbo speechless. Gang Sunpa thought worriedly. He's not scared. He's even excited. This is definitely a subject worth studying. Parkuho said, but I have a question. Mr. Gang asked, what is it? He continued, they call you the Master Swordsmith, right? If you have achievements and earn that title, the people of Hades must respect you. Why would they harm your family? Hearing the question, Gang Suanbo paused, his breathing heavy as if trying to hold back the painful memories flooding back. He remembered the image of his family of 3 with his wife and daughter. He recounted painfully, his voice hoarse, so he hung my wife. Was the daughter of a noble family, the Dongwon clan.
When I came to repair and build many things in her house, we fell for each other. The family was filled with laughter. He said, that was the happiest time of my life. But that happiness didn't last long. A man with a vicious face hid behind a bush. His memory of the house was engulfed in flames. He said, when a commoner marries and even has a child with the nobility, the Young One clan, famous for its strict class system. My wife and her family were overthrown and killed right after being captured. And that happened when Chuya was only 3 years old. A miserable image came back of him kneeling and begging Namgon, let me forge as many swords as you want, but please let me see my daughter. In that memory, he recounted. And they spared me and my daughter because of the title Master Swordsmith. Hearing the story, Soho asked, you don't know where your daughter is? Gang Sanbo gritted his teeth and replied, right. I don't even know if she's alive or dead. Since that day, I've been consumed with thoughts of revenge. Soho ate with his head down and said, don't worry. I give you my word. I'll help you get your revenge. Mr. Gang cried with gratitude. Thank you. You. Suddenly, Choi Soo-young appeared. She saw him and said, so, you're here? Harto said, oh, the blonde. Then, Choi Soo-young sat down at the table with the two of them. Park said with concern, you should have rested more. What are you doing here? She calmly picked up a chicken leg and ate. Seeing that, he didn't ask further and said, okay, eat up. Choi Soo-young turned and asked, you're Mr. Gang's son Pill, right? He also replied politely, hello. She calmly placed her sword on the table. She asked politely, did you make this? For a moment, Mr. Gang couldn't answer. A moment later, he replied, I'm not sure. I made a lot of swords. Picking up the sword to examine it, he exclaimed in surprise, the soul-bearing steel blade. How'd he get here? This reaction made Park frown and ask, is that sword also the work of the research center's director? Gang Sunbo sighed, his shoulders heavy as he heard Choi Soo-young's words, thinking, the sword that bears the soul of steel. His flashback returned with a person kneeling on the ground. He introduced himself. I am a hunter. My name is Kim Minyoung. Before leaving planet Hades, I really want to have your sword, so I risk my life to come here. He begged, please give me a sword. Gang Suinbo looked at the kneeling man and said, since you're Korean, I've specially chosen this one for you. I hope you return safely and use it in our country. Then they said goodbye to each other. Returning to the present, Gang Suinbo was momentarily speechless. Looking at the empty space on the wall, he realized he had given away the wrong sword. Ah, it shouldn't have been that one. Turning around, he ran after him, calling out, hey, you. The howling wind was his only answer. He cursed to himself. Damn it, that sword. Choi Sui-yang, seeing the stunned expression on Gang Suinbo's face, sighed softly. She said, the person who brought this sword here has passed away. I'm the third generation. This stunned Gang Sun Pa. He thought, it's passed through 2 hands already. He was lost in thought. The soul-bearing steel blade is one of 6 created from a vow of hatred and a desire for revenge. It will absorb the souls of those it cuts, while also corroding the soul of its wielder. The luxurious yet ancient mansion was built in an architectural style that was both traditional and modern. The sturdy wooden columns and blue-tiled roof exuded a sense of rustic elegance and solemnity. The spacious garden surrounding the mansion was meticulously cared for with winding stone paths through lush green lawns. Prominent in the garden were ancient trees with sprawling canopies providing shade. And his sense of tranquility. Parkuho and a young boy were standing there. He was looking at his phone while the boy behind him was smiling. MSU called to inform. Captain, I prepared as you ordered. Han Dong-soo looked at the large dog and said, this was John Woo's idea. Juno, holding a pen and about to draw something on the dog's fur, replied, that's what they said. While he was on the phone, the wolf was right beside him. He said, "Back." The wolf bared its sharp teeth and lunged as a voice echoed. See Park Zoo-ho, and the boy laughed heartily and said, "Done." In the same forest, 6 people stood looking up at the sky. Han Dong-soo said, a little unhappy, "It seems it can't be erased." Zeshik agreed. "Probably." Gang Sunpa retorted. "No, this is special ink made from the blood of special animals, so there's no problem." In the sky, a circle of blue light formed. At the center of the circle was a glowing orb. Han Dong-soo exclaimed, "Oh, it's back." Then from the blue circle, a wolf leaped out. On its body was written the message, "Success. Returning now." This made everyone happy, especially Gang, Suwonbo, and Misu. They exclaimed, "Oh, all right." The other 3 threw their heads back and howled in despair. A scream of ovation as if tearing the silent atmosphere echoed through the forest, causing the leaves to fall from the trees. The birds perched on the branches took flight in panic, creating a chaotic rustling sound. Park Juno's scream was filled with anger and determination. Each word like a hammer blow to the space. Absolutely not letting him go. Park Juno frowned angrily and shouted, "No way. Do you think planet Hades is a kindergarten?" Juno stood up and stomped his foot, his fists clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands, every muscle tense as if he wanted to vent all his anger into the air. He spoke non-stop. "How can we take a child over there? John Woo hasn't even awakened his powers. He can even go through the gate. I intend to send him to school and raise him like a normal child, and I won't let him awaken his powers." Gang's son said John Woo has already awakened his powers. He was surprised. "What?" Gang Suwonbo recalled being in a room with just him and John Woo. Mr. Gang recounted since he was born. "This is the first time I've met a child who could awaken his powers after only 3 days of cultivating internal energy." Juno asked again, "Cultivating internal energy? Is that even possible?" Mr. Gang Sunpa continued, "If I'm not mistaken, John Woo was a natural-born genius of power. He's a once-in-a-thousand-years genius." Park Juno gritted his teeth anxiously, trying to deny it. "My son is not Park." Doho remembered the time John Woo and the others attacked the dinosaur. The information panel had shown Park John Woo Combat Class F skill key control. Suho agreed. "He's not wrong. I've tested it myself." Juno was still worried. But taking a child to such a dangerous place. The 3 who had failed. Han Dong-soo said he's right. The boy is too young to go to Hades. The martial artist and Gray agreed. Just looking at him, you can see John Woo can't handle it. Zeshik also chimed in, "It's better to let me go instead of John Woo." Gang Sunpa said worriedly, "John Woo is sick." This time, Park Juno lost control and shouted, "What now?" "John Woo is sick." A flashback showed Mr. Gang leaning close to the boy. He recounted while practicing internal energy. "I looked into John Woo's eyes." He said, "Those eyes." But didn't finish his sentence, thinking, "Does this child want to see his mother?" Park Juno, with tears in his eyes, asked, "What?" Gang Sunpa also couldn't hold back his tears as he remembered the image of his own daughter, comparing her to John Woo. He continued, "I saw the look in my daughter Chuya's eyes when she lost her mother in that child's eyes." Juno wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks with a trembling hand. He tried to suppress his sobs, but his voice was still choked. I didn't know my son John Woo felt that way." Han Dong-soo whispered, "That mischievous kid?" Zeshik replied, "That's a shock." Gang Suwonbo fell silent, his face darkening, his voice heavy. "If we don't heal John Woo's pain and just let it be, when John Woo grows up, he'll become a stubborn child that we can't control anymore." Juno shivered at his words and asked with a look of disbelief, "You mean he'll cause even more trouble than he does now?" A highlight reel of Gun's mischievous pranks flashed through Juno's mind.
He remembered the time his son snuck into the kitchen to grab a carrot while Mrs. Lee was preparing a meal. Her shriek echoed through the house. Pan held high. She yelled, "Ah, you little rascal!" The kitchen assistant also panicked and shouted, "Catch him!" Juno froze, reliving the chaotic and horrifying scene. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he uttered a sentence filled with dread. "This is absolutely unacceptable." Across from him, the man in the gray shirt couldn't hide his shock either. His mouth hung open as he stammered, unable to believe what he just heard. "Even now, we can't control him," Ray said, covering his ears. "Even wild beasts run when they see a gun." Hearing this, Hudson Han cried emotionally. "Not long ago, he completely destroyed my 4,000,001 filming drone." Master Kong raised a hand, signaling for everyone to calm down. His voice was deep and reassuring. "Don't worry, he just needs to train his inner strength. With the masters on planet Hades, he'll learn to control his power. His pain will be sealed, and he will finally be able to control himself." Jessica and Hudson Han looked at Juno with sympathetic eyes. They patted him on the shoulder one by one, as if to share the burden of this worried father. Jessica spoke first, her voice firm but sincere. "Boss Juno, you have to let him go." Then Juno suddenly said, But even so, I can't let him go to a dangerous place like planet Hades." Park Soho chuckled softly, his voice casual yet profound. "Life is an endless adventure on an unpredictable road." He lowered his head and continued. "If you're always afraid, you'll never be able to grasp anything." He looked up, his eyes wide with a newfound resolve. He said to Juno, "I will take Gun to planet Hades. Let's go." The Japanese Ministry of Defense was a tall box-shaped building. In front of it were two strange spherical machines. Carissa was sat at his desk on the phone. He said, "What?" "Park Suwa is going to Hades." The voice on the other end replied respectfully, "Yes, a formal request for cooperation from Suwa City." "How should I handle this, sir?" A few seconds later, the Japanese Minister of Defense fell silent. He thought, a request to open the path to planet Hades? Kurosawa recalled a previous meeting. He'd asked the other three. "So what is this business concerning Park Suho that you mentioned?" Dr. Toddler, the spectacled Dr. Toddler, explained. "I heard that the battle satellite Japan was so proud of was just destroyed by Park Soho." "Is that correct?" The Japanese defense minister nodded slightly. "That's right. We are currently demanding compensation from the South Korean government." Dr. Toddler suggested withdraw that request, Your Excellency. He raised his glass to take a sip and continued. "This is not the time to provoke Park Suwa. You should be trying to get on his good side." Finishing his thought, Minister Kurosawa spoke into the phone, opened the path for him. On the rooftop, a group of people gathered around a strange aircraft with 4 propellers on top. The man in the gray shirt narrowed his eyes, looking sharply at Suho. He then said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "If you find a martial arts manual, no matter how expensive it is, you have to buy it for me." Suwa smirked and chuckled. Before he could reply, Reg cut in, his voice full of responsibility. "Research Chief, don't forget that promise." Hudson Han, not to be outdone, nodded and added as if placing all his hopes on Zuho's shoulders. "Any technology our world doesn't have, bring it all back." Hearing all of them, Master Kong just smiled lightly. Misa Kim turned to Master Kong and said, "If the captain passes out after going through the gate, we have to get him out immediately." Master Kong replied, "No need to worry." Chloe Cho called out, "Hey, Park Suho." He turned to see what she wanted. She whispered in his ear. "Don't cause any trouble, you hear?" He asked, bewildered. "Trouble? What are you talking about, you monkey?" She continued. "And no slacking off. Got it? Go." Soho frowned and retorted. "What are you talking about?
You just stay home and be careful not to bite people randomly.
Chloe Cho angrily raised her fist.
Ha! He just smirked back. What are you going to do?
A tearful Juno hugged his son.
Unable to let go, he cried out his name. Gun, be careful, son. Remember to eat well.
The hug was so tight it made Gun's face scrunch up in pain.
Dad, you're hurting me? Park Soo-ah asked seriously. I can trust you all, right? Those staying behind replied in unison. Don't worry, Captain.
Then Soho pointed behind him and said, over there, Leo Lee.
The group
didn't understand what was happening but turned to look where he was pointing. A blue light enveloped a small dagger. An image appeared to them fighting with daggers.
Someone said, a Heil magic barrier.
Seeing the image, Gun burst out laughing so hard he cried, taunting them, you guys look just like elementary schoolers. The four who stayed behind were furious, but held it in.
Juno just kept crying out his son's name. Gun Park Soo-ah boarded the aircraft, still looking back. A wave. We're off. Be careful at home.
Everyone waved goodbye except for Juno, who tried to run after the aircraft for a few steps, calling Gun's name. The aircraft took off, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. A voice came from above.
That's enough, you idiot.
But then Hudson Hans started crying.
2. Wow.
An axe swung down with great force, splitting a log in two. Mrs. Lee watched the aircraft fly away, feeling an indescribable sadness in her heart. She said, with that little troublemaker gone, this place feels so empty. After a moment of silence, she added, don't forget to eat well over there, kid. 3 jets and a strange aircraft were flying through the sky, creating a rumbling sound.
So loud it could be heard on the ground.
Park Soo-ah's aircraft flew into an ink-black dimension where a sphere of blazing red fire glowed on the ground below. Soo-ah's aircraft prepared to land on a towering rooftop. On the ground, people were waiting, including Tao, the director of the Office for Superpowered Individuals. He said, it's surprising that you allowed Park Soo-ah to use the dimensional gate. Defense Minister Kurosa Ikeda, also waiting, replied, if you can't beat them, you have to make them an ally, right? From the aircraft, Park Soho and his team stepped out.
Defense Minister Kurosawa stepped forward, extending his hand politely.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Park Soo-ah, he introduced himself courteously. I am the Minister of Defense, Kuros. Before he could finish, Soho walked right past him without a word.
Director Teo muttered in annoyance, how rude.
At the gate, 4 soldiers stood guard with rifles.
Soho asked, we can go through to the other side now, right? Master Kong Pil replied, yes.
He added, after you pass through that gate, you'll be on planet Hades.
The blonde woman with glasses said, I apologize.
Our captain still has some habits from his time living in the wilderness.
Kurosawa gave a strange laugh. It's no problem. Ha ha. Just having him here is an honor for us.
Then he turned and ordered the guards, let them through. A soldier placed his hand on a panel and replied, yes, sir. The 6 of them walked towards the glowing gate before them.
Gun shouted, whoa.
Looking at the dreamy pink-hued space before him, the boy exclaimed, it's so beautiful. The blonde woman with glasses from before waved to the 3 of them.
Have a safe trip, everyone. Only young Gun turned back and waved. Goodbye, pretty lady.
In front of them was the gate connecting to the world of planet Hades.
Park Soo-ah led the way.
The other 2 followed and the 3 of them stood before the gate.
On a monitor, Director Ta said, what is Park Soo-ah thinking bringing an old man and a child to planet Hades? Minister Kurosawa replied, that old man is the master swordsmith.
Kong Pil Tao narrowed his eyes, his voice lazy, but unable to hide a faint interest.
Oh, so that's him. The minister's face was full of meaning.
It seems the chaotic planet Hades is about to see some interesting events.
Meanwhile, Master Kong raised his hand into the air. Using his ability, a small sphere began to form, emitting a brilliant light that made Gun's eyes widen in wonder. Before the boy could ask, the sphere quickly transformed into 3 black pills resting in Master Kang's palm. He handed them to Park Soho and said, his voice steady but serious. "These are internal energy pills. They will allow us to understand and speak the languages of the Dongwon and demon tribes for 1 year. Eat them now." Without another word, all 3 of them popped the pills into their mouths and chewed. Park Suho turned to Gun, his gaze firm but with a hint of concern. "Ready, Gun?" The boy answered without hesitation, his voice clear and full of excitement. "Ready." Master Kong added a reminder. Usually the border of planet Hades is a battleground between the demon tribe and the Dungle tribe. "Stay sharp." The 2 replied in unison, ready to enter. Gun urged, "Let's go." Drops of water trickled down from the cave's ceiling in the pitch-black darkness. Water dripped steadily from Suho's body. Suho slowly woke up from a long stupor. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Where is this?" Suho was chained to a post, looking utterly miserable. He jolted in shock. Soho yelled, "Status window! Status window!" He shouted until he was hoarse, but it didn't appear. He cursed himself. "Oh man, why isn't it working? Damn it!" Soho suddenly had a thought. Could it be? He remembered what he was told right before he passed out. "I know some superhumans have their stats reset to 0 after crossing a barrier gate. Even though this gate is different, you should be fine if you wear protective gear." Suho worried. "Don't tell me my power levels were reset." Soho remembered. "I remember now. As soon as I stepped through the gate, my consciousness started to fade. I only remember summoning Wyvern at that moment. But why am I the only one here?" That was what puzzled Suho. Wyvern should be here with him. So are Gun and Master Kong Pill with Wyvern right now? He worried, are they still safe? A voice from the next cell caught Suho's attention, muttering something over there. The blonde guy imprisoned in the next cell looked annoyed. "Shut up. You're too loud." Soho saw the guy next to him and started a conversation. "Are you from the Dumb One tribe?" The guy replied with little enthusiasm. "Anyone locked in a demon dungeon has to be Dongwon, not a demon, right?" He asked. "You look like you're a newcomer from Earth, huh?" He warned Soho. "Once you're captured here, there's no escape. Just shut up and go to sleep." But Soho was no ordinary person. He refused to sit still and used his strength, shaking the wooden post he was chained to. This startled the guy in the next cell. He didn't expect Suho to be so reckless. "Hey, what are you doing, Suho?" Suho didn't say a word and continued to flex his power. The blonde guy explained, "Thank you all for watching. That post and chain are made from a stone called Devil Stone. If you're not from a demon tribe, there's no way to break it with brute force." Before he could finish his sentence, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Soho's face strained with effort as he summoned all his strength and ripped the entire post out of the ground. The post came loose, leaving the blonde guy speechless, his eyes bulging. He stammered, unable to form a sentence. No way." He pulled out the whole post. His jaw dropped in utter shock. Suho then used his power to shatter the chains, binding his hands. The blonde young man's face went pale with fear. Suho just asked, "Have you seen a young boy and an old man from Earth?" The other guy stammered, "No, I've never seen them." He confessed everything without even being asked. "I was just captured 2 days ago, and you've been unconscious since then." Suddenly, a stomping sound approached from the distance, growing louder and clearer. The blonde guy warned Suho, "The demon jailers are coming." He made a condition. If you help me get free, I'll help you get out of here. Soho replied flatly. Not necessarily. Hearing this, the guy launched into a non-stop speech. This dungeon is as complex as an ant-hill. You can't escape on your own without a guide. Even if you luckily escape alive, do you know your way around? Planet of Hades. If you go the wrong way, you'll definitely become food for the brutal mystical creatures. Soho was surprised. There are mystical creatures here, too. That sounds interesting. Seeing that neither threats nor reason worked on Soho, the guy played a trump card. Top secret. He then introduced himself. My name is Jin's son, the greatest master expert, the 178th descendant of the great Sakan clan, a famous clan. And done one. Jin's son begged, just save me and I swear on my honor that I will become your subordinate. Soho asked again, a bit curious. The greatest master. Soho remembered Master Kong Pill's words. If he trains his internal energy with a top master, Gun's condition will be cured. Soho had found someone who could be Gun's master. The cell door creaked open. A demon burst in aggressively. You noisy brats are deafening. Its face was grim as it charged forward. It boasted, I'll have to beat you to death to shut you up. The moment it finished speaking, Soho landed a straight punch right in its face, dazing it. The demon fell backward. Oh, what the hell? It was shocked. The earthling escaped. Not only that, but Suwa had also inflicted internal injuries on them. Another demon tried to attack from behind. It was like a mosquito biting steel. After the hit, Soho was completely unscathed. The demon was shocked, exclaiming, Huh? Soho showed no mercy and slapped it across the face. The demon collapsed to the ground. Jin's son watched from behind. His mouth agape. Is that guy some kind of strange creature? Do earthlings possess such extraordinary power? Soho quickly moved on. He turned back and asked Jin's son. Are all these rooms prison cells? Jin's son, still in shock, stammered. Why yes. Soho began breaking open all the cells. Jin's son asked curiously. Wait, Earthling, are you planning to destroy everything? Soho said nothing and kicked the iron door open. The door flew off its hinges. Soho called out his nephew's name, Gun. Before him was an empty cell. Jin's son said. This is the last cell. Soho asked. Are there any other dungeons? Jin's son replied. This is it. I think you should give up on your companions. Jin's son kept advising Soho to give up. Soho remained silent, thinking, maybe I should go back to the gate. I need to get back quickly. Soho turned to Jin's son. Hey, how we get out of here? Jin's son stealthily emerged with a sword in his hand, his posture steady. His voice was full of pride. I found my stuff that was confiscated when I was captured. This sword isn't mine, but it'll do. Suddenly, a noise made them both jump. Jin's son ran first, saying, Follow me. It is that way. And with that, the two of them ran for their lives. After running for a short while, they ran into several demon guards blocking their path. Look at their weapons. Jin's son's face turned pale. We're done for. Soho was surprised to see his reaction. You know them? Looking at him, Jin's son yelled. It's the warden. He's a master of demonic martial arts. Be careful. Before he could finish a sentence, Soho had already landed a solid punch on the guy. Jin's son's eyes went wide. Holy cow. Soho looked back behind him. Damn. He saw a troop of red demons swarming towards them. The prey is escaping. Get them.
Seeing the demons approaching, Jin's son was so scared he started hiccuping.
It's a nightmare. Jin's son worried. This is bad, isn't it? There are more on the other side. We're surrounded now. Soho stepped forward. Soul flame. Jin's son was still confused, not understanding what Soho was trying to do.
It turned out Soho was about to use magic. Jin's son tried to stop him.
Magic from Earth and planet Aluka doesn't work.
Here.
Soho asked in surprise. Why not? Jin's son snapped. How should I know? All I know is it doesn't work. First, we need to get out of here.
I think we should charge through the other side, Jin's son observed. There are only 7 of them on that side, and we have the positional advantage.
Soho didn't listen and ran back the way they came. No more time. Let's go back the old way.
Jin's son was startled to see Soho already running.
A demon shouted, "Stop! Right there, Earthling, get on the ground." Soho shot back at it. Old hag.
He charged forward and punched it so hard its teeth flew out. The demon only had time to scream.
Arc! Without hesitation, Soho moved on to quickly deal with a whole pile of demons. Those who didn't have broken arms and legs,
were spitting blood or had bloody noses also lost a few teeth.
Planning to eat porridge for the rest of your lives? He finished off the last one.
This time it was completely smashed, blood splattering everywhere. Once done, Soho said, "Done, follow me."
Soho walked forward.
The demons he killed were strewn about like fallen leaves littering the hallway.
Jin's son followed behind, panting heavily as he walked. Jin's son thought to himself, although he seems very talented, that isn't true martial arts. Simple punches and kicks, but precise and with destructive power beyond imagination.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed someone so strong existed.
Soho noticed him hesitating and turned back to ask, "What are you doing?" "Let's go." The two quickly headed out.
Jin's son said this was the first time he'd seen the outside since being imprisoned. Earthling, welcome to planet Hades. Before Soho was the landscape of Hades bathed in a gentle light.
The system displayed a series of summoned beasts.
Wyvern, Kberis, Chimera, Fenrir. Park Suwa pondered alone amidst the vast land of mountains and clouds.
After being summoned, Wyvern still hasn't returned. Turned. That means it either escaped or went back through the gate.
He was usually indifferent to his surroundings, but cared deeply for his companions. If I used the position tracking skill, no, that's not right.
With a vast map beneath his feet, where could he even begin to look? The position tracking skill uses the memories of the earth, stones and trees.
If it's flying high, the chance of successful tracking decreases. First, I have to check if it has passed through the barrier gate. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized if I pass out after going through the gate again, time will. Jin's son looked up at the sky, wondering what kind of meteor was falling. A huge impact shook the ground like a rocket strapped to his back. He flew from one territory to another, landing with a flashy superhero pose. Jin's son grew even more panicked. Knowing this was an incredibly famous extraterrestrial.
This earthling destroying the demon dungeon in an instant wasn't enough for him.
Luckily, these were just his thoughts.
He walked towards Soho. He even conquered the village of Moros with his ultimate skill.
The stronghold of the notoriously brutal demon tribe near the barrier.
Both locations vanished from the map in a blink of an eye. It was as if he had just accumulated the power of thunder and lightning.
His confidence was unmatched. He's not an awakened being from Earth at any level I know of.
Is he even human?
A system scanned his face to identify him.
Jin's son, the greatest master, assassin skills, hidden weapon technique, levitation technique. Without even a proper introduction, he asked, "Still the same after all this time? You really are the greatest master skills, huh?" But what's this hidden weapon technique?
The question made him flustered.
Hidden weapon technique. How did you know?
Blood rushed to his brain again.
You may be more talented than others. But don't get too arrogant. I know everything. Now, show me your hidden weapon technique.
He closed his eyes, regulated his breath, and straightened his back to calm himself down. His eyes snapped open. Whatever I do, I must first introduce the ancestral hidden weapon technique of the Tang family, first form.
He pulled hidden weapons from his sleeve, holding them tightly between his fingers.
He was now true to himself, comfortably unleashing all his skills with lightning speed.
Every move he made was meant to take a life. As he was passionately demonstrating a few forms, Suwa interrupted. Can you carry things like that on you?
Jin's son explained.
In a real fight, by the time I use this form, all my enemies are already dead. A nickname was set for him. Chatterbox.
Seeing how skilled he was,
Soho immediately tried to recruit him. Good. Then you'll be my nephew's master.
His expression was a bit reluctant.
My master for.
Then for some reason he went crazy, blurting out whatever he thought.
Did he not know the saying disaster comes from the mouth? Hey, what do you take my tank clan for? You want me to become the master of a lowly earthling? If you don't want it, then don't. Why insult someone right to their face? Suho's face showed clear noise.
Jin's son now realized the gravity of the situation and hastily corrected himself. No, I mean, my tank clan has such rules, my lord.
I can be his master. Suho used his power to materialize an ancient book. Jin's son's jaw dropped. What? What kind of magic is this? Suho gave it. Unrelated answer. I summoned it from my inventory.
He was even more confused.
Impossible. Magic from Aliard can't be used here. According to official information, treasures created their float in outer space.
You can use monsters and martial arts from planet Hades on Earth and planet Alucard. But everyone knows that everything from Earth and the wondrous inventions from planet Alucard, including all types of skills, become unusable when you cross the Hades barrier.
Suho combined logic and evidence to draw a conclusion based on this guy's story.
Then that means the stone of the thunder god didn't come from Alucard. He shoved the book right in his face for a closer look. Anyway, I picked this up from a rose village. Jin's son stared like a block of wood.
What is that? He realized this was no ordinary item and stared at it intently.
The secret sword manual of the former king, Icarus.
Why is this book here? Soho guessed the book's value. It's good stuff, huh?
He desired it more than ever.
Warriors consider the secret sword manual of the royal family more precious than their own lives.
An image of a man reaching for the book appeared.
He continued his story.
The former king disappeared 10 years ago, and his martial arts manual was lost with him.
But why has it appeared here? Unsure if it was a good idea, Soho made it disappear right before his eyes. Seems like good stuff. Just as I was about to touch it, it slipped away.
The journey was filled with chatter, but as long as there's a reward, it's fine.
I'll give you this later. For now, try crossing the barrier to Earth 4. A bit. Yes, sir.
Suho knew how to make people freeze on the spot.
Why are you suddenly telling me to go to Earth? He touched his head. What on earth is wrong with this guy? Before he knew it, Soho had lifted him up effortlessly. Couldn't you at least give me time to prepare mentally? Wait. At least tell me the reason.
In one short sentence, go to the barrier status monitoring room and ask for me if my nephew has gotten out yet.
He looked miserable. Your nephew, sir? Suho replied, yes, just say Park Soho's nephew. They'll understand. Knew it. He was going to throw him. The life and death battle before was less painful than this. Oh my God, a voice came from somewhere. Wyvern has started hunting on the snow mountain.
Lost in thought about the path to the snow mountain, he didn't notice the splashing sound. Act when he realized he saw the water churning as if someone was thrashing in it. Ah, Jean's son cried his eyes out after meeting Park Sua. Unlucky to the very end, he screamed desperately.
Help! I can't swim.
Suddenly, a savior with two large legs grabbed him by the shirt and lifted him up.
It spread its wings and carried him away. He was still in a daze from fear. A giant eagle. Am I dreaming?
In an instant, they arrived at a snow-covered region.
Hey, this way leads to the snow mountain, right? He hesitated before answering.
Yes, sir.
Is that you, my lord? The eagle looked up. There. Jean's son confirmed once more.
Yes, sir. That's the only snow mountain in Hades.
The eagle vanished in midair, leaving him to fall freely. Ha!
It turned out Soho had transformed into the eagle and had now returned to his human form. And he just let him plummet head first.
Ah, it was over. He let him slam into the snow. Splat. In contrast, Suo's landing was as smooth as Spider-Man's.
He activated his position tracking eyes. He saw a monster with a massive long beak. It flew so fast that feathers were trailing from it. It turned out to be chased by his pet and was now caught in its mouth.
On its back were a child and a man controlling it. He called out, "WI." Only now did he feel a bit relieved. Gunn and the research center director are riding it.
Suddenly, the rocks above them started to crumble.
Water poured down like a waterfall.
He had never encountered a situation like
this before. He was bewildered. Why is there a stream on a snow mountain? Whatever it is.
And then he suddenly spread panic.
Oh no, don't tell me. He stammered, not knowing how to explain.
Oh, let's retreat, sir.
This place is very dangerous. He still had to ask a few people why. A glance couldn't reveal how dangerous it was.
If we encounter such a strong current, it must be him. The one who sent countless dung people and demons to the underworld. Park Soho was now horrified.
Wyvern, it's in that cave. With no time to think, he quickly jumped up.
He shot up at the speed of light. The other's attempt to stop him was insignificant.
My lord, you can't go in there.
He stammered at that place. Just as he said, a giant serpent was waiting for a delicious meal.
Fall right into its mouth. Its red, white, and blue tongue, a striking feature.
That's the 100-year-old giant serpent.
Emoji's lair. Its giant tail was moving.
As soon as Wyvern entered, it was hit in the neck with a blow strong enough to daze it for a moment. The force of the attack was so strong, it shattered the surrounding rock. The air was thick with dust, but managed to get back up.
The giant serpent opened its mouth, preparing to attack. Suo shot down from above and punched it. Stop right there, you filthy beast.
The result of playing with fire was getting thrown into a pile of rubble.
How dare you bully my kid?
The fan's eyes were opened.
Oh. Gunn called out with a smile. Master Kohn, the research center director, couldn't believe his eyes. Captain.
Even after being hit like that, it was still unfazed.
Soho felt intrigued by such a unique creature. So, you're the giant serpent emoji.
A part of its body began to swell. Nothing could get past him.
How could he not notice something so obvious? The serpent opened its mouth and spewed a torrent of water. He stood silently and firmly amidst the flood.
In the end, it was just going to become another one of his pets.
A giant water gun.
This creature is worth keeping this song. That's all for this video. The above was a summary of the content. If you have any opinions about the series, please leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and support my channel. Hit the notification bell to get the most interesting videos and much more. And for now, goodbye and see you again. Bye bye.
Rất cảm ơn mọi người vì đã theo dõi kênh của mình. Nếu như mà bạn có ý kiến đánh giá hay là có thắc mắc gì về kênh ấy thì các bạn có thể nhắn cho mình hoặc là comment dưới phần bình luận của mỗi video để mình được biết nhé. Rất cảm ơn.